The first thing I did after being reborn was to directly swallow the heart of an old queen ant. Even though everyone called me a freak, I forced myself to endure the sour and intense taste and swallowed it. Everything happened because the apocalypse descended just 3 minutes ago, turning all living creatures into terrifying monsters. Having been reborn, I naturally aimed to seize the greatest opportunity, the unique, immortal tier talent within this ant queen, perfect genes. Fine. Since you won't let me live, then let's all die together. Just as I was about to fight desperately, a sudden dizziness overwhelmed me, and in that dazed moment, a shadowy figure appeared before me. Good timing. With you by my side on this road to hell, I won't be lonely. I let out a roar and swung my right fist fiercely. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed in my ears, and the sharp pain brought a sliver of clarity back to my vision. What's going on? Where am I? How did I get these injuries? I looked around with slight confusion and realized this was my bathroom. Long-lost memories suddenly surged back. I immediately pulled open the door and rushed out, grabbing my phone from the coffee table and turning on the screen. April 15, 43:99, 11 a.m. Glancing at the time and combining it with everything that had just happened, I finally confirmed I had been reborn 1 hour before the apocalypse arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Before I could continue thinking, a series of urgent knocks suddenly came from the door. I arrived at the door and peered through the peephole immediately. Boundless rage surged within me. Standing outside was none other than Lu Ruyan, the campus belle of Deyang High School, who had fled here to escape kidnappers. In my previous life, I had opened the door and let her in, even tending to her wounds. Yet, this act earned me the hatred of her elder brother, Lu Ji. His reason? Merely because I had physical contact with Lu Ruyan while treating her injuries. For this, he went so far as to place a bounty of 100,000 purple star coins on my head. For 5 long years, I lived in hiding, constantly wary not only of monster ambushes but also of human treachery. It wasn't until just before death that I learned from Lu Ruyan's own mouth there were no kidnappers at all. The whole thing was just a play she orchestrated for her own amusement. As I was lost in these memories, Lu Ruyan's knocking outside the door grew more urgent. Xin Xiao, please, for the sake of our time as classmates, help me. I let out a cold laugh, picked up a fruit knife and hid it behind my back, then opened the door. Lu Ruyan rushed in immediately, shut and locked the door behind her, then raised her teary, doe-like eyes, her pitiful appearance utterly captivating. Even though she was covered in wounds, the innate allure in her bones couldn't be hidden. Xin Xiao, thank you for saving me, but could you please help me one more time? The bad guys outside won't let me go easily. Lu Ruyan spoke softly, her tone evoking pity from anyone who heard it. I chuckled lightly and pointed at the phone on the coffee table, saying, my hand is injured. You'll have to do it yourself. Lu Ruyan frowned slightly upon seeing this, turned away somewhat displeased, and walked toward the coffee table. However, the moment she turned her back, I swiftly drew a fruit knife and slit her throat. Lu Ruyan clutched her neck in disbelief, trying to speak but unable to utter a sound, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Watching Lu Ruyan's lifeless body, I felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In my previous life, I spent 5 years hiding and dodging countless assassination attempts, gritting my teeth and enduring solely out of sheer unwillingness to give up. Now that I've been reborn, no one will have it easy. After calming myself down, I glanced at my phone. 11:26. I frowned slightly. There were only half an hour left before the apocalypse arrived, and I had to make preparations as quickly as possible. I immediately changed clothes and rushed to the seafood section of the supermarket. Pulling out the only $200 I had, I bought a large bag of half-dead razor clams, a cleaver, and a big pack of salt, then headed straight for Moonlight Plaza. Moonlight Square is the spawn point of this area. Once the clock strikes 12, everyone nearby will be teleported here. Upon reaching the destination, I found a nearby yellowhorn tree and dumped all the razor clams beneath it. According to memories from my past life, there's a hidden dungeon beneath this yellowhorn tree, but it requires a substantial amount of flesh and blood to awaken. These razor clams were used for leveling up while alive, and now their corpses will serve to unlock the dungeon, ensuring not a single bit goes to waste. A glance at the time showed 11:50. I clicked my tongue. It was about time. First, I spread a thick layer of tissue paper on the ground, then scattered all the salt over it before placing the razor clams on top of the prepared tissue. The previously half-dead razor clams instantly sprang to life the moment they touched the salt. Once the clock struck 12, these clams would undergo a bizarre transformation. If I didn't weaken them with some tricks, I had no confidence in handling them. At that moment, the earth suddenly trembled violently as countless strange structures erupted from the ground, and everything around us rapidly enlarged. At the same time, a dizzying sensation swept over me. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself standing in a vast square. Everyone around me looked utterly bewildered. What the hell just happened? Wasn't I driving? How did I get here? Holy shit, what's going on? I just survived school for the day, why am I here now?
It was hard to make it to the end of school. Why are you here? What the hell, it's out now anyway. And I'd be sorry for this miracle if I didn't go the whole 2 hours. But say it in advance, haha. This time all of you don't rob the field with me. I'm going to use the Storm Attack Speed Flow Milkmaid to play the field. There are healing, acceleration, silence, confinement. Wait for me to develop. See if I don't explode and kill the whole field. Suddenly, a loud bang came from the sky. An ethereal but emotionless voice sounded above the heads of the crowd. Welcome to Armageddon. Data activation in progress. The others either wondered or listened with fascination to the ethereal voice. Wu Wei, however, didn't care and fought his way out of the crowd. The place was quite big, but with 100,000 people gathered together, it took a lot of effort just to squeeze out. Not a minute of time could be wasted now, and it was imperative to get a head start before most people reacted. Get that one and only overpowering talent. Eyes around. Nowadays, the Manhwa Square is not what it used to be, with so many more strange buildings and towering trees. As far as the eye could see, there was a big brown mountain in the distance. Those big hills are, in fact, ant nests. After the mutation, these ordinary ants are the size of kittens. Now they are more interested in humans. Don't look at each other now, that's because the birth point has a 7-day safety protection period. As soon as they leave the range of the birth point, or wait until the safety protection period is over, they will swarm. Wu Wicked then followed his memory to the house made of leaves. Eyes around. Hundreds of people have gathered here at the moment. It seems not everyone is stupid. These people were close to the water, and they had arrived earlier than Wu Wicked. A group of people gathered around in front of a monster that looked similar to a human and asked her for a quest. Wu Evil's eyes flickered, and the monster's information appeared before his eyes. Dying Predator Queen Hidden Boss. Rank 1. Life Value 1000. Attack Power 10. Physical Defense 1. Magic Resistance 0. Talent Perfect Gene. The life-threatening Tyrannophagous Queen hopes to do what she can in her final moments of life for the warriors who are about to set off on their adventure. A teenager around 18 years old jumped with excitement after receiving the mission. Great, just as I imagined. There really is a mission. I'm the first to receive it, I'm going to be rich. His voice attracted more people. Wu Evil's eyes flickered slightly. Just 100 or so people were already considered few. For the next long period of time, the place would be surrounded by countless people. But slowly, they would realize with hindsight that the quests posted by this monster were not only getting more and more dangerous, but the rewards were never honored. Chapter 3 Immortal Level Talent 1000% Career Fit. The Ant Queen's quests come one after the other, stacking up the rewards each time. Everyone assumed that they had received a hidden chain of quests, and that they would be rewarded handsomely for doing them. In reality, it is the old queen who enters the game with her body, so that these people will voluntarily go to the ant's nest to die and feed the new queen. It couldn't be blamed on these people being stupid. It was entirely because this ant queen was too smart. It had utilized the loopholes in the rules and deceived countless people. Because the expression in parentheses was left of its own accord. The words in parentheses are like the mood of the moment, or the thoughts that are desperately trying to be expressed inside. As long as you don't hide personal information, everyone else can see it. And it exploits that. Preconceived notions make people think she's good people. As for the published quests feature, anyone with a brain can publish quests. The corners of Wu Evil's mouth hooked slightly when he saw this. Drawing out the bone-chopping knife that had long been pinned to his waist, he yelled, "Those who don't want to die, get out of my way." The others wanted to say something, but when they saw the knife in Wu Evil's hand, they were instantly honest. Pushing and yelling hastily made way. Seeing Wu Wicked's arrival, the tyrannical Eclipse Ant Queen didn't have any panic and still smiled lightly. "Honorable adventurer, want to take a quest?" Words. Wu Wicked grinned and raised his bone-chopping knife to slash directly at the tyrannical Eclipse Ant Queen's neck. The tyrannical Ant Queen is not good at attacking or defending. She's an emotionless birthing machine. Plus, this tyrannical Eclipse Ant Queen was already on the verge of death, so at this moment, her attributes were pitifully low. Stop. What are you doing? This is an NPC that can issue quests, not a monster. Stupid. Just stupid. I haven't even gotten my ING assignment yet. I'm really getting killed by this dumbass. Wu Evil was slashing at the neck of the tyrannical eating ant queen. The others wanted to stop it, but they were afraid of the bone-chopping knife in Wu Evil's hand. But at the moment, the number of people gathered around them was also increasing, and every extra second wasted was an extra risk, so Wu Wicked riveted his strength. It was a good thing that the tyrannical eclipse ant queen was already so weak that she didn't even have the strength to roll over. Half a minute later, an ugly head hit the ground. Without her head, the instant death effect was triggered, and the life value of the tyrannical eclipse ant queen was directly zeroed out. Next, a crisp voice rang in Wu Wei's ears. Ding! You have successfully killed the hidden boss, the tyrannical eater ant queen, and gained plus 100 free attribute points. Hearing the voice coming from his ears, Wu Evil smiled slightly. Killing a hidden boss that was on the verge of death would surprisingly also reward you with free attribute points. That was a surprise. You have successfully killed the level 1 hidden boss, the tyrannical eater ant queen, and have gained plus 10,000 experience points. Raise level to 2, gain free attribute points plus 5. Level up to level 5 and gain plus 5 free attribute points. With a flash of light, Wu Evil's level increased to level 5. 10,000 experience points, just enough to raise his level to 5, and he got a total of 20 free attributes. Ding! You gain equipment, Ant Queen's Scepter, and you gain props, Soul Core of the Tyrannical Eating Ant Queen. The moment he heard this voice ring out, Wu Evil's expression finally moved. It even excited him more than the 100 points of free attributes he had gotten from killing the hidden boss just now. Skillfully opening his spatial backpack, he took out the soul core of the tyrannical eating ant queen and swallowed it in one gulp. You have used the soul core of the Tyrannosaurus ant queen to gain the only immortal level talent perfect gene. The only immortal grade talent perfect gene can learn the skills of any profession, and can fuse 2 skills, and can choose the direction of development independently. Hearing the introduction of the talent skill perfect gene, the corner of Wu Evil's mouth rose slightly. With this talent, it's a true Tenho opening. Perfect gene was the only immortal grade talent, and after he got it, even if there were tyrannical eclipse ant queens and other birth points as well, he would only be rewarded with experience and equipment after being killed. It wasn't just the ant queen's soul core, but many hidden props were like that, all possessing uniqueness only. There were more and more people around at the moment. Looking at the dirt-covered Wu Evil, the crowd spat. What did this guy do? Why is he covered in blood? He just killed a monster. I saw it. Monster? What monster? Even if there really is a monster, you can't just kill it if you want to, right, in case it has research value. It's not a monster. It's an NPC that can issue quests. And this guy is a murderer. The crowd around him was talking, amidst the voices of others either in disbelief, or fear, or jealousy, or accusation. Wu Wicked directly added all 120 points of free attributes he had just obtained to his physique. Before transferring, 1 point of physique is equal to 10 points of life value and 0.5 points of attack power. After adding the points, his life value instantly came to 1,260 points, and his attack power reached 69 points plus 6 attack power from the bone-chopping knife. With his current attributes, even if these people around him wanted to trouble him, he was not afraid. And anyway, being able to redistribute free attribute points after a transfer, it doesn't matter how you add them now. Now he should be thinking about how to get out of these people's encirclement. If it were another person, they might have wasted a lot of words arguing with them to explain, but Wu Wicked wouldn't. He gripped the bone-chopping knife in his hand tightly and spoke with a cold smile. Either get lost or die for me. You have 3 seconds to choose for yourselves. The voice that was cold, as if it didn't carry an ounce of emotion, caused the surrounding people's bodies to shake. Looking at Wu Evil's bloodthirsty eyes, the guy who had just sworn that he wouldn't let Wu Evil leave as long as he was still alive, immediately trembled with fear. Half dragging with the help of the others, he made way. Ahemte. When Wu Wei passed by, he spat a mouthful of old phlegm directly into the guy's face. Middle finger, Goonies! He was the one who barked the fiercest just now. But when he saw that Wu Evil was fiercer than him, he wimped out again. Fumbling for a paper towel, he wiped the smeared blood from his face and neck and walked quickly away. 2.5 minutes. Wu Wicked arrived at the largest building within the birth point. Transitional Sanctuary. Here, it is possible to transfer to any profession. At this moment, There were only a handful of people in the large transmutation sanctuary. The moment they saw Wu Evil, to be precise, the moment they saw the bone-chopping knife in his hand, they hurriedly made way for him. Wu Evil's face was expressionless, and he didn't say anything, just to save himself the trouble. Reach out and press on the transfer crystal. The transfer crystal immediately erupted with a reddish light. At the same time, a light blue panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. Summoner profession fit 1000%. Archer career fit 86%. Priestly vocational fit 59%. When Wu Wicked saw the summoner profession fit, he even just couldn't believe his eyes. 1000% career fit. How is this possible? The highest career fit he knew of was 100%. 100% occupational fit, 10 free attribute points for each level up. 90% or more career fit and 9 free attribute points for each level up. And so on. Reasonably, even 80% career fit is 1 in a million, and you don't have to consider other careers after encountering it. But this 1000% career fit he has, Wu Wicked couldn't even think about how cool it would be to switch to Summoner. Could it be because of the overeating Ant Queen's soul crystals? There's no proof, but it's likely. In his last life, it was already the 3rd day after that guy got the soul crystal of the tyrannical Eclipse Ant Queen, and he had long since completed his transfer. So Wu Wicked hadn't heard anything about this and naturally didn't know anything about it. What an unexpected pleasure! Wu Evil's eyebrows rose. Now he didn't have to think about other professions at all, and was done with brainlessly picking summoning. Chapter 4 Invincible Special Skill Divine Language. Ding! Congratulations on your transfer to a First Order Summoner. Gained vocational skills Scourging, Summoning Moon Wolves. Acquisition of the special vocational skill Divine Language. Free attribute points have been reset and replenished with free attribute points not gained from previous upgrades. Wu Evil. All the other news Wu Evil understood. But what the hell was that special profession skill? Could it be the hidden skill given by the 1000% career fit? Thinking of this, Wu Wicked hurriedly opened the attribute panel and checked his attributes. Name: Wu Wicked. Rank: 5. Profession: First Order Summoner. Life value: 500. Mana: 1000. Magic attack power: 50. Physical defense: 5. Magic resistance: 5. Physical: 50. Mental: 50. Free attribute points: 500. Gifted skill: Perfect Gene Unique Immortal Level. Occupational skills: Scourging, Summoning Moon Wolves. Unity value: 10. Unity value is the upper limit of the summoner. The higher the spiritual attribute, the higher the unity value, and the growth is 100:1. When the spiritual attribute is less than 100, the unity value is 1 point. Special skill: Divine Language. Equipment: None. See your attribute panel. Wu Evil's eyes were lit up and lit up and lit up. 50 spiritual attributes, 50 magic attacks. Double magic attack growth. Even if it was a master FA, who was recognized as having the highest magic attack growth in the world, 1 point of spiritual attribute could only be converted into 0.8 magic attack power. But he's a summoner with a 1:1 conversion rate. Don't look at it as only 0.2 more, but the difference is horrendous by mid to late game. And not only is magic attack power double growth, but even mana growth is double. And after his attributes were replenished, he now had a full 500 free attribute points. It meant that he was now able to gain 100 points of free attributes by leveling up by 1 level, at least 10 times ahead of everyone else. More if the opponent's career fit is less than 100%. Then that's when he saw his eyes fall on the talent skill bar. Gifted skill: Perfect Gene Unique Immortal Level. Occupational skill: Whiplash. Consume 10 points of mana to coalesce a magical whip, inflicting attribute less magical damage to the enemy at magical attack power x 100%. Use it on your own party or a summon to boost the target's attack speed by 30% for 30 seconds with a cooldown of 3 seconds. Summon Moon Wolf. Consumes 100 mana to summon a Moon Wolf, cooldown 30 seconds. Summon Moon Wolf. Life qualification: 300. Attack qualification: 15. Defense qualification: 5. Growth: 1.0. Skill: Moonblade. Occupancy value: 1. Summoned Beast attribute equals level X qualification X growth. These two skills are fairly normal and are available to all professions that switch to Summoner. The two skill bars, though, are really not complementary. even if it's a lash who attacks on their own when they've switched to summoner. But the qualification growth of the initial skill summon Moonwolf is horribly low. And the cooldown time is not short, it's 30 seconds, and when you encounter a boss with high attacks, you'll be directly seconded. Ordinary summoners had to suffer until at least level 30 and learn the passive skill Summon Beast Strengthening before they could use their own spiritual attribute points and use them to enhance the growth of their summon beasts. For the first 30 levels, a summoner is basically no different than a jail cell if no one is there to lead them. With that, Wu Wicked dropped his gaze to the special skills. Special skill. God's Word. No casting time when using skills. Mana consumption is reduced by 90%, cooldown reduction is increased by 90%, summoner skill damage is increased by 500%, summoner final growth is increased by 500%, and unity value is increased by 1000%. Ha! 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 This beaver. Other than that, is that 90% cooldown reduction serious? If Wu Wicked remembered correctly, the cap on cooldown reduction seemed to be 40%, right? That's all straight up breaking the cap. Really, beaver? There's also that 500% increase in the final growth of the summons, which works like a charm. The main thing is this effect, the ability to enjoy the enhancement of the summoner's level 30 passive skill, Summon Beast Enhancement. The most invincible word effect for a summoner is the final growth boost of the summon. He had seen a summoner's extreme equipment before, and it only added a 13% final growth boost. At that time, that piece of equipment was auctioned off at a sky-high price of 150 million purple star coins. 1 purple star coin equals 100 blue star coins equals 10,000 green star coins. Although the lucky guy on the third day after getting the money was assassinated. But at least it was a good 3 days of fun and being a really rich guy for 3 days. And this special skill directly boosts the final growth boost by 500%. It's simply horrible as hell. On top of that, there's a 1000% increase in unity value and a 10-fold increase in unity value. Gulp! Wu Wicked gulped. He now knew where his 10 points of unity value came from. A skill that has the effect of being invincible for 6 single carries. Could this be the power of 1000% career fit? Leaving the transfer sanctuary, Wu Wicked directly opened his package to check the equipment he had just obtained from killing the tyrannical eater ant queen. He hasn't forgotten. Only at that time, that situation. To that group of guys who are completely unaware of the current state of affairs, a mace is not even 1% as intimidating as a machete. He didn't have any extra time to waste with a bunch of trash. Ant Queen's Scepter. Quality. Silver. Magic attack power. Plus 15. Spirit. 15. Special effect. Summon 3 Obsidian Ant King Silver level boss to fight for you. Cooldown 30 minutes. Limit 3. Switching equipment effect disappears immediately. Equipment level 1. Regarding the attributes of the equipment, Wu Evil simply couldn't be more satisfied. Now he was able to summon not only the Moonwolf, but also 3 Ant-type silver level bosses. And the cooldown reduction and summon's final growth boosts are just as useful for gear effects, with his 90% cooldown reduction. In other words, the cooldown time for this equipment special effect is actually only 3 minutes. Simply unbeatable. Then 500 points of free attributes were added to physique and spirit respectively. The attributes changed dramatically in an instant. The life value was raised to 3,000 points, and the magic attack power became 330. Most outrageous of all, it has to be the 30 points of unity value. Normally, 100 points of mental attributes equal 1 point of unity value. But boosted by the divine language skill, his 100 points of mental strength equaled 10 points of unity value, 10 times that of others. Taking a look at his attribute panel, Wu Wicked was taken aback. He was only level 5 now, and had only equipped a silver level weapon. The panel attributes were so perverted that he, a pervert, felt perverted when he looked at them. Even though it was all mental attributes, his magic attack power and unity value could still be increased. But the physique attribute boosts more than just life value and defense. There's also a small bonus to movement speed, and the higher the physique attribute, the more it boosts one's resistance to abnormal effects. Only these are hidden attributes and the panel will not show them. By the time this news breaks, it will be after level 30. That time would set off a period of universal point washing craze, and any prop that could wash away one's attribute points would be speculated to a terrifying tens of thousands of green star coins. Memory recalled in his mind, Wu Wei recalled a good place where the monsters have a high chance of dropping wash point props. There is time to go and hoard a wave. But now was not the time, at least we should wait until we got the ant spirit liquid before going over. Chapter 5. The dying razor clam monster. Level spike. After preparing everything, Wu Wicked summoned 3 silver-level bosses to open the way and headed out towards the birth point. The boss was as big as an adult wolf dog and was clad in a layer of armor that looked like it had extraordinary defense. Wu Evil's Summoner Obsidian Ant King Silver-level boss. Rank 1. Life value 500,000. Attack power 1500. Physical defense 200. Magic resistance 0. Skills armor sheer. Unfortunately, the Ant Queen's scepter was only a level 1 weapon, and the level of the summon boss was only level 1. If it was a level 5 equipment, the silver level boss summoned would have to multiply its life value alone by tens of times. The good thing, though, is that you are able to eat the skill bonus from Divine Word, which boosts your final growth by 500%. It doesn't look that weak. Most importantly, equipment effects don't take up stat values. Before Wu Wicked could walk into the field, he smelled a strong odor of blood. At the moment, it's crowded with people. In front of them, dozens of corpses fell across the room. The smell emanating from those corpses attracted more than a dozen ants clad in black armor. They were gnawing and consigning those bodies. The others stood within range of the birth point, watching with wide eyes, not daring to breathe, until Wu Wicked came along. Oh my god! How did these monsters get in here? Huh? It's still true. Aren't they afraid to come in? Help! Don't eat me! When the crowd saw this, they were all so scared that they rolled and crawled to escape from the original spot. They had just seen with their own eyes how ridiculously strong these monsters were. Humans are completely defenseless in front of them. However, there were some sharp-eyed people who saw the epithet on the ant boss's head, and their eyes flickered slightly. Dude, where did you get this summon from? Before he could take Wu Evil's shoulder, the Obsidian Ant King directly aimed a pincer at the man's approaching body. If he hadn't slipped his foot and dodged quickly, with that guy's level 1 life value of at most 100 points, I'm afraid he would have been killed on the spot. After failing to score a hit, the Obsidian Ant King did not pursue, but instead returned to Wu Wei's side and took a defensive stance. The man who almost lost his life was pissed on the spot. Even after dodging it, a pang of fear ran through the man's mind. However, in the way of the 3 Obsidian Ant Kings, he didn't dare to be foolish after all. When the others saw this, they also moved away and made way for it, witnessing the departure of Wu Wicked from this place. It was only until Wu Evil completely disappeared from their sight that the crowd breathed a sigh of relief. What's the point of yanking, but it's just getting a few summoned beasts. What's so great about it? When I get stronger, I'll have to clean up this kid. But why can he summon monsters? Can't this hole even be awakened or transferred? A group of people cursed Wu Evil out of anger. But there were those who were quick-witted enough to open the regional channel. The rules about these basics have just been explained. The top left of the regional channel displayed a long list of numbers. 99,979. Seeing that string of numbers, those who understood it were instantly caught in a cold sweat. Because of the people who had just ventured away and died at the hands of those monsters, there were 21 in total. But they also got a useful piece of information about the transfer sanctuary. Those who knew the news left the spot quietly. Even the person with whom he had just called brother and brother did not share the information with the other party. Stepping out of the safety of the birthplace, Wu Wicked made his way around the ant's nest. Don't look at those ants that came out to forage for food as just level 1 monsters. It wasn't hard to kill them. But the ants that were close to the nest were generally above level 10. And there are a lot of elite monsters and bosses. Once surrounded, the end is only death. After being reborn, he knew too well how powerful these ants were. In this place, they are the weakest and still the strongest. Had it not been for their own internal problems, this world would have been taken over by them long ago. However, in the ant nest, there was another spirit that could enhance the attributes of the physique called Ant Spirit Liquid. The Ant Spirit Liquid was on Wu Wicked's list of must-haves. It was just that he still had to prioritize leveling up right now. Wu Evil looked around with his eyes after the doomsday descended, although the environment here had changed quite a bit. But that huge yellow hornbeam tree is still a good find. And now the yellow hornbeam is getting even bigger. Below the yellow horn tree was also the refresh point of the level 3 monster, the long-legged spider. Long-legged spider. Rank 3. Life value 2,800. Attack power 78. Physical defense 10. Magic resistance 2. Talent multiple attacks hungry for tasty little ants. Level 3 long-legged spiders with low attack and defense were by no means something that could be killed at level 1. Wu Wicked waved his staff and summoned the Moon Wolf. Moon Wolf, summoner of Wu Evil. Rank 5. Life value 7,500. Attack power 375. Physical defense 125. Magic resistance 125. Skill Moonblade, a level 5 Moon Wolf, even with the effects of the Divine Language skill, still had attributes that were completely incomparable to the Obsidian Ant King. But it's so much better than a long-legged spider. And with the cooldown reduction provided by the Divine Word skill, the cooldown of this skill is only 3 seconds. Once the cooldown time was up, Wu Wicked summoned another Moon Wolf. Right now, he could summon a total of 3 silver-level bosses and 30 normal Moon Wolves. With this kind of battle, a level 3 long-legged spider couldn't even fight against it. With a group of monsters surrounding him, it quickly turned into his experience. You have successfully killed a level 3 monster, the long-legged spider, and gained plus 10 experience value. Due to the fact that Wu Wicked was now level 5, the experience value of killing a level 3 long-legged spider was more than double less. Only a pathetic 10 points. And level 5 to level 6 requires a full 5,000 experience points. A mere 10 points for a long-legged spider is a drop in the bucket. But they weren't the target of Wu Evil. Instead, it was the group of level 10 monsters that were underneath the Yellowhorn tree, struggling desperately. With 3 Obsidian Ant Kings and 30 Moon Wolves, Wu Wicked arrived under the Yellowhorn tree very smoothly. A bunch of monsters bigger than a green garbage can that love to move and die with an occasional struggle. The Dying Razorback. Rank 10. Life value 1,000. Magic attack power 30. Physical defense 10. Magic resistance 8. Talent Sandman. I was supposed to live by the sea, but I was brought here by a devil, and if he didn't give me water, that's all. He even threw salt on me. Is it the distortion of human nature or the degeneration of morality? Looking at the attributes of these razor clam monsters, Wu Evil inexplicably wanted to laugh. Obviously a level 10 monster, this body attribute wasn't even as good as the long-legged spider on the side. However, one size does not fit all, but Wu Evil is still not at all ambiguous when he moves his hands. With a command, the 3 Obsidian Ant Kings raised their heads and charged. Feeling threatened, the razor clam monster spits out a jet of water, though it doesn't break the defense at all. You have successfully slain the level 10 monster, the moribund razor clam monster, and gained plus 200 experience points. It's the experience that's cool. The experience value gained from killing level 10 monsters is doubled the more you level 5. Coupled with the fact that the experience of level 10 monsters was already high, Wu Evil's speed of upgrading took off straight away. Raising his eyes to look at the mountain of razor clam monsters, Wu Evil heatedly smiled. You have successfully slain the level 10 monster, the Dying Razor Clam monster, and gained plus 200 experience points. X5. You have successfully slain the level 10 monster, the Dying Razor Clam monster, and gained plus 200 experience points. X3. Half an hour later, the Razor Clam monsters were all killed, and the level was a little short of level 10. So Wu Wicked commanded the Obsidian Ant King to rush towards the long-legged spiders in the distance. With a flash of light, his level directly increased to level 10. Ding! Your level has risen to level 10? Open the level leaderboard. Is there a world announcement? Release immediately. Whether personal information needs to be hidden.
No hiding.
In the next second, an ethereal voice rang out over the entire world. World notice. Congratulations to player Wu Evil for being the first to level up to level 10, opening the level rankings and gaining 100 free attribute points. The first 100 players to level up to level 10 will be rewarded. Please work hard. X10. Chapter 6 Fusion Skills, 2 Evolutionary Routes. The world was abuzz at this moment. The regional channels for each area are topped by. What the heck? How did you get to level 10? Is this nigga open? I don't even know how to leave the birth point and someone is level 10. How did that happen? I'm proving that Wu Wicked didn't turn it on because he pressed it off. Good, good, good. Salt isn't even salt anymore, is it? Big handsome bee. Do you believe I'll rotate 360 degrees in place and then get down on my knees and beg you to take me? For these messages, Wu Wicked didn't even look at them. Just opened the leveling charts. The only person up there at the moment was alone, and that was himself. Hunky hunking hashtag yung, Wu Wicked, hunky des, Summonir. Raising his hand, he added the attribute points he got from upgrading just now, plus the 100 attribute points rewarded from the first promotion to level 10 to the physical and spiritual attributes respectively. The life value came directly to 6,000 points, and the magic attack power also reached a staggering 630 points. The unity value was also raised to 60, and up to 60 moon wolves could be summoned. Ding! You've just made a world announcement and gained reputation value plus 100. Hearing the voice, Wu Evil grinned. Reputation value is a good thing. The higher the reputation value, the higher the chance of receiving a hidden quest. Even raising enough prestige values can trigger special events. Looking at the razor clam monster corpses all over the ground, Wu Wicked sighed slightly. I only blame it on being too rushed. It would have been nice to have an extra day. No, half a day would have been fine, and more things could have been prepared ahead of time. But being able to brush up his level to 10, Wu Evil was content. Open the backpack. Check out what these razor clam monsters drop when they die. These monsters dropped a total of 375 green star coins. Green star coin, the common currency of the Doom game, which contains a hint of special energy, is also often used for other consumptions such as medicine making and enchanting. In addition to the green star coin, 2 pieces of armor that summoners can't equip came out, as well as a pearl staff. 1 piece of cloth armor equipment that the summoner can use is not dropped. There was no way around it. The equipment drop rate of normal monsters was just too low. But to Wu Wicked's surprise, those razor clam monsters dropped 4 regular skill books for him. Separately, level 10 assassin skill Stealth X2. The skill of a 10th level wizard Magic Shield. Level 10 warriors skill Heavy Strike. Normal monsters drop regular skill books, and only boss monsters have a very small chance of dropping exclusive rare skill books. Hiss! Wu Wei took a deep breath. This luck of mine, it's too good to be true. The drop rate of skill books is even less than the drop rate of equipment, especially the assassin stealth skill, which came out in 2 books at once. This is the most valuable skill book in the early stages, bar none. The value of a concealment skill book was above 50,000 green star coins. If you meet an ingrate, you can sell more. After all, what's an assassin if he can't be stealthy? It's just that at this time of year, no one can afford to bid at all. However, these skills, Wu Wicked hadn't planned to sell them in the first place. Pick up the skill book and slap it on your body. You have learned the skill Concealment. You have learned the skill Magic Shield. You have learned the skill Heavy Blow. Concealment. Consume 50 magic points to put yourself into a state of concealment. Appear when attacking or being attacked. Duration: 50 seconds. Cooldown: 30 seconds. Magic Shield. Consumes 20% of maximum mana to generate a shield that provides a shield of X 300% of mana consumed for 5 minutes with a cooldown of 30 seconds. Magic Shield is the signature skill of a mage, and with this shield, some powerful mages can rank second among all professions in terms of their candor. Second only to the knight whose skill set is all damage reduction. But Wu Evil smiled faintly. It's mine now. Heavy Strike. Consumes 10 mana. Deals 150% physical damage to the target. Cooldown 5 seconds. It doesn't seem like it's much use, and in fact the skill really isn't much use. The only advantage is that it consumes less, and is extremely friendly to warrior professions that don't have a lot of mana to begin with. As his eyes swept over the skills, Wu Naja Zhong quickly had an idea. His natural perfect gene could be more than just being able to learn skills across professions. One of the most powerful points is the ability to fuse skills. Looking at the light blue panel in front of him, Wu Wicked dragged the concealment skill directly on top of Summon Moon Wolf. The next second, a brand new information panel appeared at the top. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Star coins are not just currency. They are used in many situations. It was just that Wu Wicked didn't expect that his natural skill would also consume star coins. Looks like we'll have to make more money from now on. As Wu Wicked clicked the continue button, the light blue panel in front of him changed instantly. Currently available evolutionary routes are Regular, Evolutionary. Regular. Summoner Moon Wolf acquires the stealth skill, putting itself into a state of invisibility and revealing itself when attacking or being attacked. Duration 50 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Evolution. The Summon Moon Wolf gains the talent Ghostly Shadow, enabling itself to merge with the shadows around it, concealing itself, attacking or being attacked presently, and entering the state of concealment again a second after the shadows are underneath it. Ha! Looking at the information panel in front of him, Wu Evil's eyes widened. It also turns skills into talents. This beaver? Forcing himself to hold back the excitement in his heart, Wu Wicked decisively chose the evolutionary route. Although the restriction was that it had to be under a shadow, the moon wolf that was able to be infinitely stealthy as soon as the circumstances were met was just too invincible. 1 stealth per second. Just ask you if you're afraid. Having tasted the sweetness, Wu Wicked dragged the heavy strike skill towards Summon Moon Wolf again. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. I was expecting the amount of star coins consumed to become higher when using a talent on the same skill multiple times. It turned out not to be, which is too conscientious. Next, the information panel in front of you then changed again. Currently available evolutionary routes are Regular, Mutation. Regular. Summoner Moonwolf acquires the Critical Strike skill, dealing 150% physical damage to the target with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Mutation. Causes the summoned Moonwolf to grow tough, sharp claws, increasing damage by 10%. Wu Wicked gulped. He had never underestimated this only immortal level talent. But now it seemed that he was still short-sighted. This talent was countless times more powerful than he had imagined. He didn't even dare to imagine how terrifying even the lowest level summoned Moon Wolf would become if it continued to evolve like this. With that, there was no hesitation and he directly chose the mutation route. While acquiring the heavy strike skill was good, he preferred the 10% damage boost of the mutation route. Chapter 7 Entering the Replica, Tree Spirit Breeding Ground. Closing the information panel, Wu Wicked picked up the last skill book and slapped it on himself. You have learned the skill Concealment. This Concealment Wu Evil is not intended to be fused with other skills. At least for the time being. Wouldn't it be more enjoyable to be invisible yourself and then summon monsters to fight? Even Magic Shield and Whiplash he wasn't going to move. The only regular active attack skill of the summoner is Whiplash. Although he could learn the skills of any profession, the summoner's attack skills had a 500% damage bonus. For that alone, it's not a skill that can be compared to other professions. And it goes without saying that Magic Shield, a life-saving skill, is definitely something you can't lose. Wu Wicked stood under the yellow hornbeam tree. Most of the razor clam monster corpses that had been piled up a moment ago had now sunk into the ground. 2.5 minutes later, the razor clam monster corpse disappeared completely. With that, a 3-meter-high swirling channel, like a door, clung to the tree. Next, ding! You have discovered a hidden copy of the Tree Goblin Breeding Ground. Do you publish an announcement? Release. Is it necessary to hide personal information?
No hiding.
Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Wu Evil, who has discovered the hidden copy Tree Spirit Breeding Ground and has gained 50 free attribute points, and any player who has reached level 5 can go and challenge it. X10. Ding. You've just issued an area notice, gaining reputation value plus 100. The moment the message rang out, the regional chat channel instantly exploded. God, please slow down and wait for us. I'm still queuing for a transfer. I'm going to turn a priest and play melee violent milk. Any group together? Where are the potholes? Why is there no newbie equipment? At least give me a broken wooden bow or something. Or else there's no point in me turning archer. According to the urbane nature of this post-apocalyptic game, there must be a large number of attribute point rewards for the first pass copy. I have a warrior profession fit of 91%, so I'm looking for a few teammates with high profession fits to open up a copy together. Pre-weapons can use the White John's wooden stick, attack power plus 4. The wooden stick can be obtained in the southeast of the birth point, where there are a lot of shorter trees. I have tested the effectiveness. Thank you, big guy. This time it's just a regional announcement. Because of the different birth points, the surroundings are different. The copies that appear and the conditions required to open them are different. Wu Wei grinned. Being at the same birth point as him, these people didn't know if they were lucky or unlucky. Fortunately, Wu Wicked knew how to open almost all the copies in this place. People from the same birth point as him were naturally able to dip into his light, being able to access these things quickly. Unfortunately, it's the same birth point as Wu Evil. Just be prepared to eat less than a smidgen of wilderness resources. With a movement of his feet, he stepped directly into the copy vortex. Minimum difficulty was selected. Ding. Hint. You have not yet formed a group at the moment. The difficulty of the normal level Tree Spirit Breeding Grounds is quite high. Do you insist on entering? Enter. There are 5 levels of sub-difficulty. Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Disaster, and Hell. First passes on each difficulty are rewarded with free attribute points. The difficulty of the monsters in the copy is higher than that of normal monsters of the same level. But don't forget that Wu Wei is now level 10. Combined with the 1000% occupational fit, a solo challenge of a copy of this difficulty level is still not a messy kill. Ding! You have successfully entered the ordinary level copy tree spirit breeding ground. The screen shifted, and Wu Evil appeared in the middle of the copy. Just after entering the copy, Wu Wicked saw a large number of tree spirits disguised as shrubs. These tree spirits were extremely good at camouflage, and if one was not careful, one could really look away. Eyes fell on the monster. Cunning Tree Spirit. Rank 5. Life value 6,500. Attack power 190. Physical defense 13. Magic resistance 0. Talent. Regeneration. Can't see me, you can't see me. Come towards me slowly. Even the most ordinary monsters in this copy possessed 6,500 life points. If a normal level 5 team were to take on so many cunning tree spirits, they would really get a headache. You can only pull monsters remotely with an archer, and you can't draw too much at once. But these monsters were no threat to Wu Wei. With a thought, the 3 obsidian ant kings charged towards the cunning tree spirit. As for the moon wolf, the dim environment here was heaven for it, and it went straight into stealth after a second. The obsidian ant king rushed into the pile of monsters, his huge pincers swinging with a flourish. 1,487. 1,465. 1,488. 3 high amounts of damage floated up over the tree spirit's head. The tree spirit that was set on fire had its life value reduced by a large amount in an instant. The tree spirit's little defense did little to nothing. At the same time, a silver aura flashed through the shadows. It was Moonwolf who struck. 809. 791. 811. The level 10 Moonwolf, with the boost from the Divine Word skill, also had an attack power of 825 points. There was no way for other summoners' Moonwolves to compare. But with the Obsidian Ant King, who was also empowered by the Divine Word skill, it was a little too pathetic. There was no way around it. No matter how low the Obsidian Ant King's level was, it was still a silver level boss, and its attribute growth just wasn't comparable to that of a Moonwolf. But the number of Moonwolves would not be something that the Obsidian Ant King could compare to. Under the siege of the 3 Obsidian Ant Kings and the Moonwolves, just one round of attacks killed several tree spirits. The tree spirit's talent, regeneration, is capable of continuously restoring life steal. However, the little life value it recovered was simply not enough in front of Wu Evil. You have successfully slain a level 5 monster, the cunning tree spirit, and gained experience value plus 5. X4. Leveling up too far ahead of monsters, the experience value gained shrinks drastically. But Wu Wicked didn't care. He wasn't here to upgrade in the first place anyway, so it didn't matter if he had experience points or not. With 3 Obsidian Ant Kings opening the way and 60 Moon Wolves hiding in the shadows, they pushed across the road. In less than 10 minutes, the first boss of the copy was seen. Tree Goblin Commander Black Iron Class Boss. Rank 5. Life value 97,500. Attack power 580. Physical defense 75. Magic resistance 10. Talent regeneration. If the sapling doesn't try, it's up to me, the old guy. For some reason, seeing the boss's attributes made Wu Evil want to laugh a little. TSK, TSK, TSK. This attribute was not as good as the Obsidian Ant King he had summoned. With absolute values, everything is floating. All in less than a minute, the Tree Spirit Commander's life value was emptied. You have successfully killed the Tree Goblin Commander, a level 5 Black Iron ranked boss, and gained plus 1,000 experience value. Gained Green Star Coin plus 203 gained equipment. Sango's inflatable sidekick, Heart of Evil Spirit, Chapter 8 Crazy Luigi. It wasn't uncommon for bosses to produce equipment, but to produce 2 pieces of Black Iron level equipment at once was quite surprising. Sango's inflatable sidekick Wooden Stick. Quality: Black Iron. Magic attack power, plus 75. Physical fitness, plus 26. Special effect: when attacking, there is a 5% chance that the target will enter a poison state, reducing their life value by 50 points every 0.5 seconds for 10 seconds. Equipment level 5. Exclusive equipment of the Tree Goblin Commander. Please do not use it privately. Beware of poisoning. When he saw this equipment, Wu Evil's eyes lit up. This was the ultimate equipment that pre-warriors and knights could only dream of. And this is an exclusive equipment that only drops from the Tree Goblin commander in the replica Tree Goblin breeding grounds. The attributes of exclusive equipment are generally higher than those of equipment of the same level and quality. And it comes with powerful special effects. Like this outfit, in addition to the high panel damage and body bonuses. There's also a super powerful special effect, poisoning. It doesn't have a high chance of triggering, only 5%, but when it does, it's 1,000 points of delayed damage. If you don't have an antidote elixir, or a priest who knows purification, as soon as the special effect is triggered, you'll only die. This thing would definitely fetch a good price if you took it out to trade. In addition to a wooden stick, there was a necklace. Heart of Evil Spirit Necklace. Quality: black iron. Magic resistance: plus 80. Spirit: plus 18. Special effect: when releasing an attack skill, there is a 10% chance that the target will enter a curse state, reducing the opponent's physical and mental attributes by 30 points. Equipment level: 5. The attributes are middling and the special effects don't do much. The body of a legal profession was already brittle, who would be foolish enough to stand and fight hard with monsters. It's not like it's a turn-based game. And it only adds 18 spiritual attributes too, which is better than nothing. With that, he put the Heart of Evil Spirit on his body. If anyone else heard what Wu Evil said at this moment, I'm afraid that they would be infuriated to death on the spot. 18 points of spiritual attributes. An average person who had risen 2 levels wouldn't necessarily have this much. He still smacked on it. In the meantime, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face stood in Wu Evil's bedroom. Open your friends list and find your friend, Ryu Sheng. Young Lu. The lady has been found. The body of Lu Ji, who was in the middle of a bloodbath with a level 4 monster, the six-eyed caterpillar, trembled and hastily greeted the rest of the team and retreated to a safe position. So where is she now and why can't I friend her? The lady is dead. The air suddenly became silent. A full 2.5 minutes passed. What did you say? Say it again. Lu Ji roared out almost like a madman, his body system trembling uncontrollably. The young lady is indeed dead. People can't come back from the dead. I'm sorry for your loss. I knuckle your mom for a $%. The scarred man raised his eyebrows slightly, but looking at the already cold body in front of him, he let out a long breath and did not seize. But he didn't have a good face anymore. In order to find Ruyan Lu, 3 of his brothers under his hand died. Who could he find to justify it? After a few moments of silence, he said, Young Lu, I've paid off what I owe you. So if it's okay in the future, there's no need to get in touch. Lu Ji, I'll you big $$ at hashtag. You owe me more than you can pay back in a lifetime. Tell me who the hell killed my sister. As far as I can see, the lady died around noon today. At the same time, the scarred man flipped open the textbook on the desk. A flash of shock swept across his eyes and he bared his voice lightly. Wu Evil. Surprisingly, it's Wu Evil. What Wu Evil? Did he kill my sister? If you can help me kill that kid, what you owe me will be written off. Ryu sincerely received a prompt before he could even finish his sentence. Ding. The other party is no longer your friend. Please add your friend first before you can continue the call. Do you want to send friend verification? Lu Ji saw this and froze at first. Immediately afterward, there was a long string of foul language, cursing all the ancestors of the scarred man. On the other hand, scarred man directly closed his friends list and ignored Ryu Sincerely's friend request. In order to find Ruyan Lu's trail, he had already lost 3 of his brothers. Now Lu Ji wanted him to kill Wu Wei, crazy. Although there was the suspicion of having the same name, the scarred man felt that this Wu Evil was the same Wu Evil that had triggered the notices one after another. After all, the 2 corpses in his room were both killed outright. Strike fast and hard. Not even a trace of resistance. The decisiveness of the strike was such that even he, a professional killer, was somewhat ashamed of himself. Such a ruthless person, even if he wasn't that Wu Evil, he was definitely not something to be messed with. Let's go. This mission is over. Let's go back and upgrade. The scarred man greeted his brothers who were on guard at the side, and led the men to carefully return the same way. Wu Evil didn't realize that someone had already discovered Ruyan Lu's body, but even if he knew, he didn't care. The fact that nothing was done to it per se speaks volumes. One step forward, one step back. With his current attributes and talent, no one would really be his match. The Obsidian Ant King led the Moon Wolves in a horizontal push. Soon came the final boss of the copy. A person who looks like a puppet. Tree Goblin Dal Kisen Black Iron Class Boss. Rank 5. Life value 150,000. Attack power 900. Physical defense 100. Magic resistance 15. Gift intertwined. Carved some more today. Soon I'll be a real person. Seeing the boss attributes, Wu Wicked did not choose to directly launch an attack. Instead, he took out the skill book that had dropped from killing the small monster just now. It's a level 10 summoner skill that summons a swarm of bees. Wu Wicked picked up the skill book and slapped it directly onto his body. Summon Swarm. Summon one small bee for every 30 mana spent. Up to 10 small bees at a time. Cooldown 30 seconds. Summoner. Bee. Life qualification 80. Attack qualification 10. Defense qualification 1. Growth 1.0. Gifted skill Bee Venom. Occupation of defense value 0.2. Little Bee's qualifications were simply pitifully low, but its natural skills were just unbeatable. Bee Venom that transforms all damage to itself into real damage. The attack qualification isn't high, but it takes up less unity value, only 0.2 per bee. And you can summon up to 10 at a time. However, there was no extra unity value for him to summon right now, so he could only give up on the idea of experiencing the new skill for the time being. Commanding the Obsidian Ant King and Moon Wolf, he charged up. Chapter 9. Summoning a swarm plus shedding life equals self-exploding bees. Sensing the threat, Musan directly grabbed the lance on the ground aside and stabbed it towards the Obsidian Ant King. 2,732. Blast. Even after triggering the bludgeoning damage, the Obsidian Ant King had only dropped less than 3,000 life points. To the Obsidian Ant King with a life value of 500,000, it didn't hurt at all. In the next second, the Obsidian Ant King and the Moon Wolf hiding in the shadows also launched an attack towards the boss. 1,422. 723. 801. Tree Goblin Mannequin Kisen is not big enough to stand around 60 Moon Wolves. But Moon Wolf had a long-range attack skill, Moonblade. It doesn't do much damage, only physical damage of attack power x 110%, but it's better than not being able to get close. With just one round of attacks, Woodson's life value was reduced by a third. Under the siege of a group of summoned beasts, it was gone without making any waves at all. You have successfully killed the level 5 Black Iron ranked boss, Kisen, and have gained plus 1,500 experience value. Gained Green Star Coin plus 530 gained equipment. Kisen's Heart Protector. Ding. You have completed the first pass of the duplicate Tree Goblin Breeding Ground ordinary level. Do you make an announcement? Release. Is it necessary to hide personal information? No hiding. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Wu Evil, who has completed the first pass of the replica Tree Goblin Breeding Ground ordinary level, and has gained 100 free attribute points, and looks forward to further efforts from all players. X10. Ding. You've just issued an area notice, gaining reputation value plus 100. The successive news shook Wu Evil's ears, but it equally stunned the others. I'm really convinced now, why is the gap between people so big? Soloing a copy and still so fast. How the hell did he do it? Could it be that this copy can be stuck with a bug? People are not dead, but their hearts are slightly cold. Please Big Brother give an upgrade strategy. These monsters are really hard to beat. 3 minutes ago, I was bitten by a level 1 black armor ant, and now my life value hasn't even returned to full. I damn well want to hammer this planet with my fist. That's right, it's really hard to upgrade. I'm only level 4 now, I can't upgrade at all. Upstairs. The first pass rewards 100 free attribute points, so envious budding new begging to take. I just turned 18 years old, height 1 meter 4, weight 120 kilograms, body type slightly fat, looks on the side of the cute type, good at blowing, pulling, playing, and singing. Pick up. No, what the hell is this, a gas tank? Dude. Picking up everything will only hurt you. After 5 years of polishing, Wu Wicked had long ago learned to find important information in a pile of spam. Woodson's Heart Protector, if he remembered correctly, this equipment was also a boss-exclusive equipment. Open the space backpack and take a look. Kisen's Heart Protector Jade Pendant. Quality. Black iron. Magic resistance. Plus 70. Physical fitness. Plus 25. Special effect. Restores 50 life points per second. Equipment level 5. Kimamori's exclusive equipment. Wu Evil's eyes lit up and he equipped it directly. This piece of equipment has enough special effects to last a long time. Even if you don't use it on a regular basis, it's great to do a dress-up. Equipped with Musen's Heart Protector, he then divided the 100 attribute points he had just received equally and evenly between the physical and spiritual attributes. With that, Wu Wicked stepped into the teleportation channel and left the tree spirit breeding ground. Then select hard mode and enter again. It took 2.5 hours. Passed hard difficulty, nightmare difficulty, and disaster difficulty. Gained 200, 300, and 400 free attribute points respectively. The fact that he was able to gain so many free attribute points was all attributed to the fact that he was soloing. If you're in a group, these attribute points are divided equally among everyone in the group. There's no such thing as a free lunch. If you want more, you have to give more. On top of that, he had gotten a ring with good attributes. Ivy ring. Quality. Black iron. Magic resistance. Plus 60. Spirit. Plus 20. Special effect. Restores 30 mana points per second. Equipment level 5. Now that's a gear that restores lifesteal and restores mana. It's not much, but it's a good entry. Otherwise, you can only wait until you are out of the combat situation and slowly recover. After assigning the attribute points, Wu Evil opened the attribute panel. Name, Wu Wicked. Rank, 10. Profession, First Order Summoner. Life value, 11,500.
Mana, 23.560.
Magic attack power, 1193. Physical defense, 348. Magic resistance, 312. Physical, 1150. Mental, 1178. Uniformity value, 110. Now he was still level 10, but more than twice as strong as before. The life value directly broke 10,000, and the magic attack power also reached 1,193 points. There's also 348 physical defense and 312 points of magic resistance. With such an attribute, I'm afraid that there is simply no one who is currently able to break through his defenses. Even more outrageous is the 110 points of unity value. For other summoners, they would need to be at least level 40 and have their entire body replaced with 40 equipment to be able to reach it. And he reached it at level 10 today. Wu Evil didn't even dare to imagine how strong he would be after growing up. On top of that, a rare skill book had just dropped from killing Kimori on disaster difficulty. Shed Life Iron Black level. Consume 20% of your maximum life value and inflict physical damage to the target for the life value consumed plus 150% of your attack power. Cooldown 25 seconds. Seeing this skill, Wu Evil's eyes lit up. If it was a swarm of bees that went into stealth and then unleashed the sheer life skill, the picture would surely be beautiful. Don't forget that Bee's talent, Peak Poison, enables her attacks to be converted into real damage. Dogs come in and have to be zapped all over their heads. With that said, Wu Wicked directly slapped the Shishin towards his body, then opened the skill panel and dragged the Shishin skill to summon Swarm. This operation requires the consumption of 10 blue star coins. Do you wish to continue? Wu Wei frowned slightly. It seemed that fusing rare skills would cause the consumption to rise. However, he had just soloed the Tree Goblin breeding ground 4 times, so he could still afford this amount of money. Go on. Next, the information panel in front of you then changed again. The current available evolutionary routes are Attack, Evolution. Attack causes each of Bee's attacks to deal an additional 10% of its maximum life damage. Evolution causes the summoned Bee to evolve into a self-destructing Bee, dealing 600% of attack power true damage to targets within range. Chapter 10 Explosions are art. Looking at the information panel in front of him, Wu Evil couldn't hide the smile on his face. Evolution. Definitely go with evolution. What's the choice? Who can resist a swarm of exploding bees? Explosions are art. After the evolution was completed, Wu Wicked directly summoned a small bee. With a thought, the little bee flew directly towards the distant boulder. Boo-hoo! A small, blood-colored mushroom cloud rose into the air in all its splendor. Hiss! Wu Wicked took a deep breath of cold air. The effect was even better than he had imagined. The barrel-sized rock was directly blown to pieces. Now the little bee is properly a missile with tracking capabilities attached. If you give the last book concealment, God flies over and then boom 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 boom. That scene, just thinking about it, must have been beautiful. Concealment skills, in fact, can be given right now. But he needs it himself. After agonizing for 2.5 seconds, Wu Wicked gritted his teeth and opened the skill panel again. Mud. Big deal, go fight another book. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Currently available evolutionary routes are Attack, Regular. Attack. Each of B's attacks puts itself into a state of invisibility for 1 second. Regular. Summoner B acquires the concealment skill, putting itself into a state of invisibility and revealing itself when attacking or being attacked. Duration 50 seconds. Cooldown 20 seconds. Wu Wicked took a look at it and decisively chose regular. It's all blowing itself up and cloaking a Ja. Besides, the regular state already gives B infinite stealth. As Wu Wicked confirmed his success, the skill panel of Summon Swarm in front of him immediately changed. Seeing this, Wu Evil smiled faintly. Stealth tracking missiles in position. With that, he stepped out of the replica passage. Next, there's one last difficulty, Inferno. The image in front of his eyes flashed, and Wu Wicked once again returned to the yellow horn tree. This time, however, as he appeared, a scarred face approached quickly with a smirk. Brother Wu Evil, you're getting ready to raid the hell-level difficulty of the replica? Are you interested in forming a team? I know you're strong, but the hell-level difficulty is definitely high, and having an extra person to help you gives you an extra chance of winning, isn't it? With just a glance, a murderous intent flashed across Wu Evil's face, because the man in front of him was all too familiar to him. Ryu Sincerely's right-hand man, a man who's been hunting him for 5 years. One moment, those old images of hiding came to mind. Before the scarred man could approach, Wu Evil directly spoke in a deep voice. Obsidian Ant King, go, tear him apart. Upon hearing this, the scarred man's face stiffened and he quickly spoke. Brother Wu Evil, I'm just looking for you to form a team. Even if you don't agree, there's no need to take action against me. However, the Obsidian Ant King wouldn't listen to the orders of anyone other than Wu Evil. All they knew was that their master had told them to tear apart the man in front of them. Seeing that Wu Evil was unmoved, the scarred man yelled as he backed away. Brother, I really don't mean any harm. If you're not happy, I'll leave now. Looking at the scarred man with a panicked face, Wu Wicked laughed out coldly. No malice? Do you believe it yourself? Before the scarred man could react. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions were heard from the surrounding grass, as well as the trees above Wu Evil's head. At the same time, a blown-off hand landed at Wu Wei's feet. In his broken hand, he also clutched a black, loaded pistol. When did you find out? Seeing that things were falling apart, the scarred man didn't pretend anymore. A knife slashed at the Obsidian Ant King's body. At the same time, his legs powered up and he directly climbed up a big tree on the side, and his eyes looked at Wu Wicked with an icy cold light. He swore that he had never underestimated Wu Wei, and had even treated him as an opponent of the same level. But now it seemed that the young man in front of him was, more than he had imagined, even more difficult to deal with. But it was only a single glance, and the 5 brothers who were hiding in the shadows and preparing for a sneak attack were all dead. Wu Evil's smile did not reach his eyes. Having fought with Scarab for 5 years, Wu Evil knew him better than he did. Given Scarface's personality, I'm afraid he did a double take from the start. If Wu Wicked agreed to team up with him, the two would remain at peace with each other at least until they cleared the copy. If he didn't agree, those guys hiding in the shadows would not hesitate to shoot Wu Wei. With Scarab's character, he would never allow someone like Wu Evil, who was such a disruption to the balance, to appear. Not even if that person was his brother. Only what the scarred man did not expect was that Wu Evil would not hesitate to strike at him, a move that directly disrupted his original plan. Even the brothers who hid in the shadows early in the morning were discovered by Wu Evil. Without waiting for Wu Evil's reply, the scarred man was just about to put in a harsh word and leave. Suddenly, there was a buzzing in his ears. As a professional assassin, Scar Man was exceptionally sensitive to his surroundings. In just an instant, Scarab reacted. Not good. You kid is playing dirty. Before he could react. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions rang out, and the scarred man was directly blown to pieces. With his level 5 lifesteal, even if he added all of his physique, he would not be able to carry the damage of the self-destructing bees at all. Instant seconds. The body of the scarred man fell helplessly to the ground, turning into a pile of muck. In his last life, the man who had hunted him for 5 years had died right in front of him. Wu couldn't think of any other word in his nausea than pain. Then he raised his head and looked into the distance. Lu Ji, it's your turn next. Until level 30, everyone cannot leave this area of their birth point. It was like a newbie village in a game, divided into countless such places, with groups of 100,000 people dividing them. Only those who have reached level 30 are eligible to leave. When we leave the birth point, everyone will be in the imperial capital by then. That richest city before the endgame came down. It's just that the imperial capital at that time will turn into a real hell. Eliminate all those who fail. But all of that is an afterthought. Glancing at the pistol at his feet, Wu Wicked directly kicked it away. Thermal weapons have shrunk in power countless times since the endgame came down. Nowadays, with a handgun, a single round won't even kill an ant. It doesn't do a bit of good except for the deterrent effect that is burned into a person's heart. With that, Wu Wicked once again stepped into the tree spirit breeding ground. Ding! Hint! You have not formed a team yet? The difficulty of the hell-level tree spirit breeding ground is extremely high. Solo challenge is 10 deaths without survival. Do you insist on entering? Okay. It was true that the difficulty of the hell-level copy was high, but if you passed it, the benefits were also the greatest. 500 free attribute points will be awarded. Truly rich and famous. However, with his current level and attributes, as long as he was careful, there wouldn't be too much of a problem in clearing the hellish tree spirit breeding grounds. Ding! You have successfully entered the hell-level replica tree spirit breeding ground. In the next second, a red mist appeared in front of Wu Wei's eyes. Opening his eyes again, he was once more in a tree spirit breeding ground. Chapter 11. Hell-level copy boss. Killed in seconds. Wu Wicked stood at the entrance of the replica and looked around. A tree spirit colony on hell difficulty, and the monsters are still cunning tree spirits. Only the number and attributes were boosted several times. Cunning tree spirit. Rank 5. Life value 30,000. Attack power 850. Physical defense 60. Magic resistance 0. Talent. Regeneration. Can't see me, you can't see me. Come towards me slowly. The same cunning tree spirit had a staggering 30,000 points of blood. And there were no less than 100 such monsters as far as the eye could see. And that's just the entrance to the replica. Facing such a dense group of monsters, Wu Wicked commanded the moon wolf to pull the monsters. A moon blade swept out and managed to hit the tree spirit that was pretending to be a big tree there. 1,390. Blast. It's good luck to be out of the storm. But even with the bludgeoning, it only dealt 1,390 points of damage to the tree spirit. With its 60 points of physical defense, the moon wolf's actual damage is weakened by over 200. This was all still under the enchantment of the divine word skill. If it was any other summoner, a moon blade, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even deal 100 points of damage. The tree spirit that was attacked instantly shed its camouflage, and together with the 5 surrounding tree spirits, they launched an attack towards Wu Wei. Couldn't be helped, Moonwolf wasn't an archer and couldn't do damage control and depress the hate value to draw monsters. It was just but 6 tree goblins, and with the 3 obsidian ant kings in front to resist damage, Wu Wicked easily killed them. Ding! You have successfully slain a level 5 monster, the cunning tree spirit, and gained experience value plus 20. X6. Although the experience value was boosted by 100% for killing hell-level monsters, Wu Wicked's level exceeded it by too much, and in the end, it shrunk to only 20 points. Level 10 to level 11 required 25,000 experience points, and 6 tree spirits gave 120 experience points, which was just a drop in the bucket. Repeating the previous actions, half an hour later, Wu Wicked saw the first boss of the tree spirit breeding ground. Tree Goblin Commander Black Iron Class Boss. Rank 5. Life value 500,000. Attack power 3,000. Physical defense 370. Magic resistance 80. Talent super regeneration. If the sapling doesn't try, it's up to me, the old guy. Compared to the Tree Goblin Commander on other difficulties, the hell-level difficulty had a wise look in his eyes. That's right, wise. The moment Wu Wei appeared, the ground squirmed, and a sharp tree thorn bypassed all the summons and came to be right below Wu Wei. Chua! The spikes violently rushed out from the ground, this time to be successfully hit. Wu Wicked was afraid that he would have to go to the sky with pleasure. But a second before the tree thorns rushed out, Wu Wicked managed to dodge the Tree Goblin Commander's attack with a Pan Zhou Dan maneuver. This attack from the Tree Goblin Commander has too long of a forward swing and can be easily dodged with a little attention. But then, the ground appeared to be densely packed with moving tracks. The Tree Spirit Commander clearly had no intention of letting Wu Evil go, and with one strike, it sent out more attacks. However, for Wu Wicked, whose physical attribute was as high as 1150 points, dodging these attacks was not difficult. And then there's a miss and the damage is cancelled out by the magic shield. Right now, his magic shield was able to provide him with 14,136 shield points. The Tree Goblin Commander's damage was high, but it wasn't easy to break through a 14,136-point shield. With Wu Evil's 90% cooldown reduction and a magic shield for 3 seconds, the Tree Goblin Commander couldn't do anything with him. With more than 10 consecutive ground thorn raids, the Tree Goblin Commander's skills went into cooldown. Wu Evil grinned slightly. Sun Thief. Got a good beating. Then next, it's my turn. Go on. Tear it up. The Obsidian Ant King and Moon Wolf directly swarmed up. The little bee that had been following Wu Evil also flew over. Boom, boom, boom. 3,000. 3,000. 3,000. An explosion rang out. A high amount of damage floated above the Tree Goblin Commander's head. Bee was affected by his talent, and all of his attacks were true wounds, and each bee blew himself up, taking away 3,000 life points. Wu Wicked had prepared a total of 300 small bees, taking up 60 points of unity value. However, the effect was surprisingly good, and the Tree Goblin Commander on Hell level difficulty directly vaporized in place under the attack of 300 self-destructing small bees. You have successfully killed the Tree Goblin Commander Inferno grade, a level 5 Black Iron grade boss, and have gained plus 2,000 experience value. Gained Blue Star Coin plus 3, Green Star Coin plus 491, gained equipment. Desire Tree Velvet Robe, Desire Tree Velvet Boots, gained Skill Book, Super Regeneration. No way, so much luck. The moment he heard the voice ring out, Wu Evil thought he had heard wrong. Hastily opening his spatial backpack to take a look, there were indeed 2 pieces of cloth armor equipment lying inside, as well as a boss's rare skill book. Desire Tree Antler Cloth Armor Set. Quality: Black Iron. Physical Defense: plus 265 sets of effects. Spirit: plus 135 sets of effects. Equipped with 3 special effects. Attack speed, spellcasting speed, and movement speed increased by 10%. Equipped with 5 special effects. Summon Moon Wolf damage increased by 20%. Fireball power increased by 35% cannot be affected. Healing effect plus 300 points cannot be affected. Equipment level 5. The Desire Tree Antler series of equipment, which is a cloth armor set, only drops from copies of Hell rank difficulty. Dropping 2 pieces at once, Wu Evil didn't even know what to say. Desire Tree Antler is definitely the best and easiest gear to get. It was able to boost the damage of Summon Moon Wolves by 20%, and once there were enough Moon Wolves, the boost was terrifying. Especially for a summoner like Wu Evil who had a super high unity value. For mages, the 35% damage boost from Fireball is also terrifying. After all, Fireball is the mage's primary means of output in the early stages. As for the priest, there was even less to say. The fixed plus 300 points of healing effect. Just this effect alone made it impossible for other equipment to replace it. Lastly, skill books. Super Regeneration General Skill. Quality: Black Iron. Restores 3% of maximum life value every second. Powerful skills that don't even bother with flashy descriptions. Wu Evil's current life value was 11,500 points. 3% per second was 345 points. This skill, moreover, would also boost the recovery ability as his life value increased. Don't even think about it, just learn. Ding! You have successfully acquired the new skill, Super Regeneration. Just when Wu Wicked was about to close the skill panel and continue rating the copy, the afterimage suddenly caught sight of the magic shield. A bold idea suddenly rose. What would happen chemically if I fused Super Regeneration and Magic Shield together? Chapter 12 Super Regeneration. Copy Hidden Boss. This operation requires the consumption of 10 Blue Star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Luckily, a lot of them dropped when he killed the Tree Goblin Commander just now, or else he wouldn't have enough money, and that would be embarrassing. Next, the information panel in front of you then changed again. The current available evolutionary routes are Fusion, survival. Fusion. Super regeneration recovers 5% of max life per second, and when full, generates an aura shield of 10% most of max life per second, capped at x 300% of max life. Survival. Super regeneration restores 10% of max life every second, doubles the effect after exiting combat. Looking at the attribute panel in front of him, Wu Wicked didn't even think about it and directly chose the fusion route. Are you kidding? That's a chakra shield. Unlike the shield value, the chakra shield is capable of resisting true wounds, and it automatically recovers every second, and the effect is still 300% of max life. In other words, Wu Wei could now hold up to 34,500 points of Qi and Blood Shield, although it's a bit of a loss compared to a magic shield for 3 seconds. But who says he can't learn another magic shield? It wasn't like he had a magic shield skill in his skill bar right now anyway. The two skills were fused, occupying the skill grid of super regeneration. When he thought of this, Wu Wicked's mind once again flashed with a bright light. If I learn another book of magic shields and then fuse them once more, will it still work? This idea is yet to be verified. However, he didn't have any extra skill books in his hand right now, so he could only stop for now. Keep going deeper into the copy. It was another half hour before we finally saw the final boss. Tree Goblin Mannequin Kisen Black Iron Class Boss. Rank 5. Life Value 700,000. Attack Power 4,000. Physical Defense 450. Magic Resistance 80. Gift. Intertwined. Carved some more today. Soon I'll be a real person. Enhanced by the Hell Level Copy attribute, Musen's life value was raised to 700,000. The attack power also reached a terrifying 4,000 points. The moment he saw the boss, Wu Wicked directly controlled the 300 small bees that he had prepared in advance and rushed over. Boom, boom, boom. The boss's life value instantly evaporated. With 300 self-destructing bees, the damage hit full force, and the damage was long over 700,000. You have successfully killed the level 5 Black Iron class boss, Tree Goblin Mannequin Kisen Inferno class, and have gained plus 3,000 experience value. Gained Blue Star Coin plus 4, Green Star Coin plus 634 gained equipment. Desire Tree Furry Robe, Desire Shadow Top. However, this time, after killing Wooden, there was no system announcement ringing in his ears. There is also no pass reward alert. Wu Evil's eyes were pale as he looked at Musen's corpse, and not only did he not move forward, he also stepped back 10 meters. After almost 10 seconds, Katsing. A crisp breaking sound suddenly came from Wu Wei's ears. Wu Evil's gaze was always on Musen. He knew that this was a special event that would only be encountered when he cleared a Hell level copy for the first time. Click, 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 click. As the voices grew denser, the layer of wooden shell on Musen's body completely shattered. The next second, he was back on his feet. With a flick of his wrist, the original wooden spear was now transformed into a basalt iron spear as well. Berserker Kisen Hidden Boss. Rank 5. Life Value 150,000. Attack Power 4,500. Physical Defense 380. Magic Resistance 130. Gift. The more you fight, it's too late to think about escaping. After being reborn, Musen's life value and attack power had been increased. Physical defense is down though. Wu Wicked guessed that he was afraid that the relationship had changed from wood to human. With a thought, he commanded the Obsidian Ant King and Moon Wolf to launch a charge. At the same time, the staff in his hand was flung, directly summoning 10 small bees. The effect of the Divine Language skill, no casting time when releasing the skill, even for the summoning system skills whose chanting time generally exceeds 3 seconds, can easily be instantaneous. 10 The moment the little bee appeared, it immediately went into hiding, flying towards Woodson. Humph! Killing intent flowed out of the corner of Musen's eyes, and before the little bee could get close, the lance was flung, and a little bit of cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The small bees that hadn't come close yet were directly killed by all of him. Put in an empty ringer. Wu Evil's eyes flickered slightly, but he didn't care. This kind of hidden boss would have been super intelligent. Coupled with the hellish copy attributes, it's not surprising that they can do this. But Wu Evil had known of his existence for a long time, so naturally, he could not be unprepared. Boom, boom, boom. As Kisen thought he had defused Wu Evil's attack, Wu Evil commanded the self-destructing bees that had been prepared long ago and suddenly crashed into his body. Even though he reacted quickly and quickly took a defensive stance, there were still leaks. A series of explosions instantly reduced his life value by nearly a third. Woodson, who had taken a big loss, growled out, "I want you, D." Woodson spat out human words, but they were spoken in a strange manner that Wu Wicked couldn't quite understand. Seeing this, Wu Evil hemmed and hawed. "Sorry, a high unity value is so hanging." Swish! The lance swept the charging obsidian ant king away. Muzin's legs bent slightly. Then he leapt violently, directly jumping out of the circle of the obsidian ant king and the moon wolf. At the same time, the tip of the gun in his hand glowed with a touch of coldness, directly stabbing towards Wu Evil's head. He knew very well that it was useless to fight hard against those summons. Even if you kill it, it can be resummoned. But as long as Wu Wei died, those summoned beasts would naturally follow. Seeing Muzin suddenly approaching, Wu Evil wasn't too surprised. Even the tree spirit commander from before knew to bypass the summons and go straight for him. Not to mention the hidden boss of this copy. With a flick of his right hand, a long golden-colored whip appeared in his hand. It is the summoner's rare active skill, Whiplash. The long whip twitched and lashed at Muzin's wrist at a weird and tricky angle. Snap! 5,622. An outrageous amount of damage floated up above Kimori's head. The pain coming from Muzin's wrist made him unsteady in his center of gravity, and the lance he sent out directly pierced the air. The breaking attack, a technique that, later on, is one of the most important techniques for identifying whether or not your opponent is an expert. It is to strike the opponent's joints and other weak parts at the moment of the opponent's move, which can cause the opponent to have a slight stiffness, thus causing the opponent to make a mistake in operation and the direction of the attack to be shifted. And a true expert could even calculate the angle at which the opponent's attack was deflected so that he could counterattack. It's just that this technique is still too difficult at this stage. But in a few years, everyone will. It's just that, for the masters, they're more proficient. It's also simple because those who won't are dead. Chapter 13 Inferno Level First Kill. Grade A Talent Awakening Props. Woodson prepares for the surefire hit and falls short. Meanwhile, the little bees summoned by Wu Evil exploded on him with a bang. Woodson, who was already furious, was even angrier at this moment. Lift the lance and just do it. But every time Wu Wicked catches a chance. The corners of Wu Evil's mouth slightly hooked, inexplicably having the feeling of bullying a novice. Felt pretty good, though. After a few attacks, Woodson was on the verge of hitting himself. Damn trash. Don't hide if you can. Fight me hard. It's also urgent for the kid that he can't even stutter. Until Kisen's life value came to 10%. Drink. Muzin roared, and a layer of moon-colored red aura emerged from his body. His Berserker's passive had already stacked to its full level. This state doubles attack power, has no fear of pain, and gains massive immunity to abnormalities. Invincible me at last. The long spear swept and pointed straight at Wu Evil. Ready to die, trash? Wu Evil? I don't know if I'll die or not, but you definitely won't survive today. Wu Evil waved his big hand, and in the next second, countless buzzing sounds rang out from all directions. It was already known that the boss life value dropped to a certain level and a special mechanism would be triggered. Now that he knew, how could he not be a little prepared? Every time he summoned the little bees before, only half of them rushed towards Muzin, while the other half flew directly to the side, waiting for Wu Evil's order. And now is the time for these little bees to show up. When he heard the buzzing sounds coming from around him, Kisen's face went pale for a moment. A billion grass horses were running around in his mind. You engage in sneak attacks, you little trash. You can't afford to play. You don't have the strength, are you? Boom! A mushroom cloud slowly rose into the air. You have successfully killed the level 5 hidden boss, Berserker Kisen Inferno level, and have gained plus 8,000 experience value. Gained blue star coin plus 13, green star coin plus 235 gained equipment. Berserker's ring, desire tree antler belt, desire rock top, gained props Berserker's heart. Ding! You have successfully completed the first pass of the hell level copy tree goblin breeding ground and have gained 500 free attribute points. Do you publish the announcement? Release. Is it necessary to hide personal information? No hiding. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Wu Evil, who has successfully taken the first pass of the hell level copy tree goblin breeding ground and has gained 500 free attribute points. Looking forward to further efforts from all players. X10. Ding. You've just issued an area notice, gaining reputation value plus 100. The sudden voice made the people who had just risen to level 5 and were preparing to form a group to head to the replica have speechlessness written in capital letters on their faces. I'm tired of talking about it. Woo Wicked, you're my god. Who the hell is playing this game? I'm still killing ants in TM. Everyone else has cleared the hell level difficulty copy. Should we open it so obviously? Difficulty level tree goblin breeding ground, come on. Look carefully, it's a difficulty level. Look at the equipment to enter the group. Asshole, get out. The Exterminating God Guild is accepting people as long as they are elites with 70% career fit. For the time being, only 500 people will be recruited. The quota is limited, first come first served. The other side. Lu Ji, who had just finished raiding the level 5 ordinary level copy White Spirit Cave, received a friend message. Just one look and instantly clenched his fists. Damn it! How the hell did this guy do it? Obviously the summoner profession is weak as hell. What makes him able to single-handedly brush a hell-level difficulty copy? Could it be that his career fit has reached 100%? Lu Ji's face was ugly to the extreme. A middle-aged man beside him saw this and shook his head with a smile. Nephew Lu, your temperament is a bit too impatient. Leading in the early stages doesn't mean anything. If you want to be a hunter, you need to have enough patience. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and a rabbit that just runs? I know, but I'm just not happy about it. Ryu sincerely said fiercely. If it were in the past, if he wanted to kill someone, it would be a matter of a single sentence. Where would it be so troublesome now? Everything that his predecessors in the Lu family had fought for many years had now come to naught. So how could he be relieved for a moment? The middle-aged man didn't mind. In the end, the other party is just an ordinary person with low eyesight. A person's strength or weakness doesn't mean anything. Here, it's the power of the team that counts. As long as we keep going towards this path, it's just a matter of words to get him when the time comes. Lu Xinji nodded. I know, uncle. This time it's me who took the bull by the horns. I just don't think it's a bit fair. Fair? Where's the absolute fairness? The middle-aged man met Lu Ji's eyes and smiled faintly. Perhaps this world mutation is an unparalleled opportunity for us instead. Watch. I'm sure you and I will be on top of the world in the future. Lu Ji just smiled and didn't retort. In this regard, he and the other party had different views. He would never let someone he looked at and disliked live to see another day. Glancing at the time, the corner of Lu Ji's lips slightly hooked. At this moment, the scarred man was afraid that he had long been ready to get into position, and that nasty guy was about to die. The only pity was that he couldn't witness the pitiful appearance of Wu Evil on his knees begging for mercy. Wu Wicked had long ago set it to deny anyone from adding friends. That was precisely why he was able to slow down and check out the boss drop. Killing the hidden boss inside the copy will not earn you free attribute points, but there will be a surprise. Berserker's Ring. Quality: Bronze. Magic resistance: plus 98. Physical fitness: plus 33. Special effect: for every 10% reduction in maximum life value, attack power is increased by 5%, stacking up to a maximum of 6 layers. Equipment level: 5. Wu Wicked took one look at it and threw it into his space backpack. What did he need so much attack power for a summoner? He wasn't hitting people with his staff. Still, dropping a Desire Tree Antler belt is nice. Equip it. Now it's just a matter of the last 2 pieces to activate the final set effect. Even then, though, he got a 3-piece effect with a 10% increase in 3 speeds. The last piece of equipment was an armor top, and it wasn't something he could equip, so he didn't even bother to look at it, leaving him to eat dust in his space backpack. With that, he took out the prop, the Berserker's Heart, and when he saw the properties of the prop, Wu Evil's eyes lit up. Surprisingly, it's a prop for awakening talent. Berserker's Heart. After use, gain A-grade talent skill Berserker, immune to the weakness penalty brought about by a drop in life value to 30%, drastically increase abnormal resistance. For every 1% drop in maximum life value, all speeds are increased by 1%, attack power is increased by 1%, up to a maximum of 120 stacking layers. Effect lasts for 30 seconds. When he saw this talent, Wu Evil's eyes lit up. If he hadn't already obtained the talent perfection gene, he was afraid that he would have chosen this talent without hesitation. It was a pity that each person could only have one talent, otherwise with the perfect genes, it would be invincible. It could only be put into the space backpack to eat dust for the time being. Props that can awaken a grade talents will never drop in value, no matter what. Wait until these people have money later to sell more. And a rank talent, at the very least, could be sold for millions of purple star coins. But I don't know if the passive effect of the perfect gene will work on talent skills. In the next second, Wu Wicked took the Berserker's heart back out of his backpack space. Talented skills are also skills, so it wouldn't hurt to try anyway. What if it comes true? Chapter 14. New Queen of the Tyrannosaurus Ants. Hesitated for 2.5 seconds. Then he swallowed the Berserker's heart in one bite. Ding! You have used the Berserker's heart and gained the A rank talent. Berserker. Grade A talent Berserker. Immunity to the weakness penalty brought about by a drop in life value to 30%, drastically increasing abnormal resistance. For every 1% drop in maximum life value, all speeds are increased by 1% and attack power is increased by 1%, stacking up to 120 layers. Effect lasts for 30 seconds. Hear the voice ringing in your ears. Wu Wicked hurriedly opened the attribute panel. After seeing that not only was there a perfect gene in the talent column, but there was also an additional Berserker talent, even the ever-calm Wu Evil shouted out in excitement. It's done! I can't believe it's really come true. It doesn't just take off. Although the abilities of the Berserker talent weren't really suited to him, but being able to acquire the second talent would allow him to acquire the third. Even he was able to fuse 2 different talents. Just thinking about it, Wu Wicked was in a surging mood. Close the properties panel. With that, Wu Wicked summoned a small bee and had it attack towards him. Wanted to try out the Berserker talent. While the talent is mainly an attack bonus, which is kinda useless for summoners, this talent has a high triple speed bonus in addition to the attack bonus. When stacked, it boosts 120%, which is still extremely impressive. I don't know if it will still work under the influence of the chakra shield. Or does it not take effect until the shield is broken and you are attacked again? Experimentation is the best way to test the truth. The little bee was puzzled but did as she was told. Boo! 3000. A white damage number floated above Wu Evil's head, an effect unique to real damage. With that, Wu Wicked raised his moo to look at the buff display in the upper left corner. Bad news. He can't trigger the effects of the Berserker talent no matter how much damage he takes as long as the chi shield is still there. Good news. Summoner lifesteal reduction can trigger. In an instant, the natural skill Berserker's buff stacked up to 100 layers. Instant 100% increase in triple speed. Though release speed is useless to him, and attack speed is of little use. But a 100% increase in movement speed is still a scary effect. Now Wu Wicked was walking with the wind at his feet. It's just not cool. Moreover, the maximum stacking layer of this buff is 120, which can be perfectly triggered by just 2 bees blowing themselves up. Glancing at the equipment on his body, the Desire Tree Antler set was still 2 pieces short. For the early stages, the Desire Tree Antler set is indeed the best gear. With that, you once again enter the Hellish Tree Spirit Colony. There's no entry limit for the replica, so as long as you have the strength, you can enter it as many times as you want. Originally, Wu Wicked was prepared for a long fight, but it turned out to be straight out the second time. On top of that, it was also good luck to get a concealment skill book. With this luck, Wu Evil himself didn't want to say anything. Although level 5 monsters do have a chance of dropping level 10 skill books. But the chances were so small as to be completely negligible, and when he looked at the set of Desire Tree Antler equipment on his body, and the concealment skill on the skill panel, Wu Wicked himself was confused. After exiting the copy again, the number of people who came here to practice leveling increased. After all, this place itself was the territory of a level 3 monster, the long-legged spider. Most of the people nowadays, with their levels around level 3, it was the right time to brush the long-legged spiders. Plus this was still the entrance to the level 5 copy, the Tree Spirit Breeding Ground, causing the place to get even hotter. Wu Wicked glanced at his backpack space that was about to fill up, sat down on the ground, and directly set up his stall in place. Cheap dumping of level 5 equipment. Hurry if you need it. The words instantly attracted a lot of people. Because of the 3 obsidian ant kings guarding the side, those who didn't squeeze in were curious, but no one dared to mess around. How do you sell equipment, big guy? Wu Evil. Ordinary equipment 100 green star coins apiece. Black iron equipment 50 blue star coins apiece. That's the price regardless of the type? Yeah, all for that price. At those words, the people around them instantly warmed up. There are those who genuinely look at the equipment, and naturally there are those who make trouble. Ordinary equipment selling for 100 green star coins is fine. Black iron equipment selling for 50 blue star coins is equivalent to 5,000 green star coins. Who can afford to take out so much money now? That's right, if you really want to do something good, why don't you just give it away? It's not easy for everyone to fight monsters, and if we are unlucky, killing several monsters won't give us a single green star coin, and you're asking us to take out so much at once, isn't that making it difficult for us? I think he 80% is to know we cannot afford to buy, especially put out to show off, martyr. I hate this kind of pretending to be the most people, we all hands together to rob. He dared to pretend to be, I dare to 0 yuan purchase. Swish. As soon as the man's words left his mouth, a moon blade flew from the distance, directly splitting the man in half. The sudden scene that occurred made everyone present as quiet as a chicken. Wide-eyed and incredulous, he watched the scene. There were also some timid ones who were stunned on the spot. Seeing this, Wu Evil sneered, "To buy equipment, I welcome it. Those who don't sell it just get out. I'm not your father. I'm not your mother. There's no reason to spoil you guys. And next time whoever the hell does this whole T0 speech with me, you'll see if I get you or not it's over." The surroundings were silent, and those who screamed fiercely just now silently crouched down a section of their bodies, fearing that they would be discovered by Wu Wicked. Wu Evil. Also, if you guys really don't have any money, you can sign a contract with me, but it's limited to black iron grade equipment only, and the price is going to go up by 30%. After signing the contract, the star coins that the other party got from killing monsters would appear directly in Wu Wicked's hand, and would not disappear until the money owed by the other party was completely paid off, or the person dies and the debt is cancelled. The advantage of this is that you can overdraw early and enjoy the boost that comes with premium equipment as early as possible. The bad thing is that the price is usually 30% higher than the original price. Wu Wicked didn't shout out prices indiscriminately either. These were rules that had slowly emerged in the previous life. Because of the signing of the contract, Wu Wicked would assume certain risks. If the other guy turns around and dies, he won't get a dime. But even though the price wasn't cheap, Wu Wicked's equipment still sold out quickly. In addition to the 23,600 green star coins that I got my hands on, I have an additional 520 blue star coins in foreign debt. Converted to green star coins, that's 52,000. But while blue star coins are easy to exchange for green star coins are several times more troublesome to exchange for blue star coins. Aside from trading a little in small amounts at other people's hands, the only way to get it is to wait until you're level 30 and then go to the NPCs in the Imperial capital to trade for it. Switching upwards is going to lose money though, something like 5%. But anyway, it's better than losing it. The backpack space without upgrades is only 3 cubic meters in size, which is a really limited capacity. It's better to sell it than to lose it. After emptying his backpack, Wu Wicked took the summoned beasts and headed in the direction of the high-level monster map. It was only right to level up early and get the Ant Spirit liquid in hand. The range of Bright Moon Plaza was all low-level practicing areas, and the level of the monsters spread out here generally didn't exceed level 10. Wu Wicked had just stepped out of this range to the familiar streets that had been long gone. Suddenly, a chubby figure from the snack bar across the street attracted Wu Wicked's attention. After seeing the other party's appearance clearly, Wu Wicked was shaken. Eudora, the Queen of the Predators. Chapter 15. Ant Riot. Surprisingly, it's the new queen of the Ant Clan. Wu Wicked took a long, cat-like leap and ducked into a nearby greenbelt. The eyes looked dead at the chubby figure across the room. Soon, the boss's attributes appeared in front of him. Tyrannosaurus Rex Eudora Hidden Boss. Rank 11. Life value 5 million. Attack power 2,300. Physical defense 180. Magic resistance 180. Gift extraordinary fertility. I'm bored to death. It's still the outside world that's interesting. I was right to sneak out. Seeing this, Wu Evil's gaze quickly looked around. Sure enough, there are no other ants in sight, and they really did sneak out. Wu Evil raised his eyebrows. Isn't this a coincidence? His goal was the ant spirit liquid, and killing the new ant queen would drastically weaken the tyrannical eater ants. Moreover, the tyrannical eclipse ant queen was not good at attacking, and her other attributes really weren't worth mentioning except for her blood count of up to 5 million. It's that gifted ultra-fertility that's a little tough. Wu Evil's current unity value was 150 points. Each little bee takes up 0.2 points of unity, and each little bee does 3,000 points of damage. The boss had 5 million life points, and even if all of them summon little bees, they wouldn't be able to do it in seconds. Since we can't kill in seconds, we'll just do it. Anyway, the enemy is clear and I am dark. There are 3 obsidian ant kings blocking the door, so even if we bombard it, we will bombard it to death. After everything was ready, Wu Wicked made a decisive move. Bang, bang, bang. First, 200 self-exploding bees sneak into the snack bar and explode right into the head of the overeating ant queen. The life value of the tyrannical ant queen was instantly reduced by 600,000. When the tyrannical eclipse ant queen came to her senses, she tried to flee from the spot, only to find that 3 obsidian ant kings were blocking the door of the snack bar. Yikes! The tyrannical eating ant queen instantly screamed out, while her obese tail pouted and gave birth to dozens of beige giant eggs, almost filling up the entire public kitchen of the snack bar. Even from a block away, Wu Wicked could see something squirming in those eggs. Without any hesitation, he directly let Moon Wolf's wind blade aim at the giant egg. Don't look at this boss's attack, but if you don't care about these eggs, you'll be able to hatch an army of ants for you in minutes. Transcendental fertility is not as easy as it sounds. Seeing the egg she laid being broken, the tyrannical eclipse ant queen let out another scream. This time, however, there was a film of red light that swung away. In just an instant, the obsidian ant king that was at the forefront of the top, its attack speed directly slowed down. Even the attack power of the obsidian ant king was less than half. Wu Evil's eyes flashed slightly. This was the boss's skill, bloodline suppression. Ability to drastically reduce the attributes of similar monsters. Reduces the obsidian ant king's attack speed and attack power by 60%. It's ruthless, but it only works on ant-like monsters. Moonwolf and Bee were not affected at all. The Moonwolf, in particular, had its attack power increased by another 20% after Wu Wicked put on the Desire Tree Antler set, raising its actual attack power to 990 points. Even with the Tyrannical Eclipse Ant Queen with a whopping 180 points of physical defense, it could still deal around 800 points of damage. Don't look at the damage, but there's a lot of it. 110 Moon Wolves with a Moon Blade every 3 seconds could deal 80,000 plus damage. And every now and then you get a blast actual damage, and you can hit 100k plus every 3 seconds. Moreover, Wu Wicked, who was catatonic, wasn't idle either, summoning Little Bee to explode as soon as the cooldown time was up, while summoning another Moon Wolf at the same time. Soon, the life value of the tyrannical eating ant queen dropped by half. Suddenly thinking of something, Wu Wicked hastily opened the area channel. Glancing around, most of them were bragging and talking about topics that were not nutritious. But there's still quite a bit of group information. Wu Wicked directly spent 10,000 green star coins to top the message. Attention friends who are practicing in the field, it is expected that in 30 seconds, the army of tyrannical eater ants will all come out for indiscriminate hunting. There will also be quite a number of boss monsters among them. They are not something you can fight against. After you see the message, hurry and go back to the safe zone. These people couldn't die now, and when he went to fetch the ant spirit liquid later, these people would be able to share some of the firepower for him. The moment, as long as anyone who hadn't turned off the region's top messages, they had heard the message posted by Wu Evil in their ears at the moment. At those words, the regional channel instantly buzzed with activity. I didn't get misty-eyed when I saw Wu Evil ranked number 1 in the rankings, and I was able to laugh when I heard that he passed his copy. But, Nima 10,000 green star coins once the top message you are said to send. If you have more money than you can spend, you can give it to me. Father, I can't spray. I really can't spray this one. I can't even get 100 green star coins right now. Upon hearing this, a number of people immediately withdrew to the safe zone. But there are always those Antipodeans who pop up and look for presents. How do you know? Do you have any proof? I think he just doesn't want us to outrank him and says that on purpose. That's right, people. Don't pay attention. I'm killing ants right here in the ant nest and nothing is happening at all. There are also sensible people who help analyze. Let's come back. What if it's true? The big deal is to go out again later. Don't joke with your own life. A bunch of goonies who believe whatever people say. I'm afraid of the boss. It's just right that the boss is here. Let's see my extreme positioning and take the first kill of the boss. Wu Wicked just looked at it and closed the area channel. Believe it or not, he's already warned and has done his best to be kind. As for those who questioned him and engaged in conspiracy theories, Wu Evil only felt ridiculous. What's he doing now? Isn't he just killing the queen? Can this be false? When the tyrannical eclipse ant queen died, those ants would surely sense it, whether he issued a notice or not. The old queen was killed by him, and the new queen was killed before she could grow up. Wu Wicked could guess with his toes that those ants would definitely go crazy. When that time comes, not to mention the players who are at odds with them per se, even a passing dog will be torn to pieces by them. But if they didn't listen, there was nothing Wu Evil could do. With another wave of moon blades sweeping by, the tyrannical Ant Queen's life value is directly emptied. Next, ding! You have successfully killed the level 11 Tyrannophagous Ant Queen Eudora, gaining plus 50,000 experience value. Gained blue star coin plus 8, green star coin plus 454 gained equipment. Guardian Spirit, gained props, Eudora's soul core. You have successfully killed the hidden boss, tyrannical eating Ant Queen Eudora, and gained 200 points of free attributes. Do you make an announcement? The moment the tyrannical Eclipse Ant Queen fell to the ground, the ant nest side instantly rioted as if it had a sense. Countless ants rushed out of their nests. The 6 ants with human looks in the lead had grim faces. He was all level 30 and carried at least a bronze boss title. One of the monsters with a human face but a spider-like body reassured itself. It can't be, it should be because we feel wrong. How could something happen to the Ant Queen, who dares to take a shot at her in this side of the world, unless that person doesn't want to live anymore? Jrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Isn't that the truth? The next second, however, an ethereal voice rang out from above. Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Wu Evil, who has successfully killed the level 11 hidden boss, tyrannical eating Ant Queen Eudora, gaining 200 free attributes. Looking forward to players to continue their efforts. X10. Chapter 16 Divine Talent Transcendent Fertility. The announcement that rang out at this moment was like a slap in the face of that human-faced spider boss. Swish. Only a cold aura was seen sweeping through, and half of the boss's 8 legs were instantly chopped off. The incision is smooth and flat. There was a pause of 0.25 seconds before the wound began to spray fishy pus and blood. The sudden turn of events caused the human-faced spider boss to collapse to the ground. A scream escaped his throat and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The originator merely glanced at it and withdrew his gaze. Then his eyes looked fiercely into the distance. With the death of the Ant Queen, my Ant Clan can no longer see a future. In that case, enjoy killing to your heart's content in these last moments. After saying that, the ant boss with 2 large hands like a mantis scythe, with a spread of its wings, directly rushed out. He was indeed sad when the queen died, but only for a moment. In the past, he could suppress his emotions for the sake of the ants. But now, is finally ready to be released. At the moment, still brushing ant players in the ant nest. Boo-hoo. The boys knocked down the bat, ending the ant's last drop of blood. Looking at the rising experience value, he teasingly smiled at the people in the safe zone. A bunch of people believe whatever others say. When that guy says monsters riot, do monsters riot? If I say I'm his father, is he really my son? Swish. Suddenly, a cold aura flashed by, and the expression on the boy's face suddenly froze. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, a bloody vertical scar appeared on the boy's face, which then cracked and turned into 2 halves as he collapsed helplessly on the ground. As the boys fell to the ground, a scythe-wielding monster followed and revealed itself. He grinned at the crowd in the safe zone, and then he turned to look for his next target. The regional channel's message instantly exploded. Those who were originally still unbelievers were now looking for a place to hide close by. The other side, there were 2 bright flashes of light on Wu Evil's body. Your level rises to 11 and you gain 100 free attribute points. Your level rises to 12 and you gain 100 free attribute points. The experience given by the Ant Queen, along with those accumulated from brushing the copies before, allowed Wu Wickets to be directly raised to level 12. Immediately following, ding, you've just made a public announcement, and you've gained plus 3,000 reputation. So many. Hearing the voice made Wu Evil's entire body freeze. Posting announcements does get you some reputation value, but usually it's only a couple hundred, not too much. But just now, he got 3,000 points at once. It was several times more than the total amount of prestige he had gotten before. That's kind of a surprise. Opening his backpack, he took out the equipment he had just obtained. Guardian Spirit Necklace. Quality: Silver. Magic Resistance: plus 210. Spirit: plus 72. Effects: Summon 1 Light Eclipse Ant Silver level boss to fight for you. Duration 10 minutes. Cooldown 30 minutes. Summoning limit 1. Switch equipment effect disappears immediately. Equipment level 11. Surprisingly, it's a necklace with a summoning type special effect. Wu Wicked was dumbfounded. Aren't special effects of the summoning type extremely difficult to come across? But in just half a day, this was his second encounter. It's a little unbelievable, but it doesn't affect the use in any way. And it just happened to be leveled enough to directly replace the heart of the evil spirit. Her lips parted lightly, while the necklace around her neck glowed with a glowing light. In the next second, a silver-ranked Light Eclipse Ant was summoned. Wu Evil's Summoner Light Eclipse Ant's Silver-level boss. Rank 11. Life value 6,600,000. Attack power 16,800. Physical defense 1760. Magic resistance 600. Skill Light and Shadow, Prismatic Resonance. Looking at the attributes of the Light Eclipse Ants, Wu Evil's eyes lit up. With the passive enhancement of the Divine Word skill, the summoned Light Eclipse Ants had a terrifying life value of 6.6 million. Attacks are also in a staggering 5 figures, and there are 1760 points of physical resistance and 600 points of magic resistance. With such a high defense in the same level, even a boss wouldn't be able to deal much damage to it. Then Wu Wicked took out the prop Eudora's Soul Core. Eudora's Soul Core. After using it, you can obtain the Divine Talent Transcendental Fertility. Wu Evil, I'm a big ING man. What's the point of taking Transcendental Fertility? His mouth was reluctant, but Wu Wicked's body was honest and directly dropped Eudora's Soul Core into his mouth. Ding! You have used Eudora's Soul Core and gained the Divine Talent Transcendental Fertility. After all, it was a God-level talent, and it was justifiable to go against one's will once in a while. God-tier talent Transcendent Fertility growth of unity value increased to 10:1. When using summoning type skills, you can summon 10x your own level of summons at the same time. Seeing this, Wu Evil wiped a handful of saliva from the corner of his mouth. Nima, that smells good. The unity value growth has been increased by 10 times, and with the unity value cap provided by the Divine Language skill X10, 100 times the unity value increase of a normal summoner. What's even more outrageous is that when you release the skill, you can also summon 10x your own level of summons at the same time. Right now, his level was 12, which meant that he was able to instantly summon 120 summons. Wu Evil's eyes lit up again and again. Taking a deep breath, he then grinned. Luckily, it was me who opened up. Otherwise, it's horrible. In the corner of the site, the light-etched ants stayed still. Wu Evil's eyes lit up. I wonder if this ability is useful for equipment special effects. But it's worth a try. It was only then that he summoned Light Eclipse Ant, and even if he had 90% cooldown reduction, it would still take 3 minutes of cooldown time. But the weapon's special effects have long since cooled down. With a thought, the staff in his hand immediately flickered with a glittering, shimmering light. The Obsidian Ant King not far away quickly disappeared like a bubble, and at the same time, 3 Obsidian Ant Kings in their new full condition appeared in front of him. With that, his lips flicked out, and an entire 120 moon wolves appeared around him, surrounding his entire body. Then again, 120 self-destructing bees appeared at his side. There were still only 3 Obsidian Ant Kings, and the effect of the Divine Grade Talent Transcendent Fertility did not take effect. Wu Evil's eyes flickered. It seems that it is still impossible to summon, a summon that exceeds the upper limit. But one's own summoning skills do manage to take effect, with Little Bee and Moon Wolf being able to summon 120 of them at a time. It's just that the boost narrows down a bit for group summoning skills like Little Bee, but it's pretty much unbeatable. With a 3-second cooldown and 120 summons at a time, who wouldn't be confused looking at it? Then shouted, Ilua bean 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 bean. And the number of summons will also increase with the level. The key is that the consumption has not changed. Just thinking about it made Wu Evil feel invincible. Chapter 17 Ant Spirit Liquid. 26,350 drops. Took a look at the natural skills. Wu Evil did not intend to fuse Transcendent Fertility and Berserker. The former acts as a summoner, the latter enhances itself. Having these two talents merge is clearly not an optimal solution. Besides, with a 120% speed boost, you really can't afford to just part with it. Don't be giving godly talent whole splits when it comes to it. Besides, if you have a godly talent, you don't need a bicycle. Immediately afterward, Wu Wicked added the 200 free attributes he got from upgrading, plus another 200 free attributes given after killing the hidden boss in the field, for a total of 400 free attributes added to the physical and spiritual attributes respectively. Then open the Properties panel. Name, Wu Wicked. Rank, 12. Profession. First Order Summoner.
L'IFESPAN, 16,000 Aura Shield, 48,000.
Mana, 36.240.
Magic Attack Power. 1827. Physical Defense. 420. Magic Resistance. 521. Physical. 1600. Mental. 1812. Uniformity Value. 1810. His attributes look much more normal compared to the light-etched ants.
Boule.
If such an attribute were to fall in the eyes of others, I'm afraid that those people's jaws would drop in shock. Tens of thousands of life value, 1800 plus magic attack power, 1810 unity value. At this moment in time with 300 or 400 life points per capita and no more than 100 attacks. His attributes exceeded those of others dozens of times. When others see it, high and low have to make a whole sentence. There's a hang-up here. Trading is prohibited. Looking at his attribute panel, Wu Evil was still satisfied. If I had to say the only complaint, it would be the rating. It's only level 12, it's too low. With my current attributes and a silver-ranked Light Eclipse ant, I'm afraid that even practicing in a level 30 map won't be a problem. A level 30 normal monster has a life value of around 60,000, and the maximum life value fluctuates to a certain extent for different types of monsters. But with his current strength, killing ordinary monsters in seconds wasn't a problem. Wu Evil hemmed and hawed and was just about to set off for the level 30 leveling area. Suddenly, he took a step forward. Wait, I'm practicing my level now. With the queen dead, those monsters will surely come pouring out, trying to find me to avenge the queen's death. If I were to enter the ant nest at this time now, wouldn't it be the same as strolling through my own backyard? Anyone else would not dare. But Wu Wei was different because he had the stealth skill. Just stealth your way through. Thinking of this, Wu Wicked directly entered a state of invisibility. It also puts the summoner into random attack mode, providing him with a constant layer of Berserker's passive. The natural Berserker's effect was manifesting itself at the moment. Wu Evil's physical attribute was as high as 1600 points, plus the Desire Tree Antler set provided a 10% bonus to movement speed, plus the 120% bonus to movement speed provided by the full-tier Berserker talent. Wu Wicked ran like he had wind turbines on his feet. The view on either side kept moving back. That's the speed. Cool. Along the way, Wu Wicked saw the corpses of many players and monsters. There were even a number of people who were being chased by an army of ants to escape. However, Wu Wicked just looked at it and withdrew his gaze. Serves you right. Respect the fate of others and let go of the helping complex. If they had, at the beginning, listened to advice and returned to safety, then nothing would have happened to them now. The fact that they're still in the wild now means they're the ones looking for death. Since they had sought death themselves, even if they died, there was no one else to blame. Receiving a 130% speed bonus, Wu Wicked quickly arrived at the entrance of that highest ant nest. At this moment, the ant nest was in a completely defenseless state. Other than a few scattered ordinary ants that were only level 1 and didn't have much intelligence, there were no other monsters to be seen at all. Wu Wicked bypassed those ants and walked directly into the passageway to the nest. In his last life, he hadn't been to the ant nest. This kind of place was simply not something that he, a person who was being hunted, could set foot in. But it wasn't easy to find the ant spirit liquid. This kind of wondrous thing usually has a very unique scent, just need to follow the scent. Surely you can find it. In a dimly lit world, Wu Wicked himself didn't even know how long he had been walking, until they turned a sharp corner and everything in front of them suddenly brightened up. This place can't even be described as a palace. A huge raised platform was covered with all sorts of soft furs, while all around the platform all sorts of food was piled up. Even Wu Wicked saw a few human corpses in those food piles. Originally, there was supposed to be an ant queen lying on the high platform here. There were even countless ants serving the queen's food and living throughout the hall. But at the moment, there was not a single living thing around here except for Wu Evil. Wu Wicked tilted his head slightly and sniffed at the air. Ever since he entered this place, Wu Wicked could clearly feel that the special fragrance was getting stronger and stronger. Follow the aroma's guidance and go straight to the high platform. The scent is coming from here. Wu Wicked surveyed the high platform, which had nothing but soft fur on it. Wu Evil's eyes flickered. If it's on top of the high platform, then it's in this pile of dirt head blocks. The right hand clenched and swung violently. Boom! With his 1,600 points of physical attribute, These clods of earth were just like bubbles, and they were directly blasted out of a large hole. In the meantime, the contents unfolded. Seeing this, Wu Evil's eyes lit up. Ant liquid, a miracle item. The mysterious essence produced by the Tyrannophagous ants can permanently increase the physique attribute by 1 point after consumption. 1 point of physical attributes really isn't worth it. But what if there are tens of thousands of drops of ant spirit liquid? Wu Wicked directly picked up the container holding the ant spirit liquid and directly bull drank it down. Even without looking at the attribute panel, he could clearly feel that his physical attributes were increasing by leaps and bounds. Originally, I thought that I would have to wait until after level 30 to get this ant spirit liquid, but I didn't expect it to be so far in advance. And that's a lot simply too. In his last life, he remembered that the ant spirit liquid those people had gotten was only a few hundred drops. The numbers simply aren't that horrible. It was thought that these ant spirit liquids were originally meant to give the new ant queen a quick boost to her physique so that she could carry out her reproductive work as soon as possible. Only the new ant queen didn't even get to enjoy it before he intercepted it. Resulting in so much ant spirit liquid, it was all cheap at the moment. Drink all the ant spirit liquid in the container. Wu Wicked glanced at his physical attributes and was shocked to the point where he was somewhat speechless. In just a few seconds, his physique attribute increased from 1,600 points just now to 27,950 points. As the physical attribute increased, the physical defense followed suit to 3055. What was even more terrifying was that the chi and blood shield that followed the boost came to a staggering 830,000. And the evolved super regeneration restores 10% of your maximum life value to your chakra shield every second. 10% of 279,500 is 27k. Recovering 27,000 per second, Wu Evil himself didn't hold back a deep breath. This horrible amount of recovery was so perverse that he, a pervert, felt perverted just looking at it. Suddenly, Wu Wicked's eyes flashed, followed by a violent sideways turn. Only a cold light was seen, almost sticking to his face and slashing hard to the ground. A monster with the characteristics of a praying mantis and an ant suddenly appeared where there was originally nothing. Storm Eater Ant Leader Takahara Gold Level Boss. Chapter 18. Escape? Why would I run away? Boom! The high platform, which had originally only broken through a hole, was instantly sliced in half. Seeing this, Wu Evil straightened up and pulled away with a backward jump. Eyes fell on the boss. Unfortunately, apart from a name, Wu Wicked couldn't see any possessed information. There's only one possibility. The level difference between them exceeded 10 levels, making it completely impossible for Wu Evil to read each other's information. Ryuhara's eyes looked towards the high platform that he had cut off, and he lightly bared his teeth, surprisingly, so that he did not go after Wu Evil in the first place. After pondering for a full 2 seconds, he then withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look at Wu Evil. His eyes were chilly, and with a smirking expression on his face, he spoke faintly. "Kid, you're Wu Evil, aren't you? I have to say, you're quite bold, killing my clan's ant queen and still daring to come back. Where, it's just average." Wu Evil let out a light laugh. If he had done so before using the ant spirit liquid, he would not have dared to stand opposite a gold boss. Moreover, the Ryuhara in front of him was still, in all probability, a level 30 gold boss. But now, Wu Wei can only say that the wind and water have changed. A level 30 gold boss, unless he had a strange encounter, his attack power was around 7,200 points. But Wu Evil's chi and blood shield was as high as 830,000, and it recovered 27,000 every second. It was impossible for such an attack force to cause substantial damage to him when it landed on his body. That's his bottom line. Bear with me. Boy, are you really not afraid of death? Or are you just pretending? Takahara smiled. The 2 sharp scythes in his hands sharpened to a crash. But it doesn't matter what the reason is, you have to die today anyway. After killing my clan's ant queen, you have to take something to pay for it, don't you? Like your life. In the next second, the wings on Ryuhara's back unfolded, and his speed instantly increased by several notches. And in just the blink of an eye, he arrived beside Wu Wicked. Immediately, he raised his scythe covered with cold aura and swung it down violently. Die! Seeing Ryuhara, who suddenly appeared in front of him, Wu Evil's face did not change. With a flick of his wrist, the short staff appeared in his hand, and then it directly transformed into a long golden whip, like a golden viper, directly hitting Long Yuan's abdomen. Whiplash. 1,341. The damage wasn't high, but it made Takahara's body lurch. Wu Wicked seizes the opportunity and slips to his left, avoiding Ryuhara's striking range. What a fast reaction time! Takahara's heart was stunned. With such reaction speed, even he himself was not far behind. But Wu Evil's attack wasn't over yet. This wasn't a turn-based game. You hit me first, then I'll hit you again, and when you catch an opportunity, it's to the death. Winning or losing is often a matter of moments. The staff flashed slightly, and 120 small bees appeared straight away, but immediately went into stealth and swept towards Ryuhara. Boom, boom, boom. A level 12 bee's flight speed was not even close to the slightest bit faster than Long Yuan, who was a level 30 gold boss. But approaching in a stealthy state, Takahara also had double the headache. Even with his quick reflexes and dual sickle swings, he only managed to knock down half of the small bees, with the rest crashing directly into Takahara's body. Boom, boom, boom. 3,600. 3,600. 3,600. The level was raised to 12, and B's self-destruct damage was raised to 3,600 points. Keep in mind that its self-destruct damage is real damage. Ignore all defenses. Ryuhara's blood bar decreased by 1 frame at a rate visible to the naked eye. The series of attacks made all of Takahara's previous composure disappear. The rest is all hate. Come out, all of you. Don't let this kid get away. Okay, boss. As he spoke, 4 bosses with different images slowly appeared behind Ryuhara. There was also a cool spider-like boss that dropped vertically from a high altitude, aiming its tail at the only entrance exit and spraying a dozen or so tough cobwebs in succession. Boss, there's no way he can escape now. Seeing this, Ryuhara grinned in satisfaction and turned his head to look at Wu Evil. Kid, if you stop resisting, maybe I can still give you a pain in the ass. Otherwise, escape? Hey, why would I run away? Wu Wicked glanced at the cobwebs on the exit and smiled faintly. On the contrary, I have you to thank for it. The Sphinx spider boss pointed at himself and scratched his head in confusion. But out of politeness, he said, You're welcome. Wu Wicked smiled, then moved his feet and directly entered a state of stealth. Seeing this, Long Yuan's eyes swept over a fierce color. Thinking that I can't help you if you enter a state of concealment? Just kidding. De Goose, shake that boy out. A boss with a cool bat-like appearance sniffed and directly opened its mouth, letting out an ear-piercing scream. However, in the next second, the faces of the several bosses directly turned ironic. The Sphinx spider exclaimed in shock, What the hell? When did these monsters appear? Only to see the entire hall, densely packed with moon wolves and small bees. Even without counting the dense swarm of small bees, the number of moon wolves alone was visually estimated to be over 1,000. At the same time, the staff in Wu Wicked's hand and the necklace around his neck emitted a glowing light. In the next second, 3 obsidian ant kings and a light eclipse ant appeared in front of a group of summons. Hiss! For boss-level summons. What the hell is wrong with this kid? The Sphinx spider boss exclaimed in shock. Ryuhara's face was as ugly as eating as he turned his head and angrily rebuked. Shut up! No one will take you as dumb if you don't speak. Sphinx spider boss. Oh! Takahara looked at Wu Evil dead in the face. It was surprising that so many summons had been beside him all this time and he had never realized it. When the hell was this guy summoned? And why he can summon so many monsters out? Only Wu Evil spread his hands and shook his head helplessly. You're not happy if it doesn't come out, you're still not happy if it does come out, you're a hard guy to please. But forget it, I'm too lazy to serve. Saying that, Wu Evil reached out and pointed, Go! Kill them! In an instant, the swarm and thousands of moon wolves directly swarmed out. Instead, B's target is the Sphinx spider boss. Boom, boom, boom. After a bombardment, the Sphinx spider boss was directly seconded. Ding! You have successfully killed the level 30 Tyrannical Eater Ant Elite Arbor Baird Bronze level. Gaining experience value plus 230,000. Gained Blue Star Coin plus 3. Green Star Coin plus 244 gained equipment. Spider Fangs Chest Armor. Venomous Fangs Short Dagger. Immediately after that, 2 flashes of light and 230,000 experience caused Wu Evil to level up 3 levels in a row. Wu Evil sked lightly. Worthy of being a level 30 boss. The experience is really high. Damn! This guy instantly seconded Abel Baird. It's clear that he doesn't intend to let us leave. He's trying to leave all of us behind. The boss beside Ryuhara, who was like a fat lizard, had a bit of panic on his face. And this was the first time he had felt this way on a human. How could Ryuhara not understand? But at the moment, he was stopped by these thousands of moon wolves and was unable to get close to the other party. In the past, it was always their ant colony that beat up others, and today this situation had actually appeared to them. Kind of proves the saying, God's way is good. Chapter 19, Who the hell is the boss? Brat, will you only wimp out behind a summoned beast? Fight me head on if you can. Ryuhara's twin scythes instantly reaped the lives of 3 moon wolves. But the next second, more moon wolves charged at him. Wu Wicked pointed a single finger at himself and was on the verge of laughing in anger. I'm a summoner. Isn't it normal to summon a few summoned beasts to help me fight? How many? How many did you say it was? The bat bosses on the side were just about to lift up into the air, bypassing these moon wolves and launching an attack on Wu Wei from the air. But only after flying less than 3 meters away, he was blasted off millions of life points. For that reason, she also had to descend back to the ground. A shrill roar sounded again, only to see densely packed small bees directly dominating the entire airfield. Grass. Seeing this scene, she couldn't hold back and burst out. Are you a ing pig? You're so fertile. Wu Evil frowned and looked at the bat boss, saying, Did you just curse me?
No, no.
Bat boss hastily denied it. The main one can flex. Wu Evil. Then I don't care, you're just cursing me. Raising his hand, the densely packed little bees blasted directly towards the bat boss. Bat boss. I'll you.
Boom, boom, boom.
Her curses were directly drowned out by the explosions. Ding. You have successfully killed the level 30 Tyrannical Eater Ant Elite to Goose Bronze level. Gaining experience value plus 230,000. Gained Blue Star Coin plus 4. Green Star Coin plus 352 gained equipment. Scout's Leather Boots. Sniper's Ring gained props. To Goose's Soul Core. This time, there were only 2 flashes of bright light on Wu Evil. Level 15 to level 16 requires 100,000 experience points, while level 16 to level 17 requires 140,000 experience points, 230,000 experience value. Even with the 20,000 experience surplus from the previous upgrade, this only allowed him to rise to level 17. But, doesn't matter. There are 4 more bosses waiting for him here. Ryuhara coldly gazed at the staff in Wu Evil's hand, and was not overwhelmed by anger because 2 of his brothers were killed in a row. After this period of observation, he realized that the staff in Wu Evil's hand would blink once in less than 2 breaths. He guessed that this would be the other party summoning monsters. But, who the hell summons monsters so fast? Don't want casting time and cooldown. Even he made a bold guess. This guy summons not one, but a bunch at a time. The moment the idea came out, Takahara himself was taken aback by the thought. While unlikely, the idea does best explain why there are so many summons here. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath and spoke in a deep voice. Mosquito, lifelink, and then initiate a lift charge. This guy killed Arbor Baird, blocking our retreat, and then killed the goose, waiting to poke us in the eye. He didn't intend to spare all of us from the very beginning of the fight. And with all these summoned beasts surrounding us heavily, we can't get within a hair's breadth of him while he can take his time summoning the damn self-destructing bees to kill us one by one. The only chance we have of flipping it now is in you. A boss with the size of a mosquito nodded. Remember, the opportunity will most likely only come once. And if you fail, this cunning fellow will never give you a second chance. Understood. Mosquito vibrated his wings slightly. The corners of his mouth quirked slightly, especially when he couldn't help but smile at the thought of what would happen next. But now is not the time to be smug. Gotta wait for him to get careless. For him to get distracted. It wasn't until the staff in Wu Evil's hand shimmered and Mosquito's eyes lit up. Now! Life link. A blood-red thread directly connected him to Wu Evil. Great job! When Takahara and the others saw this, their faces were also happy. In the end, the other party was just a weak and nothing more than a human. Having only been born into this world, where was the qualification to divide the resources with them? Mosquito even laughed out loud in triumph. Only 25,500 life points? Looks like you're really a waste. With that, he fluttered his wings and rose directly into the air, grinning towards Wu Wicked. Kid, are you ready to die? Buzz. With that, his wings shook and he flew straight out. What 25,500 life points? Hearing Mosquito's words, a bad feeling suddenly rose in Takahara's heart. Then his face changed drastically. No, the life value is not right. Mosquito, come back quickly. But there's no turning back from an open bow, and the mosquito ran straight into a dense mass of tiny bees.
Boom, boom, boom.
5,100. 5,100. 5,100. A pure white number of real injuries floated up above the mosquito's head. At first, he didn't react to Ryuhara's words until a shadow of light turned into a bubble in front of Wu Wicked. And then his life link was broken. That's right, it's broken. Mosquito's eyes widened as he looked at Wu Wicked incredulously. The life connection is broken. How come you kid is still alive? This is not scientific. Wu Evil. Sorry, ha. Because I was once hunted down for 5 years, so I've always been used to being steady as a person. Even when the odds are stacked against me, I like to keep my hand in. Saying that, Wu Evil reached out and stroked the fur of the moon wolf that was in front of him, smiling. A moon wolf had just inexplicably died, so I thought that it was this boss that was behind it. But now that it's all out and he's almost done summoning his self-destructing bees, then die.
Boom, boom, boom.
This time it was different from earlier when the mosquito took the initiative to charge. It's the little bees themselves that approach and initiate the bombing. But in the blink of an eye, the mosquito was blown to pieces. Ding! You have successfully killed the level 30 Tyrannical Eater Ant Brave Buddha Pigeon Silver level, and gained experience value plus 290,000. Gained Blue Star Coin plus 7, Green Star Coin plus 987 gained equipment. Epidemic Mosquito Cloak gained skill. Summon Muscle Mosquito gained props. Soul Core of Buddha Pigeon. Wu Evil sniffed and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. Another Soul Core, worthy of being the first kill of a boss. This drop rate, it's still wow. Seeing the effect of Buddha Dove's Soul Core, Wu Evil instantly understood why he had done so just now. The soul of the Buddha Pigeon. After using it, you gain the S-rank Talent Life Connection. When you take damage to yourself, you will transfer 50% of the damage to the connected target to bear it. You can only connect to one target each time and the distance between the two cannot be more than 30 meters. Wu Wicked's eyes flickered slightly. He now finally understood why that guy had a sudden seizure just now. Obviously he didn't even look for him, but he took the initiative to welcome him and send him to his death, so that guy was playing this idea. Chapter 20. Opening the Equipment Rankings. Takahara was simply furious. Doesn't that idiot see anything wrong? How could a kid who drank so much ant spirit liquid have a life value of only 25,500? Stupid. What an idiot. Obviously such a good opportunity to kill the other party was wasted by him for nothing. TM staff making. Stuff that only grows meat, not brains. Takahara cursed out as he stared at the crumpled mess on the floor. However, he soon calmed down and then looked at Wu Evil with an icy gaze. The mosquito is dead, but we still have a chance. Even if that kid summons faster, he's only one person. Let's charge together. I don't believe he'll be able to take all of us in seconds. At those words, the lizard and scorpion next to him nodded. But the three of them had just made a move. Only Wu Wicked took a step forward and directly entered a state of invisibility. Takahara, lizard, mouse. ING forgot about that. In around but 5 minutes, the remaining 3 bosses were all killed as well. A bright light flashed, and Wu Evil's level was successfully raised to level 21. With that, a voice rang out. Ding! You have successfully killed the gold level boss Ryuhara, obtained the gold level equipment Phantom Hunting Staff, successfully opened the equipment ranking. Is the announcement issued? Yes. Whether personal information needs to be hidden.
No hiding.
In the next second, an ethereal voice rang out over the entire world. World notice. Congratulations to player Wu Evil for obtaining the gold level equipment Shadow Hunting Staff, opening the equipment ranking, and obtaining 100 free attribute points. The first 100 players entering the equipment ranking will be rewarded. Please work hard. X10. Open equipment ranking is posted as a world announcement. The whole world could hear the voice. In just an instant, the chat channels in each area exploded. You guys quickly look at the equipment list, the top 10 equipment above. Clear all his equipment, almost by Wu Wicked list. That number 30 on the back of the equipment, what does that mean? The level? Why can't I read it anymore? Please teach me. I don't think you've guessed wrong, it's the level. Most of the equipment other than his doesn't exceed the number 10, so it should be the level that doesn't run away. I originally thought that I was already invincible after getting a level 6 bronze sword, but I didn't realize that there were still experts. Am I the only one who's curious as to where so much level 30 equipment came from? Did Wu Evil stab a boss nest? So much high-level equipment. I don't know if I stabbed the boss nest or not, But what I can say for sure is that just now, Wu Wicked killed a level 30 gold level boss. To not open so obvious, endless is not it, so many level 30 equipment. If he did not open old man upside down to eat, 3 pounds. Big greedy girl upstairs. Why make excuses for yourself when you're hungry and just say so? My own failure is horrible, but the success of others breaks my defenses even more. Wu Evil. I curse you for giving birth to children without skin swallows. Forget it, I'm already immune to these news. It's not just level 30 yellow grade equipment, it's not just attribute points, although I don't have them, but my nemesis doesn't have them either, so when I think about it, the pressure is instantly gone. Haha. The truth is upstairs, but I'm luckier than you. My stepfather and biological mother, who domestically abused me since I was a child, all died in one day, and now not only am I alive and well, my level has risen to level 8, and I even got a spirit fruit that added 200 points to my physical attributes. This is the first time I've felt that my future is bright. Little brother upstairs, you're really strong. I really want to hug you. Keep up the good work. I'm sure tomorrow will be better as long as you don't give up. That's for sure. Plus I'm a girl, sister, and you're good at tea. I said you. The chat channel remained peaceful. Having killed all the bosses, Wu Wicked directly started cleaning up his harvest in situ. The only entrances and exits were blocked by cobwebs, and there was nowhere safer. Opening his spatial backpack, he dumped out all the equipment he had just obtained in his head. Seeing this, Wu Evil's eyes lit up. A bumper crop? What a bumper crop this time. Several level 30 equipment of various qualities. 1 silver level skill book. 2 soul cores, plus 2 special props. Simply earn it. After roughly picking out the level 30 equipment, with the exception of the staff, all of the other ones were equipment unsuitable for summoners. Phantom Hunting Staff. Quality: Gold. Magic Attack Power: plus 660. Spirit: 175. Special Effect: Strike Rate plus 20%. Special Effect: When attacking, there is a 1% chance of summoning the Hunting Scythe, dealing 15,000 points of special effect damage to the target. Special effect damage cannot trigger the Blitz effect. Equipment level: 30. A level 30 gold grade staff comes with a 660-point magic attack panel and a 175-point mental attribute bonus. And it's also a double effects outfit. Only the trigger chance of the special effect was not high, only 1%, but Wu Evil still liked it. After all, the number of his summons was here, and if 1,000 moon wolves attacked at the same time, it would trigger 10 times at normal odds. Of course, the odds can't be calculated that way, because there's always good luck and bad luck. As for that special effect that boosted the blast rate, it was kinda useless to him right now. Characters have high-level attributes, such as dodge, blitz, speed bonus, etc., that summons don't enjoy. Unless the summoner's rare skill soul sharing is acquired, the summoned beast will not be able to gain the character's advanced attributes. Rare skills, though, only come out of bosses, and it's all about luck. With that, Wu Wicked took out the skill book. Summon Muscle Mosquito Silver level. Consumes 10% of maximum mana to summon a Muscle Mosquito, and while the Muscle Mosquito is in existence, it consumes 50 mana per second, cooldown 50 seconds. Summoned Object: Muscle Mosquito. Life Qualification: 500. Attack Qualification: 25. Defense Qualification: 6. Growth: 1.9. Skill: Blood-sucking. Each attack restores 2% of the damage's lifesteal. Talent skill: Epidemic Poison causes the target to enter a poison state, suffering 30% of attack power in poison damage every second for 30 seconds. The maximum stacking limit of this effect is 1,000 layers. Occupation of defense value: 1.5. Chapter 21 Soul Bottle Scarlet Baptism. Looking at this skill, Wu Evil raised his eyebrows slightly. If you were able to stack 1,000 layers of poison status, the damage would still be extremely impressive. However, Wu Evil was not satisfied with that time to stack poisoning. It would be better to summon more little bees and just let them go and second the opponent. And muscle mosquitoes do not have long-range skills, just close to the battle attack triggered poisoning, coupled with its size there, even if you prepare multiple muscle mosquitoes in advance is useless. Lastly, there's the blue drain, 10% of the maximum magic value, which means that even at full strength, it can only be used a maximum of 10 times. And it also consumes 50 mana points per second. 10 of them is 500 points. Even if there are mines in the family, it can't stand up to it being built like this. Without even having to think about it, there was no way that this skill could be Wu Evil's main output skill. But skill can be a good material skill, even if it can't be the main means of attack. The blood-sucking skill plus epidemic poison damage might work wonders with a certain skill. Suddenly, Wu Wicket's eyes lit up with the fact that Little B was also a group summon. True injuries plus epidemic poison. I wonder what kind of sparks can collide. Wu Evil hemmed and hawed, picking up the skill book and slapping it on himself. You have successfully acquired the silver level skill, Summon Muscle Mosquito. With that, Wu Wicket opened the skill panel and dragged Summon Muscle Mosquito towards Summon B. This operation requires the consumption of 50 blue star coins. Shall we continue? Go on. The entire 50 blue star coins directly drained Wu Wicket's wallet dry. But if it was green star coins, Wu Evil still had quite a few, it just didn't know how to exchange them upwards on its own. Next, the information panel in front of you then changed again. The current available evolutionary routes are Inheritance, Reinforcement. Inheritance. Summoner B inherits Epidemic Worm's natural ability. Attacking causes the target to enter a poison state, taking 30% of their attack power in poison damage every second for 30 seconds. This effect has a maximum stacking limit of 1,000 layers. Reinforcement. Doubles the amount of mana consumed to summon small bees. Reinforces the number of summons. Up to 50 small bees can be summoned at once at the same time. Looking at the newly popped up skill panel, Wu Evil raised his eyebrows slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, the inheritance route was chosen directly. That's 50 blue star coins well spent. Self-detonation adds poisoning to the target. Stacking up to 1,000 layers, it's simply not too invincible. Moreover, B's own natural skill, Peak Poison, is able to convert all of its own damage into real damage. No matter how high the opponent's poison resistance is, they are not immune to it. As for the reinforcement route, if it had been before obtaining Transcendent Fertility, perhaps Wu Wicked would have given it a second glance. Now disregard it completely. After all, the number of summons in the enhanced route and the effects of Transcendental Fertility conflict with each other. With the Transcendent talent in place, the enhanced route simply doesn't work. And it's only 50 at most at a time, which doesn't even compare to Transcendental Fertility. Wu Evil was now level 21 and could summon 210 summons at a time, and more importantly, it didn't consume more mana. Closing the skill panel, Wu Wicked looked at the Soul Core again. The Soul Core of De Goose. After using it, you can obtain the S-rank talent Eye of Insight. You can see through any concealment skills and ignore the level difference to easily see the opponent's attributes. Wu Evil's eyes lit up. This talent is good. In the future, he will no longer be afraid of Old Six. And it also ignores the level difference and sees the opponent's attributes. Don't underestimate the effect of this article, Know Your Enemy and Know Yourself. If he could see through the other party's natural ability at the beginning, he could prescribe the right medicine in advance. Then there's the soulful core of the Buddhist dove. It had to be said that it was worthy of being a tyrannical eater ant, and it was clear that there were just a few trash bosses and 2S rank talents had come out of them. Even if it is the first kill, the odds are a little too high. Directly put the 2 soul cores to use. Eye of Insight wasn't bad, but Lifelink was a bit of a chicken to Wu Wicked. What's the point of having this talent if he's a summoner? While being able to take 50% of the damage taken and pass it on to other targets. But why should he take a beating? Isn't it good to honestly hide behind a summon? He doesn't have the alphabet attribute, and self-mutilation doesn't feel pleasurable. Besides, there's a distance limit of only 30 meters, which is even shorter than it seems. Cut. But with this talent, Wu Wicked would like to try feeding it to Transcendent Fertility. It would be great if all the summoned beasts could obtain this life link ability. Imagine summoning a group of summoned beasts, all with life connections, and then all connecting to the target. If this time, the target then put a group attack skill. Hey, that picture, it must be beautiful. Wu Wicked tried, then somewhat wanted to curse. Although he had long guessed that the synthesis of God-rank talents and S-rank talents wouldn't be too cheap. He hadn't even dreamed that it would be this expensive. It takes a whole million purple star coins. That's a purple star coin. A purple star coin that can be exchanged for 10,000 green star coins in one piece. Suddenly Wu Wicked felt this gifted needle not poking. Whoever said this 50% damage reduction was bad, this 50% damage reduction is fantastic. In addition to these, there are 2 special props. Soul Vase. Kill the target to collect the opponent's soul. After saving up, you can get 3,000 free attribute points. Wu Evil's eyes lit up. 3,000 free attribute points. This is a great treasure. An ordinary person would not be able to get this many free attribute points even if they rose to full level, but such a small soul bottle could do it. If it was put out for auction, it would surely fetch a sky-high price. But cutie, just sold. Put it in the backpack space. Then Wu Wicked picked up the last prop. Blood Baptism Mission Scroll. Use level 30. Difficulty S. Surprisingly, it's an S-rank difficulty quest scroll. Wu Wei bared his voice lightly. Quest scrolls, often representing great rewards and experience. And it was also an S-rank difficulty quest scroll. Wu Evil had never seen something of this level. In his previous life, Wu Wicked had been fortunate enough to obtain AB rank difficulty quest scroll. After completing the quest, you got a level 70 gold ranked set. At that stage, he was a little invincible. Getting a lot of trash killed who took the bounty on his head also increased his bounty by more than 5 times in a short period of time. As for the S-rank difficulty quest scrolls, Wu Evil had not seen them before, but he didn't need to think about it to know that the difficulty must be over the top. But the more wind and waves, the more expensive the fish. As long as the mission can be accomplished, it will surely be of great benefit. The only unfortunate thing is that you have to be level 30 to use it, and now it's just going to be put in your backpack space to eat dust. Chapter 22. The Defense Boundary Below the Ant Nest. Open the Properties panel. Just now, when he killed the boss, his level had risen from level 12 to level 21. A full 9 levels. Killing monsters at a higher level boosts the experience value by 100%, an effect that can be eaten all the way up when the opponent is 5 levels above you. It took 6 level 30 bosses, along with the boost in experience value gained from killing monsters across levels, to instantly skyrocket Wu Wicked's level to level 21. A total of 900 free attribute points were gained. Then opened the equipment ranking and got another 100 free attribute points. That's a total of 1,000 free attribute points. Unfortunately, the gear leaderboards are by head count, not by gear count. Otherwise, with this wave, Wu Wicked was afraid that he would be able to get at least 2,000 free attribute points. Now that the physical attribute has broken 10,000 and has reached 2W+, the mental attribute looks a bit shabby in comparison. Looking at it for the first time made Wu Wicked not even distinguish what his main attribute was for the first time. Add all 1,000 free attribute points to the spiritual attribute. Name: Wu Wicked. Rank: 21. Profession: First Order Summoner. Lifespan: 279,500 Aura Shield. 838500. Mana: 56,240. Magic Attack Power: 2,827. Physical Defense: 3055. Magic Resistance: 621. Physical: 27950. Mental: 2,812. Uniformity Value: 2,810. Looks like the trip to brush up on washpoint props will have to be moved up a bit. If you wash out all of the free attribute points that were added to the physical attribute, the spiritual attribute can be raised by another 1525 points. After doing this, Wu Wicked directly got up and once again came to that high platform that had been cut into 2 sides. When that mantis boss chopped up the high platform earlier, his eyes were drawn to this place for several seconds. Obviously, there's something else about this place. As Wu Wicked gradually approached, a purple light drilled into his vision. The moment he saw something clearly, Wu Evil's eyes gradually widened. Defense Boundary. Boundary Shield Value: 100 million. Automatically restores 1 million shield value every second. What the hell is here? Why is there a defense boundary, and such a terrifying one at that? Wu Evil couldn't believe his eyes. A defense boundary with 100 million shield values. It was surprising that this thing would appear in this place. No matter how one thought about it, Wu Evil found it unbelievable. There's definitely some secret hidden in here. For other people's secrets, Wu Evil didn't care, but he cared about what was inside. It's not certain what treasures might be inside. Wu Evil's eyes flickered. If he went in, he might regret it. But if he didn't go in, he would surely regret it for the rest of his life. Soon, Wu Wicked made his decision. If it really encounters danger, the big deal is to let the summons die. Behind the temple, he will just hide and escape. Making up his mind, Wu Wicked decided to go back in tomorrow. Now that it was already very late, the battle just now had consumed a lot of his mental energy, so he would wait to sleep and get refreshed. A good night's sleep. This sleep, Wu Evil slept especially soundly. But early the next morning, those who had practiced all night completely collapsed. Ah! How on earth did the top-ranked Wu Evil level up? My SSS rank talent, all-night leveling. I only managed to brush 300,000 experience in one night, and I barely made it to level 16, but he's leveled up to level 21, so how can I catch up? Woo Evil, are you kid open? Answer me. Upstairs. I won't allow you to make up rumors about my woo. When was my woo ever off? Big brother is level 16 and still doesn't know enough. I also brushed all night and I'm only level 13, by the way. I'm an S-rank talent. I did the math. I only brushed 150,000 experience in one night. Isn't it a disgrace to S-rank talent? No, big brother is it so hard to upgrade? I'm at level 7 now, and it's only 8,000 experience points for leveling up to 8. I feel like the experience isn't that much, it's still acceptable. The front is easy to upgrade, has nothing to do with the back. Level 13 direct hell mode. 13 to 14 needs 60,000 experience. I'm also here to tell you guys a hell of a lot of news. 16 LVL 17 takes 140,000 experience, and a monster of the same level with no experience value bonus gives only about 200 experience points. Looking at it this way, Big Brother Woo Evil is so bullish. He's already level 21. I wonder how much experience it takes for him to go up a level now. Stop it. Please stop it. I'll get the hell out of here and go brush up on monsters now. I don't share the same fate as monsters. New brother. Don't ever read the news. It's all bad. Woo Wicked opened the rankings. After a night, all 100 rankings on the leveling charts were out. I have to say, these guys are still pretty efficient at upgrading. The ones on the list, even the lowest ranked ones, were level 11. And in second place, the level had come to 16. Without having to think about it, Woo Wicked could guess that they should have stayed up all night, and were all going all out to level up. Woo Evil disagreed with such behavior. Being well rested is also important. When fighting monsters, you have to fight with 12 points of concentration every moment, and if you get distracted, you will probably pay a serious price, even death. You only live once, so it's necessary to be well rested. However, the first night of all-night leveling for this behavior, Woo Evil was able to understand. After all, as long as you make the list, you get 100 free attribute points. For those ordinary people who were unlucky, these 100 free attribute points were the easiest to take and the reward they could touch. Close the level leaderboards. Get up and come to the defense boundary. The shield value of the defense boundary was a full 100 million, and it was able to recover 1 million shield value every second. This level of defense boundary, appearing in this place, it could be seen that the person who set up the boundary was very careful and didn't want anyone to go in at all. After all, a defense boundary of this level was simply not something that this current level could get its hands on. It's just a pity that he met Woo Wicked. Now that Woo Evil's level was 21, he was affected by transcendent fertility and was able to summon 210 small bees at the same time. Each little bee was capable of dealing 6,300 points of damage. 210 of them would be 1,323,000 points of damage. The cooldown of this skill was 3 seconds, which equated to every 3 seconds, Woo Evil would be able to deal 1,323,000 points of damage to the defense boundary. Abnormal damage, unfortunately, is ineffective against the shield value of the defense boundary. That's why the poison effect of the little bee can't take effect. The small bees alone could not cause substantial damage to the defense boundary. But it didn't matter because there was still Moonwolf. Woo Evil's current unity value was 2,810 points. Minus the 42 points of unity value consumed by summoning Little Bee, there were still 2,768 points of unity value available. Moonwolf's Moonblade, a long-range attack, has a cooldown of exactly 3 seconds as well. The Moonwolf's attack, coupled with the 210 Little Bees self-destructing, was able to deal 7.2 million damage in one wave. The damage is perfectly adequate. It's just that the area exposed by this defense boundary is too small. Without expanding it a bit, there was no guarantee that all of the attacks from the nearly 3,000 Moonwolves would be able to hit the defense boundary. Chapter 23: The Resurrectionist Orel. After everything was ready, Woo Wicked turned his head to look at the cobwebs sealing the entrance. The cobwebs blocking the passageway would have to be cleared before the boundary could be blasted. Otherwise, if they really encountered danger later, there would be no place to run. It wasn't hard to clear these cobwebs, and a wave of fire from Moonwolf's concentration broke them right through. Then the attack is redirected and the opponent defends the boundary. An attack landed on the defense boundary like a mud cow entering the sea. In front of 100 million shield values, a few thousand points of damage were completely inadequate. But it was good that the attack was dense enough. 1 Kunar hour later, only a click was heard as a crack appeared in the defense boundary, and then the crack gradually enlarged. Boom! The entire hall directly collapsed, and Woo Wicked and a group of Moon Wolves fell into the deep pit. Woo Wicked moved quickly to get up, looking around warily. The whole thing took less than 2.5 seconds. As the floor of the great hall collapsed, the dirt that fell down formed just the right slope to connect directly to the entrance passage. If something does happen, escape is still easy. After determining the route to leave, Wu Wicked then surveyed his surroundings. The first thing that caught his eye was a long, thumb-thin pipe leading deep into the crypt. And the moment the defense boundary broke, Wu Wicked smelled a thick scent of ant spirit liquid. Interesting. For this place, Wu Nazhezhong was becoming more and more curious. What in the world could have been built right underneath an ant colony's nest and still not have the entire colony even notice a thing? And with such a thick aura of ant spirit liquid here, it was obvious that this boundary was prepared to steal ant spirit liquid for a long period of time. What kind of person is so capable of coming up with this stuff? And what the hell are they doing it for? Is it just to steal the ant spirit liquid? Amount. It seems to make sense. Greeting the light eclipse ants to take the lead in exploring forward, Wu Wicked walked at the back of the Moon Wolf. If you're really in danger, you can immediately abandon the car to save your life. In fact, the passage wasn't that long, and it didn't take long for Wu Wicked to reach the end of the passage. With the help of the shimmering light emanating from the gems on the stone wall, Wu Wicked could see his surroundings clearly. There's something about this place that looks like an artificially excavated burial chamber. In the center of the chamber is an altar, and what that pipe eventually connects to is a huge glass jar that is being used right above the altar. Wu Evil's eyes picked up slightly. The place was empty except for this glass jar. It was filled with green liquid, and a withered bone was soaking in that bottle of green liquid. It gave the impression of being weird as hell. Wu Wicked's gaze landed on the withered bone, and information about it appeared in front of him. Reviver Orel Hidden Boss. Rank: 20. Life value: 20 million. Magic attack power: 62,000. Physical defense: 2,800. Magic resistance: 300. Talent: Flesh and Blood Revival. I have the talent of a great emperor. Will I sleep here forever? Wu Evil's eyes flickered. Surprisingly, it's another hidden boss. Wu Evil didn't even know what to say. A hidden boss that ordinary people could hardly see once in their lives. He had encountered several in just 2 days. So counting, this is the 4th one. When did hidden bosses become so worthless? Thinking about it, Wu Wicked didn't have the slightest intention of belittling it. Hidden bosses have too many uncertainties, such as invincible skills or ridiculously strong mechanics. However, this hidden boss was only level 20, and its attributes weren't too outrageous. You can fight. With a thought, the light-etching ants rushed forward and smashed the glass container head-on. Pa! The container cracked open. The greenish-colored liquid flowed all over the ground, and the withered bone fell helplessly to the ground. All of a sudden, a thick and exotic fragrance of ant spirit liquid filled the entire chamber. Sure enough, I guessed correctly, these liquids are ant spirit liquids. Wu Evil nodded slightly, but before Wu Wicked could make any reaction, the withered bone was like a dried-up sponge, directly absorbing the ant spirit liquid that was knocked over to the ground at full speed. Then, the withered bone began to give birth to flesh and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye. Waiting for the boss to recover is completely idiotic behavior. Seeing this, Wu Wicked immediately commanded the little bees in the air and slammed them towards the withered bones. Boom, boom, boom. Having waited for this moment, Wu Wicked summoned 20 waves in advance, a total of 4,200 small bees. This boss was only 20 million life points, not enough to look at all. Directly blasted to pieces. A second before the boss's life value was emptied, Dead Bones opened his mouth. Wu Evil looks like he's related to someone's mom from the way he's mouthing off. It should be cussed pretty dirty. But who cares? Is it hard to talk to the boss about martial arts? Why wave when you can take instant seconds? Doesn't a straight spike smell good? The boss was blown to smithereens in a second, and Wu Evil's slightly clenched fists showed no signs of loosening, because he didn't get a prompt to gain experience. And there were attribute point rewards and system broadcasts for killing hidden bosses. None of these are there, so there's only one possibility: the boss isn't dead yet. The staff in Wu Evil's hand flashed slightly, and 210 moon wolves and 210 little bees were summoned one after the other, almost simultaneously. And with that, he took a step forward, directly entering a state of stealth. Sure enough, in the next second, the entire chamber rose without wind. A small whirlwind formed instantly, piecing together all the bone crumbs and broken flesh. The boss comes straight back to life with full blood. The newly resurrected Aurel hadn't even stood still when 420 small bees slammed right into him. 6,300. 6,300. 6,300. The hidden boss Alyer's life value was instantly reduced by 2,646,000. Also, the poison status stacks for 420 levels, dropping 132,300 blood points per second. These little bees were prepared by Wu Evil while it was resurrected. Unfortunately, the boss resurrection time was too fast, and Wu Evil only had time to summon 2 sets. At this moment Aurel couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth to state. With a quick glance around, the figure of Wu Evil was nowhere to be seen. Aurel, who was already angry, was even angrier now. But in the next second, a moon blade whistled, coming from all directions. It was just one wave that blew away another 4 million plus lifesteal from him. Having only just been revived, his life value had dropped by 1/3. When had he ever been so angry? Aurel clenched both fists. You, come out and confront me head-on if you can. But in the next second, he turned violently and looked up at the stone wall directly behind the one he was looking at to his right. Son of a... Finally the laborer has caught you. Ground wave search. As Aurel quickly finished reciting an obscure incantation, the entire ground squirmed like a wave. The name is so loud and so cool. Almost at the same time, several hard rock spikes surged out from where his gaze was directed. However, the moment he struck out, Wu Wicket's hand that was climbing the rock gave a hard push, and a force sent him straight out. Brush up against the sharp rock spikes. Chapter 24, Aurel's Treasure Map. But before Wu Evil could land on the ground, the corner of Aurel's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Little bastard. I've finally caught you now. Ground spike formation. As Aurel reached out and shot a beam of light towards the ground, a sharp ground spike instantly grew out of the otherwise smooth ground, sticking upside down like a sharpened steel bar. Wu Wei, who was still in mid-air, was unable to change his stance at all. Looking at the spikes covered in sharp aura, Wu's head shook with disgust. If you are hit by this, you will definitely take high damage. If it was just a little bit of damage, he wouldn't have mattered. After all, he had a chi and blood shield of nearly 1 million. The key is a masterful move. One mistake and you could be subjected to a barrage of follow-up attacks. No one is going to wait for you to readjust before they make a move on you. The matter of beating up a fallen dog is not only skilled by Wu Wei. Sure enough, Aurel's mouth opened and closed, apparently brewing his next attack. Seeing this, Wu Evil swung his staff in his hand, directly summoning a batch of moon wolves to pad on the spikes below. The moment he landed on the ground, he quickly rolled over, escaping the opponent's attack range while entering a state of concealment. Immediately after that, he launched a command for the moon wolves around him to attack Aurel. As soon as Wu Evil's voice disappeared, a huge boulder appeared above the ground spikes and smashed down hard. Those moon wolves that had just been summoned directly turned into a ray of light and disappeared into this world. Aurel looked at the disappearing voice, gritted his teeth, and roared angrily. What a sly one! Turning his head slightly, he looked towards the moon wolves that were surrounding him and said in a cold voice, A tiger doesn't make a move, treating me as if I don't exist? You abominable! Lips flicked out, and a ground spike protruded, frantically harvesting the moon wolf's life. It was a small location, and there was nowhere for the moon wolf to hide. Huge swathes of moon wolves were killed in seconds. Aurel's lips curled slightly, having just gotten some confidence back from these moon wolves. The next moment was a bombardment. The light-etching ants below were also frantically gnawing at the flesh and blood on his calves. Rock shield! Aurel grunted coldly as an earth-colored aura instantly wrapped his body, and the sharp mouthparts of the light eclipse ants bit down on him, only biting off some crumbs. Kicking the light-etching ants out of the way, Aurel's grim gaze looked around the room. Damn scumbag, he's even stealthy again. Doesn't his stealth skill have no cooldown time? And he's obviously a summoner, why does he know the assassin's concealment skill? He's really ing hit the fan. With that, he turned his head, this time looking into the shadowy corner of the crypt. Aurel grinned. The concealment skill was indeed powerful, but it wasn't insurmountable. As long as the skill was used, elemental fluctuations would appear around him. To those newbies, maybe this slight elemental fluctuation wouldn't catch their attention, but not Aurel. Aurel, the one destined to become a great emperor, would I lose to a little scumbag like you? Earth Seal. 2 large hands instantly grew out of the rock walls on either side of where Wu Wei was, tightening him to death. Orel hooked his lips slightly. Kid, let's see how you can escape this time. Lifting his finger, his lips slightly opened, and an earth-colored elemental energy gathered at his fingertips. It's about amplifying the rhythm. Wu Wicket's eyes flickered slightly, and he directly winked at the moon wolf on the side. The lunar wolves instantly comprehended. A moon blade swept towards Wu Wei. The large hand of rock that had encircled Wu Evil was instantly shattered, although he was also mistakenly injured by the moon blade, and his chi and blood shield was reduced by 200,000 plus. But it's nothing compared to a boss move. Boom! In the next second, a pillar of earth-colored light directly blasted out, blowing a large hole in the entire ant nest. The crowd that was practicing only saw an earth-colored light going straight up into the sky. God? What's happening here? What the hell is this shockwave? Is it an attack that people can send out? Che fuss. Must be Wu Evil Big Brother in the boss fight. Anla, we should do what we do. Worthy of a big Wu Evil. The whole job starts early in the morning. Most people laugh about it, but some, with a slight glint in their eyes, killed the monsters in front of them and headed towards the end of where the beams of light emanated from, the ant nest. Inside the ant nest, looking at the large hole that had been pierced, Orel gritted his teeth. Blanche, cunning rat, you've been dodged again. What's the point of just running away? Biffed. A spike that stabbed right into the center of Orel's flower. Aha! A miserable squeal like that of a killing pig rang out. Orel's entire body lay on the ground twitching non-stop, and the originator, Wu Wicked, once again went into hiding his work deeply. He smiled and shrugged. No matter how strong the boss was, once the Achilles heel was damaged, it would be strongly controlled. Even if the move doesn't actually do much damage to the boss, it definitely puts the boss out of action for a good while. Unless he practiced. I'll kill you. Orel covered his leather swallows with one hand while raging impotently. However, Wu Wicked wasn't giving him a chance. After all this time of summoning, the little bees had already accumulated enough numbers. Swept directly toward Orel. Boom, boom, boom. With a loud explosion, Orel was once again blown to pieces. However, this time, the announcement for killing the boss still didn't ring out. As a whirlwind was generated, Orel's light-hearted and unruly voice came from inside. Resign yourself to your fate. You can't kill me? Before Orel could finish his words, he only saw Wu Wicked voluntarily withdraw from his invisibility. What do you want? A shriek rang out. Wu Wicked stood right in front of the whirlwind and reached out with a claw, grabbing out a red crystal. The whirlwind came to a screeching halt moments later. Orel's voice disappeared instantly as well. Countless pieces of debris, falling helplessly to the ground. Everything returned to peace. Ding! You have successfully killed the level 20 hidden boss, Reviver Alyer, and gained 200,000 experience points. Gained blue star coin plus 13, green star coin plus 632 gained equipment. Dream ring, gained props, Orel's treasure map. You have successfully killed the hidden boss, Reviver Alyer, and gained 500 points of free attributes. Do you make an announcement? Wu Wicked didn't even think about it and spoke directly. Release. Service-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Wu Evil, who successfully killed the level 20 hidden boss, the Reviver Alyer, gaining 500 free attributes. Looking forward to players to keep up the good work. X10. When they heard the announcement, everyone looked like they had seen it all before. See for yourselves, I told you, the commotion just now was the big guy killing the boss. Disperse, all of you. 500 points of free attributes. So envious, Wu Evil Big Brother. Can you take me one? The little woman is not talented. She knows everything, scale size, everything according to you. Chapter 25. Life crystals, life value that soars again. How can such a nice voice say such icy words? I hope that the players will continue to do so. I'll take you, Ja. Knight you, Ja. I can't even beat the level 10 small monsters, and you're still fighting the hidden boss. Do you think my life is too long? Or is it that you don't have enough KPIs to persuade me to go to my death? Upstairs, you've spoken my mind. There are times when I really wonder if we're in the same world as Big Wicked Wu. The truth is upstairs. The monsters are so strong. I'm looking for a priestess to team up with. Don't bother if you're smaller than 36D. Thanks. UING. Boy, you better be really looking for a priest. West, Great Hall. Corey, we haven't seen each other for quite some time. I can feel that you've refined your strength quite a bit. The middle-aged man personally poured tea for him, listening to the sound of announcements ringing in his ears from time to time, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. The other party's purpose for approaching him at this point in time was self-evident. Corey smiled as he picked up his teacup, took a light sip, and went straight to the point. A new round of hunting is about to begin again. Are you interested in joining forces again this time? Of course, with pleasure, the middle-aged man said with a smile, but he hadn't finished his sentence. An ethereal voice was heard resounding from the sky. Service-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Wu Evil, who successfully killed the level 20 hidden boss, the Reviver Allier, gaining 500 free attributes. Looking forward to players to keep up the good work. X10. When this news came out, the two people in the Great Hall were stunned. The atmosphere in the Great Hall became heavy and silent. Only the announcement sounded over and over again repeatedly from above. In the end, it was Corey who was the first to break the silence as he smiled sarcastically and said, "It seems that you still have things to do, so I won't bother you much. Farewell." Corey's figure had just stepped out of the Great Hall when he heard a bang. The teacup in the middle-aged man's hand was directly pinched and burst by him, clenching his teeth and bursting out in rage. "Wu Evil! Wu Evil! Wu Evil! Well done you. Years of planning to lose it all in one day. Just wait. I'll flay you with my own hands." Boom! A loud sound came from the entire hall, and the entire hall directly collapsed. The other side, Wu Wicked looked a little dumbfounded at the moment. The channel had just been released, giving him an instant 100,000 reputation points. It's just a tiny level 20 hidden boss that gives 100,000 prestige value. Crazy, right? Wu Evil muttered. Unless this Orel is something else. Wu Evil's eyes flickered. It seemed that he had definitely offended someone this time, and it should offend no one. Wu Wicked didn't dwell on it. Soldiers come to arms and water come to earth. The ship to the bridge naturally straight. Even if the other party was stronger, it was impossible for them to chase him here to kill him. As for the future, it's hard to say who killed who then. Open your spatial backpack and check the boss's drop. Dream Ring. Quality: Gold. Magic resistance: plus 420. Spirit: plus 175. Special effect: Like a Dream. Restores 10% of max life and max mana every second. Duration 10 seconds. Cooldown 30 minutes. Equipment level: 20. Divine Equipment. The moment he saw the equipment's attributes, Wu Evil's pupils contracted. This equipment special effect was simply strong and invincible, able to restore 100% of one's status within 10 seconds. And it's still a percentage recovery, so no matter how high your life level is, you can get it back to full within 10 seconds. Pair that with stealth and both can be said to have a second life. Moreover, it was a level 20 gold grade equipment itself, and it was also a heavenly equipment with high magic resistance and attributes that could not be described. Heaven's Gift equipment was extremely rare, and amongst 10,000 pieces of attribute equipment, one would not see the appearance of one. Once the equipment has the heavenly attribute, the base attributes are doubled. Decisively, he replaced the green vine ring on his hand. In addition to the equipment, there is a scroll. O'Leary's treasure map. Wu Wicked opened it and saw that the place marked by the treasure map was Qingfeng Valley. Wu Wei frowned slightly. He had never even heard of this Thai place. However, the only thing he was certain of was that Qingfeng Valley was definitely not a monster map within level 60. This guy is really something. The last item was the red crystal that was snatched from Orel. Life crystals. Contains an extremely powerful life force. After using it, you can gain 500,000 points of maximum life value. Hiss. Directly raising the life value limit by 500,000 points. The effect is even more powerful than the ant spirit liquid swallowed earlier. That's the real surprise. There is no hesitation to use it directly. Wu Wicked opened the attribute panel and glanced at it, shocking himself. Name: Wu Wicked. Rank: 21. Profession: First Order Summoner.
L'IFESPAN, 779,5 cents Aura Shield, 233,805 cents.
Mana, 69.340.
Magic attack power: 3,482. Physical defense: 3055. Magic resistance: 1046. Physical: 27950. Mental: 3,467. Uniformity value: 3,460. The life value immediately reached the 800,000 mark, and it even possessed a 2.33 million chi blood shield. The 2.33 million chi and blood shield alone was an insurmountable mountain for others. Even the knight profession with the highest physique plus life value had to curse a hanging bee when they looked at it. Not only that, but this soul bottle in the spatial backpack also instantly accumulated 8 drops of grayish-white liquid after Aurel's death. Filling up the soul bottle required a total of 100 drops of soul liquid, and one boss gave 8 drops, which was pretty good. On top of that, there was the 100,000 prestige value that he had just gotten. Spend 10,000 reputation points to summon the secret collection of gods and demons once. Divine and demonic secret treasures can be obtained at any level, and there is even a certain chance of obtaining divine items. If you reach level 100, there's also a chance to open a level 100 mythic set scatter. If you could put together a set, the effect would be truly unbelievable. After thinking about it, Wu Wicked still closed the attribute panel. It's not cost-effective to open the divine and demonic mysteries now, so it's better to wait until after level 100. Although the chances of opening the divine and demonic mysteries to get the mythic set scattered pieces weren't great, there was always a chance. People have to have dreams, don't they? Wu Evil's current level was still 21, and he hadn't upgraded after killing the boss. 21 to 22 required 350,000 experience points. There was no experience value bonus for killing monsters across levels, and the hidden boss at level 20 only gave Wu Wei 200,000 experience points. Even with the remaining ones from before, there was still a shortfall of 60,000 experience points to upgrade. However, when you reach level 20, you are already able to enter a level 20 copy. Wu Evil remembered that the level 20 copy, a technological copy, the monsters inside were all mechanical creatures, and it was quite interesting. Gathering his things, he got up, but the next moment, several shadows blocked the light from the cave. Chapter 26. Huh? Robbery? Me? Looking at the few people blocking the exit. Wu Wicked was dreaming that he had been on TV so frequently that there were still people who dared to come and find trouble with him. 5 figures stood in front of the large hole that had just been blasted out by Aurel. They stood in a line, blocking Wu Evil's path. At the same time, a grayish light shone on Wu Evil. Wu Evil entered a state of silence and was silent for up to 1 minute. The boy in the lead clasped his hands in front of his chest, and after looking around the circle, he looked at Wu Wicked in a condescending manner. Bro, you've been quite famous these past 2 days. You've been the first to pass the copy and kill the hidden boss. You should have gotten a lot of good stuff. In this case, take out those 2 pieces of gold-level equipment in your hand, and our brothers will pretend that we didn't meet you today. What do you think? Looking around, he didn't see any summons. A summoner with no summons around him and in a silent state, even if he was number 1. Ho Chao had a condescending attitude, and after his words, several others snorted out a laugh. 2 others simply spread their hands, smiled, and shook their heads. The look was as if to say, "Look, we're really merciful, we just want 2 pieces of your equipment, we didn't even directly kill you." Wu Wei raised his eyes and glanced at them. Even though they had hidden their attributes, under the effect of the S-rank talent Eye of Insight, Wu Wei still saw his attributes easily. Name: Ho Chao, 1st rank warrior. Rank: 12. Life value: 4,820. Attack power: 561. Physical defense: 409. Magic resistance: 193. Talent: S-rank heavy sword verdict. The remaining 4 attributes are vastly different, and all have useful S-rank talents. Some lucky people will awaken their talents on their own after the mutation begins. And no autonomous awakened natural ability is too bad. It's just that the ones who are able to awaken on their own are only a small percentage of the population. Most people could only hunt bosses and rely on the corresponding soul cores they obtained to awaken their talents. And even if he encountered a better talent in the future, he could use the 7th grade elixir, the Stealing Heaven and Changing the Sun elixir, to replace the talent. Looking at the attributes of several people, Wu Evil instantly frowned with the expression of an old subway grandpa looking at his cell phone. 5S class talent, this group of people in front of ordinary people, is still considered a master, but in front of Wu Evil, this kind of trash, how dare you approach him? Ha! Turns out people really do laugh a little when they're extremely speechless. Such an expression fell in the eyes of Ho Chao and the others, and they thought that Wu Evil was afraid. After all, the 5 of them together would be able to clear the hellish tree goblin breeding grounds. So what if Wu Wei is strong? What waves can a summoner make in a silent state? Ho Chao shook his head helplessly and said, "Hey, if we can, we don't want to lay a deadly hand on you. Don't force us. Pa! Seeing Wu Evil's delayed action, Ho Chao snapped his fingers and laughed. Skinny monkey. It seems like the other party isn't too satisfied with the conditions I've put forth. So why don't you come and show him? Let him know how kind we are. Haha. Is it finally my turn to perform? The skinny monkey was the mage of the 5 of them. And when he heard Ho Chao's words, he immediately stepped forward. The thin monkey sneered. Wu Evil, open your eyes and watch. But, can your eyes keep up with my speed? Buzz. The skinny monkey grinned. And in the next second, his body appeared in front of Wu Wei, made a face for Wu Weiwei. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared again and appeared in another place. See? That's my gift. Spatial blinking. Buzzing. The skinny monkey kept blinking, and his voice was heard throughout the chamber. Wu Evil, you're just lucky. If it's about real skill, all 5 of us are no worse than you. Against me like this, can your attack hit me? Wu Evil? Well, scared. Now you know how good we are. Boom! Before the skinny monkey could finish his sentence, he ran into the undetonated bee. Straight up seconds. Equipment props fell all over the place. Wu Evil? Is this guy here to be funny? Or is he here to be funny? Wah! You killed Skinny Monkey, you murderer. Too shameless to use the dirty tactic of sneak attack. Seeing this scene, the priest girl in their team directly screamed out. The sharp sound shook Wu Wicket's eardrums. We just want to rob you of a few pieces of equipment. If you don't give it, forget it. How can we poison you? Even if we did something wrong, but you're a man, can't you be a little more generous and not take it out on us? You have to make things so desperate. It was the boy in the lead who reacted first. No, weren't you silenced? How can you possibly release a skill? What kind of T0 speech is this? Wu Wicket had the feeling of being smeared with, casting a sidelong glance at them and speaking indifferently. Are you done explaining? A few people still didn't understand what Wu Evil meant by that. Just then, I heard Wu Evil continue to speak. Since you've finished giving your last words, go down and accompany your friends. The remaining 4? What do you mean? Literally. With a single movement of Wu's disgusting thoughts, the Moon Wolf launched a direct attack. In a flash, hundreds of moon blades swept out directly, and the 5 people were instantly reduced to dregs. Then he sneered, if you want to be a bandit, you have to be aware of being slaughtered. Bunch of idiots who think they can do whatever they want without the law. The point is, they're still a bunch of trash with ambition alone and no power. There is no clear perception of the word powerful at all. Still think you're playing a MOBA game where 5 pieces of trash can kill a godly big daddy if they work together? Bunch of sand dollar stuff. As for their bottom line, the prolonged state of silence is even more of a joke. So what if he wasn't at his strongest right now? The few moon wolves that were casually left were more than enough to kill them in seconds. After they died, all the equipment on their bodies fell out. In total, Wu Wicket had harvested a total of 158 pieces of white plate equipment of various grades, 26 pieces of black iron armor, and also obtained 2 skill books, plus another 84 blue star coins and 5,231 green star coins. It's not like the 5 of them can fight their way out of so much stuff. After all, Wu Evil had the most to say about how low the monster's drop rate was. Looks like quite a bunch of scumbags who haven't done a lot of robbing. Invoking Wu Evil, they were kind of eating their own. It just backfired on Wu Wicked in the end. 2 skill books, a level 10 Knight Sacrifice and a level 10 Archer's combo. Sacrifice. Consume 10% of your maximum life value to give yourself 30% damage reduction. Duration, 20 seconds. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Restricted occupation. Knight. Use level, 10. Extreme damage reduction is 70%, beyond which it cannot take effect. But even with 70% damage reduction, it wasn't easy for an ordinary knight profession to achieve, and as for other professions, it was even less so. Continuous shooting. Consumes 20 mana, instantly shoots 2 arrows. Each arrow deals 75% of attack power physical damage to the target. Cooldown 7 seconds. Restricted occupation. Archer. Use level, 10. Sacrifice is a bit of a boring skill for either Moonwolf or Bee, because the life growth of both summons is too low. On the contrary, this continuous shooting skill might be a bit of a screw-up. If you give it to a Bee, will it make it blow itself up twice in a row? Thinking of this, Wu Wicked directly studied the 2 skill books. Sacrifice to keep for yourself 10% max life for 30% damage reduction, and if you add the talent lifelink, instant meat. With that, it's time to drag the streak to summon B. Chapter 27 Summoning Beast Enhancement. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. The current available evolutionary routes are Regular, Evolutionary. Attack. Summoner B has a 10% chance of a combo attack with each normal attack. Reinforcement. 10% chance of a skill combo when summoning a B. Looking at the skill panel in front of him, Wu Evil frowned slightly. Attack route and reinforcement route, decisively choose the latter. Attack routes are of no use against self-destructing bees. How many times can a bee attack with this amount of blood? Though the result was a bit off from what he expected, instead of exploding twice in a row, there was a chance of triggering a skill combo. This effect is also not bad. Once triggered, the number of small bees summoned is directly doubled. Only the odds are a bit low, only 10%. It's more of a character thing. With that, Wu Wicked closed the skill panel and got up to walk towards the outside. Standing at the beginning of the blasted-out ant nest hole, he raised his eyes in the direction of the safe spot. I have to say, there are still smart people in the crowd. The queen died and the ants went berserk, crouching at the birth point to kill anyone they saw. And these people then used the mechanism of monsters not being able to enter the safe spots to frantically test the edge of death and life. Jump out to safety, hit a bat, and jump back to safety again. Although the efficiency of brushing monsters was not too high, as long as you were careful, you were able to easily kill monsters without injury. Wu Wicked looked at it and directly entered stealth, heading towards the safe zone. Take advantage of the fact that low-level equipment is still valuable. And with so many people, there's always the lucky one who can pop a skill book. To Wu Wei, it didn't matter what kind of skill books were available, and the more the better. With the stealth effect, Wu Wicked easily made his way back to the safe zone. With that, he opened the area chat channel. Wu Wicked directly spent 10,000 green star coins to top the message. Safe zone coordinates 1244:1542. A large number of low price out of equipment, in addition to the acquisition of any skill books, can also be used to trade skill books for equipment. It was just one sentence that instantly received countless responses. Biggie, any black iron swords or knife-type weapons around level 10? I have a copy of Summon the Bee. Do you want it, big guy? I'll give it to you for free, just asking for a buddy spot. Another top message, 10,000 green star coins. I don't share the same fate as you rich people. Occupy a building, charge high prices for all kinds of medicinal herbs, prescriptions, and sell beginners healing pills. The stall is just to the left of Big Brother Wu Wicked, about 100 meters away. Wu Evil sent the message and simply closed the chat channel. He wasn't interested in screwing around with these people. As soon as his message came out, though, it was only 2.5 minutes before stalls filled up around him. But under the intimidation of 3 silver-level boss Obsidian Ant King and a silver-level boss Light Eclipse Ant, those people consciously moved away to a place 100 meters away from Wu Wei. In response, Wu Evil just turned a blind eye. It doesn't matter if these people rub his nose in his traffic as long as they don't make a fool of themselves. Because the price at which Wu Wicked sold his equipment was far below the market price, hundreds of pieces of equipment were quickly sold out. A total of 471 blue star coins and 56,243 green star coins were obtained. Although the top message just now cost 10,000 green star coins, the effect was obvious. In less than half an hour, it was done. Also received 7 skill books, 1 warrior's critical strike, 1 mage's magic shield, 1 cleric's slow healing, 2 archer's combo shot, 2 summon B. There was no way around it, the drop rate of skill books was just too low. And now that the demand was high again, being able to receive 7 skill books, Wu Wicked was still a bit surprised. I guess being stuck in a safe spot to brush up on monsters has made these people gain a lot. Everyone who bought the gear was all smiles. Or Big Brother Wu Evil is a good person, obviously his strength is so strong, but he has never bullied us on the basis of his strength, and even willing to sell our equipment at a low price, completely taking care of us. Who says it isn't? Even yesterday, Big Brother Wu Evil was willing to spend 10,000 green star coins to remind us of the danger. This kindness of his is really touching. If everyone was as good as Big Wicked Wu, why worry about peace in the world? That said, why do I feel that the equipment Big Brother Wu Evil sold me looks so familiar? It seems like the equipment I was robbed of last night. Even the notches on the blade are the same. Your equipment was robbed by Big Brother Wu Evil? No, that's not it. Must be your illusion equipment. Almost all look the same. That's right, ha. Big Brother Wu Evil is so nice. Besides, he doesn't lack that. How could he rob someone else's equipment? Listening to the comments around him, Wu Evil grinned slightly. See, I'm a good guy. The equipment was sold and the skill books were received. Wu Wicked got up, closed his stall and left the place, ready to find a quiet place and fuse his skills. But he was just about to leave when a gasp came from the crowd. I'll go. Isn't this the recently hit Flow Young Flower? Wu Xiaoxia. I can't believe I'm in a safe spot with which Xiaoxia. I'm too lucky.
啧，不愧是大明星，这皮肤可真好，奶白色的耶。
Xia, I'm your husband's fan. Can I get an autograph? A heavily armed girl stiffened at those words. His eyes quickly swept over the rapidly gathering people, and his eyes sank. Wu Xiaoxia completely did not expect that she had obviously been very careful, but she was still found out by her fans. But it wasn't the first time this kind of thing had happened to her. A slight smile did the trick. Immediately, he shed his heavy costume and appeared in front of the crowd in a big way. To the enthusiastic fans around her, Wu Xiaoxia revealed a sweet smile and said, "Sorry everyone, can you give me a moment? I still have some things to do." Looking at Wu Xiaoxia's well-behaved appearance, her true fans instantly snapped. Squeeze right through the disgusting men who want to reach out and mooch off of them. I say some people, do you want to be shameless? Do you really think that no one cares that you can do whatever you want? That's it. Shame on you, your wives and sons know you're such a man out there. Seeing someone helping her out, Wu Xiaoxia instantly cast a grateful gaze, which instantly aroused the protectiveness of those fans. Stiffly, he squeezed a path for her through the crowd, which Xiaoxia rushed out of the crowd, then turned around and bowed to the crowd, instantly reaping another large wave of goodwill. Only then did he turn around and leave, running in the direction that Wu Evil had left. Great God! I have a level 30 summoner skill here. Summoned Beast Strengthening. Do you want it? Chapter 28. This is my bottom line. No, you don't. Wu Wicked was on his feet. Turning around, her eyes looked at Witch Xiaoxia, and glanced around her at the unsuspecting gazes that were directed at her. Wu Evil spoke faintly. You better not be lying to me. Before the end of the world, these high-profile big stars enjoyed everyone's admiration. But now they will also face the evil of most people. Wu Wei had seen many people who had been reduced to objects and labeled to be bought and sold at will. He wasn't a groupie and wasn't interested in being anyone's escort. I really do have this skill book, no lie. Wu Xiaoxia was afraid that Wu Evil wouldn't believe her, so she directly took out the skill book and showed the effect of the skill book in front of everyone. Summoned Animal Strengthening. Passive skill. Enhances the growth of summoned beasts after acquisition. 10 points of your own spiritual attributes can enhance the growth of summoned beasts by 0.01. Restricted occupation. Summoner. Use level 30. Wu Wicked was a bit surprised. Surprisingly, it really was a level 30 skill book for summoners. This skill book is definitely called a divine skill for summoners, and the effect never goes out of style. Even with Wu Wicked's current 3,467 points of spiritual attributes, once he learned Summoned Beast Reinforcement, the growth of his summons was able to increase by 3.46. The lift is not insignificant. Wu Evil walked slowly towards Wu Xiaoxia and spoke faintly. What do you want? Star coins? Equipment or? Saying that, Wu Evil's eyes looked around and suddenly grinned. Whose life? Hiss! Wu Wicked didn't speak in a low voice, and even in the somewhat noisy safety zone, everyone present could hear him clearly. For just a moment, the scene was silent, as if a pin could be heard. Biggie, you're kidding, it's just a skill book. Before the man could finish his words, he met Wu Evil's smirking gaze. The man's neck craned in fear and he hurriedly shut his mouth. The others gulped. With this expression on his face, Wu Evil really didn't look like he was joking. It was as if as long as Wu Xiaoxia nodded her head, Wu Evil would immediately make his move and kill everyone present. No. I don't kill people. Wu Xiaoxia shook her head in a hurry. It was naturally impossible for Wu Xiaoxia to find Wu Evil for such a thing. Even if you want to kill, you can't do it in front of so many people. She wouldn't do such a thing that would tarnish her image. In case this post-apocalyptic game was just a flash in the pan, how could she still be in the entertainment industry when she went back later? I'm afraid the whole world can't hold her. She's not going to do something like break her own wings. So what do you want? I want you to take me upgrading. When I reach level 30, I'll give you the skill book. What do you think? Wu Xiaoxia said. These days, she saw the other side of humanity, the evil side. Those people looked at her as if they were looking at a piece of cargo, causing her to be afraid to stay in safe zones at all, even where there are people. During this time, she has been hiding in a residential building. But as luck would have it, she came across a purple treasure chest, opened a level 30 summoner skill book. Just now, she heard the top message posted by Wu Evil, and after hesitating for a while, she made a good disguise and ran all the way back to the safe zone. She needs strength to protect herself. And here, rank is the best evidence of showing strength. She wants rank. The voice that rang out from heaven at the beginning of the end times said, "Here, the maximum level is 30. If you have reached level 30 and want to continue leveling up, you must travel to the next area." If she could get Wu Evil to bring her level to 30, she would be the strongest of the group as long as she didn't leave this place. It's perfectly fine to wait here until this farce is over. After saying that, Wu Xiaoxia looked at Wu Evil with an expectant face. "Is it okay? Get out." Wu Evil angrily rebuked out. "What a toad looking for a frog. Ugly looking playing with flowers. Let me take you to level 30. Why don't you just let me take you to full level? Skill book drop chances are low, but not non-drops." With all this time, Wu Wicked might as well fight a book on his own. Seeing Wu Wicked about to leave, Wu Xiaoxia directly stopped him. "Please don't, okay? The big deal is that I'll listen to you as much as you say." Wu Wicked glanced at her. Wu Xiaoxia's current level was only 1. After a moment of silence, he stretched out 2 fingers. "I won't screw you over either. Level 20. Taking you up to level 20 is considered the proper level. The chance of skill books dropping was really low, and even if they did, they were random drops, perhaps from other professions. This Summon Beast enhancement in Wu Xiaoxia's hand was perhaps the first Summon Beast enhancement in the world. Worth the price. Wu Xiaoxia's red lips tightened her lips. It was only level 20. A full 10 levels short of the level she expected in her heart. And she had also heard that the further back in the hierarchy you went, the more experience you needed to upgrade. However, looking at Wu Evil's expression of not consulting with her at all, she finally nodded. "Yes, but the skill book will have to wait for me to level up to 20 before I can give it to you." Wu Xiaoxia bit her lip tightly and said. That was her bottom line. Watching the chat channels during this time, there are countless people who have been scammed for equipment or star coins. The other party was Wu Evil, the person who was number 1 on both the ranking list and the equipment list. If the other party took the skill book and then simply reversed it, she didn't have a single thing she could do about it. At those words, Wu Evil but smiled and shook his head. "I don't have that habit of putting my own things on others. So, skill books first." Seeing Wu Xiaoxia still wanting to say something, Wu Evil spoke again. "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you have any questions, think about it." Looking at Wu Evil's smirking expression, Wu Xiaoxia's words that hadn't been said yet directly choked in her throat. She felt that the Wu Evil in front of her had an extremely strong aura, an aura that she had only seen in a handful of people. And none of those people are at the top of the pyramid. 3 seconds later, still, the skill book in his hand was handed over to Wu Evil. Smart decision. Wu Wicked grinned, then directly launched a team request towards Wu Xiaoxia. "Ding! You've received a team application from Wu Evil. The reward mode is assigned by the captain. Do you join?" Looking at the information box in front of her, the corner of Wu Xiaoxia's mouth twitched, and when she looked up, she met Wu Evil's deep, as if emotionless eyes. Took a deep breath and chose yes anyway. It wasn't until Wu Wicked left with Wu Xiaoxia that the safe zone returned to its previous bustle. A fat man took a deep breath as he looked at the direction Wu Wicked had left. "Scared me to death. I just thought I was dead." Big Wicked Wu just had that really fierce look on his face. "I was so nervous that I didn't dare to breathe out loud." No, who said Big Wicked Wu was a good guy? Is that a good guy's face? I'd believe it even if you guys started a rumor that he ate children. Huh? Is that a rumor? I thought he actually ate. Chapter 29. His damage, it's not higher than the boss. Wu Xiaoxia followed Wu Evil and left the safe spot, even going all the way out of the low-level practicing area. The two hadn't said a word along the way, and the atmosphere seemed unusually weird. "Where are we going now?" which Xiaoxia said a little nervously. After all, Wu Evil really didn't give her a good first impression. It made her wonder now if Wu Wicked was going to take her to the middle of nowhere and bury her. Wu Evil, don't worry. If I was going to make a move on you, you'd be dead already. There's no need to waste so much time with a level 1 rookie like you. Wu Xiaoxia, you do know how to comfort people. Ineffective consolation, we go find high-level monsters to practice on. Effective comfort. Don't worry, if I was going to make a move on you, you'd be dead already. Hearing Wu Evil's reply, Wu Xiaoxia's original nervousness relaxed a bit. Feeling the change in her mood, she felt puzzled herself. Suddenly, Wu Wicked, who was walking in front, stopped. Wu Xiaoxia's heart thumped as she watched Wu Evil, who was walking in front of her, turn around violently and look up at herself. Could it be that he finally couldn't resist making a move on me? No, it won't. He said that if he really wanted to make a move on me, I'd be dead already, which Xiaoxia quickly reassured herself. Opening his mouth before the words of doubt could be uttered, he was plowed aside by a large hand like garbage. Wu Evil spoke faintly to the corner of the street behind him. You've followed me all the way. Why don't you come out? What? Someone's been following us? At those words, Wu Xiaoxia could not care less about Wu Evil's rude behavior towards her just now, and turned back unbelievably. Only when these words came out, a sizzling sound immediately came from around the corner. 3 figures walked out from there. I thought we were well hidden, but I didn't realize that you had discovered us long ago. The burly man in the lead hooked his lips in a smile. However, they didn't show a panicked look because they were discovered. They just reached out their hands, cupped their chins, and revealed a touch of greed towards which Xiaoxia. There wasn't the slightest fear of Wu Wei. Not bad for a big star. Good-looking indeed. The other 2 also licked the corners of their mouths, looking as if they couldn't wait to rush forward, right now, and eat Wu Xiaoxia. The look was impatient. What to do? There are 3 people on the other side, and they all look like they're not to be messed with. Meeting the disgusting gazes of the 3, Wu Xiaoxia's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her body unconsciously shrunk behind Wu Evil. However, Wu Evil just swept a glance at the 3 of them and shook his head slightly. What? Still hiding? Do you want me to invite you out? At those words, the trio froze. There's only 3 of us. Is it possible that Wu is trying to trick me? Actually, he doesn't even know we're here. I'm on early 8. Careless. The man at the head of the group spoke directly. Brother, you've already got the skill book anyway, so there's no need to actually bring her to practice. Why don't you make a price and hand her over to us? The big deal is that we 3 brothers won't return the favor. The 2 next to him also hastily chimed in. Hey, if you like it too, brother, we can join you. Hey. Wu Evil didn't even look at them from the beginning to the end. A bunch of spermy contraptions. Even if he hadn't made a move, these guys would have had to die on a woman. And 10 meters away from these 3 idiots, a man had his back pressed against the wall. When he felt Wu Evil's gaze fall on him, his face was a look of disbelief. Impossible. I'm in a state of concealment and so far away. There's no way he would have discovered me. This kid is scamming me, for sure. Suddenly, he then heard a buzzing in his ears. Thought it was a mosquito, swung it twice. Boo-hoo. A blast sent him straight into the wheel of reincarnation. The 3 people who had a disgusted look on their faces a moment ago frowned slightly. Looking not far behind him, all kinds of equipment fell to the ground. With that, it became clear. Turns out there really is someone else. It should be an assassin who has learned the skill of stealth. I didn't expect that the 3 of us would spend our days catching eagles, but we were almost pecked blind by them. It seems that Wu Evil's talent should be a secondary talent that can see through stealth-type skills. Upon hearing this, the other 2 laughed disdainfully. There's really enough trash talent. I'm really curious. How did this kind of person become number 1 on the rank list? Is it really a bug? Stuck out? The 3 of them looked at each other, and their expressions towards Wu Evil were all filled with a morose smile. Since they had guessed what Wu Evil's talent was, the 3 instantly tore off their disguises. So what if the attributes are high? The boss doesn't have high enough attributes? They were still being teased and killed all the same. Do you come out on attributes? No. It's talent. The man in the lead looked at Wu Evil with an expression of looking at a dead man and sneered. The equipment you're wearing is just a level 5 tree velvet set, right? Trash people wear trash equipment. Don't tell me, you really don't tell me, this equipment really suits you. The 2 men beside him also snorted. Don't blame your brothers for not giving you a chance. Get lost now and you might still be able to save a little life. Hearing these people's taunts, Wu Evil all but laughed. Tell me to get lost. You guys deserve it? It's best not to talk to people with such bubbly brains or it will affect your IQ. Reaching out, a swarm of small bees flew towards the trio. Seeing Wu Wicked's movements, along with the buzzing sound that resounded around them, the 3 of them snorted. It looks like he's still trying to pull the same stunt and attack us with that explosion move he just used. Only unfortunately, I saw through it. Energy shield. The man who spoke was covered in equipment that expanded like a balloon, forming a barrier that protected the three. Boom, boom, boom. But as an explosion rang out, the originally confident expression on the man's face gradually became horrified. What's going on? Why won't this explosion stop? Boom! It was followed by a dull, soft thud as the man's shirt crumbled right into pieces. Then his pants, hat, and shoes. As one piece of equipment disappeared, the other two noticed that something was wrong. Monkey, what's going on? Doesn't your talent shield have a 10,000 times equipment armor bonus? I can't last much longer. My opponent's damage is too high for my talent to carry. At those words, the other two were directly confused. Although the monkey's talent, when turned on, is required to use equipment as a medium and permanently consume it as a cost. But the defense was so high that even a bronze boss of the same level attacked at full strength. It wouldn't take 5 or 6 minutes to break his shield. But now, only 2 or 3 seconds had passed at most, and the shield was barely holding up. How is this possible? That's a 10,000x armor shield. It's hard to believe that his damage is not higher than the boss. Chapter 30. The Obliviator. A few people had just thought of this, only to see the shield turn from the dark blue color it had been at the beginning to a light gray color. It looked like it could break open at any moment. But the explosions in his ears continued unabated. In the next second, the three knelt down in unison. Great God! Oh no, Father! Please spare us once, we won't dare to do it again. Yes, from now on, we will go around when we see your old man, and make sure that your old man will never see us again. I don't want to die yet. Please, 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 please. Wu Wicked grinned. I still like the unruly look you guys had just now. The right hand snapped, and more little bees quickly rushed out.
No.
You can't kill us. We're from the Dark Tribunal. Boom, boom, boom. The man hadn't even finished his sentence. With the shield cracking completely, none of the three could carry a single blow in front of the little bee that possessed true injury. Straight up Ga. The moon wolf, which was in a state of concealment, jumped out of the shadows and carried all the equipment on the ground to Wu Evil's side. Wu Wicked snorted out in disdain. What a dark tribunal. It's just a bunch of scum. A disgusting organization established for their own selfish desires. Placed amongst the many gangs, it wasn't considered strong at all, and was at most third-rate. It just amazed Wu Wicked that this garbage organization was there so early. The witch Shaoran on the side looked dumbfounded. Those three guys just now looked so badass, and they just died? She didn't come back to her senses until a moon wolf humped her up. Instead, I heard Wu Evil's voice. You're going too slow and wasting my time. The next moment, she felt the scenery on either side of her vision recede rapidly. Frightened, she grabbed Moon Wolf's neck in a hurry. Wu Evil's destination was the level 25 leveling map, Crescent Bay. That place was new after the mutation. The unique monster phoenix-colored bird there in Lunar Crescent Bay was able to drop props for washing attribute points. After using the life crystals, his current life value was completely sufficient. Coupled with the 20,000 plus points of physical attributes boosted by the ant spirit liquid, it wasn't the life value that he lacked, but the spiritual attributes. If he could wash out the free attribute points added to the physical attribute, the spiritual attribute could still be raised by 1525 points. Crescent Bay is almost 20 kilometers away from the safety point. 20 kilometers sounded quite far, but with Moonwolf's footwork, he could get there in no more than 15 minutes. Just arriving at the place, Wu Xiaoxia was directly stunned by the scenery in front of her. Nice! What a beautiful place. Where is this place and how come I've never heard of it before? Wu Evil didn't pay any attention to her. Directly greeting the moon wolf, he swiped at the monsters. Pineapple bird. Rank? 25. Life value? 38,500. Attack power? 900. Physical defense? 150. Magic resistance? 50. Talent? Shining Shadow 30% chance of dodging an attack. A level 25 monster had a life value of 38,500 points. If an average person didn't have a level 20 outfit, I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for them to solo normal monsters. However, most monsters generally have low magic resistance, which is extremely friendly to magic professions. But the blood is high, care about Wu evil, a small bee cannot be blown up, so a group to blow up. There were also thousands of moon wolves, which were not vegetarians. In just an instant, this ordinary and beautiful picture in front of Wu Xiaoxia's eyes was broken by Wu evil's attack. In the blink of an eye, the phoenix-colored birds crunched over a dozen. Which Xiaoxia frowned and wanted to say something, but she saw 3 bright lights suddenly light up on her body. Her level instantly rose to 4. At the same time, the experience prompts after killing monsters kept ringing in his ears. Wu Xiaoxia's mouth opened wide. Is this the feeling of upgrading? Good. So refreshing. After Wu Wicked had recruited all the summoned beasts, he found a place to sit down. For level 25 monsters, after grouping up a witch Xiaoxia, he was able to gain a full amount of experience bonus for killing monsters across levels. Because monsters give experience depending on the level of the party. Wu Wicked was now level 21. But Wu Xiaoxia had started out at only level 1. The ranks of everyone in the party are added together and then divided by the number of people in the party to give the party rank. A level 1 which Xiaoxia was tantamount to an experience baby, able to provide Wu Evil with an experience bonus. And the lower the level of the team, it will additionally increase the chance of equipment and props dropping. This was the reason why Wu Wicked had chosen to come here. Wu Wicked glanced at the experience value he got. Even if half of it was split by Wu Xiaoxia, there were still 350 experience points left for one monster. Satisfied, he nodded. Overall, the experience value is pretty good. Over here, Wu Wicked sat down and just prepared to fuse skills. From the distance came Wu Xiaoxia's cry. Big brother Wu Evil. Look, there seems to be someone in the water. Wu Wicked looked over in the direction of which Xiaoxia's finger and his eyes stared. Obliviator. As the name suggests, it's the people the world has forgotten. They, like the monster, mutated and became inhuman. To this world, they are bug-like. By killing Oblivion and eliminating bugs, you will be able to earn high rewards in prestige value. Almost simultaneously, Wu Xiaoxia received a prompt. Ding! You have been kicked out of the team by Captain Wu Evil. Wu Xiaoxia? Brother Wu Evil, what do you mean by that? Don't worry. I'll bring you up to level 20 as promised. Words. Which Xiaoxia nodded awkwardly and didn't say anything else. Wu Evil just looked at her and withdrew his gaze. Somewhat excitedly, he looked at Oblivion. Oblivion. Rank? 25. Life value? 3,500,000. Attack power? 1,500. Physical defense? 300. Magic resistance? 170. Talent. Predation. Kill a human, take their body and gain all the attributes of the person killed. This effect cannot be obtained overlapping. And in the center of the lake, the Oblivion, who was basically the same color as the lake water, clenched his fists hard at the moment. His eyes were covered in blood and he looked at Wu Xiaoxia fiercely. Damn woman, if it wasn't for this idiot, I could have sneaked closer and launched a sneak attack. That man was the number 1 ranked Wu Evil. If he plundered his body, he would be able to reach heaven in 1 step. It was all this woman's screams that broke her original plan. Meeting the Oblivion's expression that wanted to eat people scared Witch Xiao's neck. Brother Wu Evil, why is she looking at me like that? Wu Xiaoxia's voice was sweet and full of tenderness. That's the best way to stir up male protectiveness. She used to use this trick all the time and time again. Wu Wei's strength was the most powerful she had ever seen, and she wanted to get closer to Wu Wei somehow. Maybe this way it wouldn't be impossible to get him to take himself up to level 30. Thinking about this, the unpleasantness of being kicked out of the team just now instantly disappeared. Chapter 31. Repeat the fusion and double the effect of super regeneration recovery. But Wu Evil didn't pick up on her signal at all. Slowly grinning an eerie and terrifying smile. Hey, why? Why do you think? Of course it's because you've spoiled her, and she can't wait to eat you alive right now. You don't scare me. Seeing Wu Evil smile, Wu Xiaoxia stumbled in her footsteps and was almost not scared to death. Not. Why is that? This was not at all what she thought. Why did Wu Evil have this look on his face? Didn't he know the 4 words of compassion? Wu Wicked just glanced at her coldly. A tea-flavored fool that was nothing more than that. In terms of Dao, she wasn't even 1% as good as Rian Lu. The staff in his hand flickered slightly, and 6 seconds later, 3 waves of small bees were summoned and flew towards Oblivion. Just not very lucky, 3 summons and not a single skill streak. 10% skill combo rate is still too low. It's just 630 little bees, and it's totally more than enough to blow up Oblivion. Boom, boom, boom. In just an instant, the Oblivion's life value was emptied. You have slain a level 25 Oblivion and gained a reputation value of plus 25,000. Ding. You've completed the first kill of the Obliviator. Do you make an announcement? Release. Is it necessary to hide personal information?
No hiding.
Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Wu Evil for completing the first kill of the Obliviator and receiving an additional reward of 50,000 reputation points. The number of remaining Obliviator in this region is 17, and we look forward to further efforts from all players. X10. Everyone who heard the voice froze. Obliviator? What's an Obliviator? What's the use of reputation? Can it be exchanged for levels? Worthy of being a big brother Wu Evil. Netting a whole job day in and day out. Now I don't feel energized unless I listen to the radio dozens of times a day. Mommy, I want to listen to the radio. Listen loud. Is 10 enough? It's enough, Mommy. Mommy is so nice. Not buddy. You're sentenced to me all dry cross. Dream back 10 years ago, It's like going back in time to when I wasn't a toxic woman and the body was warm and sweet. After killing the Obliviator, Wu Wicked once again initiated the group message. Earning 75,000 reputation points in one go is simply not too good. Wu Xiaoxia pursed her lips tightly, her eyes somewhat grudgingly looking at Wu Evil. She now finally knew why she had been kicked off the team. It turned out that he was afraid that he would share his reputation reward, which Xiaoxia huffed and turned her head to the side in a beaming manner. It's just prestige, isn't it? I don't care if I want it anyway. I'll make sure you're high on it when this tie game is over. Now Wu Xiaoxia had regretted it. If she had known, she wouldn't have come on this road trip. If you stay in the company, nothing else, at least you won't be bullied by others. So what if it's really the end of the world? Can't it be that people won't be entertained after the end of the world? She had complete confidence in her face. And she wasn't just a face. She dabbled in dance, piano, violin. Thinking of this, Wu Xiaoxia unconsciously clenched her fists. As long as I can return to my home turf, even if you, Wu Evil, are strong, so what? You'll still have to look at me and beg me to take a look at you. Wu Evil didn't know what Wu Xiaoxia was thinking, nor did he care to know. But he would have been laughed out of the room if he had known. It was because the boss of the company that Wu Xiaoxia worked for was the person behind the Dark Court of Judgment. For those who are good-looking and have little strength of their own, the Dark Court is the real hell. More importantly, they're not stuck on gender. A group of moon wolves, like locusts crossing the border, tirelessly swiped the monsters. Wu Wicked sat against a tree, opened the attribute panel, and took out the skill book he had received earlier. There were 7 skill books in total, and after experimenting with them, it was now certain that summoning B indeed couldn't be learned. Skills that are already possessed cannot be reacquired. Sentimentally, Wu Wicked didn't take it to heart and took the 2 summoning B books back into his backpack space. On top of that, there's 1 warrior's critical strike, 1 mage's magic shield, 1 priest's slow healing, and 2 archer's combo shots left. Ding! You have successfully acquired the skill critical hit. Ding! You have successfully acquired the skill magic shield. Learned all the skills all over again. Then Wu Wicked dragged the heavy strike skill and landed on top of Summon Moon Wolf. He wasn't afraid of being seen by Wu Xiaoxia. His attribute panel was only visible to himself. In other people's eyes, Wu Wicked just stretched out his hand and pointed in the air. This operation requires the consumption of 300 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. As Wu Wicked's finger tapped in the air, the heavy strike skill disappeared, while the originally sharp claws of the moon wolf in the distance became as deep as black gems. Fusion success. Summoned moon wolf damage increased by 10%, 20%. Wu Evil's eyes lit up. It was really feasible. If you repeated the study a few hundred times, you wouldn't be directly invincible. However, this time, the consumption of the original 100 green star coins consumed was raised to 300. 3x star coin consumption boost. Wu Wicked's eyes flashed. I don't know if my guess is correct, so experiment. Anyway, he had 2 copies of Archer's combo and was perfectly capable of experimenting with it. This operation requires the consumption of 300 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. When summoning a small bee, there is a 20% chance that a skill combo will occur. You have successfully acquired the skill Continuous Fire. This operation requires the consumption of 900 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. When summoning a small bee, there is a 30% chance that a skill combo will occur. Looking at the fusion result, Wu Wicked took a deep breath. Sure enough, each time you repeat the fusion, the amount of star coins consumed is raised by 3 times. The first couple of times you might not be able to see anything. But once 10 times had passed, the amount of green star coins consumed would be 5,904,900. Hiss! The corners of Wu Wei's mouth twitched slightly. Amount! But on second thought, 5904, 900 green star coins is just under 591 purple star coins. In the future, a piece of extremely high-quality equipment could casually be sold for hundreds of thousands or millions of purple star coins. When you think about it like that, it doesn't seem unacceptable. Moving on to the next one, drag the magic shield towards the super regeneration. This operation requires the consumption of 30 blue star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Super regeneration restores 5% 10 of maximum life value per second, and when full, generates a 10% 20% of maximum life value chakra shield every second, capped at 300% of maximum life value. When strengthened, super regeneration's recovery is directly doubled. This 30 blue star coins is worth spending, Wu Wicked uttered in surprise. I just don't know what happens when the recovery effect reaches 100% per second. Will it raise the upper limit of the chakra shield? Perhaps. It's really possible. Chapter 32 Inner Elixir of Phoenix-Colored Bird. Finally, there is a slow healing skill for priests. This was a skill that Wu Wicked had never learned before. Slow healing. The target recovers 15% X spiritual attribute of life value every second for 30 seconds. This effect can stack up to 5 layers. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Slow healing with the same cooldown and duration. It may seem like you can do unlimited refills, but it's not, because of the casting time thing going on, resulting in priests not being able to do any chalice renewals at all with this skill, unless they can get gear whose special effect is CD reduction. Looking at this skill, Wu Evil frowned. He has super regeneration and doesn't need healing skills at all. With his current 233-8500 Chi and Blood Shield, a Chi and Blood Shield that restored 20% of his maximum life value in every second was a Chi and Blood Shield that restored 155900. As long as he wasn't beaten up by a group, he might not get hurt. Thought about dragging slow heal over Whiplash. Scourge gives summons a 3-speed boost and another to add blood. But, right? The belt is dipped in iodophore and sterilized as it hits. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Next, the information panel in front of you then changed again. Currently available evolutionary routes are offense, guarding. Offense? Healing skills are still offensive. Wu Wicked was interested on the spot. When he saw the panel, Wu Evil was directly happy. Good lord, it's still a real injury. Poison milk, I guess. Offense. Each time you lash a target, it adds 15% X Spirit attribute true damage to the target. This effect lasts for 30 seconds and can stack up to 5 layers. Guardian. When whipping a friendly unit, it can apply a blessing effect to the target, restoring 15% X spiritual attribute of life value every second for 30 seconds. This effect can stack up to 5 layers. Offense and guard both options. Seeing this, Wu Evil chose to attack without hesitation. Sorry guard, I prefer offense. Summons are just straight up summoned when they die, and with Transcendental Fertility around, you can summon 210 moon wolves at a time. Just add this much blood. It's not necessary. It's not necessary at all. After a small boost, Wu Wicked skimmed his level as he closed the attribute panel. Without realizing it, he had risen to level 22. After an hour, all the phoenix-colored birds in this area were gone. The speed at which the monsters were refreshing was completely unable to keep up with the speed at which the moon wolves were killing them. There was no choice but to rest in place, which Xiaoxia, who was on the side, looked at her level and then glanced at the level leaderboards, unconsciously widening her eyes. In just an hour's time, she had leveled up to 15. Without realizing it, she had caught up with the first echelon that had rushed into the forefront. Managed to squeeze into the rankings. It was only the end position, but she was still happy. Now I finally have the strength to protect myself. Raising an eyebrow, he glanced at the moon wolf waiting to be refreshed. Wu Xiaoxia spoke enviously. If I had known that summoners were so strong, I would have chosen summoner as well. It's safe and hassle-free to summon a monster and rest yourself on the sidelines. Hey! I don't know if I can re-transfer. As for the leveling charts, apart from Wu Evil who was far ahead, leveling up to level 22. The second place was still level 17, and both were still almost half the experience away from getting to level 18. Don't look at only shaking off the other side by 5 levels. Only those who are rushing levels know how difficult it is to upgrade now. And the further back you go, the harder it gets. Killing monsters below your level gives you less experience. The high-level monsters have high blood levels and are simply impossible to solo. If you team up, you'll have to split the experience and drops equally again, so you might as well brush the lower-level monsters. At least there's a chance of running into a surprise. Drops high-level black iron level equipment with attributes. In response, Wu Evil had only one word. Stupid. The rewards for the ranked leaderboards are long gone. Now instead of bothering to level up, you should find a way to improve yourself. What monsters can't be killed with improved attributes? Now it takes them a minute to kill a monster. Is this sufficient for upgrading? This group of people who only knew how to bury their heads in the sand to rush levels at this stage, if they didn't have a little bit of strange encounters, they were afraid that they wouldn't even be able to last until level 20, and would be eliminated by the others. When they realized that they couldn't even brush normal monsters, they would then try to turn back and improve themselves, only to realize that it was all too late. The resources here have long been taken by others. There are 100,000 people in each region, but there are only so many resources, and there are so many wolves that what we're doing now is grabbing resources. For that matter, those people actually know. But now that they've been held up to the fire, they're reluctant to give up their ranking just like that. One can only keep going forward with a stiff upper lip. Only a very small percentage of people can actually make a sensible exit. Waiting for the time for the monsters to refresh, Wu Wicked opened his backpack space to check the harvest he had just made. Level 2025 equipment, Wu Wicked didn't even look at it. It's all junk gear, nothing to see here. Set your eyes on top of a pile of crystal clear beads. Inner elixir of the phoenix-colored bird. It is rumored to be the stone of a phoenix-colored bird, but it serves an extremely valuable purpose, being able to wash out 100 points of free attributes. Such a small pile of phoenix-colored bird's inner elixir was visually estimated to be around 80 pieces. It was also the first kill of a monster that would have an extra drop rate, otherwise it would be considered good to get 30 of them in a brush. To wash away the 1,525 free attribute points assigned to the physique attribute, a total of 31 are needed. Although it's one that washes 100 free attributes, it will wash both physical and mental attributes. So what actually works is only 50 points. Put all of the free attribute points that were washed out on all mental attributes. Wu Wei opened the attribute panel and glanced at his attributes. Name: Wu Wicked. Rank: 22. Profession: First Order Summoner.
L'IFESPAN, 764 250 Aura Shield, 2 292 750.
Mana, 101.840.
Magic Attack Power: 5,107. Physical Defense: 2902. Magic Resistance: 1209. Physical: 26425. Mental: 5,092. Uniformity Value: 5,090. After washing it out, the mental attribute boost was still not small, coming to 5,092 points. The Unity Value Knight followed to 5,090 points. The upper limit of summoning was raised, and Wu Evil's strength naturally followed suit by a large margin. As for the little bit of physique attribute that he lost, it was not worth mentioning to him at all. Wu Evil closed the attribute panel with satisfaction. Now it was just a matter of bringing Wu Xiaoxia's level to 20 and calling it a day. After waiting for about 10 minutes or so, the phoenix-colored bird that was killed at the beginning slowly refreshed.
Tie.
Suddenly, a loud bird call caught Wu Wicked's attention. Get up and take a look. Only a violently burning flame was seen floating silently in midair. Chapter 33 World Notice, Lord Boss. The fireball rose into the air. Even Wu Wicked, who was hundreds of meters away, felt a hint of burning heat all over his skin. And on the side, Wu Xiaoxia's skin burned red, and her head of hair became dry to the naked eye, and she immediately screamed out, "It's so hot! I feel like I'm going to be roasted. Big brother Wu Evil, help!" Wu Evil gave her a blank look. "Since it's hot, don't you know to back away a bit?" He seriously suspected that this woman had a pit in her brain and didn't even know how to run when the fire was on her. At those words, Wu Xiaoxia screamed and decisively fled towards the distance. It was a full 2.5 minutes of running, which made me feel much better. Compared to Wu Xiaoxia, Wu Evil was much more calm. With high physical attributes and attribute resistance berserker talent, the scorching of the boss's flames couldn't help him at all. But his summons would have a hard time. losing anywhere from 200-300 life points per second. It was only a matter of seconds before a group of moon wolves had a segment of their life value missing from the naked eye. As for the little bees, all the ones summoned before died while practicing. For leveling, it's still better to use moon wolves that have the ability to fight consistently. Wu Evil raised his eyes to look at the fireball, and the boss's attributes appeared in front of him. Heavenly Phoenix Split Silver Level Boss. Rank 25. Life Value 4.2 million. Magic Attack Power 1500. Physical Defense 250. Magic Resistance 300. Talent Scorching Heat Fire Resistance plus 50. Inflicts flame damage of magic attack power x 0.3 on surrounding targets every second. The closer the distance, the higher the damage. A level 25 silver level boss. That's about it for attributes. Having seen more powerful hidden bosses, Wu Evil really didn't feel much for this kind of general silver boss. Immediately issuing a command, a moon blade then swept towards the fireball in mid-air. 2153, 1963, 2010. Now that Moon Wolf's level had also reached level 22. Each moon blade blasted at the boss could also deal around 2000 points of damage. After one round of damage, the Heavenly Phoenix Split was directly seconded before it could even break its shell. Wu Evil? This is also too unresistant. There's no tension at all to kill a boss. Ding! You have successfully killed the level 25 silver boss, Heavenly Phoenix Divergent, and gained experience value of 150,000. Gained Blue Star Coin plus 11. Green Star Coin plus 724 gained equipment. Fiery Armor. Ding! Due to you killing the Heavenly Phoenix Doppelganger within 10 seconds, the Lord Boss Heavenly Phoenix feels its authority has been provoked and will appear in 30 minutes. At the same time, an ethereal voice resounded in the sky. World Notice. The Lord Boss, Heavenly Phoenix, will appear in 30 minutes. Everyone grab their weapons and go to defend against Heavenly Phoenix's attack. The team with the first place damage gets an equal share of 3,000 free attribute points. The team that does the second most damage gets an equal share of 2,000 free attribute points. The team that comes in third place in damage gets an equal share of 1,000 free attribute points. The final killer will receive 3,000 free attribute points. X10. The regional channels of each area were also notifying the Lord Boss's refreshing coordinates in due course at this moment. There were also countless people inquiring about what a Lord Boss was, as they who hadn't heard of the rules of the end times hadn't even heard that there were such bosses. But the moment they heard the reward clearly, everyone went crazy. The final kill, to be able to obtain 3,000 attribute point rewards, this is nigh on taking off. Not to mention the final kill, even if the team is third in damage, they can still share 1,000 attribute points equally. A team of 5 people sharing 1,000 equally, there are also 200 free attribute points. I don't even dare to think about how cool it would be if I could get 200 free attribute points. Competition for the team damage. First comes Supermaster, into the team to send equipment, send occupation fit less than 90% don't come. The last important thing to say 3 times, don't summoner. Do not summoner. Do not summoner. Come mages. Just mages. Pure mage teams. Rookie teams competing for the top 3. For is equal to 1. Beg for an armor-breaking bow. Big Brother Wu Evil. Begging for a belt. My father is the richest man in Jiangcheng. If I can get a ranking, I'm willing to share half of my family's fortune with you. Wu Evil's eyes flashed slightly. Surprisingly, it's a Lord Boss. Lord Bosses are independent of all bosses and come in the flavor of hidden bosses and world bosses. Yet it is different. Lord Bosses would descend in all areas, and as soon as one area's Lord Boss was killed, all the other places' Lord Bosses would disappear. And the tactic of a sea of people doesn't work at all against Lord Bosses. This was because the attribute values of the Lord Bosses would increase according to the number of all challengers in the vicinity. However, if they were able to kill them, they would receive great benefits. Attribute points, super props, even rare skill books, anything is possible. In the instant he got the news, Wu Nausea instantly had an intention. The final kill of this Lord Boss, along with damage first, must be in your hands. And the easiest way to do that is to not let anyone else get close. Although in his area, the birthplace of the Lord Boss was farther away from the safe spot. An hour is considered fast if you walk. But don't forget, there's a thing called a car. After the end times came, the world map expanded and the ground is now less friendly to cars. But bicycles and motorized vehicles are not so affected. Where cars can't go, bicycles and motorized vehicles can. If the road is really impassable, you can still lift the bike up and around to ride in. Gaze around the room. Wu Evil instantly had an idea. In the next second, countless moon wolves poured out, pulling the phoenix-colored bird that had only just been refreshed, and swept towards the path that must be taken between the safe zone and Lunar Crescent Bay, pulling nearly 1,000 phoenix-colored birds to their destination. Wu Wicked directly put each of the moon wolves into the shadows and hid them. The phoenix-colored bird, which had lost its target of attack, hovered in place. Nearly 1,000 level 25 phoenix-colored birds would definitely be able to give those who had rushed here a good meal. No matter how many people there are, they're not going to clean it up without 10 minutes or so. With that, they began to summon the little bees. Summon the little bees. Summon the little bees. Now that Wu Evil's unity value had 5,090 points, he dismissed all of the moon wolves, and all of his unity value was used to summon little bee. A total of 25,350 can be summoned. A small bee blowing itself up does 6,600 points of damage. 25,250 of them, that's 168 million injuries. As long as no one came to mess up, Wu Evil was confident that he could manage to kill even a Lord Boss in seconds. Chapter 34. My enemy is only myself. Then he turned around, and his gaze fell on Wu Xiaoxia. Feeling Wu Evil's icy gaze, Wu Xiaoxia was jolted. Next, ding! You have been kicked out of the team by Captain Wu Evil. Wu Xiaoxia. Again. Wu Evil. The Lord Boss is going to appear later. It could be dangerous here. Wu Xiaoxia. Dangerous? That's a good reason, Pin. Which Xia muttered in a small voice. Following Wu Evil around, she didn't believe that it was really dangerous. The danger I'm talking about is me. Wu Wicked grinned. If there is that ungrateful one who wants to steal boss kills from me or wants to share my attribute points, I will definitely prioritize killing him without hesitation. Hiss! Which Xiaoxia bared her voice lightly. Wu Evil's face was clearly smiling, but Wu Xiaoxia felt a piercing chill that came over her. Felt like the whole thing was soaking in ice water. She tried to struggle for help, but stayed curled up tightly out of fear. Helpless and desperate, Wu Wicked reached out and with a wave of his hand, the light eclipse ant appeared beside Wu Xiaoxia. Next, it will keep you safe if you don't want to die. You'd better not run around during this time. Which Xiaoxia nodded her head like garlic. Being able to kill her way through the man-eating entertainment industry, Wu Xiaoxia naturally still had some advantages. For example, knowing how to read the situation. Right now, she needed Wu Evil to protect her, and she also needed Wu Evil to take her to upgrade. Moreover, she did not have any cards in her hand to restrict Wu Evil. If she really annoyed Wu Evil, the other party would just give up and quit, and she would have no way at all. So now all she can do is listen. Moreover, Wu Evil had already made his words clear. If she still refused, she would really be jumping sideways repeatedly in Hades. Soon, under the leadership of the light eclipse ants, Wu Xiaoxia was far away from the boss's refresh point. Hiding in a large tree on the far side of the room, he snuck up on the cat. In the meantime, just in this area where Wu Evil was, there were thousands of people rushing towards the coordinates of the Lord Boss. The spectacle was extraordinary. The same goes for other regions. The other side. Lu Ji looked at the nearly 1,000 people following him, his eyes obscure. In less than 2 days, he had gathered so many people for his own use. In his part of the world, Lu Ji was also considered to be in a good position. Still, there was a thorn in his side, deep in his heart. That would be Wu Wicked. Scarab's group of people could no longer be contacted, but Wu Evil was still active. There's only one possibility. Scarab and the others are dead. The most annoying thing was the occasional bombardment of a few announcements that made it impossible for him to distract himself even if he wanted to. Just the thought of Wu Evil made Lu Ji feel bad in his heart. His right hand clenched tightly, his nails sinking deep into his flesh. Wu Evil, after I rise to level 30, there will be no more area restrictions, and that's when you'll die. The middle-aged man beside Lu Ji at the moment was arranging the killing of the boss in the group. Brothers of Inquirer's World, the Lord Boss will be refreshed in less than 3 minutes. Our goal is the top 3, plus boss kills. But only those who are alive are qualified to output, and there's only one life, so let's not get close easily without determining the boss's means of attack. Let the group of stragglers test the waters first. If the boss attack can be resisted hard, we'll grab the position and the kill. The reward can fall on anyone, but it must be in the hands of our Inquirer. As soon as these words came out, The group chat was instantly brushed up with a clear color of Boss Mighty. To the side, Lu Ji's lips curled into a smile. It's just a bunch of idiots. Just give them a little hope and they'll work for themselves. Will the reward really go to their heads? It's a joke. These people were divided into 3 or 6 classes the moment they entered the group chat. The ones with good talent and a good career fit are on their team. So the boss kill, too, can only be his. After a passionate speech, everyone was happy. The middle-aged man came to Lu Ji's side and laughed. I've heard that there's been a change in the area over at Wu Evil, and it's been blocked off by a group of level 25 high-level monsters. So they won't be able to see the boss at all without a couple hours.
¿Qué?
Lu Jinji laughed disdainfully. My enemy is only myself, Wu Evil, just a jumping clown. He doesn't deserve to be my opponent yet. The middle-aged man smiled gratefully at his words. It's good that you can think this way. Uncle Wong is also worried that you've been messed up by all the announcements that have been ringing out. This time is our first step to ask the world. I will let everyone see my strength to ask the world. And this area of Wu Wicked. Everyone was stopped halfway by the phoenix-colored bird. Nearly 1,000 level 25 phoenix-colored birds were an insurmountable barrier to those whose average level wasn't even 15. Damn it! Why are there so many monsters here? I've asked my friends in other areas and none of them have encountered monsters blocking the road. Only on our side. How could a monster appear on a main road that also happens to be a mandatory road? Someone must be deliberately stopping us from passing. The number of monsters is too many, too dense. Even if you are stealthy, you can't get through. It's that damned Uncle Calamity. What a little human thing to do. Don't look at it. Lure the monsters and kill them strongly. There are at least thousands of us here. A group of big living people can still be suffocated by urine. There was a full half-hour of lead time between the announcement and the boss appearing. Wu Evil had long ago replaced all the moon wolves, all of them with little bees. Such bosses with advance notice are most friendly to him, because you can prepare in advance. Just then, a pillar of red light fell from the sky. At the same time, a clear phoenix sound resounded through the heavens and earth. Wu Evil narrowed his eyes and stared at the pillar of light with a deadly stare. Sky Phoenix Lord Boss. Rank? 25. Life value? 80 million. Magic attack power? 42,000. Physical defense? 1,000. Magic resistance? 1,000. Talent? Flame of the Burning Heart. All fire skills converted to true damage. Boss appears. Wu Wicked didn't directly let the little bee attack directly. After all, this was a Lord Boss, and when it made its appearance, there was an invincibility effect present. As long as the red pillar of light didn't disappear, it couldn't do any damage to it. That's the deck of being a Lord Boss. The boss hovered over the red pillar of light in flight, slowly falling from the sky. The wait is always long, but it didn't make Wu Wicked wait too long. 3 seconds later, with a phoenix sound that shook the heavens and earth, the red pillar of light then completely disappeared. Wu Evil's eyes lit up when he saw this. The little bee that had been waiting for a long time swept out in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, dense explosions rang out. Chapter 35. Are you open? Answer me. Next. Ding. Congratulations to Wu Evil for killing the level 25 Lord Boss, Heavenly Phoenix, and gaining 3,000 free attribute points. Congratulations to Wu Evil for ranking first in damage dealt to the boss when killing the Heavenly Phoenix, earning 3,000 free attribute points. Congratulations to Gao Hang for ranking second in damage inflicted on the boss when killing the Heavenly Phoenix, and gaining 2,000 free attribute points. Congratulations to Wuxin Xinshin for ranking third in damage inflicted on the boss when killing the Heavenly Phoenix and gaining 1,000 free attribute points. X10. As the other regions looked at the Heavenly Phoenix boss that had just appeared and disappeared, everyone's eyes froze. This was followed by an explosion of groundhog squeals. Huh? No? That's too fast. Faster than I can do in 3 seconds. Am I crazy or is this world crazy? Lord bosses can take seconds. I'm standing here today. I'll see who the hell dares to say that Wu Evil isn't on. Instantaneous seconds for a Lord boss. Salt is not even salt anymore, is it? Pup Seed. Look me straight in the eye. Are you open? Answer me. Of course, not everyone is crazy in place. There are 2 other lucky ones that directly mutate in place. I just touched the boss and got a second place. Wah! Taking third place solo has rewarded me with 1,000 free attribute points. Taking off directly from the same spot, that guy who robbed me of my equipment and my monsters before, has his neck been washed clean? accept the righteous judgment of my old lady. The other side. Lu Ji looked at the Lord Boss that gradually turned into a cluster of flames and then dissipated. Wu Evil, it's Wu Evil again. What the hell did he do? How did the boss get killed in an instant? Ryu sincerely defiantly threw a punch into a large tree nearby. The powerful force directly shattered a large chunk of the thick tree trunk. He glanced at it just now. That boss could have close to 2.4 billion life value. Each area is different. For each additional person in the same area, the boss's maximum life value is increased by 1%. What kind of thing did that Wu Evil have that he was able to deal 2.4 billion damage instantly? Originally, Uncle Wong, who should be calming down the emotions of the people in the Inquirer's world at this moment, frowned as he looked at Lu Ji's crazy-like appearance. After calming the crowd with a few simple words, he came to Lu Ji's side with a concerned face. With a loving face, he looked at Lu Ji and hurriedly comforted, "Nephew Lu, a momentary success or failure is just a momentary success or failure. It's nothing. Don't be discouraged. I guess that Wu Evil must have used some special props to kill the boss in seconds. After all, the damage he dealt was too abnormal." Lu Ji sniffs and goes straight into a rage, grabbing Uncle Wong by the collar. The long hours of patience, and ultimately not getting what he wanted, drove him nearly insane. "How dare you have the nerve to lick your old face and tell me that this is nothing? That's a whole 6,000 free attribute points, so many attribute points. Even if I rise to full level, I won't be able to get that many. What will I compare myself to him with in the future?" Uncle Wong raised his hands above his head, the smile on his face not diminishing in the slightest. Comparing to force is inherently the most inferior way to solve a problem. I know you're angry, but would you be happy if I said that this time I was able to make Wu Evil disappear completely? Lu Jinji slowly raised his head to look at Uncle Wong's serious expression and hesitated for a moment. "Fruity." Uncle Wong smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Lu Ji hurriedly loosened his grip on the man's collar, his expression gradually returning to normal. "Uncle Wong, I'm sorry. It's because I'm too impulsive." Uncle Wong didn't mean to pursue the matter. "It's fine, I know. I've watched you grow up. I know best what kind of person you are, and I know you're just having a moment. And I have no children at my knee. To me you are like my own son, so how could I possibly be angry with you?" Uncle Wong patted the wood shavings off of Lu Ji's shoulder and said with a smile, "Think about it. Which kind of person do you think would be the most angry if the Lord Boss was seconded?" Lu Ji glanced at Uncle Wong and spoke tentatively with some uncertainty. "Wu Evil's enemy?" Uncle Wong smiled and gave Lu Ji a look, then shook his head. "Right, but not all right. It's the ones who have some strength, who think they're heavenly born, and who see the boss rewards as their own possession long ago." Lu Jinjin was a bit puzzled. There were plenty of such people, it was none of his business. Uncle Wong's mouth revealed a cold smile. "Do you still remember the area where Wu Evil was? What happened? Monster blocking the road?" "Uncle Wong, do you mean that was done by Wu Evil?" Uncle Wong shook his head. "No one saw it, and no one can be sure that Wu Evil did it. But we can make an article out of this besides. The fact that no one saw the 4 words is an article in itself." Even if Lu Ji's reaction was slow, he understood at this moment. "Uncle Wong, what you mean is that we can utilize those people's emotions to make them hate Wu Evil and become our swords to fight for us." Uncle Wong nodded with satisfaction. That's exactly what he meant. Lu Ji is still young, easy to lose his mind by some small things in front of him, so that he is farther and farther away from what he wants more and more. He didn't mind in the slightest though. He had the time and energy to train him slowly anyway. Dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. He believed that sooner or later, Lu Ji would become an existence as good as his own. Uncle Wong had a smile on his lips. "I've already made the arrangements. It's these few days that Wu Evil will face all the evils of human nature. From today on, he has to even sleep with one eye open for me." At those words, the anger on Lu Ji's face was gradually replaced by satisfaction, and the grimness at the corner of his mouth grew even more. He could already predict the end of Wu Evil. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "Wu Evil, even if I can't kill you with my own hands, I will still make you a street rat. This is what happens when you offend me. You have successfully killed the level 25 Lord class boss, Heavenly Phoenix, and gained plus 2 million experience value. Obtained equipment, Eternal Flame, Burning Sky Battle Armor, Fire Cloud Lance, Scale Sword. Obtained props, Heavenly Phoenix Essence Blood, Blazing Fire Burning Sky. Heavenly Phoenix experience and boss drops are only available to the Slayer. With a flash of light, Wu Evil's level directly increased from level 22 to level 26. Listening to the beeps that kept ringing in his ears, Wu Evil was satisfied. A full 6,000 points of free attributes is certainly a huge boost for the early stages. And there's also the Lord Boss drop. There's absolutely no way this particular boss would drop trash. Wu Wicked immediately opened his space backpack. With that, a flash of extreme blackness filled the entire space backpack. Chapter 36 Heavenly Phoenix Essence Blood. Resurrection Props. Wu was disgusted. This extreme black color is meteorite star level equipment. Equipment quality is categorized into black iron, bronze, silver, gold, legend, myth, meteor. Looking carefully, this black glow was emanating from a necklace. Eternal Flame Necklace. Quality, meteorite star. Magic resistance, plus 480. Spirit, plus 210. Special effect 1. Toughness increased by 50%. Feature 2. Burning Ashes. Consume 10% of your maximum life value to inflict fire damage to all targets beside you for the amount of life value consumed, and repel the opponent while immediately removing all of your own negative effects. Feature 3. When receiving fire attribute damage, there is a 50% chance that this damage will be converted into life restoration. Equipment level 25. One necklace alone boosted magic resistance by 480 points. With the magic attacks of most players at this stage, it was the magic resistance provided by this one necklace that made it difficult for them to break through the defense. There is also a super high mental attribute bonus of 210 points. In one outfit, it's more than a set of trellis sets added. However, it was the 3 special effects that Wu Evil liked the most. One is more stunning than the other. 50% toughness naturally, needless to say, reduces control time by 50%. The second attribute, the effect is even more invincible, uncontrolling, and knocking back targets around you while dealing some damage to targets around you. If it was just that, Wu Wicked wouldn't even be so excited. What excited him was that the necklace's special effect had no cooldown. As long as you have enough life, you can use it all the time. Combined with his passive skill, Super Regeneration, it could be used once a second. To say what he was most afraid of right now, it was naturally control. Once he was controlled in place by a group of people, even if his chi and blood values were high, he would only die. Even if he had the super recovery provided by Super Regeneration and others couldn't kill him, he couldn't escape just the same after being controlled. Infinitely controlled, that's the scary part. But with this necklace, that's all different. In addition to this, the third special effect has a 50% chance of being immune to fire damage and returning blood. Simply the nemesis of pyromancy. Looking at the equipment effect of Eternal Flame, Wu Wicked couldn't even hold back a deep breath. It's really worthy of being a meteorite star level equipment. It's simply invincible. After killing the boss, his level had also risen to level 26. Just able to equip it. Decisively, he replaced the silver level Guardian Spirit Necklace. Although the Guardian was able to summon a silver level boss, the Light Eclipse Ant. But a level 11 silver level boss that boosted him was really limited. Wu Wicked preferred Eternal Flame's infinite uncontrol to summoning Light Eclipse Ants. Changing his equipment, he once again looked at his spatial backpack. The Heavenly Phoenix boss just now had exploded a total of 3 items for him. The other equipment was unusable, and Wu Wicked didn't bother to look at it. In addition to the equipment, there were 2 props. Heavenly Phoenix Blood, a miracle item. Ancient Heavenly Phoenix, reborn in fire. After using it, it can resist the effect of death once. Hiss. Surprisingly, it's a resurrection prop. Wu Wei was stunned. For a moment, the expression management on Wu Evil's face was gone. Resurrection props are extremely rare, and any one of them is worth a lot of money. Wu Wicked didn't doubt for a second that if he found a buyer who could have the strength, this drop of Heavenly Phoenix Essence Blood could even buy a city. However, Wu Wicked had no intention of selling it no matter how valuable the treasure was. There would be nothing left when it died. So without any hesitation at all, he directly swallowed it into his mouth. In the next second, a Heavenly Phoenix-like pattern appeared on the skin of his left arm. Noble and extraordinary. With his fingers on the tattoo, Wu Wicked could even feel a hint of burning heat. Last prop. Blazing Fire, a rank skill scroll. Item level 25. Deals 45,000 points of fire damage to all targets up to 100 meters. Looking at the attributes of the scroll, Wu Evil's eyelids jumped. It was worthy of being a Lord-class boss drop, and it was truly extraordinary. Skill scrolls were one-time consumable items, but that was what made them so powerful. For example, this book, Fiery Burning Sky, would be an absolute nuclear strike at this stage of the game. Not only does it have a huge damage range, it also has 45,000 points of fixed fire damage. With the average player's life value of no more than 10,000 now, even a knight profession with 90% career fit might not be able to resist the damage of this scroll. Putting the scroll away, he glanced at the soul vial as he closed his space pack. At this moment, the soul bottle was only one drop short of being full. Wu Wicked smashed his tongue, originally thinking that it would be difficult to get these 3,000 free attributes. I didn't realize the collection would be full soon. With that, the attribute panel was opened, allocated the 6,000 free attribute points obtained, and the 400 free attribute points given by the upgrade to the spiritual attribute. Name: Wu Wicked. Rank: 26. Profession: First Order Summoner.
L'IFESPAN, 764 250 Aura Shield, 2 292 750.
Mana, 232,600.
Magic attack power: 11,645. Physical defense: 2902. Magic resistance: 2,133. Physical: 26425. Mental: 11,630. Uniformity value: 11,630. Looking at his current attribute panel, Wu Evil nodded in satisfaction. But that's not enough. If you want to not be bullied by others, you have to be above everyone. And the gap with those people has to make them despair. Those 6,000 free attribute points are just the beginning. At this point, which Xiaoxia, who was hiding at the side, also walked over when she saw the light erosion ants disappear. Carefully, he opened his mouth and asked, "Brother Wu, do we have to continue upgrading now?" She was now really scared of Wu Evil from the bottom of her heart. The murderous look in Wu Evil's eyes before, even after such a long time, she still couldn't forget it. Wu Weiwei glanced at Wu Xiaoxia and finally nodded. Wu Evil admitted that he was not a good person, but this principle was still there. As long as which Xiaoxia herself didn't act as a demon, he would naturally do what he said he would do. With that, he sent a group message to Wu Xiaoxia. Then he summoned the Moon Wolf and gestured for Wu Xiaoxia to ride on it. Seeing the Moon Wolf, Wu Xiaoxia's expression froze. "Aren't we going to upgrade here? I feel like it's not bad here, and there's a lot of experience." Looking at Wu Xiaoxia's puzzled expression, Wu Evil gently shook his head. "My level has risen to level 26, causing our team's level to follow suit to level 20.5. Continuing to brush the monsters here won't get enough experience bonus at all. It's not cost-effective to continue leveling here." Chapter 37. Enough said? I've summoned enough. For another, the wash point props have been swiped enough. Wu Wicked didn't want to continue wasting time here either. It would be better to just go for level 30 monsters to upgrade. The monsters have a high base level and the experience they get will naturally be increased. Bring Witch Xiaoxia to level 20 early and end this matter early. He didn't want to keep bringing a drag around with him. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaoxia nodded her head with confidence. In all the time she'd watched on the regional channels, she hadn't heard of such a thing. The group still has levels, but she was clear that the idea Wu Evil had set would not change, and honestly climbed onto the back of the Moon Wolf. When he set off, Wu Wicked casually swung out 2 whips and killed 2 phoenix-colored birds. "I woke up early this morning, had a loaf of bread, and have been starving for a long time." He had eaten roasted phoenix-colored birds before, and they tasted pretty good. Now it's just a good time to have the ingredients around to bake it and try it out. Putting the phoenix-colored bird into his space backpack, he walked towards the level 30 monster map. This time, the destination was the Cemetery of Peace, where the undead monsters that were brushed out were the level 30 ones. In this area where Wu Evil was located, there was more than one level 30 map, but with the high number of monsters in the Tomb of Peace, it was definitely the preferred place to upgrade. Through a wooded area, back on the main road. At this moment, there were still hundreds of people killing phoenix-colored birds. Seeing Wu Wei's figure, someone immediately roared out in anger. Cubseed, in order to enjoy the boss rewards alone, even lured monsters to block the road. At the expense of me has always been when you are an idol. I did not expect you to be this kind of person. Ah shucks. Wu Evil. Tell me, did you attract these monsters? I want to hear you answer in person. What's the point of wasting your breath? Just blast him. Need he say so? He must have let it, how else would he have gotten over there? flying over there? This kind of trash who disregards others for their own interests deserves to die. Martyr. Do it together and kill him. Labor has long looked at him with disdain. That's right, grabbing the boss hurts everyone by their ability. Why do you want to block the road and prevent us from getting close to the boss? Doesn't it prove that you have a ghost in your heart? Why don't you answer our questions? Are you weak or have nothing to say? In the crowd, there were a few who led the rhythm of arching fire in various places, and in an instant, everyone stared angrily at Wu Evil. Ha! Hearing these childish remarks, Wu Evil was amused. Turns out people really do laugh a little when they're extremely speechless. M beautiful D of Z most Z awesome. Want me to explain to you guys? Joke. No mirrors around, don't you guys have any piss? And don't look at what you are. And dare to ask me for an explanation. Buzz. The moment Wu Wei raised his head, a murderous intent rose to the sky. Everyone was shocked by Wu Evil's aura and their entire body was jolted. Immediately, someone wanted to leave. However, a cold laugh immediately came from the crowd. What are you afraid of? Even if he is strong, he is only one person, we are hundreds of people, can't we still lose to him? But he just killed the Lord Boss in seconds. A trembling voice immediately came from someone in the crowd. Killing a boss in seconds with just one summoner? Do you believe it yourself? He must have used some kind of prop that kills bosses in seconds, or got stuck in a bug. If you guys are scared, just go, no one will stop you. But later on, if we kill Wu Evil, don't be jealous of the equipment that pops out. These words were like a shot in the arm, causing all those who were preparing to leave to stop in their tracks. That's right, there are so many of us, we're still afraid of him. A mouthful of spit from one person could drown him. Wu Evil, if you don't want to die, take off all your equipment and open up your backpack space for us to inspect. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave today. Right. That's the way it should be. He can't be allowed to keep it private. Enough said. Wu Wei grinned. It doesn't matter if I haven't said enough. I've summoned enough anyway. Commiserate and go to hell and take your time. In an instant, countless small bees rushed straight out. Boom, boom, boom. An explosion rang out, and everyone present froze. The phoenix-colored bird that they had managed to kill with great difficulty was swallowed up by the explosions in a matter of moments. The smoke from the explosion dissipated, and Wu Wicked walked slowly up to them. At the same time, a pack of moon wolves jumped out of the shadows and appeared behind Wu Wicked. Looking at the thousands of moon wolves behind Wu Wei, the group's aura instantly weakened. How? I'm also a summoner. Summoning a moon wolf takes up 1 point of unity value. I'm currently wearing all black iron equipment, plus 70% occupational fit, and it's only 3 points of unity value. At most I can only summon 3 moon wolves at the same time. What makes you able to summon so many? Of course it's because you're weak, trash. Wu Evil snorted out unmercifully. Looking at such a large number of moon wolves, everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Don't worry everyone. There are so many of us. I don't believe he really dares to make a move against us. That's right. There's more of us, we're not afraid. The man hadn't even finished speaking when a moon blade swept out directly, splitting him in half. When the others saw this, they just wanted to scream and roar, but they saw densely packed countless moon blades sweeping towards them. In an instant, wow! Equipment of various qualities exploded all over the place, and the occasional shadow of a skill book could be seen. As for the star coins, they fell everywhere. From the beginning to the end, Wu Evil didn't even look at them more than once. A bunch of people who wanted him dead, what made them think they wouldn't dare to kill them back? Joke. Read too many brain-dead novels. In the end times, still trying to win with words and reason over people. That in itself is the big joke. Gulp. Seeing this horrifying scene, Wu Xiaoxia, who was lying on top of the moon wolf, almost didn't fall off the moon wolf's back. Wu Evil just looked at her and withdrew his gaze. With a thought, countless moon wolves rushed out and picked up the equipment that fell on the ground. Wu Wicked picked and chose. Just some level 10 and above black iron grade equipment filled the space backpack. Couldn't help but shake his head. The White John's space backpack is still too small, unless there is a spirit of space that expands the space backpack. However, this kind of thing was so rare that only bosses above 100 had a chance of dropping it, and there was no way it would be available at this stage. Other than that, one would have to consider special effects having a small space for a space ring. But there's not a lot of this type of gear, and only rings of gold level or higher would have spatial special effects. Brother Wu Evil. I can help. Wu Xiaoxia weakly opened her mouth. No need. First, I'll go back to the safe spot and sell waves of gear. The Annunciation Cemetery is in the opposite direction from Crescent Bay, not too far from the safety point. If you're gonna go over there anyway, you might as well make a trip back and sell some gear. A group of moon wolves picked up the equipment on the ground and ran towards the safety point with Wu Wicked and Wu Xiaoxia. Chapter 38. The whole different thing. Back to the safe zone. As Wu Wicked sent out a top message, it instantly attracted a lot of people. He sells them all at 70% off market price. Plus it's all gear that matches the current level. In less than an hour's work, the equipment he had just gotten was sold out. And also received 11 skill books. Wu Wicked sold his equipment and left without any delay. Looking at Wu Evil's departing back, a group of people opened their mouths. I've snagged 2 pieces of level 10 black iron grade equipment, and when I resell them, I'll make at least a solid 3,000 green star coins. Ha ha ha. Wu Evil Big Brother people also too good, right? Money is really bring everyone together to earn. I really don't know what those people were hacking Big Brother Wu Evil for just now. Isn't it just a Lord Boss? Even if it's Big Brother Wu Evil blocking the way, so what? With tens of billions of people, what makes them think they can grab the kill? That's just it. I think they're totally pure hardcore hacks, and it pissed me off just looking at them. You guys saying that reminds me, it's been a while since I've seen those people posting Black Wu Evil Big Brother words in the channel. It can't be that something's wrong. Don't be ridiculous. How unlucky. I reckon they're dead. Ha ha ha. The other side. Annunciation Cemetery. This place was not a sunny place to begin with, and after the mutation, it was even more surrounded by a burst of dead air at the moment. Actually, I think upgrading in that place just now is pretty good. Slow is slow. I'm not in a hurry. Wu Xiaoxia shrunk her neck. Just standing here made her feel a chill down her spine. A sudden gust of cloudy wind blew by, scaring her so much that she hastily tried to grab hold of the Moon Wolf's neck. But Moon Wolf wasn't used to her at all. His hind legs snapped and his body charged straight out, causing Wu Xiaoxia to fall straight to the ground. Right now, Wu Wicked's level was 26, and under the influence of the divine talent Transcendent Fertility, every time he summoned, he was able to summon 260 Moon Wolves. After summoning a full unity value, Wu Wicked gave a direct order for an autonomous attack and just leaned against a stone monument to rest in place. Seeing that Wu Evil completely ignored his intentions, Wu Xiaoxia did not make a fool of herself and walked over to a place where she could both bask in the sun and see Wu Evil and sat down. Soon, the news of rising experience values was heard. The good-looking eyes narrowed slightly. The experience here is indeed much higher, 500 experience points for a single monster. After watching for a while and having nothing else to do, Wu Xiaoxia skillfully opened the regional channel and silently watched the messages posted by others. Wu Wei ignored Wu Xiaoxia and took out all the skill books he had just obtained. The ones those people dropped, plus the ones they received when they set up their stalls just now, amounted to 27 skill books in total. Glanced at the space backpack. There are 339,823 green star coins and 2,721 blue star coins. For the most part, it was from selling equipment just now. No wonder they say that there is strength in numbers, and now Wu Evil could be considered to have a deep understanding of this. 27 skill books lined up. Deduct 4 books of unavailable summoning bees. There are still 3 books of Warrior's Heavy Strike left. 4 copies of Mage's Magic Shield. For the slow healing of this pastor. 2 Ben Archer's Streak. 3 books of Assassin's Concealment. 5 Ben Knight's Sacrifice. In addition to these level 10 skill books, there are 2 level 20 skill books. The Summoner's Summon Rock Giant and the Mage's Group Attack Skill Ice Crystal Storm, respectively. Looking at the Summon Rock Giant skill book, Wu Evil smiled faintly. That's a lot of luck, and there's really no one else. He hadn't even dropped the colorful phoenix bird by brushing it before, but he didn't expect those people to give him a copy instead when he left later. Direct learning. You have successfully acquired the skill Summon Rock Giant. Summon Rock Giant. Consume 1000 mana to summon a Rock Giant. Cooldown 45 seconds. Summon Rock Giant. Life qualification 2000. Attack qualification 18. Defense qualification 10. Growth 1.0. Talent skill. Rock solid movement speed reduced by 50%. Damage reduction increased by 20%. Occupancy value 3. Rock Giant has good growth in all categories and permanently gains 20% damage reduction. The only downside is a Rock Giant which takes up 3 points of unity. However, Wu Evil didn't lack it for this amount of unity value. As for growth, all of the summoner's regular summons have a base growth of only 1 point, unless you can get your hands on a rare summon skill book. It also strengthens the wave before it is summoned. The Knight's Sacrifice skill would be perfect for the Stone Giant. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Next, the information panel in front of you then changed again. Currently available evolutionary routes are Survival, Guardian. Survival. Self gains a 5% increase in damage reduction. A Guardian. Generate a defense aura, friendly troops within the range. The damage received is reduced by 2%. This effect can be repeated and stacked up to 3 times. The survival route is to boost your damage reduction yourself. The Guardian route, on the other hand, not only boosts itself, but also provides damage reduction to friendly troops around it. Outrageously, the Guardian route can be left-footed and right-footed for ascension, stacking up to 3 tiers. There was no hesitation in choosing the Guardian route directly. The operation was then repeated, feeding all the Guardian skills to the Rock Giant. 5 books of sacrifices, plus 1 that Wu Wicked had originally learned. A total of 36,400 green star coins were spent. At the same time, skill effects have been improved. Generate a defense aura, friendly troops within the range. The damage received is reduced by 12%. This effect stacks up to 3 times. Up to 36% damage reduction. Then 4 more books of Magic Shield, fed to Super Regeneration. Super Regeneration restores 30% of max life per second, and when full, generates a 60% most of max life per second Chakra Shield, capped at x 300% of max life. This skill, how Wu Evil looked at it, felt invincible. Recovering 60% of the Chi and Blood Shield every second, Wu Evil, a pervert, felt perverted when he looked at it. Stand there and you're a soldier. Anyone who could break his Chakra Shield, he washed his head upside down. The 2 books of Combo Shot were also fed to B, and the combo rate of the Summon B skill was increased to 50%. These are routinely operated and the boost is relatively robust. Instead, the rest of the skill books are a bit sparse. These skill books were not at all related and fused with each other, and Wu Wicked couldn't imagine what would become of them. It's possible to be trashy, and it's also possible to be extremely good. Suddenly, Wu Wicked's brain flashed. I wonder what will become of the 2 skills, Summon B and Slow Healing, when fused together. Chapter 39, Continuous Strengthening of Little B. After a few upgrades to the self-exploding B, it really doesn't have anything to do with slow healing at all. It's possible for the fusion to result in an explosion to add blood to the opponent, but there's also the possibility of attaching sustained true damage to the target, like a lash. There's a real gamble in the fusion of these 2 skills. But Pokies are wise. Maybe it's a combination of divine techniques. In fact, what Wu Wicked didn't know was that with fusion skills, it was simply impossible for a completely negative phrase to appear. A perfect blend is taking the best and removing the worst. His fears were entirely superfluous. Thinking of this, Wu Wicked didn't dilly-dally and decisively dragged Slow Healing towards summoning B. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Wu Evil's gaze was deadpan as he looked at the information panel in front of him. Next, the information panel in front of you then changes. Currently available evolutionary routes are Conventional, Symbiotic, Regular. Little B learns to heal slowly, restoring 15% X-Spirit attribute of life value to a friendly target every second for 30 seconds. This effect stacks for up to 5 layers, cooldown 30 seconds. Symbiosis, when a bee takes damage, there is a 5% chance that a lifeblood bead will appear, and 3 lifeblood beads will surely appear upon death, and the lifeblood beads will automatically fly to the nearest friendly unit target, restoring 1% of its maximum life value to it. The good news: there are no nasty routes that add blood to monsters. Bad news: neither route provides any boost to damage. Contrasting these 2 fusion routes, Wu Evil chose Symbiosis without hesitation. Each blood bead restores a fixed 1% of max life, so what's the point of thinking about it? And bread. Definitely bread. Percent life recovery never goes out the window. Definitely better than the regular route. Moreover, Little B's own attack growth was not high in the first place, so even if it stacked up to 5 tiers, it wouldn't be of much use. Having just acquired Summon Rock Giant again, Little B comes to this play, which can greatly improve the range of Summon Rock Giant. 3 blood beads, or 3%, must appear when the self-destructing bee dies. 1 recovery restores 3%. What about 260? This is a qualitative change triggered by a quantitative change. Feed all 3 remaining copies of slow healing to B. The effect is also improved by a large margin. When B takes damage, there is a 20% chance that a lifeblood pearl will appear, and 3 lifeblood pearls will surely appear upon death. The lifeblood pearls will automatically fly to the nearest friendly unit target, restoring 4% of its maximum life value to it. Beyond that, there are 3 copies of Concealment, 3 copies of Heavy Strike, and 1 copy of Ice Crystal Storm left. Rock Giant take Concealment is almost useless with its size. Casually take a step, the ground will follow the trembling, as long as it is not a little cute. All can be found. But after thinking about it, Wu Evil gave a copy. It's better to have it than not to have it, and it's a lot of skill anyway. Actually, genuinely, yes. Wu Wei was a bit obsessive-compulsive. All the other summons could be invisible. If the Rock Giant alone wouldn't be, Wu Wei would feel that there was something strange about it. The heart is not comfortable. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Currently available evolutionary routes are Camouflage, Mutation. Camouflage. If you stay still for 5 seconds without moving, you can turn into a rock and cannot be seen by the naked eye. Mutation. Shrinks in size by a factor of 5, reduces life growth by 100, reduces defense growth by 5, and increases attack growth by 20. Wu Wicked decisively chose the camouflage route. Mutation my ass, so what if it's smaller in size? Rock giants without long-range skills simply couldn't deal enough damage. And feeding a few more books of concealment, Wu Wicked was afraid that its life growth would be deducted into a negative number. Put away the remaining 2 copies of the concealment skill. Suddenly, Wu Evil's eyes flashed. Wondering if the 2 fused skills could be fused again? Say it and do it. Fuses Stealth and Critical Strike. Critical Strike's attack speed is increased by 100%, as fast as nothing. With that, he then feeds the reinforced Heavy Strike to Moonwolf. Ideas are wonderful, reality is often cruel. Moonwolf's damage was again increased by 10% and no other effects appeared. Wu Evil shook his head slightly. It seems that this bug is not stuck at all, and as a fused material skill, it only recognizes its original ability. Feed the remaining 2 copies of Heavy Strike to Moonwolf as well, for a cumulative 50% increase in damage. At the end, there was 1 level 20 skill for mages left, Ice Crystal Storm. Ice Crystal Storm consumes 800 mana. All targets within 10 meters take 55% ice damage per second and are slowed down by 20% for 5 seconds with a cooldown of 25 seconds. Restriction level 20. Restricted occupation. Mage. This skill is actually not bad, coming with a 20% slow soft control. Not bad damage for a ranged skill. The damage is also extremely impressive if you are able to get the full damage done. It's just that it's a mage skill, and if you learn it directly, it doesn't even eat the passive damage increase of the Divine Word skill. A 500% increase in damage used directly must be a whole lot less effective. Wu Wicked thought about it, but he still dragged Ice Crystal Storm towards Little B. Self-exploding bees were Wu Evil's main means of output, so naturally the stronger the better. One trick pays off. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Currently available evolutionary routes are Offense, Counterattack. Attack. 20% ice damage attached to each attack. Counterattack. Fires an ice bomb at the target when attacked, dealing 10% ice damage to the target and reducing the opponent's speed by 10%. The slowing effect cannot be stacked and fires 5 ice bombs on death. Wu Wei unconsciously grew his mouth. What a rant. Then decisively chose the counterattack route. When the time came, once the little bees blew themselves up, there were life blood beads and ice bombs flying all over the place. That scene is scary to think about. After getting this done, Wu Wicked closed the skill panel and got up to move his body. His current level was 26, and level 26 to 27 required 630,000 experience. This place has 500 experience points for 1 monster, and you only need to kill 1,260 monsters to upgrade. Wu Wicked glanced up. A pack of moon wolves had already advanced to 300 meters away. His experience bar had also reached 67% at this moment. Replacing the dead moon wolves, Wu Wicked took out the colorful phoenix bird that he had hunted earlier. Dehair, remove guts and roast directly over the fire. It didn't take long for the aroma of grilled meat to fill the air. Wu Evil sniffed and nodded his head in retrospect. That's the scent. Fragrant. Really fragrant. That said, he hadn't had a decent meal in a while. Hastily pulling off a wing, he took a bite. Bah! Then the whole roasted bird was thrown away. Throw the other one away. These two are definitely males. So damn bitter. Taking out a bottle of mineral water and rinsing his mouth, he honestly nibbled on the bread. Chapter 40, Level 30, Global Ring opens. Keep brushing levels until it gets dark. A light flashed across Wu Xiaoxia's body as her level successfully rose to level 20. Almost simultaneously. Ding! You have been kicked out of the team by Captain Wu Evil. The corners of Wu Xiaoxia's lips twitched slightly as she hurriedly walked towards Wu Evil. Big brother Wu Evil. Before she could finish her words, she was interrupted by Wu Evil. The deal between you and I has been made. You have 1 minute to leave on your own. Wu Wei threw out a white plate level 20 archer's equipment to her, and it was considered to be doing the right thing. Wu Xiaoxia picked up the equipment on the ground, raised her eyes to look at Wu Evil, and turned around to disappear into the dark night. However, Wu Wicked didn't leave now that he was at level 28. 2 levels short of level 30. Summon the rock giant and surround yourself directly. Wait in place for 5 seconds for the rock giant to go into camouflage. Just the best shelter. Summon. Rock giant. Life value. 280,000. Attack power. 2,520. Defense. 1,400. Has 280,000 lifesteal, 1,400 defense, plus 56% damage reduction. The rock giants of Wu Evil are fleshed out like plates of steel. Laying flat under a pile of rock giants wrapped around him while Moonwolf wandered off to brush up on the monsters. The main fight for an evening wasn't wasted. Wu Wicked opened the rankings. Ranking #1, Wu Wicked, ranking 28, Summoner. Level ranking number 2, Hidden, level 20 Archer. Level ranking number 3, Chun Xingyuan, level 19, Mage. Ranking #4, Yandun, ranking 18, Archer. Level ranking number 5, Bai Mei Air, level 18, Archer. But it was only a day before there was a major water change at the top of the leaderboard. The Horde's level had now come to level 18. 17 to 18 only requires 200,000 experience, but 20 to 21 requires 300,000 experience points, and the further back you go, the more experience you need. They would only be thrown farther and farther away from Wu Wei when the time came. Wu Wicked pulled up to the end of the leveling charts and didn't even see a second summoner. Can't be helped, there's really no difference between being in jail until the summoner level reaches 30 and until you learn summoner enhancement. Forget about not having much of an attack on your own, and forget about the summoned beast's attack. Leading to this profession also all forget about it. However, in here it did allow Wu Wicked to see a familiar name. Lu Ji, 8th on the rank list level 18 warrior. It didn't surprise Wu Evil in the slightest that he could be ranked this high. Ryu Shang is extremely good at using people's hearts and brainwashing them. In his last life, there were countless people who willingly sold their lives for him, even if they didn't count the pay. Even his brain-dead followers, who willingly went down with him, ended up voluntarily quitting the team when they cleared the first kill. Let him have the attribute points rewarded for the first kill alone. Teams enter the copy, and once the copy is open, the captain can't kick anyone. Wu Evil didn't even know how he brainwashed the group and couldn't figure it out. Obviously that group of people didn't look stupid, so why would they be willing to give up their own interests to fulfill Lu Ji? But since he can do what others can't, it's a reaction to Ryoshi's ability. Wu Wei never underestimated his opponents, like Lu Ji, who had a very flexible mind. For this reason, Wu Evil had suffered many losses at his hands. But now, Wu Wicked just wanted to say, "My lord, times have changed." Wu Wicked also took a look at it and closed the level leaderboard. He was not in the same area as Lu Ji, and there was no way for him to take a shot at Lu Ji. Moreover, if they really went up against Lu Ji now, the one who would die would definitely be the other party. There was no talk all night. Embraced by the rock giants, Wu Evil slept peacefully, without the dragons, and after another night of hanging out and upgrading. Wu Evil's level managed to come to level 30. In a hurry, he opened his backpack and took out the Summoned Beast enhancement. You have successfully acquired the level 30 skill, Summoned Beast Strengthening. Wu Wei directly dismissed all the summoned beasts that he had, and then resummon. Summoner B. Life value 151,560. Attack power 18,945. Defense 1894. Summon Moon Wolf. Life value, 568,350. Attack power, 28,417. Defense, 9,472. Summon, Rock Giant. Life value, 378,9000. Attack power, 34,101. Defense, 18,945. What do you mean, invincible? Translate. What the is called invincibility. After acquiring the Summoned Beast enhancement, all of the summoned attributes all received a huge boost. Looking at the attributes of the summon, Wu Evil only wanted to say 666. The Rock Giant's attribute panel in particular is a blast to look at. Is the summoner weak? Wu Evil just wanted to say that the preconceived notions in a person's mind are a big mountain. Since I can't climb the mountain in your heart, I'll be your mountain. Open the backpack space. After brushing the monsters for a night, apart from a backpack of level 30 trash equipment, it froze and didn't drop a single skill book. The thing about skill books is that it's entirely up to luck. Some people kill a monster and it comes out, some people brush all night and don't get a copy. The moment Wu Wicked raised his level to 30, the entire world sky was instantly replaced by the color of blood. At that same time, an ethereal voice resounded throughout the world. World notice. Player Wu Evil. Level has been successfully raised to level 30, and the global ring has been opened. The final winning player will receive 10,000 free attribute points. Second place, 9,000 free attribute points. Third place, 8,000 free attribute points. The 10th place will receive 1,000 free attribute points. Above the global ring, each person has the ability to resurrect, so put up a good fight and enjoy the fight to the fullest. X10. The world was instantly shaken by this news. This global ring gives more rewards than yesterday's Lord Boss. First place rewards 10,000 free attribute points. I don't want to think about this one. It's definitely Big Brother Wu Evil's. But second place also has 9,000 free attribute points. This one I can go for. Summoner is not suitable for PK at all. At the beginning of the battle, don't have to care about the summons, just go after the people and cut them. Besides, when summoning monsters, the casting time is at least 3 seconds to start with. I don't think that this wave of Wu Wicked may be able to take the first place. I have a question. What are the rules inside this global ring? Is it hard to ask me, a small level 8 warrior, to PK with someone else's level 30 expert? This is too unfair. Fair? It's fair that while you're sleeping and farting around, someone else kills their head off with a monster and ends up giving you the reward. ING stayed up all night for days on end to brush up on my leveling just to be fair with you? Brains are a good thing, but unfortunately not everyone has them. M destroy D top Z of Z disaster. Chapter 41. Level 20 copy. Mechanical Heavenly Palace. Upon hearing this news, Wu Evil all froze for a second. Almost forgot about that. The global ring opens when the first person reaches level 30. The global ring is played 1v1 against each other. The top 10 will be rewarded with a high amount of free attribute points. Global ring rewards are also a great way to bridge the gap between the masters and the commoners. Tens of billions of people all going 1v1 against each other. Seems like it would be a pain in the ass, but it's not. Each person has only one chance, and a loss of one game signifies defeat. With tens of billions of people, it's only a matter of 30 or so games if you keep winning streaks. And not in every game you're going to meet an evenly matched opponent. In the middle of his thoughts, an information panel appeared in front of Wu Evil's eyes. Global ring. A battle opponent has been matched for you. Do you want to enter immediately? 30.29.28. Looking at the information panel in front of him, Wu Wicked clicked confirm without hesitation. The sky swirled violently. Opening his eyes again, Wu Wicked had already arrived at a wide grassy field. And across from him stood a small warrior with a somewhat dull expression. The entire battlefield was almost as big as a basketball court. But there are many types of battlegrounds. There are snow-covered mountains, wetlands, or swamps, and so on. Battle venues appear randomly, as do matched opponents. The young warrior instantly collapsed into a batch face when he saw Wu Evil's name. No, is my luck that dark? I drew the SSR as soon as I came. Wu Evil didn't say anything, and as soon as the 10 seconds of preparation time was up, the attack was launched directly. The 26,000 physical attribute was in full play at the moment, and in an instant it arrived in front of the little warrior. The staff in his hand swung. Boo-hoo! 13,235. The little warrior instantly collapsed to the ground. seconds. Congratulations on your victory in this game. Please keep up the good work. As soon as the sound ended, Wu Wicked and the little warrior were directly teleported out of the ring. Wu Evil didn't care at all. To him, it was just defeating a small level 13 warrior. It was nothing at all. Summoning the Moon Wolf, he leapt up and ran in the direction of Shijiubwa. When you reach level 30, you will be able to leave this place and enter the Imperial Capital map. But Wu Wicked wasn't going to leave for the time being. Leveling up to 30 is just a way to get faster access to the resources in this place, not to level up. Ranks, they don't mean everything. The key also depends on one's own strength. And the further back you go, the more experience you need to upgrade. To level up to level 30, even if they didn't even rest at night from now on and kept brushing monsters, it would take at least a week before they could rush to level 30. And by that time, Wu Wicked had long since traveled to the world map, the Imperial Capital. The level 20 copy, which was in Shijiubwa, was a mechanical copy, and the monsters in it were pretty interesting. It's all mechanical creatures. But interesting is only one aspect, the reward for the first kill, which should be taken or not. But although Wu Evil didn't care, at this moment, the chat channels of various regions were already in an uproar. Who met Big Brother Wu Evil in this first round? Tell me, is Big Brother Wu Evil really powerful? Why beat around the bush if you want to set up a conversation? Let's hear from whoever encounters it, so we can deal with it in advance and try to pull Wu Evil off the altar. In this world, there is never a shortage of people who look at the world. The crowd has begun to brush up. Watching the fun was one thing, on the other hand, they were genuinely curious. At this time, the small warrior who had just fought against Wu Evil spoke up. I was met by... Haha. Guys, come out and look. The first unlucky one is in our area. Little warrior. BR. Courtesy of you. Jokes aside, he still answered truthfully, Big Brother Wu Evil's combat strength is unknown, because at the beginning of the battle, I was killed by his baton in seconds. One stick in a second? What do you mean? Isn't Big Brother Wu Evil a summoner? Oh, I see. What he means is that the summoning skill that Wu Evil used is a rare skill, capable of summoning a summoned beast that holds a wooden stick. I'm standing on Noel's head this wave. Don't be sour upstairs. Just tell me if I guessed right. Little warrior. No, Big Brother Wu Evil didn't use a skill. I'm talking literally. I was given a second with a stick. He killed me with his staff. BR. What a melee mage. But is this right? It's also too fake. A warrior getting hammered to death by a summoner with a staff. It feels like you're playing me. Actually, the person who really fought against Big Brother Wu Evil was me. I have a recording, VME 500 green star coins, and I'll send you the video. 10 seconds later, the first victims came forward. I say you, people don't believe that dog. That guy's video is a fake. It's a bunch of sows lined up to fall into the gutter. ING believed you're evil. The green star coin was earned by you. But what about the two old men at home? Disregarding their deaths. The next few matches in the ring after that, Wu Evil won easily. With tens of billions of people around the world, the odds of trying to take on a competent master in the first few waves are comparable to winning the lottery. At the same time, Wu Wicked was also constantly rushing in the direction of Shijiubwa. What was originally a 10-minute journey had been dragged hard and fast to a quinquagenarian hour. At this moment, Wu Wicked was standing in front of a complex mechanical dashboard. The buttons on the dashboard were pressed in order. If you can read the language above, you can tell. Those buttons pressed by Wu Wei were able to spell out a sentence. Long live the mechanicals. As the last button was pressed, a violent tremor came from the entire earth. Boom, boom, boom. As a loud noise came, the ground next to him began to tremble, and the original entrance to the passageway into Shijiubwa, a technologically advanced teleportation entrance, rose at this moment. Wu Evil's mouth held a smirk. The level 20 copy. It's finally opened. If you didn't carry the memories of your last life with you, you'd have to spend a lot of time completing the reveal quest to open this copy. The process also involves keeping an eye out for all the clues in the mission. Only then can you successfully open this copy. But now, nothing was needed, just a simple operation and the copy was successfully opened. Ding! You have discovered a hidden copy of the mechanical Heavenly Palace? Do you make an announcement? Release. Is it necessary to hide personal information?
No hiding.
Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Wu Evil, who has discovered the hidden copy, Mechanical Heavenly Palace, and has gained 200 free attribute points. And all players who have reached level 20 can go and challenge it. 10. Ding. You've just issued an area notice. Gaining reputation value plus 20,000. Glancing at the attribute panel, the reputation had accumulated to 194,000 points. Reputation value is known to all as non-tradable gold. If star coins are tradable currencies, then reputation values are non-tradable currencies. Just because the prestige value is more than enough to open the god and demon secret stash, it's worth something. Wait for the deity continent. There will be someone who specializes in acquiring prestige values. He pays you to open them, but you have to give the other person what you open. If something worthwhile was opened, and the other party was a rich person, casually rewarding tens of thousands of purple star coins, this kind of thing was also a large number of people. Chapter 42. Is his gift a diversion or not? The moment the announcement rang out, everyone was confused.
No?
What's Big Brother Wu Evil doing? Isn't he in PK? Why did you get the copy out again? I'm not displeased, I'm just simply curious. Is Big Brother's talent split? The kind that can split one person into several, piking and opening copies? Is he too busy? Lesser seen, it would be abnormal if Big Brother Wu Evil was too normal. So reasonable, I can't believe I can't argue with it. The other side. A woman wearing a lavender-fringed long dress. Her eyes were deep as she looked at the information about the battle against Wu Evil. The woman was tall, her skin was like snow, and her delicate features were like the vomit of a painting saint. Only that good-looking face was covered in frost at the moment, giving off a feeling of being difficult to get along with. What's the matter? Little Yu, you've been reading the information about Wu Evil's matchups? Is it hard to have no confidence in yourself? A woman whose temperament was the complete opposite of Su Yu's said with a smile as she hooked Su Yu's arm. Su Yu shook her head indifferently. It's not that I don't have confidence. It's just that the way this Wu Evil wins is all too peculiar. There are currently 17 matches going on in the ring, and all of his opponents, without exception, have been knocked out by him with a single blow, and there's even a rank 81 fighter among them. Shouldn't a summoner's main attribute be spirit? Why is his attack power so high? So you really couldn't figure out what kind of strange attack this was. It's hard to believe that it's true, as rumor has it, that Wu Evil is a full physical addition. Going the melee summoner route? But that's too outrageous? Looking at Su Yu's slightly frowning eyebrows, Wang Yan, who was dressed in red, giggled. What are you afraid of? Those people will lose. They are their own vegetables. A summoner is just a summoner, even if he has a high attack, but without a skill bonus and a direct walk to avoid his attack, he's wasted. If I were to face Wu Evil, I would definitely beat him to death. Listening to Wang Yan's light laughter, Su Yu's frowns slightly stretched. Indeed, summoners participating in these 1v1 ring matches are inherently at a disadvantage. Although the other party held the rank advantage, a high rank didn't mean everything. There are just too many conditions that affect whether a game is won or lost to get hung up on it. Su Yu smiled faintly. All right, my sparring match has begun. I won't talk to you anymore. Fine. Wang Yan shrugged indifferently. In the next second, the interface of a successful match appeared in front of her. She clicked OK indifferently. With that, the surroundings turned into a wide asphalt field. Wang Yan slowly raised her head and looked towards her opponent in this match. In the next second, the corners of his mouth jerked. No, it really came across me. It turns out that some flags really can't be messed with because they really do come true. But Wang Yan only panicked for 2.5 seconds before immediately adjusting her state. Reaching out, a wide-bladed great axe as fiery red as a blaze appeared in her hand. The wide-bladed giant axe was 2 meters tall, completely disproportionate to Wang Yan, who had a slender waist. But the huge broad-bladed giant axe was like a toy in her hands, juggling 6. Wu Evil, I've wanted to fight you for a long time. I hope you can bring out your full strength to fight me. Wang Yan spoke out seriously. Even though she had spoken easily before, there was still some slight nervousness in her heart when she actually encountered the number 1 ranked Wu Evil. Wu Evil smiled noncommittally. If you want me to bring out my full strength, we'll have to see if you have the ability to do so. Arrogant. Even more arrogant than me. Wang Yan snorted coldly. I'll make you pay for your arrogance. As the countdown to the competition ended, Wang Yan took the initiative. The body transformed into a bolt of lightning, surprisingly fast. This was her skill, Thunderstep, which increased her movement speed by 200% for 10 seconds after use, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. For the ring, though, it doesn't matter at all. A 200% increase in movement speed for 10 seconds, combined with her SS rank talent, Jin Xiao, could completely end her opponent in that time. Drink. Bursting axe. With a cold cry, the broad-bladed giant axe in Wang Yan's hand was instantly ignited by flames. Putting aside the power for the moment, the flame special effect alone was enough to shock people. Facing Wang Yan's sudden attack, Wu Wicked twisted his body, a Pan-Zhou-Dan position, dodging the opponent's attack while the staff in his hand stabbed out violently like a lance. Biffed. A sound that pierced through flesh and blood entered Wang Yan's ears. She looked incredulously at her impaled abdomen. The original surefire hit didn't expect to get himself spiked. 21,528. Blast. A huge damage number floated up on Wang Yan's head, and in the next second, she was teleported out of the competition venue. At the same time, the fatal wounds on his body also disappeared, not even leaving a single blood stain. It was as if it was a dream of hers. Half a minute later, Tsuyuki ended the match as well. This time her opponent was a level 15 archer, and that guy was extremely good at pulling, wasting a little bit of her time. As soon as he came out, he saw Wang Yan, who was standing at the same spot and was dumbfounded, and spoke in a puzzled manner. "What? You haven't started this round yet?" Wang Yan's gaze was a bit dull until she was called out by Suyu and regained a bit of her senses. Shaking his head slightly, "No, it's over." After all, they are bosom friends who have been together for more than 10 years. Suyu quickly noticed Wang Yan's wrongness. "What's wrong?" Then he thought of something and the corner of his mouth twitched. "You wouldn't really have met Wu Evil, would you?" Looking at Suyu's eyes, Wang Yan was a bit tearful. "Well, I really met that guy. How did it turn out?" Suyu asked in a hurry. Even though the answer was already in her mind, she didn't hold back from asking again. "Lost. I was seconded," Wang Yan said in an aggravated voice. "Poked to death by his stick." At those words, Suyu's heart felt a bit shocked. Wang Yan is the 11th expert in the rank list, rank 18, and the warrior profession fit is as high as 93% of the experts. With an armor enchantment, he himself had not weak physical defense and life value. But even she still couldn't escape being seconded. It's too magical to be true. With that, Wang Yan said everything that had just happened. Since there wasn't much of a story in the first place, in just 3 or 2 sentences, Wang Yan made clear what had just happened. At those words, Suyu's eyes flashed. But she didn't say anything. Wang Yan said seriously, "All of us have underestimated Wu Evil. That guy's alignment is simply monster level. With my 200% movement speed boost, he was able to dodge my attacks just like... It's like he seemed to know how I would make my moves from the start." Wang Yan's good-looking eyes were sparkling with stars. Suddenly, as if she had caught something, her body leapt up. "I think I got it. I need to find a monster to practice on." After saying that, Wang Yan did not wait for Suyu to respond and rushed out. Looking at Wang Yan's fiery look, Suyu shook her head helplessly. But a glimmer of anticipation rose in his heart. Looking at the name on the leaderboard, Suyu said, "I'm going to take back what I said before. Perhaps you really are an opponent worthy of my seriousness." Chapter 43, Joining Forces, Prioritizing the Attack on Wu Evil. The global ring quickly came to a close, as the sky resounded with that familiar ethereal voice. The top 10 finalists are officially open. The top 10 finalists will be broadcast in real time in the form of a live stream. If you are interested, you can enter the live streaming interface to watch. X10. The moment this voice came out, everyone stopped what they were doing, not even brushing the monsters, and hurriedly opened the live broadcast. After all, it's the ability to watch a live stream of the big man's game. You can see for yourself where the gap is between you and the big boys, and you might learn some maneuvers and techniques that you have for yourself. Those who were so inclined had already felt out their cell phones, which they hadn't used in a while, and turned on the recording function. Of course, more people were purely watching. Just for a moment, countless gazes then landed on the 10 figures in the live broadcast screen. The crowd watching was beyond envious. "I'm so envious of these people. They're all guaranteed to get 1,000 free attribute points. I'll admit, I was really red-eyed at this moment. Damn it, the whole 10. Why couldn't there have been one more of me? Holy, what's mixed in here? There's even a level 15 archer. What makes him stand there? It can't be shady. It's still true, this kind of garbage is there. I can do it too. It's all because of my bad luck. I met a master in the first round." The game doesn't pause for these boring noises. 10 figures flashed, and as the camera panned, they all appeared on a huge field. Just as the crowd froze, the familiar ethereal voice came from the sky once again. The rules for the final round are as follows. Smash, No rules? Whoever makes it to the end is number one. In an instant, everyone's expression froze except for Wu Evil. They have thought of many ways to play the tournament, such as a final elimination tournament, round-robin, points tournament, or a mixed team tournament. But the only thing they didn't expect was that it would be putting everyone on a field and letting them kill each other. Keeping the parasites here? Nice, no rules, enough tugging. I like it. Putting this group of people into a pot of pandemonium, the first one to be eliminated would definitely be Wu Evil, the alien, who made him the only one ranked level 30. Ha ha ha. The best are eliminated first. That's the kind of episode one like to see. One word: cool. It's too catchy, right? Where are those people who brainlessly blew that Wu Evil would win before? Why don't they talk now? Are they naturally not talkative? Don't look at Wu Evil's expressionless face right now. I blindly guess that he must be panicking in his heart. He has the highest level and is a summoner. The other 9 will definitely not let him summon monsters. They will definitely be prioritized to be set on fire to exterminate him. My own failure is certainly a pity, but when I think that Big Brother Wu Evil could only manage a 10th place, my heart is instantly balanced. Upstairs, brother. You've spoken my mind. On the other side, Wu Evil and the others stood on the competition field. All 10 of them stood spread out, vigilantly observing the movements of those around them. Needless to say, this rule directly disrupted all their original plans. If you're not careful and get set on fire, the one that gets set on fire is sure to be instantly eliminated. At the moment, everyone's minds were alive. At this time, Lu Ji stood out and said with a faint smile, "Since all of you are afraid of offending Wu Evil, and none of you want to open this mouth first, then let me speak. I propose, how about the 9 of us prioritize killing Wu Evil? He's a level 30 summoner, and according to the news I got, he's already learned the level 30 summoner skill, Summoned Beast Reinforcement, so if we give him the time to summon it, whoever loses first at that time will be a matter of his word." Upon hearing this, 5 of them immediately nodded their heads, while the other 4 didn't agree or refuse. The corners of Wu Evil's mouth always held a faint smile. There are now 48 seconds to go before the game starts, and nothing can be done in that time. He preferred to speak with strength than to argue with others. Lu Ji didn't panic either. His eyes looked towards Wu Evil with a hint of provocation, and he opened his mouth with a smile or a laugh. Summoner level 30 skill, Summoned Beast Strengthening, capable of increasing the growth of summoned beasts. For every 10 points of their own spiritual attributes, they can increase the growth of summoned beasts by 0.01. Don't forget guys, yesterday Wu Evil just got 6,000 attribute points, and with the 1,500 points from the first pass of all the level 5 copies, even if he doesn't bring any equipment with him, he still has 7,500 free attributes. If those 7,500 free attributes were all added to the spiritual attributes, there's no need for me to say how strong his summoned beasts would be. So are you guys sure you don't want to put up a fight? The few people who were originally still entangled in the situation changed their faces slightly at the words. They hadn't really seen what a summoner level 30 skill book looked like. After all, it wasn't like they were level 30, but if it was true as Lu Ji said, that Wu Evil's summoned beast, however, had ridiculously high attributes. Seeing the remaining 4 faltering, Lu Ji once again put down a heavy bomb. My news is not empty. Wu Evil has already learned Summoned Beast Enhancement. Take a look at the second place in the ranking list. That's the price Wu Evil paid for purchasing Summoned Beast Enhancement. At those words, everyone came to a realization. No wonder that guy instantly rushed into the rank list. But his rank never changed again when he rose to level 20. So it was Wu Evil who brought him along. I was hoping to meet this mysterious big shot who hides his personal information. And now you're telling me that guy isn't a big shot, he's a boss. Can a level 30 skill book take upgrades? I have a level 30 Mage's Meditation. Is there a big guy willing to take me to upgrade? Ryu sincerely looked at the countdown that was coming to an end and asked one last time. My friends, time is running out. Have you decided? Aside from Suyu, the remaining 3 clenched their teeth and nodded their heads. Okay. Prioritize focusing on Wu Evil. As for after killing Wu Evil, we'll each rely on our own abilities. That's natural. Then Lu Ji looked at Suyu. What about you? Suyu shook her head and smiled faintly. I'm sorry, I don't have the habit of bullying the few with the many, and if it's possible, I would like to fight with the great god of Wu Evil alone once. Yeah? That's a shame. The moment he saw Suyu's looks, even Lu Ji, who had seen a lot, was still stunned. He had seen countless people in his life, but this was the first time he had seen this kind of extreme quality. The lecherous light under his eyes flickered, and he smiled faintly. Since you're not willing, I won't force you. But if you mess up from this, don't blame us for being impolite to you. Lu Ji here purposely used the word guys to put pressure on Suyu. The meaning is obvious. All 8 of us have agreed. If you dare to mess up, we'll clean up even you. Suyu shrugged indifferently and stepped back. She doesn't like or care to bully the few with the many. But she wasn't a saintly mother to put herself in harm's way for a stranger she had nothing to do with. Seeing this, Lu Ji turned to look at Wu Wei. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. How do you want to die? Chapter 44. Our guarantee has been raised another 1,000 points. Lu Ji looked at Wu Evil at the moment as if he was looking at a dead man. Those who could appear here were the top experts selected from tens of billions of people. After dozens of battles, their strength never adds up. Ryu Sincerely's lips hooked slightly. If it was just him alone, he might have been a little more scornful of Wu Evil. But now, how do you want to die? 3, 2, 1. Game on. As the countdown that sounded above his head ended, Wu Wicked moved his feet and appeared directly beside Lu Ji. The speed was so fast that no one in the crowd reacted. Out of nowhere, the crowd seemed to hear 2 bangs. However, the crowd's attention at the moment was all on Wu Evil. There was no one who carefully recalled the sounds they had just heard. You! Lu Ji frowned and was just about to say something when he saw a large hand grabbing directly towards his face. Through the cracks in his fingers, he met Wu Evil's icy black eyes, and Lu Ji's heart trembled. A fear that had never been felt before instantly spread throughout his body. At this moment, he has some regrets. Why should I stand up, when it's clear that, even if I didn't, these people would have teamed up to take a shot at him? The moment the 4 eyes met, Wu Evil grinned. Immediately after that, grabbing Lu Ji's head and lifting the whole person up, his right fist lashed out. A fist blasted out, smashing heavily into Lu Ji's chest. Boom! Only a muffled sound was heard, and a large chunk of Lu Ji's chest dented down. With the 20,000 plus physical attributes, Wu Wicked's physical attack strength had long since surpassed 10,000. 22,256. Blast! With just one punch, Lu Ji's life value was directly emptied, and his entire body fell to the ground powerlessly like a puddle of mud. Everything happened so fast that the other 7 didn't even react before Lu Ji was gone. Lu Ji's life value is 0, he has been eliminated, his final ranking is 10th in the world, and he has gained 1,000 free attribute points. Please look up to him. X10. Listening to the voice resounding from above, Wu Evil frowned slightly. It's not right, it's very much a 12% lack of energy. This Lu Ji in front of him and the person he remembered were completely wrong. This person was also too stupid. At first, Wu Wicked thought that he had some kind of undercard and that was why he was so arrogant. But the truth is not like that. Lu Ji, except for his own news, know a little bit more clearly, other than the other not a little bit worthy of praise. If it wasn't for familiarity, Wu Wicked would have suspected that this Lu Ji wasn't the same Lu Ji he knew at all. There must be something in here that I didn't notice. Wu Wei frowned slightly, but I couldn't figure it out from left to right, so I just didn't think about it. Anyway, the soldiers come to stop the water to cover the earth. Now the hunter and the prey have long since completed the alignment. The imperial capital to meet is his Lu Ji period. In the meantime, in the sky above the heads of the crowd, the ethereal voice continued to resound continuously. Lu Ji's life value is 0, he has been eliminated, his final ranking is 10th in the world, and he has gained 1,000 free attribute points. Please look up to him. X10. At those words, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Look up to him? To what? Being a dumbass and getting killed in seconds? Stupid, just too stupid, to dare to completely offend your opponent to death without even figuring out their strength at all. Not giving yourself any way back at all. I'm really curious as to how in the world such a stupid person managed to make it into the top 10. I thought I was holding back a big move, but I ended up pulling a big one on me. Nima. Cheating on my feelings. Fine you to give me $800. Seeing Lu Ji, I realized that strength and IQ are not necessarily proportional, and as long as one is lucky enough, stupid people can also be big brothers. On the other side, Lu Ji, who exited the martial arts ring. Looking at the regional channel, the other comments made about his performance just now, he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Especially at this moment, the sky kept repeating the beeping sound. There was a feeling of helplessness that pulled him out to whip the silk repeatedly regardless of his death. When had he, Lu Ji, been humiliated like this since he was a child? Fists clenched, nails sunk deep into the flesh. With a word-for-word roar of rage, he vocalized, Wu Evil. The next time we meet, I will kill you. The other side. With a casual throw of his hand, Wu Evil tossed the limp Lu Zhizhi to the side. Then slowly he lifted his head and grinned at a few others. You. Seeing this horrifying scene, the crowd was completely unable to comprehend how a summoner could have such speed and power. One person was eliminated in an instant. However, they were, after all, strong people selected from tens of billions of people, and soon they calmed down. Immediately, each of them went into battle. Wu Evil, don't be complacent. Even if you kill one person, there are still 7 of us. The advantage is still with me. Before the man could finish his sentence, a sharp blade stabbed directly into his chest. Then another 8 cuts were made up. To his dying day, he couldn't believe that it was his partner in the alliance with him that killed him. Ran Gaoming's life value is zeroed out. He has been eliminated. His final ranking is 9th in the world, and he has been awarded 2,000 free attribute points. Please look up to him. X10. The others looked in unison at the man who had done it. The man, however, was not the least bit embarrassed. We were already in a competitive relationship, and now that there is one less person, our guarantee has been raised by another 1,000 points. The others opened their mouths and were silent for a long time, but in the end, no one opened their mouths to accuse him. Why bother? Wu Evil's indifferent voice rang out. Next, boom, boom, boom. As an explosion rang out, the remaining 6 were instantly seconded. The audience only just saw a whopping 100,000 plus damage floating up on a few people's heads. Immediately afterward, a beep sounded one after another, and the remaining 6 were instantly eliminated. Wu Wicked raised his head and looked at Suyu, who had retreated to the back at the beginning, and smiled faintly. Are you going to do it yourself, or am I going to send you out?
Suyue.
Gulp. Suyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment she had long been shocked beyond words. Originally, it was thought that there was only a difference in rank between her and Wu Evil. If that was all, then with her maneuvering and talent, one might not necessarily lose against her. But after seeing Wu Evil's strength with her own eyes, she realized. It turned out that there was such a big gap between himself and Wu Evil. In this wave, Wu Wicked is in the atmosphere and himself in the underground core. Suyu swallowed a mouthful of saliva, took a deep breath, and calmly said, I know you're very powerful, but I still want to fight with you once, even if I know I'll lose. Boom! 111,510. White letters really hurt. Suyu's life value is zeroed out, and he has been eliminated. His final ranking is 2nd in the world, and he has gained 9,000 free attribute points. Please look up to him. X10. Chapter 45. Is this damage something a human can do? Wu Evil glanced at Suyu, who was paralyzed on the ground, and spoke indifferently. If you want to fight, then fight. What a lot of nonsense. Congratulations, you have won the final victory. The final ranking is number 1 in the world, and you receive 10,000 free attribute points. At the same time, a cheer went up over the world. Congratulations to Wu Wicked for his final victory and final ranking as the world's number 1, gaining 10,000 free attribute points. Please look up to him. X10. The voice from above repeated itself over and over again until the final message went unanswered. The world seemed to fall silent. Everyone could clearly hear themselves swallowing, and their own heartbeats. I don't know how long it took for the crowd to come back to their senses. Excuse me, did I just blink? 111510 damage in one hit. Is that something a human can do? Even if the damage is high, the key is that I don't even know how he struck. It seems like he just looked at the opponent and he died. I'll admit that Wu Evil has some strength, but quite a bit. 0 frames to start, 100,000 plus damage. It's really salt of the earth. A battle down. Give me a whole inferiority complex. I also did not participate in the battle. Please, I am also a part of your play? In this early stage where the damage per capita was no more than 100 and killing monsters was like scraping, everyone saw Wu Evil's damage and broke their collective defenses. However, Wu Evil only smiled faintly and exited the martial arts ring. Meanwhile, the live stream closes. Add all of the 10,000 free attribute points that he had just obtained to the spiritual attribute. The spiritual attribute also broke through the 20,000 mark, coming to 22,390 points. That's just where it's at. Wu Wicked smiled and spoke, stepping into the replica vortex. Ding! You have successfully entered the ordinary level copy mechanical heavenly palace. Wu Wicked gazed around, surrounded by mechanical buildings. It has a cyberpunk feel to it. For this copy of the Mechanical Heavenly Palace, Wu Wicked was really quite impressed. Nothing else. Because it's got really cute mechanical dogs, mechanical cats and stuff. It's a completely different picture compared to the monsters we encountered before. At this moment, Wu Wicked was standing in a dimly lit alley, and in the distance was the prosperous street of the Mechanical Heavenly Palace, with a group of mechanical creatures roaming the streets over there. Wu Evil's eyes flickered, and the monster's attributes appeared in front of him. Mechanical Sheep. Rank 20. Life value 30,000. Attack power 1,000. Physical defense 300. Magic resistance 200. Talent automatic assembly. This kind of attribute was not quite enough for a level 20 player. After all, being able to level up to 20 equipment and all. Unlike the old days when you were level 5, not to mention equipment, even weapons were branches skimmed from trees. The staff in his hand flickered slightly, and 300 moon wolves charged straight out. Summon Moon Wolf. Life value 1 million. Attack power 50,000, 75% increase in damage. Defense 16,000. Skill Moonblade. With Moon Wolf's current attributes against a normal level copy monster, it was a second kill. Less than 2 kunas. You have successfully killed the level 20 bronze boss, Gear Colossus, and gained +1 experience value. Level difference of 5 levels, no experience. Gained blue star coin +52. Green star coin +530 gained equipment. Gear Colossus teeth. Ding. You have completed the first pass of the duplicate Mechanical Heavenly Palace ordinary level. Is there a notice issued? Release. Is it necessary to hide personal information?
No hiding.
Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Wu Evil, who has completed the first pass of the copy Mechanical Heavenly Palace ordinary level and has gained 200 free attribute points. Looking forward to players to continue their efforts. X10. Ding. You've just issued an area notice, gaining +1,000 reputation value. Everyone froze at this news. How long has it been since we finished digesting the global announcement just now? Again? Big brother. Please don't roll like that. You're already number 1. Just leave us a mouthful of soup. We just took 10,000 free attribute points, and now these 200 points are going to compete with us, so I can only say that it's small, the pattern is small. Can I interject? Why should anyone else give way to you? Who do you think you are? Who broke defense? It was me who didn't get a single extra free attribute point who broke defense. If anyone felt offended by Wu Evil's actions, then I'm sorry. Wu Evil must have done it on purpose. Another 2 quinquefoils passed. Pass hard mode and gain 400 free attribute points. And again and again and again after 2 kunas. Pass nightmare mode and gain 800 free attribute points. And again and again and again after 2 kunas. Pass disaster mode and gain 1,600 free attribute points. With the players in this area collectively breaking their defenses, Wu Wicked entered the hellish Mechanical Heavenly Palace directly. Just as he came in, Wu Wicked sensed that something was wrong. If before it was happy baby mode, now it's real hell. Even the mechanical buildings that were originally gorgeous and good-looking have now become dilapidated. It was as if they had been through countless battles. The point of birth is still the same street, but just not 2 steps. Out of the corner of his eye, Wu Evil caught a glimpse of the knife marks carved into the wall next to him. The knife marks were cluttered and scattered throughout the alley. However, the moment he saw this slash mark, Wu Evil's heart jumped, because he understands a little bit of the Mechanicus language. The first word that caught my eye was the word roll, in capital letters. Rolling. I don't care who you are. Get out of Mechanical City at once. In the past, when he didn't know what these slash marks meant, Wu Evil only felt that these slash marks were overbearing, and at the same time marveling that anyone could engrave on a steel plate. But now Wu Wicked was inexplicably creeped out, because he felt the despair of the engraver from these slashes. Squeak. As Wu Wicked stepped out of the alley, a window diagonally across the street suddenly pushed open, and in the next second, a rusty harpoon projected out at him. Jewel. Wu Wicked sidestepped, and the harpoon brushed against him, deep into the steel plate wall. A thin steel rope is attached to the end of the harpoon. Suddenly, the steel ropes tightened violently, and at the same time, a monster crashed through the window and burst out. The monster's hand grasped a sharp blade that flashed with a cold aura and slashed towards Wu Wei's head. Wu Wei's legs fired and he left his original position with a backward jump, while the monster's attributes appeared in front of him. Mechanical guards. Level 20. Life value 125,000. Attack power 3,500. Physical defense 500. Magic resistance 350. Talent radar scanning. Clear. Intruder detected. Execute clear mode immediately. Chapter 46 Heavenly Palace City Lord Yong'en. Intruder detected. Execute purge mode immediately. Intruder detected. Execute purge mode immediately. Pa pa pa. Almost simultaneously, a dozen mechanical guards pushed their way out of the surrounding buildings. Their mechanical eyes flashed with scarlet light. Then they raised their arms and fired harpoons at Wu Wicked. Loud and clear. The Wu evil figure stepped out with his left foot and immediately entered a state of concealment. Several harpoons crossed each other and didn't enter the bodies of the opposing mechanical guards. At the same time, the staff in Wu Wicked's hand flickered with a faint light, and 300 self-destructing bees appeared and flew towards the mechanical guards. Boom, boom, boom. You have successfully killed the mechanical guard, gaining +1 experience value. X12. Wu Wei didn't care about the fact that the monsters here didn't have any experience value, and he wouldn't have come to the copy for the sake of upgrading anyway. The 12 mechanical guards were instantly spiked, but the commotion here attracted more mechanical guards. Normally, at this moment, it would be best to drill into the room, and then the night top's the only entrance and exit, only letting a small number of monsters in. However, with Wu Wicked's damage, a single self-destructing bee could easily kill the mechanical guards in seconds, so where was the need for such trouble? Immediately, dozens of self-destructing bees flew out. As an explosion rang out, the mechanical guards swarming around all turned into a pile of parts. Wu Wicked slowly raised his head and looked at the mechanical palace far above. The mechanical city was built on a small hill, and at the top of the hill was a huge mechanical palace. The final boss of the copy is inside. All of this and none of the other difficulties have changed. Only at this moment, the mechanical palace had long since lost its original vigor. The mechanical heavenly palace's other difficulties' final boss, the Gear Colossus, was currently sitting on its knees halfway up the hill like a pile of broken brass. The Gear Colossus's right arm was sliced off by a sharp blade, and a large hole was blown out of its head. Wu Wicked looked at it and stepped onto the path into the mechanical palace. Hidden elements appear when you first pass a hell difficulty copy. Even if you are curious, once you enter it, you will know the answer. Pushing all the way across the street, he came directly to the final boss in the Hilltop Plaza. Dim Exterminator Steel Blade Bronze Level Boss. Rank 20. Life value 12 million. Attack power 5,000. Physical defense 1,000. Magic resistance 350. Talent will to kill. Any flesh and blood creature that sets foot in Robotropolis deserves to die. 12 million life points, 5,000 points of attack, and 1,000 points of physical defense. With attributes like this, even a level 20 elite team would have to look away when they saw it. As Wu Evil appeared, Steelblade's throat hissed, "Intruder! Die!" Without any nonsense at all, Steelblade directly drew the twin swords at his back and charged towards Wu Wei. Wu Wicked just shook his head slightly. Such an attribute is not really enough for the current me. With Wu's disgusting thought, the small bees behind him instantly flew out, only that the small bees were all in a state of concealment, and Steelblade could only hear the buzzing sound, but could not see the small bees at all. Double blade chop. Steelblade sighed angrily. The twin blades in his hands crossed and slashed out, and two grayish-white blade chi came out as if one after the other. 4,523. 8,235. Blast. 4,321. A dense patch of damage floated up on the head of the bee, while the bee that had been attacked revealed its figure. But today's bees are not what they used to be. After the passive skill-summoned beast reinforcement, coupled with Wu Evil's high spirit attribute, the little bees now each possessed 304,680 life points, 380,085 attack power, and even their defense had 3,808 points. Even if the boss's skill had a super high damage boost, slashing at Bee's body did not just knock off a layer of skin blood. The bee that was knocked out of its form quickly adjusted itself and flew towards the boss once again. Boom, boom, boom. 228,510. 228,510. An explosion rang out, and countless damage instantly floated up on the boss's head. After he blew himself up and died, a red blood bead and a blue ice bullet flew out of his body, and the two colors of light clusters danced rapidly in the air. The blood beads flew towards the under-blooded bees, while the ice bombs flew towards the steel blades. Just in the blink of an eye, Steelblade was killed in seconds. You have successfully killed the level 20 bronze class boss, dimming Exterminator Steelblade Inferno class, and have gained +1 experience value. Gained blue star coin +75, green star coin +835, gained equipment. Steelblade's killing knife. Wu Wicked looked at it, and his luck was not bad, popping out the boss's exclusive equipment. There was a full 10 levels difference between his level and the boss's, and to be able to pop out equipment was pretty good. And it's still exclusive equipment. But it was a warrior's weapon that Wu Wicked couldn't use, and the quality was only bronze level, so he didn't bother to look at the attributes. Let him lie in the backpack space. The pass tone didn't sound when you killed Steelblade. Wu Wicked raised his eyes slightly. If he were to say that there were still monsters there, it would definitely be the palace in front of him. In the previous life, after killing this final boss, Steelblade, the copy was declared over, and the doors of the palace before them could not be opened at all. But this is a first-pass hell-level difficulty copy. Surely there will be hidden events that will happen. Crunch! Wu Wicked pushed open the dusty palace doors with force, and the two huge steel doors made a piercing creaking sound because they hadn't been opened for a long time. The gate opened, and as the sunlight shone into the palace, the originally dimly lit palace became bright at this moment. Oh, finally, it's time for you. In one word, he roared out, "Risk taker." Wu Wicked looked up in the direction of the sound of the tone. Only a small figure sat on the main seat right above the palace. With the arrival of Wu Evil, the tiny figure immediately pressed the switch on the armrest, and in just an instant, the throne was transformed into a cold mecha. At the same time, the boss's attributes appeared in front of Wu Evil. Heavenly Palace City Lord Yang and Hidden Boss. Rank 20. Life value 30 million. Attack power 12,000. Physical defense 1,500. Magic resistance 800. Talent Heavenly Palace of Creation. Why should we use the lives of our entire city to fulfill someone else? Just because we don't bleed. The moment he saw what the boss looked like, Wu Evil was visibly stunned. Because the boss in the mech was the same mechanical lamb that Wu Wicked had seen when he first entered the mechanical Heavenly Palace. Although Wu Evil wasn't sure if they were the same one, the two lambs had the exact same appearance. Only the mechanical lamb at that time, with clear eyes, gave off a feeling of innocence and being good at bullying. And now the sheepan, with eyes full of hate. Chapter 47 Hidden Quest. Slay the God's Destruction. The moment Wu Evil appeared, Sheep-en attacked him. The cold mecha transformed what had been a very small goon into a giant like a small mountain. Hoo-hoo! The mech's feet shot out flames, and the powerful propulsion sent Sheep-en soaring into the air. At the same time, the mech's hands changed for a moment into two machine guns. It's a sweeping shot at Wu Evil. 3,563. 3,235. 3,621. The damage isn't great, but it beats the frequency of the attacks. Under the firepower of the twin guns, more than 10 damage values appeared above Wu Evil's head every second, densely packed and appearing wildly. If it wasn't for the chi and blood shield that blocked all the attacks, I'm afraid that in less than 3 seconds, Wu Wei will be beaten to a sieve. Adventurers, be damned. Ha 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 ha. A flash of madness surfaced in the bottom of Sheepan's eyes. Turn into scum for me. However, in the next second, a green reply number floated up above Wu Evil's head. It made his lost blood value instantly return to full within a second. Plus 63,756. This recovery number is not the maximum recovery amount of Wu Evil. Rather, he had lost his chakra shield already. Seeing this scene, the corners of Yong'an's mouth twitched. How is it possible? Why do you possess such a powerful recovery ability? Soon, though, he regrouped. So what if your recovery ability is even stronger? If I directly second you, let's see how you can still recover. Sheepan pressed the red button next to him, and in the next second, the shoulders of the mech opened up and a dark hole appeared. 10,000 bullets. Die for me. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of munitions were blasted out in succession. An explosion sounded one after another, and fire snakes soared into the air. melting all the chandeliers on the ceiling above. This time, I'll see how you live. Sheepan's mouth let out a jijiji strange laugh. The next second, though, there was a buzzing in his ears. By the time he realized something was wrong, he was somehow surrounded by tens of thousands of tiny bees. Looking at the scanner next to him, densely packed with red dots of light, Sheepan's mechanical eyeballs actually revealed an unbelievable color at this moment. This? How is it possible? Why haven't these summons disappeared? It's hard to believe that guy isn't dead yet. Sheepan looked to the center of the fire in shock, but the fire was so fierce at the moment that he couldn't see anything. But on the scanner, there was no point of light present in the center of that flame. It's hard to believe that I've hit a ghost. As the flames diminished, a huge rocky mountain appeared in front of Sheepan. This rocky mountain almost took up half of the palace. In the next second, the rocky mountain shook off the flames from its body while automatically opening up, revealing an intact Wu Evil inside. And the rocky mountains transformed into one massive rock giant. One of the rock giants reached out and lifted Wu Wicked up, carefully placing him on his shoulder. Wu Evil sat cross-legged on the rock giant's shoulder, his right hand propped up his head, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, his eyes full of playfulness as he faintly said, "Die!" As soon as the voice fell, the self-destructing bee that had originally stayed in mid-air quickly swept towards Yong-Un's direction at breakneck speed. And Sheepan, too, saw countless red points of light on the scanner, speeding toward him. "No, no, no!" Sheepan screamed out in horror, yet it did not help at all. Countless self-destructing bees slammed into the mecha, and the explosions resumed. Only now the explosion is aimed at a different person. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions kept going off. Wu Evil's eyes did not change in the slightest from the beginning to the end. When he tried to have a nice talk earlier, the other guy didn't appreciate it. Now then, don't be fooled into thinking he'll show mercy. In less than 3 seconds, the icy mech was shattered. Immediately following that, countless ice bombs flew and continued to chase after the little goat N who was blown away because of the mecha explosion. At the same time, a blood bead flew back and disappeared into the rock giant. The damage that the rock giant had just received was also healed in an instant. Looking at the little sheep that kept fleeing, Wu Wicked bent his body slightly and changed his position. At the same time, the staff in his hand flashed slightly, and 300 moon wolves appeared. Their sharp claws swung, and a moon blade flashed, chopping towards the little sheep. Seeing this scene, Sheepan was instantly scared out of his wits and screamed in terror, "No, no, don't." The smile at the corner of Wu Evil's mouth became more and more pronounced as he sniffed. "I still like that bratty look you had just now. Brush up." With 300 moon blades chopping down at the same time, plus countless ice bombs chasing after them, Sheepan was unable to avoid them. In just an instant, the body was blown to pieces, and mechanical parts crumbled all over the place. Lost! Lost, the mechanical race, completely defeated. With a single movement of his body, Wu Evil appeared beside Yang-En and looked at him with a smile. The only mechanical eye that was still intact, the goats, and turned to Wu Wicked. Then he let out a piece of bitter mechanical laughter and said, "I did lose, but you didn't win either. One day, you will be a casualty of war, just like me." Wu Wicked didn't say anything, but just quietly looked at Yang-En. Perhaps knowing that he was running out of time, Sheepan didn't stay silent for long and continued, "But I know that with your character, you will definitely stand up and fight back. If you could, would you do me a favor? Help me kill that destruction. Destruction, one of the gods that rule this world." It was also an existence that everyone in the entire universe looked up to. Having a mortal kill a god was a fool's errand. However, upon hearing Yang-En's words, Wu Evil barely hesitated and directly nodded with a smile. "Yes. Yang-En didn't even expect that Wu Evil would agree so readily and didn't react for a while. After freezing for 2.5 seconds, this revealed a flash of delight. "I knew that you would agree." Next, an information panel appeared in front of Wu Wei. Ding! Yang-En, the Lord of Heavenly Palace City, has issued a hidden quest to you. To kill Zhenming Destruction. Mission difficulty beyond SSS.
Quest reward. Molte NRHYTHMS.
Mission penalty. Unknown. Duration of mandate. Not yet available. Looking at the quest panel in front of him, Wu Evil gave a teasing smile. With that, he lifted his leg and stomped right through Goat-Un's mechanical head. Boom! There was a muffled thud, followed by the sound of mechanical parts scattering all over the place. After Sheepin died, the sound of the system's announcement after passing the level still didn't ring in his ears. Only a wisp of greenish-green smoke floated up, converging in mid-air into the silhouette of a woman with her eyes slightly closed. The woman holds a bunch of olive branches in her hand, her immaculate white sari setting off her high spirits. The woman's eyes widened to reveal a faint sadness. She looked at Wu Evil with slight disappointment. "Why did you reject my good intentions? Obviously, I'm genuinely trying to help you." However, Wu Wicked smiled disdainfully. "If you are sincere in helping me, why do you not even dare to show your true colors? And the mission punishment has not been announced. Are you afraid to? Or do you have other plans?" Hearing Wu Evil's reply, the woman didn't retort, but looked at Wu Evil curiously and said, "When did you find out about me? With your weak spiritual power, there's no way you would have noticed my existence." Wu Wicked glanced at Yang-en, who was shattered into parts, and grinned. "Destruction strikes, and does not leave anyone alive. Mercy, am I right?" Chapter 48 Mercy and Destruction. The shocking knife marks at the entrance to the duplicate, meaning not Wu Wicked or anyone who enters the copy. Rather, it was the man who destroyed the city of Heavenly Palace, Mercy. Hearing Wu Evil call out his name directly, Mercy's eyes flickered slightly. With that, he let out a soft laugh, his previously feigned sad expression instantly disappearing, replaced by confidence. Unrivaled confidence. In her eyes, there was no difference between Wu Evil and an ant on the ground. If it has to be all, it's that this ant has a brain, that's all. Giggle, what a smart little guy. So smart you should know where you are now? So do you know what to choose? It is to accept my reward and become my sword, or D. Meh. It was a mockery for someone who had achieved godhood with compassion to hang on to the word death so easily. Wu Wei grinned. Why can't there be a third option, like slaughtering all of you? With a single movement of Wu's disgusting thoughts, countless small bees swarmed towards Mercy. In the next second, explosions resounded throughout the palace. In addition to the explosions, there was a mournful scream from Mercy. Wu Wicked was unmoved. What about God? All beings are equal before true injury. Mercy had not expected at all that this mole cricket in front of him would be so bold. Without the slightest sign, he struck out at her. By the time she reacted and tried to fight back, it was all over. A gaping hole was opened in the shadow, and the spirit body crumbled. Mercy was enraged, a far cry from her previous saintly appearance. "Good boy, you're ruthless enough, but don't think that you can really kill me. This is just a spirit body detachment that was abandoned by me, only less than 1/1000th of my own strength. The power of God. You can't even imagine." Noisy. With a wave of Wu Evil's big hand, another 300 self-destructing bees swept out, and Mercy's detachment completely disappeared above this world. This is finally quiet. Wu Evil opened his mouth with a faint smile. As for the threat of Mercy, he didn't give it a second thought. If Mercy could really come over, there would be no need to threaten, just do it. As for compromise, does it really work? The mechanical Heavenly Palace is, perhaps, the best example of this. Who says that this mechanical Heavenly Palace is just a copy and that he is not real? In the meantime, the familiar voice finally rang in Wu Wei's ears. "You have successfully killed the level 20 hidden boss Yang-en, Lord of Heavenly Palace City, and gained +1 experience value. Level difference of 5 levels, no experience. Gained blue star coin +218, green star coin +985 gained equipment. Heart of Energy gained props. Molten Law Divine Tattoo, Mercy Divine Tattoo. Ding! You have completed the first pass of the duplicate mechanical Heavenly Palace Inferno level. Is there a notice issued? Release. Is it necessary to hide personal information?
No hiding.
Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Wu Evil, who has completed the first pass of the copy mechanical Heavenly Palace Inferno level, and has gained 3,200 free attribute points, and looks forward to further efforts from all players. X10. Ding. You've just issued an area notice, gaining +5,000 reputation value. Casually, he added the attribute points he had obtained to the spiritual attribute. Opening the backpack space, he took out the 2 divine patterns. Looking at the 2 divine lines that appeared on his hands, Wu Evil had the feeling that he was daydreaming. Who would have thought that a level 20 novice welfare copy would pop out 2 divine patterns? Divine Tattoo Molten Rule. Molten equipment can obtain star coins and rare props. Divine Tattoo Compassion. Immunity to any serious injury effects. Own recovery effect increased by 100%. Looked at it without any hesitation and used it straight away. The divine pattern attributes could be stacked infinitely, and no one could ever have too many of them. At the same time, a tattoo appeared on both Wu Wicket's palm and back. In the palm of my hand is a fireplace, and in the back of my hand is a tear. The other side, above a battlefield full of skeletons, with Mercy and Destruction standing over their respective camps. A new round of battle is imminent. Suddenly, the light of Mercy's eyes changed, and underneath her gentle expression, a cannibalistic, fierce light was hidden. Damned mole cricket, how dare you sense disobedience to God's will? I will make you pay. Mercy could clearly sense that the wisp of detachment she had left in the mechanical heavenly palace was gone. Someone else gave it away. Even the doppelganger was destroyed before he even had a chance to pass over the transmission of the opponent's reflection. She didn't know who it was, but she could always find out if given a little time. But now, she raised her eyes to the opposite side of destruction. How about we call a truce for the time being? After fighting for so long, both of our believers are tired and they need to rest. This world, it needs peace, if only for a short time. When these words came out, they instantly drew the embrace of countless believers in the Mercy camp. There was no need for Mercy to say much at all. They were moved to tears themselves. Worthy of Mercy-sama, she is the only one who will keep us believers in her heart and think of us in everything. Fools who join in the destruction, if you know you're wrong and want to throw yourselves into the arms of Mercy, we'll accept you too. Yes, after all, who hasn't made a mistake, and by turning back now, you will still be able to embrace the light. At that, Destruction snorted out a laugh. You know what I hate most about you? Without waiting for Mercy to answer, Destruction asked himself, that's right, hypocrisy. My believers, naturally, have my blessing. It's none of your business. Destruction has a shut up and don't fart. I know you don't have a good heart look on his face. But then the eyes rolled. Her voice then resounded throughout the battlefield. Actually, I think you have a point. My believers are indeed tired, so why don't we just call a truce for a while? She didn't believe that Mercy the White Lotus was genuinely going to look out for some dumbass. But the other party wanted to call a truce at the moment, so something must have happened. The moment Mercy dared to leave, she herself immediately struck out and slaughtered all of her followers. Perfect. The sudden turnaround of Destruction. Mercy could guess her thoughts with her toes and mentally cursed Destruction 1,000,000 times, but that she pressed on. It's just that this must not go away. Arrangements were immediately made to investigate. In the meantime, Destruction has sought to inquire. Whatever the reason, she was happy to see Mercy suffer. Wu Wei was currently testing the effects of the Molten Law divine pattern. As for offending Mercy, he didn't give it a second thought. As long as he was still in the deity continent, it was impossible for Mercy to personally strike at him. At best, they would find some Mercy believers or descending split projections to trouble Wu Wei. Killing the former would be fine, and killing the latter would also be fine, and it would also strengthen the divine pattern of mercy that had just been obtained in the meantime. If he couldn't, the big deal was that he would join Destruction and become a believer of Destruction. In Wu Wicket's memory, at this moment Mercy and Destruction were having a fight over robbing the believers. With Destruction's character, he would surely welcome himself in. Chapter 49 Unique Skill Exterminating Pupil. Wu Wicket held a level 20 white plate equipment in his hand. Although the level far exceeds the level of the replica, which will reduce the drop rate of equipment and props. But just even if the drop rate is low, it will still drop. Just the thing to try out Molten Rule with all this crap gear. As the furnace seal surfaced in his hand, the trash equipment in his hand was directly devoured. With that, he spat out 123 green star coins. A level 20 white plate equipment is pretty much worth that. White plate equipment not uncommon. No one carries white plate gear at level 20, except for weapons, and no one carries any other part of white plate gear. After all, without attributes and special effects, the value is greatly diminished. After melting all the white equipment in his spatial backpack into green star coins, Wu Wicked had obtained a total of 25,311 green star coins. Then took out a piece of black iron grade equipment. With a thought, the fireplace divine ripple appeared once again. As the black iron equipment disappeared, Wu Wicked received a total of 3,021 green star coins, plus a skill scroll. Wu Evil's eyes lit up, Surprisingly, skill scrolls will still appear. This is interesting. Sword Chi Chop, F rank skill scroll. Item level 20. Deals 2,500 points of physical damage to a target in a straight line. Even if it was only a level 20 F rank skill scroll, the value of the scroll should be worth more than 500 green star coins. Don't look at one scroll for damage, what if a bunch of them? There's no cooldown on this thing, and there's no casting time. Just unfold it and it works. After a few more tries, as long as there was equipment that was black iron grade or higher, every time it was engulfed by the furnace it would spit out a skill scroll. Although the effects are different, the black iron level corresponds to the F level, and the bronze level corresponds to the E level. Devour whatever level of equipment and spit out whatever level of scrolls. This Molten Rhythm Divine Tattoo is too convenient. At any time, you can convert unused equipment into star coins and skill scrolls. So in the future, you won't have to waste time going to stalls. Wu Evil smiled faintly. Of course, good special effects gear is another story. Some gear with good special effects is often worth a lot of money. For example, special effects equipment such as blood absorption, blue absorption, or immortality or shield are often more popular with the crowd. After devouring all of the equipment that he didn't use, Wu Wicked opened his spatial backpack and took out the soul bottle. After accumulating 99 drops of soul liquid before, no matter what bosses or monsters he killed, the soul liquid inside didn't grow one iota. What I didn't expect was that the soul vial filled up directly after shattering the mercy split. But this thing, how should I use it? There's no manual or anything. Wu Wicked held the soul bottle in his hand and looked it up and down. I don't think I'm supposed to drink the contents. It's just an unwarranted guess, but it's likely.
Boom tilde.
The cap opens with a soft thud. Before Wu Wicked could put the soul bottle into his mouth, the liquid inside evaporated at a speed visible to the naked eye. What's going on? What's going on here? It was also the first time he had gotten a soul bottle, and he had no idea how to use it. But in the next second, a gray mist directly covered his eyes. At that same time, that familiar voice rang in Wu Wicked's ears. Ding! You have opened the soul bottle, your free attribute points have been raised by 3,000 points, and you have gained the unique skill Exterminating Pupils. Wu Evil only felt his eyes itching strangely, but when he heard the voice ringing in his ears, it calmed him down. The whole process, which lasted 3 minutes. Opening his eyes again, they finally regained their former clarity. Hurriedly, he opened the skill panel and looked at the skill he had just gotten. Extermination Pupil Unique, able to easily stir up all targets whose soul power is inferior to his own, and when killing a boss or a target with high soul strength, able to plunder the opponent's soul power. This? So strong? Wu Wicked was all confused, easily churning out soul power inferior to everything he aimed at. Isn't this just a spike hang? Moreover, after killing the opponent, he could also plunder the opponent's soul, and the skill that could grow infinitely was simply not too outrageous. Wu Evil swallowed his saliva. This skill is so strong. Really, Beaver? He never dreamed that a small prop soul bottle would have such a strong effect. Adding all the free attribute points obtained from getting the first pass of the Hell level difficulty, and the 3,000 free attribute points given by the soul vials to the spiritual attribute. Then he took out the equipment dropped from killing the hidden boss just now. Heart of Energy Jade Pendant. Quality: Gold. Magic Resistance: plus 220. Spirit: plus 90. Special Effect: Strike Rate plus 10%. Special Effect: Recovers 0.5% of maximum mana every second. Equipment level: 20. A level 20 gold grade Jade Pendant. The special effect is pretty good, restoring 0.5% of your maximum mana every second. With Wu Wicked's current spiritual attribute points, recovering 0.5% per second would be 3,168 points. With this Jade Pendant, there will never be a lack of blue again. After changing gear, Wu Wicked glanced at his attribute panel. Name: Wu Wicked. Rank: 30. Profession: First Order Summoner.
L'IFESPAN, 764,000 Aura Shield, 2292,000.
Mana, 633.600.
Magic Attack Power: 32,340. Physical Defense: 2,900. Magic Resistance: 4,228. Physical: 26,400. Mental: 31,680. Uniformity Value: 31,680. After this period of continuous effort, the the spiritual attribute finally achieved a rebound, reaching 31,680 points. Only a tiny fraction of the mental attribute points you get from your equipment. The rest all come from free attribute points gained from various achievements or rewards. Even the most gifted are afraid of the chopper. Other than that, just based on Wu Wicked's current attribute panel against other players, he was completely crushed. No matter how good the opponent's operation was, how strong his talent was, he had countless chances to turn the tables, and as long as he touched the opponent would have to die. Closing the attribute panel, Wu Wicked directly exited the mechanical Heavenly Palace. Now this place is down to one last thing. It's the S-rank quest scroll Blood Baptism. There was no point in continuing to stay here and wasting time when this quest was finished. After all, the monsters here, the highest level was only level 30, and after killing them, without the experience bonus of killing monsters at a higher level, the efficiency would be much lower. There is also the fact that after leveling up to level 30, you will be able to head to the Professional Sanctuary Challenge in the Imperial Capital. If you succeed, you can become a second-order summoner. After becoming a second-order summoner, the basic attributes would be greatly increased. The basic attributes of a second-ranked summoner can be raised up to twice their original level, and will also make up for previous attribute points. It's an extra 2 times the original. With Wu Wicked getting 100 free attribute points for every 1 level up, he would be able to raise 300 points by the time he was 1 level up. It makes up for the previous one, which means that you will get an additional 6,000 free attribute points. Chapter 50 Suppression Skills, Sneak Attack. Just exited the copy. An invisible force imprisoned him in place, making it impossible for him to even make a simple movement of turning his head. Wu Wicked felt himself tense up, his body completely unable to move. It's a suppression skill. A murderous intent surfaced under Wu Wei's eyes. It was impossible for people at this stage to learn such advanced control skills, only skill scrolls or natural abilities. The control effect of the suppression skill could not even be affected by the Eternal Flame Necklace's uncontrol special effect. Only at this moment, a golden chain was seen, deadlocking Wu Evil's body in place. The other end of the golden chain was held in the hand of a bearded man. Seeing that Wu Evil was successfully suppressed, the bearded man sneered out, "I've managed to keep him under control. Do it together and kill him in seconds." A level 13S quality control type skill scroll, capable of suppressing a target of the same level for a full 15 seconds. This skill scroll was used on rank 30 Wu Evil, and the suppression time was reduced by more than half. But even that was perfectly adequate. In the next second, a group of people came out from all corners around them. Wu Wicked took a cursory glance. There were almost 30 people. The bearded man had a sneer on his lips. "In the end, your kid is still too young. If the wood shows in the forest, the wind will destroy it. If you don't understand such a simple truth, you're really hopelessly stupid." Then he shouted, "Do it!" For a while, all kinds of magnificent skills, or arrows all landed on Wu Wicked. 0, 0, 0. Dozens of attacks landed on his body, all of them clearing 0 points of damage. Seeing this, everyone was dumbfounded. How is this possible? My attack power is as high as 683, and this can't even break through his defense. I have 748 magic attack points. Counting the skill bonus, my actual damage reaches 1122 points, and as usual, I can't break through his defense. Could it be that his magic resistance exceeds 2,244 points? How much physical defense and magic resistance does Wu Evil have? It doesn't break defense at all. When the defense is double above the attack does not break the defense. Wu Wei sneered. "What? Aren't you guys here to kill me? Do it instead. Or did you come for a walk? I mean, you guys walk too." Seeing this, the bearded man went numb. It was hard to find such a good opportunity to control Wu Evil in place. The result is this. There were 37 of them in total, and none of them could break through Wu Evil's defense. As the color of the golden chains faded, the bearded man didn't dare to continue staying. Withdraw. Although the bearded man was upset, if he didn't leave now, he would wait for the skill scroll suppression effect to end. When the time comes, Wu Evil will surely take crazy revenge. He couldn't help but get a chill down his spine at the thought of the damage Wu Evil had done. Others gulped. Some of them didn't even need the bearded man to shout. After seeing that his attack didn't break the defense, he directly threw his equipment away and ran towards the forest in the distance. However, 2.5 seconds later, Wu Evil managed to regain his freedom. The smile at the corner of Wu Evil's mouth grew wider. Would it be a little too late to try to escape now? With a wave of the staff in his hand, 300 moon wolves appeared. Little B does the most damage, but Little B doesn't move nearly as fast as Moon Wolf. As for the rock giants, there's even less to say. That's why chasing these people who were fleeing around was best done with a moon wolf. 300 moon wolves, chasing 37 people, is like killing a chicken with a bull's eye. As a scream rang out, 37 people were instantly reduced by half. At the same time, Wu Wicked's ears kept ringing with prompts. Soul strength plus 0.1. Soul strength plus 0.1. Soul strength plus 0.1. The corners of Wu Evil's mouth lifted slightly. I didn't realize that killing these trash could also raise the strength of your soul. Soon the 37 were down to the last bearded man. Seeing Wu Evil approaching, the bearded man directly knelt on the ground. At this moment, where was he still a little bit of the prestige he had just now? Kneeling on the ground with both legs, he kept kowtowing. Please, spare me for once. I still have my family. My son is only 8 years old this year too. He can't be without a father. Please, please. Wu Evil didn't say anything, just looked at the man faintly. It's Wang Chengxian, he told us to kill you. He's Lu Ji's uncle. The guy who united the others and struck out at you in the martial arts arena? Do you remember? It should be that Lu Ji was the first to be eliminated by you. So it drew Wang Qingxuan's displeasure, and that's why he found us and borrowed our hands to get rid of you. The moment he met Wu Evil's eyes, the bearded man explained everything. Wang Chengxian. Wu Wicked repeated the name under his breath. This person, of course, Wu Wicked recognized, the president of the Inquirer's World Guild. Indeed, he was quite close to Lu Ji. Suddenly, Wu Evil seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes flashed. Perhaps I was mistaken from the beginning. I'm afraid the truly clever one was never Lu Ji, but someone else. Wu Evil didn't believe that a person would be able to transform quickly, and a stupid person who wanted to become smart was going to have to pay a great price. Perhaps from the very beginning, it was this Wang Chengxian who was advising Lu Ji behind the scenes. Wu Wei and Wang Chengxian were not familiar with each other, but for now he has a way to take his death. When the bearded man finished, he pressed his forehead to the ground, minimizing his presence. As expected, Wu Evil turned around and left after getting what he wanted to know. The bearded man was just relieved when he heard the footsteps getting farther and farther away from him. Next, a moon blade swept towards him, directly splitting him in half. From the beginning to the end, Wu Evil didn't even look back at him. A man who wanted him dead was so deluded as to expect himself to let him go. That's what's most ridiculous. Regardless of his bitterness, the moment he flashed his sword, it was destined that only one of them, him and Wu Evil, would live. Wu Wicked opened the quest panel. View the task you just picked up. Blood Baptism. Travel to Oblivion and figure out why the gods disappeared. Difficulty S. Seeing the completion conditions of this quest, Wu Evil's entire body was bad.
No.
I'm only level 30, not 300. Let me, a little Karami, figure out why those gods disappeared. Crazy. This mission difficulty, are you sure it's only S rank? Wu Evil didn't even know what to say. But the difficulty of this mission was indeed only S ranked, indicating that it wasn't really asking him to die. After thinking about it, Wu Wicked decided to make the trip anyway. I'm sure he doesn't want to leave without doing anything with his pants down. Looking at the quest location pointing to the Land of Oblivion. This is a place that Wu Wicked really knows. The Land of Oblivion, a zone of chaos. In all regions, there are paths to the Forgotten Lands. In the past, Wu Wicked had heard of that place, and those who had been there said that the Land of Oblivion was a cursed place. Even if it was just the outermost part of Oblivion, losing 1,000 life points per second was something that no one could even carry. To be a bit more secure, it's better to go back to the safe zone and acquire a wave of skill books before going. Chapter 51. Fusing New Skills, Strength Surge. 1 Kunshi later, Wu Evil had received a total of 45 skill books. As the player's level increases, the output of skill books is naturally more slowly. Most of these 45 skill books were exchanged with other people using skill scrolls, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to get this many. Those skill scrolls did very little damage to Wu Evil. Not much use, but for others it is extremely valuable. Even if it was only a level 20F quality skill scroll, it still had 2,500 points of damage, and it was still a small group damage. If it was a single damage skill scroll, the attack power could even break 3,000 points. The average player, if they have a few on them, whether they are used for sneak attacks or to escape, they are all very good. After all, there is only one life. Such things that can be scarce in quantity and boost the chances of survival tend to be popular. Leaving the safe zone, Wu Wicked came to a deserted place. Wu Wicked opened his backpack space and checked the skill books he had gotten earlier. Most of them were level 10 skill books for each profession, and there were only 3 level 20 skill books in total. After all, players who could kill level 20 monsters were still a minority at the moment. Especially since they were still in the same area as Wu Wicked with fixed wild resources, they hadn't gotten a single bite. Wu Wicked looked away. The skill books at level 20 are Assassin's Phantom Flash, Archer's Knockback Arrow, and Warrior's Rockbreaker Slash. Beyond that, there's also 6 books of Warrior's Critical Strike, 5 books of Mage's Magic Shield, 4 books of Cleric's Slow Heal, 6 books of Archer's Combo, 12 books of Summon Bee, 6 books of Knight's Sacrifice, and 3 books of Assassin's Concealment. The skill book with the most skills is Summon the Bee. There's no way around it, the summoner profession is just too weak up front. If you don't have a talent that can boost the strength of your summons. A level 10 summoner summoned a Moon Wolf with only 150 attack points. As for other professions of the same level, with the support of a set of Black Iron Grade equipment, plus the enhancement of skills, the actual maximum damage could easily break through 500 points. 150 to 500, that's a difference that's not even close to big. This has led to not many people choosing the summoner profession at all. With fewer people, there are naturally more surplus skill books. After all, not everyone knew that Summoner level 30 had a skill that could drastically increase the growth of summon beasts. 3 minutes later, Super Regeneration cumulatively fuses 7 books of Magic Shield, recovers 35% of max lifesteal every second, and when full, generates a Chakra Shield of 70% most of max lifesteal every second, capped at x 300% of max lifesteal. The skill combo chance of Summon Bee has been increased to 70%, and the recovery effect of the blood beads that are generated after death has been increased to 7%. Moon Wolf also has a 70% damage boost. There's also the Stone Giant's Defense Aura, which has had its maximum effect increased to 42%. All of them have fused 7 skill books. Fusing the 8th book of the same skill requires 218,700 green star coins. Looking at the empty and deflated backpack space, Wu Evil could only give up. Still too poor. Wu Weiwei shook his head slightly. This perfect genetic talent was strong, but at the same time, it was also a gold-swallowing beast with an appetite that was getting bigger and bigger all at once. There's no way to continue the duplicate fusion now. But there are also 3 brand new level 20 skill books. Phantom Flash consumes 80 mana, instantly appears behind the target and makes the next attack, dealing 230% physical damage, with a maximum displacement distance of 5 meters and a cooldown of 15 seconds. Knockback Arrow consumes 100 mana, deals 260% physical damage to the target and knocks back the target by 3 meters, cooldown 15 seconds. Rock-Breaking Chop consumes 80 mana, inflicts 230% physical damage to all targets in a sector within 3 meters, with a 15% chance of causing the target to enter a state of slowing down, with a slowing down effect of 30% and a cooldown time of 20 seconds. There were 3 skills in total, and Wu Wicked quickly had a direction for fusion. Phantom Flash for Bee, Knockback Arrow for Whiplash, Rockbreaker Slash for Moonwolf. With that, he dragged Phantom Flash towards Bee. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Currently available evolutionary routes are Attack, Sneak Attack. Attack. Stay in place for 10 seconds and then gain a gain buff, increasing your next damage by 15% for 5 seconds. Sneak Attack. Displaces a distance of 5 meters in the direction of the target and increases movement speed by 15% for the next 8 seconds. 2 routes, one to increase damage and one to boost speed. Without even thinking about it, Wu Evil directly chose the latter, the Sneak Attack route. Having fused skills so many times, Wu Wicked actually had some experience. It may seem like the fusion effect is uncontrollable, but it's not. What route emerges will be determined by the effect of the material skill. Before the fusion, it was actually vaguely possible to guess a few things. For example, the effect of Phantom Flash is to increase damage and short-range displacement, and as a result of fusing it to Bee, both of those effects do occur. It's a little different than expected, but it doesn't deviate from the direction of damage augmentation and short-range displacement. With the Summoned Beast Enhancement skill boost, Little Bee's damage was already high. What it really lacks right now is movement speed, and that's where Bee's shortcomings lie. Maybe it's not so obvious now, but as you level up, the gap will become more and more obvious. So don't even think about it, just go the sneak attack route. Displacement plus speed boost. After many fusions, Wu Wicked couldn't even dare to think how cool this skill had to be. Then take the repulsor arrow and drag it towards the lash. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Currently available evolutionary routes are Strengthening, Control. Enhancement. The base skill damage of Whiplash is increased to 110%. Control. When attacking an opponent's weak spot with the Whiplash skill, the target will be knocked back, with a maximum knockback distance of 3 meters. Wu Wicked's eyes flashed. The control effect, sure enough, is here. One boosts base damage and the other is a knockback effect. Wu Evil wanted the knockback effect. What he lacked in damage, he could still make up for with summons. But that 3-meter knockback has a significant effect. With Whiplash's ultra-short cooldown, he can basically do infinite knockback with his maneuvers. Lastly, there's Rockbreaker Chop after dragging it to the Summon Moonwolf skill. The information panel in front of him changed again. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Currently available evolutionary routes are Regular, Enhancement. Regular. Learn the skill Rock Breaking Chop. Boost. Upgrades Moonblade to Moonslash, sending a huge Moonblade towards the target, dealing 300% physical damage to the target with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Wu Evil's eyes lit up. After upgrading to Moonslash, the cooldown was raised by 2 seconds though. But the damage was increased from the original 100% to 300%. This conversion, for sure, is cost-effective. Choose Regular for a boost of burst damage, a Moonblade, and then a Rockbreaker Chop. The boost route, on the other hand, is more sustained damage. After thinking about it, Wu Wicked still chose the elevation route. Rock Breaking Slash was only a melee attack skill after all, with his high unity value. Melee damage simply doesn't eat well. Chapter 52 Abyssal Attribute Super Strong Boss. Looking into his backpack, the last 2 green star coins left. Wu Evil helplessly put away the remaining skill books. Summoning the Moon Wolf, he ran towards Oblivion. A level 30 Moon Wolf could already move at a speed that could catch up with a faster little donkey. The main thing is that Moon Wolf is able to ignore terrain. The people practicing on the side looked at the Moon Wolf that was speeding down the street and were envious. Same summoner, same summoned beasts. Why is the Moon Wolf I summoned so weak, when everyone else's can ride all over the streets? It's a real people pleaser. Is it possible that the summoned Moon Wolves we learned are different from the ones Big Brother Wu Evil learned? The Moon Wolf he summoned is obviously a circle larger in size. Even its claws are sharper, and it feels much more domineering. Skills are different. What's different? It just looks exactly the same to me. Can you look more into your own problems? Are you not working hard enough to upgrade? That's right. It's really hard to survive in the summoner profession. So please don't continue with the rumors. Okay? 2 Kunas later, Wu Wei finally reached the end of the area map, the Land of Oblivion. As far as the eye could see, there was yellow sand whistling. A negative buff appeared on Wu Evil's body just as he stepped into Oblivion. You enter the Land of Oblivion, your attack, casting, and movement speeds are each reduced by 10%, and you take 1,000 points of curse damage per second. Wu Evil? No wonder those people used to shake their heads and sigh at the mention of the Forgotten Lands, who can afford to eat this effect. And that's just the outermost part of the Forgotten Lands. Yellow sand swept across the sky, with visibility of less than 5 meters. It was good that Wu Evil was prepared and got a pair of goggles when he came here. Otherwise, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even dare to open his eyes now. But within a few steps, Wu Wicked kicked something under his feet. Looking down, it was 2 human corpses. By the looks of things, they haven't been out of the woods for long. They should have wanted to come to the unknown map to take their chances and accidentally got lost. Trapped to death in this roiling yellow sand. Wu Evil shook his head slightly, not caring. It's just dead people, it's simply too common in today's world. In a short period of 2 or 3 days, the number of people located in this area alone, where he was only 42923. Keep in mind that the number of people assigned to each region at the beginning was a full 100,000 people. But in just a moment's time, more than half of them had lost their lives. And the rest of the region is pretty much the same. And that's just the beginning. Those who couldn't adapt, or those who had a lucky break and thought they could go back to the old days, are largely gone. Outclassed by the world. Wu Wicked took one look and withdrew his gaze. If you don't want to be like them, you have to keep moving forward. Wu Wicked himself didn't even know how far he had traveled. And at this moment, His 3-speed reduction had increased to 35%. And on his head, a 5,000 damage popped up every second. If it weren't for the superb recovery effect of super regeneration, even if there were 1,000 lives, they wouldn't be enough for him to die. Suddenly, there was a vibration coming from the ground. The movement was slight, but Wu Wicked still felt it. Has the monster finally appeared? No, it's not the ground, it's underground. Sensing something in the ground rapidly approaching towards him, Wu Wicked leapt up and jumped onto the rock giant's shoulders. Yet the next second, a monster, the thickness of a bucket, rushed out of the ground, tightly wrapped around the rock giant, trying to drag it into the ground. At the same time, Wu Evil also saw the monster's attributes. Berserk Sandworm Silver Boss. Rank 30. Life value 150 million. Attack power 64,000. Physical defense 18,000. Magic resistance 10,000. Talent Abyssal transformation when tainted with the scent of the abyss. Basic attributes are drastically improved. So painful. I'm in so much pain. Seeing the attributes of the sandworm, Wu Evil also froze for a second. A level 30 silver level boss had such high attributes. It's unbelievable. However, seeing the boss's talent attribute, Wu Wicked understood. The boss attributes were boosted so much, it should be impossible to escape from the abyss. He had never heard anything about the abyss before, and this was the first time he had ever seen such a word. Just being tainted with a little bit of the abyssal aura has boosted the attributes of a silver boss by tens of times. Wu Wei raised his eyebrows slightly. It seems that the reason for the disappearance of the gods should have something to do with the abyss. Thinking about it, the movements of Wu Evil's hands didn't stop at all, directly summoning the self-exploding bees to swipe towards the sandworms. This time he was lucky, and there was a skill streak with 2 waves of self-destructing bees in total, amounting to 600 of them. 285,120. 285,120. 285,120. Squee! A scream of agony escaped the sandworm's throat as the explosion rang out. Hastily letting go of the rock giant, he turned around and tried to burrow into the ground. Come all the way. Just leave your life behind. Wu Evil smiled faintly, and the swarm of bees flashed directly, grabbing the body of the sandworm in a deadly grip. Boom, 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 with a string of explosions that sounded like firecrackers. Berserk Sandworm's 150 million life value was directly zeroed out. Ding! You have successfully killed the level 30 silver boss, Raging Sandworm, and gained experience value plus 140,000. Gained blue star coin plus 57. Green star coin plus 809. Gained equipment. Dusty green silk robe. Soul strength plus 13. Looking at the corpse of the Berserk Sandworm, Wu Wicked was always a little less than thrilled. It's still capable of seconds, but it doesn't have that instant gratification. Not counting the subsequent ice bomb damage and epidemic poison effect. With 150 million life points, it would take 527 self-destructing bees to blast it. If you're unlucky and don't get a skill combo out, you'll have to summon the bee twice to get this thing. There is one thing to be said for killing this thing though, the souls it gives are still pretty high. Gave a full 13 points. Took out the equipment he had just gotten. Dusty green silk robe cloth armor top. Quality. Silver. Physical defense. Plus 304. Spirit. Plus 150. Special effect. Mana limit increased by 300. Abyssal attribute. Spirit plus 500. Equipment level. 30. A level 30 silver cloth armor top, just like this one, could match a level 5 cloth armor set in terms of base attributes. It's just a mediocre special effect, boosting the mana cap by 300 points. For Wu Evil, who had a mana value of 630,000, it was completely dispensable. The Abyssal property would be interesting though. A single piece of equipment that boosted an additional 500 points of mental attributes. If all 8 pieces of equipment in his body had the Abyssal attribute, he would directly have 4,000 more attribute points than others. The results are very impressive. Changing his dusty green silk robes into them, Wu Wicked instantly became a bit more bookish. It appeared that his whole person was less hostile. Chapter 53 Exterminating Pupil. Direct seconds. Not long after he had changed into his equipment, Wu Wicked sensed another movement coming from the ground. But this time it wasn't one. There was movement coming from all directions. The staff in his hand kept flickering. In such an environment, the self-destructing bees won't survive much longer at all. It can only be re-summoned for each battle. Wu Evil doesn't care either. Rock giants, moon wolves, self-exploding bees, whatever skills are on cooldown, summon them. His current unity value was as high as 32,300 points, and in such an environment, there was no way to use up his unity value. Even the rock giants with the highest life values could only last for half an hour out. As for B, it would only last 77 seconds, less than 2 minutes. Soon, all the movement in the distance had come closer. There were a total of 13 berserk sandworms, all of which were silver-level bosses. Self-exploding bee and moon wolf killed towards the berserk sandworm, and Wu Wicked looked towards one of the berserk sandworms. In the next second, his eyes became deep, as if they were black holes that could swallow everything. Kill the pupil.
Ho 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 ho.
A heart-rending hissing sound rang out from the large mouth full of sharp teeth of that berserk sandworm. In the next second, a huge damage that followed floated out. 150 million. The berserk sandworm with a life value of 150 million was killed in direct seconds. Hiss! Slowly, Wu Evil's pupils returned to normal. Looking at the scene in front of him, he bared his teeth lightly. The berserk sandworm that was wrapping itself around the rock giant 1 second turned into a puddle of soft meat the next. This skill, it's also too invincible. Really just did it in straight seconds. Ding! You have successfully killed the level 30 silver boss, the raging sandworm, and gained experience value of plus 140,000. Obtained blue star coin plus 54, green star coin plus 871 obtained equipment. Violent short boots obtained props. Primary abyssal crystals. Soul strength plus 0.07. After killing the berserk sandworm, all the other rewards remained unchanged. But the only thing that got reduced by almost 200 times was the soul. However, once he thought of the skill effect of the exterminating pupil, Wu Evil was relieved. Exterminating pupils. Able to easily churn through all targets whose soul power is inferior to their own, and when killing bosses or targets with high soul strength, able to plunder the opponent's soul power. All of them had each other's souls churned up, and in the end left you a little bit of crumbs, which is already very conscientious. The extermination pupil will be my strongest card. If I don't have to use it, it's better to try not to use it, and rapidly improving my soul strength is the key. Immediately, looking around at the berserk sandworms, Wu Evil's eyes became hot. Ugly-looking monsters. Nonsense. I won't allow you to describe them that way. They can all be here to return the favor. These are living soul strengths. The phantom hunting staff in his hand flickered frequently, and each time it flickered, at least 300 small bees appeared. Trigger skill combos like crazy after they reach 70%. As an explosion rang out. In a short while, the remaining 12 berserk sandworms were all turned into Wu Evil's experience value. Ding! You have successfully killed the level 30 silver boss, berserk sandworm, and gained experience value of plus 140,000. X12. Soul strength plus 13. X12. Ding! Congratulations on your successful ascension to level 31, gaining 100 free attribute points. After exterminating this group of berserk sandworms, the surroundings once again returned to calm, and the only sound in his ears was the whirring of the gale. In less than a minute, the soul strength had increased by 156 points. Open the backpack space and check the harvest from killing the berserk sandworm. Killing a boss-level monster is bound to drop at least one piece of equipment. Just that moment ago, in Wu Evil's backpack, there were 17 pieces of equipment. These monsters were first kills, and the quality of the equipment dropped was all silver level. Moreover, the berserk sandworm boss, the probability of dropping cloth and leather armor equipment was extremely high. In just a short while, Wu Wicked got 3 pieces of usable cloth armor equipment. Violent boots, cloth armor shoes. Quality. Silver. Physical defense. Plus 288. Spirit. Plus 140. Special effect. Dodge rate plus 15%. Abyssal attribute. Spirit plus 450. Equipment level. 30. The Scarlet Sun cloth armor head. Quality. Silver. Physical defense. Plus 295. Spirit. Plus 150. Special effect. Magic defense plus 100. Abyssal attribute. Spirit plus 500. Equipment level. 30. Dark Roar cloth armor pants. Quality. Silver. Physical defense, plus 310. Spirit, plus 161. Special effect, plus 15% damage to darkness skills. Abyssal attribute, Spirit plus 680. Equipment level, 30. Replacing these 3 pieces of equipment raised the mental attribute by 2,003 points. The total spiritual attributes also went from 32,404 34407. Although the special effects of the equipment were average, it couldn't help that the attributes were high. Now all that's missing is a cloth armor belt, the equipment on his body, and he's all changed blood. The remaining 14 pieces of equipment, Wu Wicked didn't decompose them either. These equipments, all of which had abyssal attributes, came with high attribute boosts. The value of such equipment far exceeded that of other equipment of the same quality and grade. Good equipment is not afraid that no one will take it. If you're not in charge, you don't know how expensive it is. Wu Evil is also scared by the poor. It is better to try to earn more if you can. In addition to the equipment, there were 3 primary abyssal crystals. Primary abyssal crystals. Used on equipment, it can taint the equipment with the scent of the abyss, boosting the equipment's spiritual or physical attributes, with an effect of 400-800 points. Seeing this, Wu Evil involuntarily laughed out loud. This is a good thing, able to enhance the attribute value of the equipment. Looking over his entire outfit, it was only Eternal Flame that was worth it. Taking the Eternal Flame off, he then took out a primary abyssal crystal. With a slight force from his fingers, the primary abyssal crystals turned into a pile of powder. Sprinkle evenly on top of the necklace. In the next second, the Eternal Flame flashed out a purple light. Immediately after that, its attributes followed suit. Eternal Flame Necklace. Quality, Meteorite Star. Magic Resistance, plus 480. Spirit, plus 210. Special effects attributes omitted. For those who want to read them, turn to chapter 36, at the beginning. Abyssal attribute, Spirit plus 780. Equipment level, 25. 20 points short of the full value of the attribute. There's no one else for this luck of mine. Looking at the additional spiritual attributes, Wu Evil all but laughed. Primary abyssal crystals with a maximum additional attribute value of 800 points. He only used one and gave it a dry run to 780 points, 20 points short of full value. And it was still the spiritual attribute he wanted. That's luck, and there's really no one else. Wu Wicked laughed and brought the necklace back to his body before heading deeper into the Forgotten Lands. Chapter 54 Fraud Hodge, the God with a Broken Godhead. The Land of Oblivion was even bigger than Wu Wicked had imagined. It was only after encountering several more waves of berserk sandworms in a row that Wu Wicked was able to walk out of the yellow sand area. At the same time, his level had risen to 32. Also got a silver level belt with good attributes. Vitality belt, cloth armor belt. Quality, silver. Physical defense, plus 300. Spirit, plus 150. Special effect, restores 2,000 life points per second and 800 mana points per second when in full life state. Abyssal attribute, Spirit plus 750. Equipment level, 30. A nice silver level belt. The special effect is the ability to restore mana when at full life, and it also comes with an overabundance of abyssal attributes. After changing equipment and adding attribute points, Wu Wicked glanced at the attribute panel. Name, Wu Wicked. Rank, 32. Profession, First Order Summoner.
L'IFESPAN, 764,000 Aura Shield, 2292,000.
Mana, 723,220.
Magic attack power, 36,821. Physical defense, 4137. Magic resistance, 4,836. Physical, 26,400. Mental, 36,161. Uniformity value, 36,160. Looking at his current attributes, Wu Evil nodded in satisfaction. Right now, he had all the equipment, and the worst of it was silver level. And it's still a silver level equipment with an abyssal attribute attached to it. Its true attributes even far exceeded gold level equipment of the same quality. At the same time, a crack split open on a yellow stone statue in the distance. Click, click. As the sound rang out, the cracks in his body grew. How many years? How many years? Finally, a living person has come to this damn prison. It's all because of knowledge and that group of damned scumbags who presumptuously tried to trap me to death here. It seems that my luck, as usual, is good. Wu Evil's eyes flickered, and the other party's information appeared in front of him. Fraud Hodge Godhead broken. Faith 0. Rank 30. Life value 90 billion. Magic attack power 780,000. Physical defense 170,000. Magic resistance 150,000. Divine power. Fraud. God. Surprisingly, it's a real god. When he saw the gold glittering title in front of Hodge's name, Wu Wicked's entire body was dumbfounded. He had never dreamed that he would run into a real god in a place like this. Huachi immediately laughed out coldly. Haha. Kid, see that this god is dumbfounded. Stand honestly where you are and give up resisting, and I'll still be able to let you suffer a little less. Or else.
Yeah.
Hodge walked towards Wu Weiwei unhurriedly. That being said, he still hoped that Wu Evil would fight back. A prey that won't move takes away the thrill of the hunt. Wu Evil gave him a blank look. So what if God? My life oils me not the sky. Even if it's a god. If it dares to show its bloodstain, I'll kill it. When he raised his hand, it was 640 self-destructing bees that appeared around him. Looking at Hodge's name, Wu Evil's eyes flickered slightly. He was under the impression that the god of fraud should be someone else. This Hodge, I believe, is the former god of fraud. After all, his godhood was shattered, and it made sense that a new god would take his place. Seeing Wu Wicked resist, a touch of playfulness finally appeared on Hodge's face. Haha, that's what makes it interesting. But just with you being a level 32 little trash, with your attack, can you break through my defense? Hodge laughed loudly. Even though he had already discovered the little bee that was in a state of concealment and was flying towards him, he did not have the slightest intention of making a move from the beginning to the end. He himself didn't know how many years he'd been stuck in this hole. Now that it was hard to see a prey, it was natural to have some fun. Boom, boom, boom. As an explosion rang out, Hodge, who had looked calm and collected just a moment ago, let out a piercing scream at this moment. Wah! At the same time, dense damage floated up on his head. 347,136. X 640. B self-destruct damage. 34,713. X 3,200. Ice bullet damage from B's death. 11108352. Epidemic damage per second. But just in an instant, Hodge's lifeblood bar decreased by a single frame at a speed visible to the naked eye. 640 little bees that do 300 million plus damage in a flash. And the epidemic poison effect continues, taking 11.1 million poison damage per second. And this effect is affected by the little bee talent, which also does real damage and is not subject to the poison resistance nerf. He really didn't think that a kid who was so weak that he was no different from an ant would be able to injure himself. Damnable mortal boy. How dare you disrespect a god? You have a way of taking death. Huachi stared at Wu Wicked in death, his eyes seeming to spit fire. Wu Wicked snorted. Idiot. If someone wants to kill him, he's not allowed to resist. For this kind of person with a bubble in his brain, Wu Wicked didn't bother to talk nonsense and continued to summon Little Bee and swept towards Hodge. Looking at Wu Evil's smug face, Hodge's eyes flashed with a chill. Do you really think I'm stupid? Think I'll fall for the same trick a second time? Hearing the buzzing sound coming from his ears, Hodge directly stretched out his finger to point. A green light flew out from his fingertips. Kill the pupil. In the next second, Hodge's body shook and his eyes became dull, and the attacking movement of his raised hand lurched and was directly interrupted. By the time he reacted, the self-destructing bees had already flown not far from him. Before Hodge could react, the self-destructing bees one by one all instantly moved to his body. Boom, boom, boom. Another series of sounds rang out, and Hodge's lifeblood bar was reduced by another frame. At the same time, the epidemic poison's poisoning layers stacked up to 1,000. For 30 seconds, continuously subject to the effects of poisoning, losing 17.35 million life points per second. What the hell did you just do to me? Hodge roared like mad. As a god, he had absolute confidence. Even if his godhood was shattered and his strength was greatly inferior, he was still a god. How could one endure the bullying of a mortal boy? But in that instant just now, he felt a shudder from his soul. If he hadn't reacted in time, even if he didn't die, his soul would have been heavily damaged. A heavy blow to the soul, that's truly worse than death. At this moment, there was no more contempt in his eyes as he looked at Wu Evil. There's something odd about this mortal boy. We must fight quickly. The Wu Evil in the distance was frowning slightly. He had just used the extermination pupil on Hodge, but to Wu Malice's surprise, the extermination pupil didn't work. It just made the other party freeze for a while. It seems that my soul strength is still too weak for a half-assed person who doesn't even have a godhead to take a second. Thanks to the fact that Hodge, who was on the side, couldn't hear Wu Evil's heart. Otherwise he was afraid that he would have to be infuriated by his words. Chapter 55 Title Godslayer. I said, I have poison resistance pulled full and am immune to all poisoning effects. Hodge said to himself. Having said that, the effects of his poisoning had not diminished in the slightest. I said, I'm recovering superbly, instantly regaining all the life points I've lost. Hodge frowned and continued to speak to himself. Still no movement. Polite Hodge. Naya, then let this kid die. Let him just die for me. However, there was no use at all, and the poison damage that should have been taken continued. And his life value, too, didn't show the slightest sign of rising. As for Wu Wicked, he was still alive and kicking as well. Damn. That guy's limp ability, it doesn't even work. What are you muttering about? Looking at Hodge, who was inexplicably furious, Wu Evil was also a bit puzzled. But that didn't stop him from launching his attack in the slightest. With a thought, a group of moon wolves appeared one after another. When he opened his mouth, he sprayed a giant moon blade towards Hodge. Moon Chop. 272,153. 640. Counting the 300% damage boost from Moonslash, Moonwolf's Moonslash actually deals a whopping 440,000 damage. Received a $170,000 defense waiver from Hodge though. The actual damage is reduced by about 40%. A Moonslash only does about 270,000 damage. But with 640 Moonwolves launching their attacks at the same time, the damage was still extremely considerable, instantly dealing 170 million damage. Hodge's whole body was bad. But a mere mortal boy, how can he do so much damage? It was even if he attacked the self-destructing bees that inflicted real injuries. The key was that this head summoner's base summon, the Moon Wolf, was also able to inflict such horrifying damage on him. His whole being was bad. How about this god let him be? Wu Wicked ignored Hodge's exasperation and waved the golden staff in his hand. And once again 640 Moon Wolves appeared. Under a few rounds of attacks, Wu Wicked's side was getting stronger and stronger, while on the contrary, Hodge's life value was decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. My TM life value is 90 billion, not 900 trillion. At this rate, I'll die. Hodge shouted angrily in his mind. Immediately, the cold aura in his eyes became even more victorious, and he reached out his hand to point, and a green aura shot out like a bullet. Shoo! The green on shot at a tricky angle towards Wu Evil, who was in a group of summons. But Wu Evil didn't give him any chance at all. As soon as he saw Hodge strike, he immediately dove behind the rock giant. It had to be said that Hodge's damage was really high, and that attack pierced through 2 rock giants until it shot a 3rd rock giant, which stopped. The 2 rock giants that were shot through by Hodge's attack were directly killed and disappeared into a pile of light. The other head was almost at the bottom of its life value. It was important to know that with the addition of Wu Evil's high spirit power attribute, a rock giant had a life value of 11,570,000 points, and aside from its own defense, it had 62% damage reduction, but even so, it still couldn't block Hodge's attack. Damn! What's the point of only knowing how to dodge, if you have the ability to take a hard hit of damage from your father? Hodge roared through clenched teeth. Right. I'm a summoner. Isn't it normal to reasonably use summoned beasts to fight injuries for me? Wu Wicked bared his teeth lightly. People can't do it. Blame the road. Who can you blame for not having group attack skills yourself? Hodge was so furious that his forehead veins were bulging, but he couldn't do anything about Wu Evil. It wasn't that this body didn't have group attack skills, it was that he couldn't use them. Damn, that guy was obviously strong when he was alive. Why can't I bring it into play? Hodge's old face turned the color of a pig's liver. If he had known this day would come, he wouldn't have chosen this body. But at the moment, it was useless for him to say anything. The truth is doomed. Feeling his vitality gradually collapsing, Hodge couldn't care about anything and opened his mouth to blast a black beam of light towards Wu Wicked. On this black beam of light, Wu Wicked sensed a completely different energy fluctuation from Hodge's previous attack. It's like light and darkness, two diametrically opposed forces. According to the rules of this world, it was simply impossible for these two completely different energies to coexist in one person's body. This attack, though, was clearly Hodge's desperation move. With Wu Evil's life value, he would definitely not be able to receive this strike. But it didn't matter. The last thing he needed was a shield. With a wave of his staff, a group of rock giants stood in front of him without fear of life or death. And Hodge used the time that Wu Evil had taken to fend off the damage to turn and flee. Damn it! Obviously, even that group of old things are not my opponents, but today, they fell into the hands of a mortal boy. Huichi's heart was filled with unwillingness. Just as Hodge turned to escape, Wu Evil's eyes became deep once again. If you can't beat them, you want to run away, where in the world is such a good thing. Kill the pupil. Just a few steps into the run, Hodge's heart shook. It's that familiar feeling, that familiar smell again. An attack with great destructive power was churning his soul. He could only prioritize removing that power, otherwise his soul would be frustrated and he'd become an idiot. At the same time, the crow's nest of moon wolves directly caught up. And there was a small bee crawling on those moon wolves. Boom, boom, boom. Under the self-explosion attacks of Moonslash and Bee, Hodge's life value was emptied and he planted himself unwillingly towards the ground. Ding! You have successfully killed Fraud Hodge, gaining plus 4800000 experience. Acquired equipment. Staff of Fraud acquired props. Fraudulent Divine Tattoo, Breath of the Abyss. Soul Strength plus 3142. You have successfully killed Fraud Hodge, obtaining the title. Godslayer is an announcement made. Wu Wicked didn't even think about it and spoke directly. Release. World Notice. Congratulations to player Wu Evil, who has successfully killed Fraud Hodge, obtaining the title. Godslayer. Looking forward to the players to continue their efforts. X10. Ding. You made a world announcement and gained 200,000 reputation points. The world was abuzz with this news. Everyone caught the important message in the announcement at first glance. Title Godslayer. BR the Godslayer? Is that the god I thought it was? The same 2 arms and 2 legs. Why is it that he's killing the gods? And I'm still having such a hard time killing a quin chicken. Killing God? Dude, to be perfectly honest, you can't do something this big with how much you're really high on less than a ton of gold bumps. 666. Now that's really no salt at all. I admit that you're strong. But if I take out this, can you still hack it? Attachment. Namiyuki. Still not coming out to explain? Then I'm going to start a rumor. That's right, Wu Evil he drove. I saw him drive. Someone save the kid. What a nice kid. Now it's all being driven crazy by announcements. Chapter 56 Artifacts, Temple of Knowledge. Wu Evil didn't pay attention to the chat channel, but instead listened to the announcements over and over again. Just a world announcement? Such a big event. Not even a service-wide announcement. Wu Weiwei sighed. The size of the notice range is in order of region, world, and whole service. Regional notices, as the name suggests, are regional in scope and have minimal impact. And the world notice refers to this world where Wu Wicked is. The world may seem like a big place, but it's not. This world that Wu Wicked was in at the moment was, at best, just a small world of the deity continent, not even a true deity continent. Only a service-wide announcement can spread to the deity continent. But it's time to say no, even though it's just a world announcement, it still gives a lot of reputation value. The whole 200,000 points, bringing his total prestige count to 413,000 points. After spitting out a couple sentences, Wu Wicked began to count the gains he had just made. Killing Hodge gave 4.8 million experience points. After killing several waves of berserk sandworms, Wu Evil was already in a state where he was on the verge of upgrading. At this moment, he received another 4.8 million experience points, allowing him to level up to 36, jumping 4 levels in a row. This is still subjected to a 40% reduction in experience value. Otherwise, the experience value received would have been higher. The second was the strength of the soul absorbed by the extermination pupil after killing Hodge. That's a total of 3,142 points. At this moment, Wu Wicked felt that his brain was clearer than ever. With my current soul strength, there's no existence within the same class that I can't glare to death, right? Wu Evil smiled and narrowed his eyes. But that's not enough. He wasn't aiming to be within the same class, and Wu Evil wanted to be even greedier. What's so proud about killing some trash? It would be satisfying to wait for the day when I could stare down a full-state god with a single glance. Wu Wicked laughed, then opened his backpack space to check the items dropped by Hodge after his death. The first thing that caught his eye was a staff with an ancient shape. There are no special light effects, and it looks mediocre on the outside. But a god that would pop out normal equipment? Anyway, Wu Evil doesn't believe it. Staff of Fraud Staff. Quality, artifact broken. Divine power, 0.1. Divine might, fraud rule effect increased by 5%. It's not that simple to repair a staff that has lost almost all of its divine power. The moment he saw the staff's attributes, Wu Evil's eyes lit up and lit up again. No matter how weak the artifact was, it was still an artifact. Divine power is a complete downgrade from attack power. Even if it's only 0.1, it's not something other weapons can match. If you really want to compare the two things together, it's fly swatters versus nuclear weapons. Artifacts do not have an equipment level requirement, though they do require a divine power that corresponds to them in order to utilize the true power of this artifact. This is a bit more problematic. Then Wu Wicked's gaze fell on the second prop. Fraudulent Divine Tattoo. Isn't this where the pillow comes in? Divine Tattoo Fraud. The highest level of fraud is to deceive even yourself. When you can successfully deceive even yourself, anyone will believe your words. The moment he saw the effect of the fraudulent divine ripple, Wu Wicked finally understood why Hodge was gibbering nonsense to himself during the sparring match just now. So it's because of this. Wu Wicked didn't even think about it and used it directly. The next moment, a tattoo of an eye was added to his shoulder. If you look closely, that one eye is slightly narrowed in a smile. Immediately after that, it did not enter Wu Evil's skin until it completely disappeared. This is already my third divine pattern. The corners of Wu Evil's mouth hooked into a faint smile. Who would have thought that he, who was only level 36 now, would already have 3 divine lines? If other people knew about it, they would go crazy with envy. With the Fraud Divine Tattoo, you can now equip the Staff of Fraud. Replaced the level 30 gold equipment, the Phantom Hunting Staff. Although the magic attack power was reduced by 660 points and the mental attribute by 175 points. But Wu Wicked had one more attribute, which was Divine Power, which currently had 0.1. But that 0.1 was enough for him to kill through the world. Wu Wicked glanced at the limp Hodge. What's wrong with this old den? Getting older? Can't even use his own divine power anymore? Or is it just stupid in the head from being stuck here for so long? Wu Evil thought it was very likely that time had passed so long that it had turned him into a statue. Can't imagine how long he's been stuck here. With regards to the fraudulent divine pattern, Wu Evil was still very satisfied. Glanced at Hodge next to him. Wu Evil said lightly, "Fraud is not how you use it. Fraud is not something that comes out of nothing. It's a technique. You can't just lie to yourself even though you want to lie to others, but you can't just lie to yourself. Isn't that pure brain fart? I can't use this ability on myself. I'll have to find a few targets to practice on." With that, Wu Wicked took out the last prop. Breath of the Abyss. A wisp of dark purple gas, but it doesn't blend with the air. Abyssal breath. Contains extremely strong energy, but also possesses strong erosive properties. Recommended level of use. At least demigods, otherwise the mind will be eroded. Wu Evil can only be used by at least a demigod. Is this thing that strong? But listen to people and eat. It's not worth it to make an idiot out of yourself for a little attribute. Wu Wicked took out a jade bottle and put it away before dropping it into his backpack space. Open the attribute panel and check the title you just obtained. Godslayer, to kill a god with a mortal body. After obtaining this title, you are immune to the divine might. With this title, Wu Evil could only say 6. To mortals, the most terrifying aspect of a god is not the god's strength, but the divine might. It was a contempt unique to the superior over the inferior. Don't look at the fact that Wu Evil had destroyed the Mercy Split and killed the fraudulent gods. But they were all weakened versions, and if they encountered a true god, a single look from the other side could make Wu Evil unable to move. But with this title, you can be fearless of the divine pressure, and truly dare to show the bloodstain we dare to kill. If you can't beat them, it's a matter of strength. If you don't dare to fight, it's a real problem. Titles are not like weapons and defenses, where the effects can take effect without having to equip them. And when you have more than one title, the effect takes effect regardless of the number of titles. Only the title was extremely difficult to obtain, and Wu Wicked didn't know any other way to obtain the title, because the title was too rare. After counting the drops, Wu Wicked gazed at Hodge's corpse. This guy is at least a god, and a god's corpse shouldn't be an ordinary thing. After thinking about it, Wu Wicked stowed Hodge's body into his space backpack. Don't be afraid of not using it, just be afraid of not thinking about it. Then, toward the building in the distance. Ding! You have discovered the Temple of Knowledge and gained a temporary buff that boosts your experience by 30% for 10 days. Hearing the prompts coming from his ears, Wu Wicked's eyes lit up. Not surprised by any temporary buffs, of course, but shocked by the word temple. Temple is the place where the gods fell. If you're lucky, there's a chance of getting a god's legacy. Chapter 57, Entering the Temple, Whose Memory? Go! On the side, Moonwolf was the first to enter the temple. Let Moonwolf go in and scout first. Only after confirming that there was no danger did Wu Wicked step into the temple. But the next second, a sense of weightlessness came suddenly, and Wu Wicked stumbled on his feet. Opening his eyes again, he had arrived at a dense forest. Where the hell is this, and how did it get me here? Suck! Wu Wicked took a deep breath, and the air carried a bit of sweetness. What followed was a feeling of unprecedented relief. The air here, it seems different from anywhere else. Gazing around, Wu Evil frowned slightly. Suddenly, there was movement in the distance. Without even thinking about it, Wu Wicked went straight into stealth. And hide behind a tree to minimize your breathing rate. In the distance, 5 figures slowly walked towards the direction where Wu Wei was. Fraud. Are you sure this is the place? Why do I feel like there's no difference between this place and the God realm? You can't be tricking us. Ocean, where's your brain? You left it at home and forgot it? This is clearly the mortal realm. Yet the air here is rich in divine power. That alone is strange. Knowledge, this is how you talk to Big Brother. I see you're getting more and more rude. Wu Wei frowned slightly. Knowledge, ocean, fraud, void, oblivion. These are all god positions. All 5 of them are gods. Only gods call each other that. To them, a name is nothing more than a title. And addressing each other directly by their godhood was the greatest respect for them. These 5 are all gods. In the middle of Wu Wei's thoughts, the 5 people had already bypassed Wu Wei and headed deeper into the forest. Could this be a picture of those gods in their lifetime? Although it was just a guess, Wu Evil felt it was very likely. After all, the other party was a real god. Even if Wu Wicked had entered a state of concealment, with such a huge difference in strength, it was impossible for him to escape the god's perception. There's only one possibility, that I'm just a passerby now, and that what's happening at this moment is something that happened in their lifetime. In order to prove his guess, Wu Wicked summoned a small bee and chased after it towards a few people. The little bee was following about 5 meters behind the 5. Not too far away, not too close, not too far away from continuing to get closer. The other side didn't notice. Then remove the camouflage. The other side still hasn't noticed. Wu Evil directly let bee rest on Ocean's shoulder. Ocean frowned slightly. What's wrong? I don't know. I feel like there's something on my shoulder. Oblivion looked over Ocean's empty shoulder and said with a playful grin. Confirmed. He really did go out without his brain. He's starting to talk nonsense. Ha ha ha. The other 3, with the exception of Fraud and Ocean, burst out laughing playfully. Fraud. Okay. Stop it, we're at the place. With that, he quickly stepped forward, followed by a big wave of his hand. A tiny crack appeared in the originally empty space, visible to the naked eye. Under the pull of the Fraud God's power, a ray of deep purple breath passed through the tiny crack. Then, like a hungry tiger pouncing on a tiger, it swept towards Fraud's brow. But it was clutched hard in the palm of Fraud's hand. Refining it with divine power, as the purple energy rose, the strand of lavender breath left behind was split into 4 and sent to each of the 4. Try absorbing it and see, Fraud said with a smile. The 4 of them sniffed and absorbed it with confidence, but in the next second, all 4 of them had their pupils quake. What the hell is this? Just such a small section and my divine power has grown by 1 point. The 4 of them looked at each other, their eyes filled with scorching heat. Breathing was much more rapid. If we widen this rift, isn't it true that we'll get more? What are you waiting for? Do it. Ocean rolled up his sleeves and was ready to do it. Wu Wicked, who was a spectator, however, didn't hold back his light, bared voice. What a fool, where under the sky is there a free lunch? Just a wisp of breath. Let your strength be enhanced. What exactly is in there? And what are the consequences after expanding? Do you not care at all? Did you not think about it? Or did you not care? After all, just now, knowledge had also said that this was the mortal realm, and the mortal realm she spoke of was naturally the deity continent. Polite Wu Evil, your mom. Is it okay to all you want when you're not on your turf? Fraud on the side sniffed, but smiled faintly. Don't be anxious. I called you all here just for this. I've tried this crack. It can't be opened with brute force, and I don't know what's inside this crack. It wouldn't be good if it released any terrifying existences. So, I'd like to ask you guys to come together and let's pry this crack open a little bit, as long as we can get more violet chi for us. At those words, several people nodded. With the injection of 5 different strands of divine power, the crack was indeed pried open a bit. Rustling, more and more purple chi rushed out from the open cracks, and the 5 people's faces were delighted. When Wu Evil saw this, his eyes flickered slightly. These violet chi felt exactly the same as the strand of abyssal breath he had just obtained. The purple chi rushed out of the crack and swam around like a fish in water. They are like a tumor in this world, and wherever they go, flowers and plants wither. Wu Wei frowned slightly as he saw that Ocean's lips were slightly hooked. The Ocean's eyes, looking towards those purple chi, were filled with greed. With that expression, where was the meaning of sharing, it was clearly thinking of how to eat alone. Soon after, he made his move, seeing the 3 wisps of violet chi that swept towards him. The Ocean directly came and devoured them. Although it was safer after refining, it was too time-consuming and labor-intensive, and could easily be discovered by others. And it will also lose too much energy from the purple. A moment later, a flash of cunning flashed under Ocean's eyes. Just by devouring 3 strands of unrefined violet chi, he felt that his strength had increased by 10%. The eyes that looked at those purple chi became even more fiery. It was only that the remaining 4 had their attention on the cracks at the moment and didn't even notice his movements. Just when they felt that they had released almost enough and were ready to close the rift for the time being. But the next second, a large hand rested on top of the crack. I don't know where Ocean got so much strength to tear it with such force. Wow, tearing the crack completely apart. Purple chi. I need more purple chi. I can't turn it off. Ocean, what are you doing? The remaining 4 looked in horror at the Ocean that suddenly rushed out. Instead, he saw Ocean's eyes clouded over with a mute look. Oh no. He must have absorbed the unrefined purple chi and his soul was eroded. Stupid. What an idiot. If we possess the rift, we are the same as possessing endless purple chi, so why would he still want to grab it? Void shouted out angrily, but it was too late to say anything at the moment. Void blasted Ocean away with a punch, looking at the torn back space with a palpitating heart. Not good. I sense a very strong aura approaching towards this crack.
No.
Not one, but countless. It was pitch black inside the open crack, but everyone felt palpitations at the moment. A coolness instantly crept over his heart. Seal it or we're all addition. Knowledge rushed out and stopped Ocean, who was still trying to continue on. The remaining 3 felt the power that made their hearts palpitate and nodded their heads vigorously. Chapter 58, May the glory of knowledge bless you forever. With the efforts of the 3, the crack that was torn open became smaller and smaller. It's a good thing we reacted quickly enough, otherwise if we really released the crack creatures, not to mention the mortal realm, even the divine realm would have suffered. Void exhaled a cloudy breath. Next, a spike rushed out from the crack that hadn't completely closed, piercing right through Void's body. Void! The smiles on Oblivion and Fraud's faces suddenly froze. The other party was so fast that they didn't have any reaction, and the spike retracted back into Void's body like a maggot attached to the bone. In the next moment, Void's pupils turned a deep purple color. What a weak body, I don't like. Lame noises came out of the Void's mouth, and the limbs of his body spun weirdly. Damn it! What did you do to Void? Oblivion charged straight up. At the same time, a surge of divine power struck Void, knocking Void away but more so trying to help Void reclaim his body. Forget the past and you'll still be you. Through the nothingness of the body, Oblivion saw the guy's memories. Cracks. No, the Abyss, they call that place the Abyss. In the Abyss, the rules are reversed, and every second of being alive is like being tortured in purgatory. And the guy occupying Void's body was just the weakest being in the Abyss. The weakest being alone killed Void in seconds. Seconds to God. And there are billions of such creatures in the Abyss. The rift must be closed or the entire world will be destroyed. With just one glance, Oblivion scared the cold sweat out of his back. Fraud looked at the terrified Oblivion and then at the abyssal rift that never closed. Snapping his teeth. I possess supreme divine power. After one sentence, Fraud's body began to crumble in layers, but his aura was soaring. I can close the rift easily. As he reached out and wiped his hand, the rift in the abyss that the three of them could hardly close completely with their joint efforts was easily erased by him at this moment. The mutated void did not stop it, but looked at the Fraud as if it were prey. Until the cracks were completely repaired, Nothingness grinned. Still, your body is interesting now, your body is mine. A spike pierced directly into Fraud's body, and the light in Fraud's eyes faded. But Fraud's mouth was tinged with a little smile. It won't hurt. Anyway, I've already burned my godhead just now, and with the godhead shattered, even if I don't die, I'm no longer a fraud. In this life, I've lied to countless people. I didn't expect to be able to lie to myself before I die, and in this life, I'm content. Fraud had a smile on his lips and nodded gently at an empty spot. Wu, who was on all fours with him, felt a tremor in his head. There was no proof of this, but Wu Wicked was sure that it was him that the Fraud was watching. In the next second, Wu Wicked only felt his body sink. When he opened his eyes again, he was already back in the temple. There was no way of knowing what happened afterward. Wu Wicked. I don't know what means Fraud had actually used to make that abyssal monster give up his true god body not to want it, and willingly stay in his body. Where did Oblivion and the ocean go again? There is only one temple here, the Temple of Knowledge. Only when a god dies, and is not killed, can a temple legacy be left behind. It's all a mystery. Play the movie halfway and the whole family is screwed. Mud. I hate the Riddler. Wu Evil spat and shook his head helplessly. I'm really too. What's the point of competing with a bunch of dead people? Shaking his head helplessly, he walked towards the temple's main hall. The temple hall was simple, with only an idol of the goddess of knowledge, and a futon. Other than that, there were no extra furnishings. If you want to obtain the other party's inheritance, the proper etiquette should still be there. Wu Wicked sat on his knees on the futon devoutly, hands clasped together, eyes full of respect. Great goddess of knowledge, please listen to the prayers of the believers. Buzz. At these words, the air around them shook. Next, there was actually a silhouette that came out of the goddess of knowledge statue. The goddess of knowledge today has a bit more maturity than before. The smile at the corner of his mouth is always half a beat slower than the pleasantries, and he exudes a noble aura when he raises his hands and feet. What a nice kid. The goddess of knowledge smiled as she surveyed Wu Wei. The fact that the other party could appear here meant that the guy outside was dead. And on top of that, he was the only one here, and she hadn't sensed anyone else's scent from the beginning. If it wasn't for the fact that I had met a piggy bank, how could they have died by fraud, and how could they have been trapped in this place themselves? So, the moment she left the temple behind, she swore on her heart. The only person who wanted to receive her inheritance could be the one who came here alone. Otherwise, even if the other party's talent was high and their strength was strong, they would never be able to obtain her inheritance. Even if you give your heritage away, you don't give it to that kind of person. With a smile in her eyes, the goddess of knowledge spoke softly. Are you willing to accept my inheritance? Wu Evil nodded with a firm gaze. The believer is willing. Then have you ever received any other divine power inheritance? As soon as these words came out, the goddess of knowledge waved her right hand, and a warm golden light shone above Wu Wicked's head. As long as he dared to tell a lie, the warm golden light would turn crimson and blast him to death on the spot. If you are greedy for everything, you are not destined to go very far.
No.
Wu Evil gently shook his head. I am a believer in knowledge. May the light of knowledge illuminate the world. When Wu Evil finished speaking, the warm golden glow didn't change in any way. Seeing this, the smirk in the goddess of knowledge's eyes increased. Such a sincere and powerful kid was actually met by me, so it seems my luck is not running out. You are an honest and brave child. Will you accept my legacy? Hearing the goddess of knowledge's praise, Wu Evil's face didn't change and his heart didn't skip a beat. Molten Law was popped by killing monsters, Mercy was looted by him, and fraud was something he got with his strength, so he wasn't lying. It is true that he has not received any inheritance from other gods. Yes, I do. Wu Wicked had eyes so determined that he looked like he wanted to join the party. What a good boy. It's a pity that I don't have much power left. Otherwise, I would have organized a grand inheritance ceremony for you. Wu Wicked shook his head. As long as he can get closer to the true meaning of knowledge, Even if it's just one step forward, the believer would rather be broken to pieces. Upon hearing Wu Evil's reply, the goddess of knowledge froze. There was a long silence before an undisguised ecstasy appeared in his eyes. Under the effect of her own divine power, the other party could not lie, or she would surely be discovered. It's all true to this child. What a nice kid. What a great kid this is. Why hadn't I met him sooner? Even though I don't have much divine power left, I'll do my best to leave you the best legacy possible. Ding. The goddess of knowledge will grant you an inheritance of knowledge. Do you accept? Accepted. In the warm golden glow, Wu Wicked felt his brain clearer than ever. In the next second, a book tattoo appeared on the back of his left hand. In the meantime, you have successfully received the baptism of knowledge and obtained the knowledge divine tattoo. Divine tattoo knowledge. Slaying monsters no lower than your own level will give you the highest experience bonus and increase this effect to 200%. Leaving behind a legacy, the spiritual body of the goddess of knowledge gradually dissipated. May the glory of knowledge always shelter you. Chapter 59. This is the real fraud. The goddess of knowledge turned into light and faded away. She left with a smile on her face. It was only when the goddess of knowledge's shadow disappeared completely that Wu Wicked stood up, putting away, hidden in his arms, the faintly glittering staff of fraud. The first time I used the fraudulent divine power, the effect was even better than expected. With this weak divine power of mine, not even a true god can detect it. At the same time, the system's beep sounded in Wu Evil's ears. Ding! You have successfully completed the quest Blood Baptism. Rewards are being distributed. It is detected that you have completed the hidden achievement, and the goddess of knowledge's favorability towards you has reached 100%. The quest reward is upgraded. Gained divine alchemy. Gained divine puppetry. Wu Evil. What a goddess with no heart and soul. There is no sense of accomplishment in cheating. But for this quest reward, even the knowledgeable Wu Evil couldn't help but be moved by it. Divine level pill refining. Divine level puppetry. 2 god tier vice professions. The levels of sub-professions are divided into 1 to 10 ranks, each of which consumes a lot of time and money. And it's not like you can just use money and smash up the sub-professional level. It also requires a pretty strong sense of enlightenment. Otherwise, for the rest of your life, you'll just be an uninitiated beginner. And above the 10th rank, it was only the god level and god level subs even more rare. If you possessed it, not to mention in the land of deities, even in the divine realm, against those high and mighty gods, they would honor you with the title of master. In an instant, 2 strands of golden energy drilled into Wu Evil's brow. It was clear that only a few seconds of time had passed, but it was as if tens of thousands of years or even longer had passed for Wu Evil. Open your eyes again. Wu Wicked then had an incomparably deep knowledge of the pill refining and puppetry arts. Wu Evil smiled in satisfaction. Whoring out 2 god-ranked side quests for nothing is worthy of an S-rank quest reward. This reward was enough to shock the entire deity continent. And white whoring just smells good. But he didn't have any medicinal herbs on hand, and it was useless to just have a divine-grade pill refining technique. But that god's corpse in my backpack space could be put to good use. If I can find the white moon mirage crystal and the sky stone, I do have confidence that I can make the fraud get back on its feet and become a puppet with absolute loyalty. And it also maximizes the retention of his attributes. A golem with a life value of 90 billion and a magic attack power of 780,000. That image, just thinking about it, was beautiful. However, these 2 types of spirit mines are not very common, and are probably not found here. Maybe Dito will have it. It's time, too, to head for the imperial capital. Wu Wicked had a bit of a smirk on his face as he then stepped into the teleportation channel in front of him. Opening his eyes again, Wu Wicked had already returned to the entrance of the Forgotten Land. The teleportation channel to the imperial capital was located in the safe zone and could be used by simply surrendering 100 green star coins. With a quick thought, Wu summoned the Moon Wolf and was ready to return to the safe zone. However, in the next second, the originally cloudless sky suddenly cracked open a gap. Before the person arrived, a powerful aura spread out from inside first. With that, a woman with an excellent temperament slowly walked out from the crack. The woman possessed a tall stature, a stunningly beautiful face, and skin as white as snow. Only that good-looking face was covered in frost at the moment. Especially when he looked at Wu Wicked, the killing intent in his eyes, he couldn't hide it at all. Mercy. Wu Evil looked at the woman and spoke faintly. It was as if there was no surprise that Mercy would be here. Even Fraud and the others were able to leave the God realm and come down to the mortal realm. Mercy naturally could as well. Mercy was not in a hurry to strike at Wu Evil either. Her mouth was tinged with a faint smile as she looked down at Wu Evil. Boy, I can't believe we're meeting so soon. Wu Evil smiled faintly and shrugged his shoulders, unperturbed. You're more hardened than I thought. Seeing me, you even dare not kneel. Kneel. The word kneeling exited the room, interspersed with infinite divine pressure. All of a sudden, there was no wind around. Click. Uncountable trees in the surrounding area were stopped and snapped by this pressure. However, Wu Wicked always remained unchanged, as if he was not affected in any way. Ha! Mercy bared her voice lightly. How can a mortal carry the pressure of my divine power? Now this was a situation that was nothing like she had imagined. She did withdraw her force. After all, she didn't want to directly get Wu Evil killed. She wanted to see Wu Wicked regret it with her own eyes, to see him kneel, to see him kneeling at her feet, dropping all his dignity, shamelessly kissing her toes, asking for forgiveness, begging for him to be spared. But it didn't happen. Not to mention overpowering Wu Evil, he was not affected in any way. How is this possible? Mercy frowned in confusion. With that, the divine power pressure was increased. Boom! Under the terrifying pressure of divine power, the ground sank, and the surrounding boulders and trees all turned into a pile of fragments with a bang. However, Wu Wicked, however, was still standing there intact. That's never going to happen. You're just a mere mortal. How can you possibly carry the divine power pressure? Mercy exclaimed in shock. However, at this moment, Wu Wicked, who had kept his head down from the beginning and hadn't glanced at Mercy, suddenly raised his head. The corners of his mouth widened in a morose grin. Who told you I was mortal? A terrifying divine power, centered on him, spread crazily in all directions, pushing straight towards Mercy. Buzz! As Wu Evil spat out the last word, Mercy only felt like her brain had been hit hard. The horrible feeling of dizziness made her almost not fall out of mid-air. At this moment, Mercy, her good-looking face no longer had the calmness that she had a moment ago. The eyes were full of incredulity. Hiss! She took a deep breath and looked at Wu Evil with a deadly gaze. How can that be? Obviously until this morning, you were just a mortal. How could you become a god so quickly? This is completely against the rules of this world. I'll never believe it. Mercy shouted incredulously. With that, he stretched out his right hand, comparing it to a pistol, and aimed it at Wu Evil. Whether it's true or not, I'll find out if I try it myself. Boom! A pure white energy bullet shot out from her fingertips, aiming at Wu Evil's brow. The speed is so fast that it even exceeds the speed of light. However, Wu Wicked just looked at her and her attack dissolved. Why? Mercy's eyes widened as she watched the energy bullet she had sent out quickly dissolve into nothing. The other party, on the other hand, just looked at it and didn't even move a finger. No, never. It's all fake. It's an illusion. I absolutely don't believe it. Mercy bit her lip in death, her gaze fierce as she looked at Wu Evil. Wu Evil just smiled faintly. If it's an illusion, then how are you going to explain this strike? Whiplash. With a thought, a long golden whip instantly appeared in his hand, and then aimed at Mercy to violently fling it out. This must be a lie. I'll never believe it. Mercy roared out of breath. Her eyes widened as she watched the long golden whip towards her neck. But at the last moment, she was afraid and raised her hand to protect her neck. Boo-hoo! A mist of blood floated up as Mercy's arm was directly shattered by the long whip. The corners of Wu Evil's mouth hooked up slightly, and he wasn't the slightest bit surprised by such an outcome. Because that's the real fraud. Chapter 60. Destruction Descends, Scarlet Destiny Card. Ah! A heartbreaking hiss of agony departed from Mercy's mouth. She looked at her arm incredulously, but in the next second, her head snapped up. With wide eyes, he looked dead on at the long golden whip that was drawn towards him. Wu Evil never had that ridiculous, I'm gonna fight you in a fair duel scenario. He doesn't give his opponents any breathing room. Take advantage of her illness and kill her. D. Feeling Wu Evil's strike filled with killing intent, Mercy no longer dared to be careless. Holy Shield of Mercy. With a thought, a blue light shield appeared in front of her. The moment the golden whip smoked onto the holy shield, it directly exploded the holy shield. However, Mercy used this brief opening to tear through the rift and flee back to the God realm without looking back. Mercy disappeared into this world, and the aura on Wu Evil's body was rapidly decaying. Wu Wei smacked his lips slightly, recalling the power he had just experienced. Worthy of being a god, what a powerful force. But with Mercy gone, the trial period for divine power is over. But after all, he wasn't really a god, and all of his power just now came from Mercy. Fraud as a medium to cheat the divine power of Mercy. Fraud is not the creation of something out of nothing, but by fraud, the deception of the opponent's divine power. Then Wu Evil would use Mercy's divine power to attack Mercy. Raising his head, looking in the direction Mercy had fled, Wu Wei shook his head. What a pity! Originally, he had thought that he would be able to solve his opponent directly, but she had escaped. It wasn't his own power, and it just didn't work as well with it. Thinking of this, Wu Evil couldn't help but feel some pity and shook his head slightly once again. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to seek such a good opportunity next time. Mercy wasn't an idiot, just now she was caught off guard by Wu Evil using the title of Godslayer and the Extermination Pupil first. At the very beginning of the battle, Wu Evil had planted the seeds of doubt in her mind. And the more she suspected, the more divine power Wu Wicked was able to steal. Don't look at her mouth to say she doesn't believe it, but her heart is honest. Mercy fled. But before Wu Wicked could breathe a sigh of relief, the space on the other side directly collapsed. Out stepped a hot woman covered in fiery red, who did not lose a single point to Mercy in terms of beauty. Pop, pop, pop. What a great fight. The woman didn't mince words and gave Wu Evil a round of applause. I kinda admire you, kid. A mole that's only a mere level 36, letting Mercy suffer such a big loss. I just want to say, great job. A happy smile spread across the woman's pretty face. The smile on her face came from her heart. In all seriousness, she didn't even know herself how many years it had been since she'd been this happy. Pity that white lotus flower that had suffered a great loss at the hands of a little guy, and even had an arm destroyed. When she returned to the God realm, she could mock her for the rest of her life with what happened today. Ah, just thinking about it made Destruction's heart ache. Destroy! Wu Wicked looked at the woman in front of him with cold eyes. Destruction strikes without a single survivor. Don't look at the woman in front of you always smiling. But Wu Evil is clear that the woman in front of you is even more not what oil lamp. If it's Mercy, it's pure on the outside and evil on the inside. This destruction before us, then, is true evil, the ultimate evil. She would take it upon herself to destroy everything she didn't want to see. Bingo! Congratulations, you guessed right. Destruction didn't hide anything. I actually kinda like you. Giving you a chance to become my slave. I'll help you become a true fraud and you'll be disgustingly merciful for me. It's a fair trade. What do you think? Destruction said with a smile. To her, it had been a supreme honor. Not to mention this world, even in the entire deity continent, I don't know how many people begged to be her slaves, even if they didn't want anything in return. But she never said yes, because she despises useless trash. But this little guy, at a mere level 36, made Mercy suffer such a big loss. Even if he's just a loser who can't pull his weight, it's excellent just to have him around and to be able to sicken the occasional Mercy. How's that for consideration? My patience is limited, you'd better hurry. The smile on Destruction's face was unabated, but the words that came out were filled with threats. It was as if as long as Wu Evil dared to shake her head, she would immediately strike and kill him. Looks like you're eating me up. Wu Wei grinned coldly. Or what? Destruction didn't care in the slightest either. I'm not like that idiot. I've seen through your powers, so yours won't work on me. A starry-eyed grin appeared on Destruction's face, and it was beautiful. However, without saying a word, Wu Evil directly pulled out a Scarlet card. On one side is written life and on the other death. Wu Wicked held the card, the front and back of the card, facing himself and Destruction. Calling. Crazy. When Destruction saw this, the smile on his face instantly solidified, and he directly exclaimed in shock, the smile on his face being replaced by astonishment. Not even waiting for Wu Wicked to successfully activate that card, he directly tore through space and returned to the God realm.
Que trash.
Wu Evil lightly bared his teeth, retrieved the card, re-summoned the Moon Wolf, and ran towards the safe zone. And the other side, Destruction, who had returned to the God realm as if he had fled, had a clouded face. There was a long moment of silence before she gritted her teeth and spoke out harshly. the terrifying divine might dispersed in all directions, and the airwaves rolled up smoke and dust, like the end of the world, flying all around. Everywhere it goes, everything is destroyed. The card Wu Evil had just taken out was the Scarlet Destiny card, also called the Gambling for Life card. The ability to summon the Ring of Life and Death, pulling the card holder and the chosen target into it. Both sides will enter into a life and death duel with no end in sight. Until one of them dies, the other can't leave. If that's all it was, Destruction certainly didn't care. The point is that the rules of the Scarlet Destiny card are fair, selfless. A life and death ring would bring both men down to the same level of strength. Instead of low pulling up, the strong ones will be brought down to the same level as the low ones. That is, Wu Evil's level is 36, and she will drop to 36 as well. The rules were outrageous, but she had to accept them. Even as the god of destruction, she could not defy the rules of this world. The fairness of the cards is only superficial, though even at lower levels, the stronger side has a natural advantage. Skills, for example, and combat experience. If it were anyone else, Destruction would definitely not be afraid, and would even taunt the other party for not knowing how to die. But that guy, on the other hand, was Wu Evil, the one with the title of Godslayer. A man who, in a mortal body, has killed a god. Even if Destruction was 99% sure of winning, she didn't want to take that chance. She was the god of destruction, with an endless lifespan that was the same as heaven and earth. Let her bet her life with a mortal boy, unless she was crazy. There was also the point that the other party was so decisive, taking out the Scarlet Destiny card without saying a word. Was he bluffing or did he really have a card? Destruction didn't dare to bet. She couldn't afford to lose. Besides, the other party was just a mere mortal, and she had 10,000 ways to get the other party killed. Why gamble with your life? Destruction unconsciously clenched his fists at the thought. What a stupid brat. I wanted to give you shelter, but you are so ungrateful. Offending two gods at once. Even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to die. Chapter 61. Entering the Imperial Capital, Legendary Equipment Boxes. Destruction gritted her teeth. When had she been this angry since she became a god? But feeling the familiar figure return to the battlefield, she quickly regained her relaxed expression. Leap over the battlefield to the Mercy camp. Mercy's bedchamber. Ignoring Mercy's hard look, Destruction sat down in his chair with a big grin. Picking up the spirit fruit on the table next to him, he sniffed it and then bit down hard. What are you doing here? You're not welcome here, Mercy shouted in a cold voice. However, in response to Mercy's angry shout, Destruction didn't care in the slightest, narrowing his eyes with a smile as he looked at Mercy. The smirk on his face suddenly shifted to concern. Ayaya. What a strong smell of blood. Good sister, you're hurt. No, you're so powerful. In this world, who can hurt you? Destruction blinked, and at the moment, she took on Mercy's usual tone of voice, exasperating Mercy half to death. What are you babbling about? I don't understand. Mercy denied it. Her divine power was best at healing, and as long as she didn't die, she could instantly recover from even the heaviest of injuries. The arm that had originally disappeared was now back as good as new. Looking at Destruction with a villainous expression, Mercy sneered in her heart. She made it clear that she was here to see me laugh, and as long as I pretended nothing happened, then nothing happened. No one saw it anyway. See, Mercy was put on the spot by Wu Evil, but she wasn't stupid. Quickly responding, he raised his eyes to look at Destruction. Originally, the faintly imperceptible trace of hardiness under her eyes completely disappeared at this moment. In its place was a look of amusement. Destruction's eyelids fluttered at being looked at so much by Mercy. Why are you looking at me like that? Still looking. Believe it or not, I'll gouge your eyes out. Mercy chuckled. See, you're in a hurry. Polite Destruction. You. Looks like you suffered at the hands of that kid just like I did, Mercy said with a generous smile. Whoever is the first to graciously admit it at this point in time is the other one who is embarrassed. Though she had no proof, she was now pretty sure that Destruction had likewise suffered at the hands of the boy. I'm really curious. What did he do to you? The identity of the playwright and the theatergoer are instantly interchanged. Caught Destruction off guard. What are you babbling about? I'm not hurt. Mercy, however, instantly grasped the point of Destruction's words. You admit it. What the hell did that kid do to you? Ha ha ha. Destruction. I didn't think you'd have today. At this moment, The depression in Mercy's heart instantly and completely disappeared. His own defeat was a pity, but the rout of his opponent was even more enjoyable. She was certain that something else had happened back there after she left. Feeling Mercy's smirking gaze, Destruction slapped the table. Boom! The terrifying force instantly slapped the table made of snow spirit wood into a pile of pieces. Coldly, he grunted, "If you're capable of doing it, go ahead and take his head off. I'll admire you." After saying that, Destruction directly disappeared in place without saying a word. Originally, she had come to see Mercy's jokes, but she didn't expect to be mocked back. What an abomination! Destruction hated the thought of Mercy's look of pity. "Go find him again if you can. I'll see if you die." Mercy looked at Destruction's disappearing figure and smiled coldly as she muttered to herself, "Such a lowly method of provocation won't work on me." But even Destruction, who had always refused to suffer, had gotten caught in that kid's hands, and listening to the other side's tone, that kid should still be alive and well. What exactly did that kid have that made even Destruction so afraid? "It seems I still know too little." Or rather, from the very beginning, Mercy had never had him in mind. She was the goddess of mercy, so if she crushed an ant to death, was it possible that she had to investigate? As it turned out, though, she was indeed careless. If I ask Destruction directly, she definitely won't say anything, and will even take the opportunity to taunt me, so I can only send someone to investigate. Anyway, she vowed never to go to the deity continent until she had investigated the matter. That kid was too weird. The agitation of Destruction seals the deal. Mercy's eyes were grim. A wild and paradoxical person even dares to challenge the majesty of the gods. He must die. But that kid was too weird to go by himself for sure. And the people sent out can't be too strong, or else they will in turn trigger his alertness. After all, what's the use of being strong? What's the use of being strong when you can't even do what she can't do? But it couldn't be too weak, or it wouldn't be able to help him at all. "Mercy," Destruction said in a deep voice, "this matter needs to be considered in the long run." The other side. Wu Wicked returned to the safe spot and made an announcement. After confirming that no one here had white moon mirage crystals and sky stones in their hands, without saying a word, they directly invested their green star coins into the teleportation array heading to the Imperial capital. In the next second, the light of the teleportation array flashed, and Wu Wicked managed to arrive at the Imperial capital. The Imperial capital is still the original Imperial capital. The environment, the buildings have not changed. It's just that the Imperial capital is now populated by a group of people who shouldn't be part of this world in the first place. They, on the other hand, have another name, NPCs. Global Alteration. The rules of this world have actually given humans a chance to adapt. The first is to divide the area, a closed environment for humans to adapt to the new rules. This stage is the safest, because the enemies that humans have to face are simple, only monsters and humans themselves. The second stage is the Imperial capital, still a familiar city to humans, except that under the rules, countless NPCs are born, allowing new variables to appear on the side of humans. However, the highest level of the Imperial capital NPCs was only level 60, so even if they were stronger, they were still limited. Finally, there was the continent of gods where countless cosmic beings converged. The deity continent was home to countless intelligent beings who came from different planets. All eventually converge on the deity continent. If you can't adapt to the rules and stand out from them, then there is only one end. Dead. The weak have no business living. Of course, you can also rely on the area place at the beginning. Safe but not absolute. Because there will always be unruly people who will break the rules and return to the area map. Either to vent their anger or for the sake of the star coins. Anyway, once they chose that way, they were putting their lives in someone else's hands. In his last life, Wu Wicked was always afraid of traveling to the deity continent, always worried that he wasn't strong enough. "I was afraid that after arriving at the deity continent, I would be at the mercy of others." But now, he couldn't wait to quickly level up to level 60. The Extermination Pupil and the Divine Artifact Fraud Staff were his bottom line. The more people there are, the faster you can collect souls. It's the only way to get stronger fast. Thinking of this, the corners of Wu Evil's mouth lifted slightly into a smile. Those who had hunted him, this time, none of them would be able to escape. Wu Wicked had just stepped into the Imperial capital with his front foot. In the next second, a system announcement was heard over the entire city. World notice. Congratulations to player Wu Wicked, the first to enter the Imperial capital and obtain a legendary equipment randomization box. Please keep up the good work. X10. This voice was repeated on the Imperial capital and various regional channels. Wu Wicked glanced at the rankings.
Ranking hashtag 1. Wu Wicked, rank 36, Summoner. Ranking hashtag 2. Su Yui, rank 20, Archer.
Level ranking number 3. Hidden, level 20 Archer. Chapter 62 What's Wrong with Me Screaming. The ranked leaderboards are still changing quite a bit now. The top 10, though, are almost all global ring rankings. The worst rank is 19. After all, they had all gotten rewards, and with several thousand attribute points, the boost was not insignificant. Only with their current levels, even if they practiced day and night, they would have to level up to 30 and enter the Imperial capital. It's impossible to do that without a week. After all, not everyone had tens of thousands of minions to help with leveling while not sharing away his experience. Besides, the further back you go, the more experience you need to upgrade. When he came to the Imperial capital, the first thing Wu Wicked went to was the largest trading house in the Imperial capital. He had quite a lot of goodies on him right now, and was in desperate need of exchanging them for star coins. Also, see if you can find the White Moon Mirage Crystal and the Sky Stone. But first, he took out the legendary random equipment box that he had just obtained. As a bright green light flashed, a strangely shaped ring appeared in his hand. Ring of Spirit Wood Ring. Quality, legendary. Magic resistance, plus 550. Spirit, plus 215. Special effect. Summons a spirit wood vine that imprisons the target and prevents them from moving for 10 seconds. Cooldown time 50 seconds. Special effect. Spirit wood space, with 50 cubic meters of independent space to access any non-living target. Equipment level, 30. The ring that came with 50 cubic meters of storage space, this Wu Evil really needed it. And there's a control effect that's just perfect. Decisively replaced the fantasy ring. Then, following his previous memories, Wu Evil soon arrived in front of a huge office building. The 5 big letters of the Waking Lion Trading House are very dazzling. Just as he walked into the trading house, a dainty-looking waitress lady took the initiative to welcome him. Sir is a bit of a stranger. May I ask if you need to buy a treasure or sell one? Wu Wicked wasn't the first time he came here as a white boy. He naturally knew the rules of the place. The Waking Lion Trading House buys and sells in different areas. There are some treasures. It depends on whether you guys can afford to pay the price. Wu Evil smiled faintly. At those words, the waitress lady's eyebrows unconsciously rose. Although she encountered people who said this every day or so, this one in front of her, she didn't know what was going on. But in her heart she just didn't feel quite the same. She just felt from the bottom of her heart that the other party was not the type of ordinary person who took a piece of black iron equipment and said it was a treasure. The waitress lady did not leave any traces of a glance at Wu Wicked. Perhaps it was a matter of temperament. Then with a polite smile he said, "Sir, please follow me." With that, she brought Wu Wicked to a heavenly separate room. Master Huang, this gentleman wants to sell the treasure. The middle-aged man with 2 mustaches looked up at the sound and instantly lost a few points of interest as he looked at the visitor who was so young and had an unfamiliar face. Lifting his chin, he pointed to the tray in front of him. "Just put what's for sale on it." Wu Wicked didn't say anything either, and directly took out a silver-level equipment that possessed the Abyssal attribute and placed it on the tray. Looking at the bright silver-white light emanating from the equipment, the mustache guy laughed disdainfully. Sure enough, they're unseen bumpkins, taking silver equipment as a treasure. My time is valuable. From now on, this kind of trash will be taken directly to the Earthward room. When he finished, he turned the seat and turned straight around, teasing a rare bird. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even glance at the attributes of the equipment. Not even a perfunctory word. Could it really be that I'm looking the other way? The waitress lady frowned slightly without leaving any traces. But she didn't say anything and always had that gentle smile on her face. "I'm sorry, sir. Master Huang's temper is like this. Please don't be offended." With that, he made a gesture of invitation. "Ha!" The corners of Wu Evil's mouth grinned slightly, and a touch of frost instantly surfaced under his eyes. Whiplash! With a roll of the golden whip, the bird cage was directly slapped to pieces, and the frightened birds instantly flew all over the room. It didn't take long for it to fly towards the open window and rush out. Seeing this, Wu Evil calmly sat on a chair aside. "Now that you're free, appraise." It all happened in a split second, and neither of the 2 people present even reacted. In the next second, the mustache erupted into a terrifying scream. "My bird! Ah!" The mustache guy slammed the table and stared angrily at Wu Wicked. "Kid, daring to come to my waking lion trading house to cause trouble. I think you really don't want to live. Guards, guards. The mustache guy shouted out. However, the next second, he met Wu Evil's deep eyes. With 4 eyes facing each other, the mustache guy's screams were instantly muted and stopped, and just for a moment, his back was wet with sweat. A gaze that seemed to come from hell, looking at his soul trembled. With just one glance, he felt his limbs go stiff and numb, and his body unconsciously collapsed onto the chair at the back. At that moment, 3 guards in fine equipment rushed in. The man at the head of the group glanced at Wu Evil with an unkind look in his eyes, and only after seeing that he didn't make any moves did he look at the mustache guy. Master Huang, what's going on? The mustache guy's body stiffened. Cold sweat ran down his back. His body didn't move, his eyes moved. Squinting at Wu Evil, he carefully inquired, Is there something happening here? Wu Evil just smiled without saying anything. But the guard in the lead, as if he didn't read the mustache guy's inner language, replied earnestly, Of course, we heard your shouts, and that's why we came over to confirm with you. Gulp. The mustache guy swallowed a mouthful of saliva, fearing that Wu Evil, who heard this, would flip out on the spot. Adjusting his breathing, he then said righteously, Yeah, I'm the one who called it. Why? I'm bored. I'm bored. I'm bored. I just want to scream what's wrong. Why should everyone else get to scream and I can't? Did you make that rule? Escort 3. Huh? No. What's wrong with this guy? No, he's definitely sick. But before the guards could speak, the mustache guy roared, Get out, all of you. Get back where you came from, and don't even let me see you again in the future. With that, the 3 guards cursed and left. Heavenly Appraiser is terrific. Labor guards are inferior. Seeing the guards leave, the mustache guy hurriedly rubbed his hands. His face piled up with a pleasing smile and said, Sir, are you here to appraise the equipment? He then held up the equipment on the tray as if it were a treasure. Wow, this silver equipment. It's the best silver equipment I've ever seen in my life. The waitress lady who witnessed the whole thing from the sidelines. Br. Master Huang, is he a savant? Only how did she know that Master Huang, who had just walked through the gates of hell, was suffering inside at the moment? Chapter 63, Selling Abyssal Equipment. Making a wild profit of 100 million. Pour the tea. Quickly pour tea for the guests. The mustache guy grumbled as he looked unhappily at the waitress lady with a strange expression on the side. Really, you've been here for so long, and you still don't have any eyes. Thus, the waitress lady cursed the mustache guy more than 10 times in her heart, but still kept a polite smile on her face and helped them close the door of the room. Seeing this, the mustache immediately changed into a pleasing smile. Honorable guest, what is your mental expectation for this equipment? The mustache guy is smiling on the surface, but in his heart he is MMP running slowly. He had never seen such a terrifying look in his eyes before. Even that lord of the imperial capital couldn't give him this kind of pressure. After all, he was a level 46 expert himself, and in the imperial capital he had a mid to upper level of strength. But just now, he really felt that one of his feet had crossed over to the ghost gate. When did the imperial capital produce such a demon, and so young too? The mustache guy belabored in his heart. Wu Wicked just swept him a glance. My equipment, what price it should be, is what price it should be, you just appraise it. At that, the mustache compensated with a smile. This kind of genius with a demonic talent couldn't be offended by anything. He had already made up his mind that no matter how bad the special effects of this equipment were, he was going to blow it. Let's get the price of this gear up first. Whoever said this bean was old? This bean is fantastic. The silver armor was cold to the touch, and then there was a gasp of surprise. Wow, this equipment of yours has really high base attributes. It is indeed a very good piece of equipment. The special effect is also good, raising the life value limit by 50-100. A single piece of equipment with such a high life value increase is indeed extremely good. The effect is very suitable for the warrior and knight professions. As he spoke, the mustache guy also intentionally glanced at Wu Wicked, and when he saw that the other party did not have any expression on his face, he smacked his lips slightly in his heart. Could it be that I'm not acting well enough? Can't be, I've said so many things against my will. The eyes continued to fall on the silver equipment. At that moment, the waitress lady walked in with a delicate wooden tray. Yet the next second, the mustache guy exclaimed out in shock, Man, what a high attribute. I've never seen silver equipment with such high attributes before. It's obviously only level 30 silver equipment, but its attributes are comparable to level 45 silver equipment. The mustache guy was so surprised that he directly stood up. "Sir, where did you get this equipment from?" The waitress lady who had just come in was startled by the mustache guy's actions and almost overturned the tray in her hands. It was the first time she had ever seen the mustache look so surprised. "Sir, please have some tea." The young lady smiled and placed the teacup in front of Wu Wicked, and instantly a refreshing aroma hit her. As she retreated to the side, she also curiously willed a glance at the piece of equipment that was being held in the palm of Master Huang's hand. Although she was not an appraiser, she was also aware that there was a huge gap between level 30 equipment and level 45 equipment. Level 30 silver equipment, the basic attribute is around 150 points. Different equipment, there will be a certain gap, but this range is usually not more than 20%. And a level 45 silver level equipment has a base attribute of around 850 points. Such a huge gap was simply not something that could be made up by the quality of the equipment. Instead, Grandmaster Huang had just said that the attributes of a level 30 silver equipment would be comparable to a level 45 equipment. How was this possible? She couldn't believe it for the life of her, and just assumed that Master Huang was just saying nice things. However, the mustache stretched out 3 fingers. "For this equipment, I, Waking Lion Trading House, am willing to pay this amount." The waitress lady blinked. 30,000 green star coins? It was a bit less, but it was indeed a reasonable price. The mustache guy only felt his mouth dry and swallowed a mouthful of saliva before he opened his mouth. 3 million? This equipment I, the Waking Lion Trading House, am willing to offer 3 million green star coins to acquire it from you. The waitress lady stared incredulously. Crazy. Definitely crazy. A level 30 silver equipment was actually priced at 3 million. When did the Waking Lion Trading House become a charity base? However, the mustache guy didn't pay any attention to her, and when he saw Wu Wicked nodding his head, he directly signed his name on the transaction sheet and stamped it with a seal that belonged solely to him personally. "Thank you, sir, for supporting my Waking Lion Trading House." The mustache guy handed the transaction slip to Wu Wicked. At the same time, he still opened his mouth a little undaunted. "Sir, may I ask where you got this equipment from? And if so, can you tell me? I, the Waking Lion Trading House, am willing to offer 10 million green star coins to acquire this information from you." Wu Wicked took the transaction slip and smiled faintly. "That place, you guys can't go there. The teleportation channel was one way, and after coming to the Imperial capital, it was simply impossible to go back without a space-breaking prop." "Yeah? That's a shame." The mustache guy smiled somewhat regretfully. However, Wu Wicked took out another pile of equipment. "But I still have 29 pieces of equipment like this. Do you still accept them?" Looking at so much silver equipment, the mustache widened his eyes. When, course, half an hour later, Wu Wicked managed to get the 100 million green star coins given by the sale of the equipment. In addition to those 30 pieces of silver-level equipment with abyssal attributes, Wu Wicked also sold some skill scrolls and other equipment. The moment he got the star coins, the corners of Wu Wicked's mouth rose slightly. "Finally, there's money." The waitress lady at the side smiled and spoke at this time. "Sir, I just checked. The sky stone you need, I have it in my trading house. But it's not here. It's in the warehouse of my Waking Lion Trading House. I've already sent someone to pick it up. It'll take half an hour to deliver it. Do you think you need to wait in the lounge?" She would also get a cut of the deal that Wu Wicked had completed just now. Only the Waking Lion Trading House's acquisition draw is not high, only 0.5%. But the transaction amounted to a full 100 million, and she was also able to get 500,000 green star dollars. It's a huge amount of money, equivalent to several years of her salary. So she was a little more attentive to Wu Evil's request now. Upon hearing this, Wu Wicked shook his head. "I still want to purchase some skill books. Show me first." "Yes, please follow me." The only regular skill books circulating on the market are the level 10 and level 20 skill books. As for the level 30 skill books, they are all in the hands of the major powers in the Imperial capital and cannot be purchased. The waitress lady explained. There wasn't much surprise from Wu Evil about this. After all, he had known it for a long time. These NPCs were very strict in their control of level 30 skill books, and it was hard to buy them with star coins. To get it, you either had to go on a monster hunt yourself, do a quest, or join a certain power and trade contribution points for it. And even level 10 and 20 skill books aren't cheap. At the very least, it starts at 30,000 green star dollars. But now that Wu Wicked was worth hundreds of millions of dollars, there was absolutely no need to save. Only by transforming the star coins into one's own strength can one utilize its value. Otherwise, the star coins will not become more on its own if it is left there. Chapter 64 Purchasing Regular Skill Books, Strength Surge. Level 10 and Level 20 skill books, each of which Wu Evil had bought 100 copies of. A total of 53 million green star coins were spent. While waiting for the Sky Stone to be delivered, Wu Wicked sipped tea in the lounge. Fused the skill books that boosted him the most first. Heavy Strike Fusion summons Lunar Wolf, and after 10 hits, Lunar Wolf's attack power is also increased to 100%. At the same time, Wu Wicked realized, after 10 fusions, it's the skill cap and there's no way to keep raising it. But it was a regular skill book that was able to have such a large increase, and Wu Evil was satisfied. And furthermore, the consumption of green star coins for upgrades alone was not something he could afford. Then continue. Combo Shot fuses Summon B, and Summon B's skill combo rate is increased to 100%. Phantom Flash fused with B, and B's displacement distance was increased to 30 meters, with a 100% increase in speed after displacement. Ice Crystal Storm fuses with Little B, and Ice Bomb's damage is increased to 100%. Magic Shield Fusion Super Regeneration restores 50% of maximum life value per second, and when full, generates a 100% most of maximum life value aura shield every second, capped at x 300% of maximum life value. Originally thought to be able to merge infinitely at that time, Wu Wicked was still thinking that he would be able to break through the upper limit of the Chi and Blood Shield. Now it seems that he was overthinking it. But now a Chakra Shield that restores 100% of max life every second is pretty much unbeatable. Coupled with the Mercy Divine Tattoo, which ignored serious injuries and increased the recovery effect by 100%, his actual recovery effect reached a terrifying 1,528,000 Chi shields per second. This amount of recovery can only be described with the word horrible. Sacrificial Fusion summons the Stone Giant, and the effect of Defense Aura comes to 20%, with a maximum of 3 overlaps, or 60%. There are 14 regular skill books for levels 10 and 20. Separately, Warrior, Level 10 Heavy Strike, Level 20 Rockbreaker / Mage, Level 10 Magic Shield, Level 20 Ice Crystal Storm, Cleric, Level 10 Slow Healing, Level 20 Pure White Blade, Archer, 10th level of Combo Shot, 20th level of Knockback Arrow, Assassin, Level 10 Stealth, Level 20 Phantom Flash, Knight, 10th level Sacrifice, 20th level Holy Light Shield, Summoner, 10 summons Small Bees, 20 summons Rock Giants. Wu Wei gave all the skill books to the Summoning Bee in turn and fused them, except for the Summoning Department. The only ones that end up being useful are the Level 20 Knight's Holy Light Shield and the Priest's Pure White Blade. Holy Light Shield Fusion. When attacking a target, generate a shield that deals 100% damage to a friendly follow target. Pure White Blade Fusion. Fires a blade of light at the target when attacked, dealing 100% light attribute damage to the target, and fires 5 blades of light on death. The other skill fusions were not ideal, and Wu Wicked didn't strengthen them any further. It's a waste of star coins to continue. Then there's Super Regeneration, and all that's useful for a round is a Holy Light Shield. The Chi and Blood Shield cap has been raised to 500% from the original 300%. The Air Blood Shield was raised to 3.82 million. Summon Moonwolf is even more regimented, not a single useful one. Summon Rock Giant also has an additional knockback effect and comes out with its own shield. The fusion attributes of those skills are tasteless to eat and discard. Wu Wicked shook his head. However, after such a maneuver, Wu Evil's actual battle power had at least doubled several times. It was worth the tens of millions of star coins spent. It wasn't long after the fusion that the Sky Stone was delivered. Bought it for 12 million green star coins. Came in empty-handed and left empty-handed. Trade houses make money, trade houses spend it, and don't take home a cent. It was dark when I was done. Wu Wicked casually found an inn to rest for the night, and early the next morning, he arrived at the occupational sanctuary. When you reach level 30, you will be able to enter the sanctuary of each profession for the second turn. After the second turn, the base attribute points you get from upgrading will get a huge boost. The old man guarding the occupational sanctuary frowned slightly when he saw Wu Wicked. "Little fellow, are you sure you want to enter the occupational sanctuary now?" "Yes. After entering, no matter what the outcome is, there is no way to regret it. Do you know that too?" "I know." Wu Evil nodded. Seeing this, the old man shook his head without leaving a trace and smacked his lips in his heart. Another self-righteous fool. Every 30 levels, you will be able to enter the career sanctuary once to make a transfer, which is voided after the expiration date. But you can only enter once per 30 levels as well. Whatever the outcome, it cannot be changed. That's why people, in general, would choose to go in at level 50 or above, or even level 59, stuck at the point of entering the profession sanctuary. This is the only way to get higher ratings and higher rewards. That's why he was so surprised when he saw Wu Evil. Wu Wei had hidden his personal information. He couldn't see Wu Wei's rank, but he could guess it from other aspects, like equipment. He dared to conclude that Wu Wicked's faintly scented equipment was definitely not above level 40. A little guy at the beginning of level 30 thought he'd like to give it a try on the basis of his good talent. Little did he know that this decision would cause him to regret it for the rest of his life. So what if the equipment is strong? Sooner or later, it will be eliminated. But the base attribute points follow for life. However, the old man simply warned a few words and did not explicitly say anything, let alone stop it. The other party was not related to him, so he didn't bother to explain. He was already in an annoyed mood on this tie shift, and if he had to explain himself to every single person who came in, he was afraid that he would have been annoyed to death by now, and he would have turned to dust. If you want to enter the professional sanctuary, you need to pay 5 blue star coins. The old man said indifferently. In his heart, he had already silently categorized Wu Evil into the category of hopelessly arrogant. Wu Wicked put down 5 blue star coins and stepped directly into the teleportation channel. Only after watching Wu Wicked's back disappear into the teleportation channel did the old man snort coldly, "Arrogant fool. You'll only realize how important that one attribute point you missed out on is when you level up." With that, he closed his eyes and shut them. Stepping into the teleportation channel, the next second, Wu Wicked appeared on a huge pyramid. The content of the transfer is different for each profession, and the summoner's transfer mission is to protect the uppermost crystal at the top of the pyramid. The crystal has a total of 10 million life points. The final result is determined by the time taken to pass the level and the damage done to the crystal. For the second level transfer, there are 3 waves of monsters. The highest heavenly rating will raise the base attribute points to 3 times their original amount. Increase from gaining 100 free attribute points per level to 300 attribute points per level. As Wu Evil arrived, a huge 30-second countdown appeared above the sky. With a slight flash of the staff, a single self-destructing bee flew out, and the Moonwolf was right behind it. At his current level, with a 100% skill combo, he could summon 720 self-destructing bees at a time. The 30 seconds of preparation time was enough for Wu Wicked to summon 7,920 little bees and 3,960 moon wolves. Chapter 65. Promotion Success, Second Order Summoner. As the countdown above the sky ended, 4 teleportation channels conveniently appeared under the pyramid, in the 4 directions of southeast, northwest, and north. Suddenly, that teleportation channel in the east lit up. 100 level 30 werewolf monsters rushed out of the teleportation channel. The last werewolf was 5 times larger than a normal werewolf, standing in the middle of a pack of werewolves, like a giant. If it was just a normal level 30 summoner with so many monsters on the opposite side, he wouldn't dare to carry it hard. Either command the summons to pull back and forth, or resist with the help of crystal lifesteal. Yet the next second, boom boom boom, the self-destructing bee that had been waiting there for a long time blew right up. Explosions interspersed with light blades and missiles. The monster had only appeared for less than 2.5 seconds before it was completely obliterated. Soul Strength +3. Hearing the voice coming from his ears, it caused Wu Evil to faintly stare. It's an unexpected surprise. There was no experience or drops for killing the monsters here, but what Wu Wicked didn't expect was that boss monsters would drop soul strength. While 3 points isn't a lot, accumulating them isn't. The first wave of monsters all died, and the teleportation channels in the west and south directions lit up at the same time. However, Soul Strength +3, x2, Wu Evil. It's true that only boss-level monsters will drop their soul strength when they die. Ordinary monsters didn't have souls, or their souls were too thin, so they couldn't be absorbed. Only bosses or humans will work. After the second wave was completely wiped out, a third wave followed immediately after. This time it's 4 directions. And there weren't many monsters, only 8, but all of them were huge boss werewolves. D. Wu Evil spoke out faintly. With the explosions resounding around them, the 8 level 30 bosses were instantly seconded. Soul Strength +3, x8. Ding. The second turn trial is over. Time to kill monster score. SSS. Crystal life value score. SSS. Player life score. SSS. Final rating. Heavenly. Attribute points to make up for it. System beeps rang in his ears one after another. In the next second, a red-crimson pillar of light descended from the sky, directly enveloping Wu Evil's body. Under the red pillar of light, Wu Wicked felt better than ever. It was as if the cells of the whole body were rejoicing, devouring these red energies in great gulps. But the whole thing lasted less than 3 seconds. Then it completely disappeared. Ding! You have been successfully promoted to second-order summoner. Wu Evil smashed his mouth with intent and opened the attribute panel to take a look. Sure enough, the attribute value increased by 7,200 points. The mental attribute was raised to 43,626 points. The corners of Wu Evil's mouth rose slightly. Now that he was level 36, he had 43,626 spiritual attributes. Such strength, not to mention crushing at the same level. Even if he was level 60 and wearing a level 60 gold level equipment, it was impossible for him to have such a high attribute value. In this imperial capital, he was completely capable of numerical crushing. Turn around and walk towards the teleportation tunnel. Seeing Wu Wicked come out so quickly, the corners of the old man's mouth lifted slightly as he snorted. Sure enough, coming out so quickly, the rating is yellow level, right? Wu Wicked glanced at him, not intending to pay any attention to it in the first place. However, the old man mocked out without a care in the world. So what if the talent is strong? Before you have the strength, just obediently clamp your tail to me. Steel is too easy to break. Can't understand that, what a dumbass. He was about to say something else, but he met Wu Evil's eyes. The moment the 4 eyes met, the old man's heart trembled violently, and his back couldn't stop the cold sweat from flowing. Wu Evil smiled faintly. Old Biden, when I give you face, you'd better catch it steady. Otherwise, I don't mind stepping on your face. The old man looked around, only to see the rest of the professional sanctuary looking at him with a look of amusement, and instantly his old face flushed. He gritted his teeth and said in his heart, the more I live, the more I go back, too. I was actually subdued on the spot by a single look from the brat. If I really let him go like this, I don't know what these people will think of me in the future. At that moment, he moved his body and directly disappeared in place. When he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of Wu Evil. Reaching out, he grabbed towards Wu Evil's arm. Little fellow, how dare you be so rude to your elders? Today let me teach you on behalf of your mom and dad what etiquette is, and what is meant by honor and inferiority. The old man struck out as a claw, and a whistling wind-breaking sound followed. He had already decided that he would make Wu Evil pay for an arm. So what if the talent is high? In front of absolute strength, everything is floating clouds. Just by you. Wu Evil laughed coldly. With a shake of his arm, a colorful black whip was directly wrapped around the old man's arm. After being strengthened by those skill books, today's whiplash has become this ghostly appearance. Not only has the base damage been increased to 280%, but it also comes with various effects such as slowing down, knockback, and poisoning. At the same time, the long whip also comes with poisonous spikes like fur. It's hard to see with the naked eye, but when you touch it, it hurts like hell. Hiss! Awa! The long whip wrapped around his arm, and the old man instantly felt that something was wrong before he lightly bared his teeth, then let out a desperate scream. What an outlaw brat! You even used poison! Awa! The old man convulsed in pain, and at the same time, a colorful damage number floated up on his head. White true wound, fire red searing, blue freezing, purple poisoning, blood red bleeding, pure white sensory electricity, green corrosion, black curse. Nearly 10 abnormal damage floated up above the old man's head every second, which was a sight to behold. I'll be damned, Sue Steel. What's going on here? This whip seems to be the summoner's initial skill, Scourge.
Tort?
Your family's whipping tart does 200,000 damage with one whip? Your whipping tart comes with so many anomalies? Are you kidding me? A skill this strong is at least a legendary rare skill. Legendary rare skill, hiss. One copy is worth 1 billion green star coins, and you won't be able to buy it even if you have the money. Who the hell is this kid? Looks so familiar. I didn't realize that he's still a hidden rich second generation. Cold sweat ran down the old man's forehead. and the pain coming from his body made it almost impossible for him to stand. His own strength was not weak, and his level was even at level 51. Normal attacks he could ignore. Even if he were to dig up a piece of his flesh, he wouldn't even scream. But the whip, it hurts. It really hurts too much. It hurts like hell. Little brother, how about sparing a few? A gentle voice came from the crowd, and an old woman walked out from the crowd. The staff in the old woman's hand flashed slightly, and the abnormal effects on the old man's body instantly disappeared, while the lost life value was rapidly recovering. Wu Evil's eyes flickered. Gold level rare skill. Bathing in holy light. Chapter 66. Caught in the act. The old woman smiled and nodded. Little brother, don't look young, but you really don't know much. With that, a golden light was thrown into Wu Evil's hands. This thing, consider it as my reparation to you. Give my old body a face. Let's forget about this matter. Forget it. How can you forget it? Before Wu Wicked could open his mouth, the old man gritted his teeth and stood up straight. Just now, it was only because I was too careless. Chi-gu, you and I will join forces and get this little man killed. Saying that, the old man reached out and grabbed. A pair of tiger's fingers that glowed with a faint green aura appeared in his hand. He was a level 51 expert, and even if he looked at the entire imperial capital, he was a person of honor. It would be better to kill him for making him give in to a little guy. Heh! Wu Wicked grinned and threw back the elixir in his hand. This kind of trash, you have the nerve to take it out. Your face is really cheap. Seeing this, Chi-gu seemed to understand what was going on, and instantly her heart tightened, stretching out Urkong's hand and exclaiming, "Don't!" Before her words fell, an explosion went off directly. The old man's life value instantly evaporated, his eyes glaring deathly at Wu Wicked while his body collapsed towards the back unwillingly. Soul strength plus 5.8. Hearing the voice ringing in his ears, Wu Evil smiled faintly. At the same time, there was a flash in the shadows in the corner, and the old man's dead drop disappeared into thin air before he hit the ground. The quickness of the movement made those around him freeze. There was a long moment of silence before the crowd came back to their senses.
Mel.
Too crazy. How dare you kill someone in the imperial capital, simply without regard for the law? Who the hell is this kid? How come I haven't heard of this character before? Even level 51 Elder Zhang can be directly killed in seconds, and I always felt that this kid didn't put out his full strength. When did the imperial capital produce such an expert? Damn it. Someone hurry up and contact the law enforcement team to arrest this kid. In response to the murmurs of the people around him, the corners of Wu Wicked's mouth grinned slightly, a smile that did not reach the bottom of his eyes. What sense? He wasn't the one who started the fight, and he wasn't the one who made the noise about killing people. When that old thing made a move on him just now, each and every one of these people's mouths looked as if they were stuck with glue, and they didn't dare to fart. Wu Evil is just fighting back. Now these people are coming back to accuse him of doing wrong. What a joke. Eyes looked around the room. The guys who had just been in a state of righteous indignation closed their mouths the moment they met Wu Evil's icy gaze. Get out! Wu Wicked gave a cold shout, and the people present made way. Gulp! The crowd gulped, but none of them opened their mouths. Just before Wu Wicked could walk out of the occupational sanctuary, a group of well-equipped enforcers had already arrived. It had to be said that the imperial capital's enforcers were indeed fast enough. There were at least hundreds of them as his eyes scanned the circle, and every single one of them, their level was 40 or above. The guy at the head of the group was even as high as level 53. Sir, that's the kid causing trouble at the professional sanctuary. A sharp-tongued, middle-aged man saw this and rushed over. He pointed at Wu Evil with one hand while showing a pleasing expression to the enforcer captain. He looked at Wu Evil with a smug look on his face. Kid, weren't you crazy just now? Continue to be wild now. With help, the bottom is all the way up. The captain of the law enforcement team nodded slightly at his words, and then with a wave of his hand, he said in a deep voice, "Arrest all the troublemakers, all of them." Yes, all? Grace? Not one. In an instant, the entirety of the hundreds of law enforcers mobilized and surrounded the gate of the occupational sanctuary. The middle-aged man with the sharp mouth and monkey cheeks was even the first to bear the brunt, and was directly tied up by the law enforcement team and held down on the ground. The sharp-tongued middle-aged man was directly dumbfounded. My lord, you've got it all wrong. I'm the informant. That boy is the murderer. The enforcer captain merely glanced at him before coldly shouting, Gag him. Don't let him talk nonsense and incite the crowd. The enforcer who grabbed the sharp-tongued middle-aged man took off his smelly socks and shoved them directly into the man's mouth. No mistake, it's you we're arresting. The Imperial Capital Law Enforcement Team is now taking you into custody on the charge of disturbing the social order. Please cooperate. The sharp-tongued middle-aged man was directly confused. Woo-woo, how did this happen? Vomit, it stinks. Good catch. I know this man. His name is Cho Pai. He often comes to my store to eat bully food. He never pays for meat at my meat stand. He stole my grandfather's inner vault. The surrounding crowd of eaters saw this and clapped their hands. The enforcer captain walked over to Wu Wicked and bowed to him. Sir, please also come with us. The lord of the city wants to see you. Not waiting for Wu Wicked to open his mouth, the enforcer captain continued. Don't worry. The City Lord is not looking for you for these insignificant trifles, but rather, he has something he would like to ask for your help. Wu Wicked nodded, but did not refuse. He would stay in the imperial capital for the period of time before he ascended to level 60, and sooner or later, he would meet up with the city lord, whether he tore his face off or not. Seeing Wu Wicked nod his head, the enforcer captain let out a slight sigh of relief in his heart. After all, he had been given the task of bringing the other party back even if he had to use his knees, and not by force. Luckily, Wu Wicked agreed and his face was saved. Upon hearing this, the group of people left in great numbers. As for the enforcers who stayed behind to escort this group of troublemakers, a young man among them spoke out in doubt. Elder, what about these people? The older enforcer sniffed and coldly bared his teeth. Even City Lord has to use an invitation to see him, and this group of guys who don't have eyes even dare to take the initiative to offend. 3 years in prison first, and if you have a good attitude in admitting your faults, it will be fine. Otherwise,
Keskiviikko.
the man makes a neck-wiping motion. At those words, the young enforcer nodded, his expression not much surprised. This is the Imperial City, not the Temple of Our Lady. Deaths happen every day, and the higher you stand, the more you see the darkness of the world. Chi Gu in the crowd looked at the corpse of the old man on the ground. Her fists clenched and her eyes slightly closed. When he opened his eyes again, his originally cloudy old eyes instantly burst with light, viciously murmuring openly, Old Zhang, just go in peace. Don't worry, as long as I'm still alive, I'll definitely avenge you. However, before Chi Gu's words fell, a sharp lunar arc suddenly flashed out from under the shadow on the side. The knife was pointed at Chi Gu's neck. Everything happened in a split second, not to mention the enforcers on the sidelines. Even Chi Gu herself didn't expect that someone would take a shot at herself in front of the enforcers. Without even waiting for her to react, she was directly blown away on the spot by dozens of moon arcs. A figure flashed, taking all of Chi Gu's dropped equipment, as well as her spatial ring. Gulp! An experienced enforcer looked at the place where those black shadows disappeared in shock and swallowed hard. So strong. If those monsters were targeting the entire law enforcement team, I'm afraid that the dozens of people present would all be dead. Chapter 67 Imperial City Lord. Heavenly Ring Secret Realm. This is where the Lord of the city resides. Wu Wei followed the enforcer captain to a mansion full of guards. Wu Wicked raised an eyebrow slightly. This building is out of place with the surrounding buildings, and came about after the mutation. But for these NPCs, they've lived here all their lives and haven't changed. The enforcer captain clasped his fists at Wu Wicked. Sir, this is as far as I can send you. Someone else will take you in afterward. At the same time, several shadows flickered and appeared in front of Wu Evil. Without changing his face, Wu Wicked put the 2 spatial rings into his coat pocket and put away a dozen pieces of equipment into the ring of spirit wood. Space rings can't hold space rings, or they will cause the spaces to repel each other and thus collapse. With that, they followed the new guide to the meeting hall. A middle-aged man with graying temples. The man wore a smiley mask and had been waiting here for a long time. When he saw Wu Wicked arrive, he nodded his head slightly and smiled, saying, Little friend, please take a seat. This way, sir. The guide beside Wu Wei smiled and brought Wu Wei to the seat next to him. With that, the maid served a cup of hot tea. Wu Evil's eyes flickered on the middle-aged man, and in the next second, the man's attributes appeared in front of him. Lord of the Imperial City Yenjin. Occupation: 3rd Order Warrior. Rank: 60. Life value: 10.3 billion. Attack power: 518,000. Physical defense: 84,000. Magic resistance, 77,000. Talent, Battle Spirit Boiling SS immediately removes control effects when under control, and for 40 seconds, all damage is increased by 50% and all resistances are increased by 15, cooldown 3 seconds. Under the gift of the Eye of Insight, anyone's attributes would appear in front of Wu Evil without any reservations, unless the opponent has a more advanced, peep-resistant prop or talent. Wu Evil silently looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. The guy does have some power, but that's about it. What is it you wanted to see me about? Wu Evil picked up a cup of tea on the side, lightly sipped it, felt it was too bitter, and spit it back out for him. Possessing the talent Eye of Insight, he wasn't afraid of his opponent poisoning him at all. In response to Wu Wicket's appearance of being in his own home with nothing to hang on to, the people on the sidelines wanted to stop them, but they were stopped by Yen Jun with a wave of his hand. No harm done. Just think of it as being in your own home. I don't like one-dimensional people either. Yen Jun laughed. I'm not going to hide it from you, little friend, but I did have something to trouble you with when I looked for you to come over today. Yen Jun said with a smiling face. What is it? Wu Evil's expression didn't have any ripples. I know you're looking for the White Moon Mirage Crystal, and while I don't have it, I know where to find it. Wu Evil did not interrupt. Nothing to do. Do not buy a house without cash. He didn't believe that the other party would be so kind as to give him the information for nothing. As expected, after seeing that Wu Evil did not reply, Yen Jin cursed in his heart. What a difficult kid. He directly opened his mouth. I want to ask you to help me protect someone. Tomorrow is the day when the Heavenly Ring's mystic realm opens. At that time, she will enter. If she is in danger, I want you to step in. In return, I will tell you the news of the White Moon Mirage Crystal. In the next second, a quest panel appeared in front of him. Ding! Imperial Capital City Lord Yenjun issues a mission to you for protection. If Yenlinger is in danger, you must step in to protect her safety. Quest reward. Get news of the White Moon Mirage Crystal. Mission failure. Without a reasonable explanation, Yen Zhan will be immortalized with you. Accepted? The secret world of heavenly rings? Is there such a realm? There was no news of this secret realm in Wu Evil's memory. Never even heard of this secret realm. This secret realm, which should have been discovered by this group of NPCs when it was opened, was given to be explored. When the players, appeared in the Imperial capital, the secret realm was already over. But both getting the White Moon Phantom Crystal and whoring out a secret realm qualification for nothing. Cutie, I don't agree. Looking at the failure penalty on the quest panel in front of him, Wu Evil lightly bared his teeth. Make it sound like there's a reasonable explanation and he'll let himself off the hook. The father of a dead daughter, before whom all reasonable explanations become unreasonable. However, Wu Wicked didn't hesitate and directly chose to accept it. He really needed the White Moon Illusion Crystal. As long as he got it, he would be able to refine a super strong puppet, and possessed absolute loyalty to him. Seeing that Wu Wicked had accepted the mission, the smile on Yenjin's face increased. Reaching out, he tossed a smattering of tokens to Wu Evil. This is the Heavenly Ring Order, and by holding it, you will be able to enter the secret realm, the Heavenly Ring Furnace. The secret realm will open tomorrow. Yenlinger's safety is in your hands. Yenjin smiled faintly. This girl is my best friend's daughter. I naturally have to protect her a little, but I don't want a third person to know about today's matter. Much less want anyone to associate me with that girl. Yenjun's scrutinizing gaze sized up Wu Evil. So please also ask little friend to help me keep. Wu Evil waved his hand indifferently. Don't worry. No one can pry my mouth open. Taking the assignment and helping the employer to keep the contents of the assignment secret is also a part of the assignment. He knew the rules on that point, and he wasn't interested in meddling in such matters. This is a list of the forces of each around the Imperial capital. These are the people who could potentially enter the Heavenly Ring's secret realm. There are general assessments of their strength in there. You can take a look at it as a check. As soon as Yen Zhan's words fell, the person beside him held a booklet in front of Wu Evil. Wu Evil took a look. Good guy, this is not a list, it is simply a new chemical dictionary. Naya, what a list, so thick. At those words, the person next to him instantly became angry. No rudeness. No harm done. Yenjin smiled and said, my Imperial Capital's intelligence network is spread all over the world, and these lists have those people's approximate panel attributes, skills, talents, and methods of restraint, so it looks like that's more than enough. Wu Evil was speechless. If you have so much energy, why don't you just kill them? You have to strip them of their inner coffers to investigate. Answer me. Look in my eyes. Wu Evil casually flipped a few times and was also completely convinced. Looking up at Yenjin. The people in this booklet, how do their strengths compare to yours? Just a bunch of little guys who are over level 30 and less than level 40. Naturally, there's no way to compare them to me. Although Yenjin was puzzled, he still said with a smile. That will do. Wu Wicked ruffled his dictionary and directly got up. That's it, with me covering it. I'll make sure Yenlinger is fine. After saying that, Wu Wicked directly got up, all out of the Great Hall, suddenly turned around. By the way, there is one thing I forgot to tell you. My little friend, please. You're a terrible tea. Next time you remember to put some milk in it for me. Some pearls, a little more sugar, more purple rice and coconut, please. Yen Zhen. It wasn't until Wu Evil had completely walked away that Yenjin looked at the person beside him. What do you think that kid just meant by that? Tea with sugar, milk, pearls, and more purple rice and coconut. That's an odd enough combination indeed. Is he sipping tea? Or is he drinking kanji? Yenjin. ITM. I mean, why is he comparing me to those little guys? Chapter 68. 2 space rings, money to buy lives. Back to the inn. Wu Wicked simply ate a little something. It was still early in the day, but Wu Wicked was no longer prepared to go out. Yenlinger, this person, Wu Evil, still knew the 1,000 gold of the Waking Lion trading house. The richest being in the Imperial City. Only what made Wu Wicked not expect was that the owner of the Waking Lion trading house was actually the Imperial City Lord. The guy had an ugly smiley face mask on when he met himself, even though he was trying to hide it. But those preparations he made were completely useless against Wu Evil. Under the eye of insight, the other party had no secrets at all before him. Also, what a good friend's daughter, if not Wu Evil professional quality is hard enough, are afraid that will be on the spot by him to laugh. But the other party didn't explicitly say so Wu Evil pretended not to know. He wasn't interested in other people's secrets anyway. Wu Wicked wrote a list of materials, then opened the window and handed it to the man crouching outside. The man who was in a state of concealment was directly all confused. No, how did he find me? I was obviously not exposed. I don't know. The man's concealment was useless in front of Wu Evil. How could he not see a living person of that size standing and hanging out in front of his window when he wasn't blind? Looking at the note handed straight from Wu Evil, the man couldn't pick it up, and he couldn't not pick it up. The two of them were at a standstill for a long time, but it was Wu Evil who opened his mouth first, breaking the calm. Go on. Tell that guy to get me the material for this list. Also, when you get back, tell him that this is the only time, and if he dares to send someone to spy on me again, I'll make sure to send him a big surprise. The man gulped and hesitated, but took the note. This news quickly spread back to Yenjin's ears. There is also a list of materials written by Wu Wicked. My lord, I assure you that I didn't make any noise or reveal any cracks. My subordinate really doesn't know how he found me. The corners of Yenjin's mouth hooked into a shallow smile as he said, if it wasn't a mistake on your part, then it should be his natural ability. It should be a talent that can see through the state of concealment. Call our people back. Even you have been discovered. It's useless for the others to go. No need for surveillance. Yes, subordinate understands. The man respectfully clasped his fist, and then with a turn of his figure, he turned into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared. Only then did Yenjin look at the list that Wu Evil had brought him, and after a moment, with a faint smile, he handed the list of materials to the man next to him. The man next to Yenjin glanced at the list of materials and instantly clenched his fists. It's full of spirit grass. A total of 13 types of spiritual grasses, all of which were rare and hard to find on the market, as well as an alchemy furnace, and the quality had to be above the Shen level. For a moment something hardened. Turns out it was his fist. Extortion. This is bare-faced extortion. Each spirit herb is worth at least 100,000 green star coins. And the snow frostbuds are even a rare treasure. Even our Waking Lion trading house only has less than 10 of them, and he wants 6. As for the Shen-grade alchemy furnace, the value is even more outrageous, and he has the nerve to ask for these things. Crazy poor. Get someone to give it to him. Yenjin hooked his lips and smiled. Compared to Shadow's life, these extraneous things are not worth mentioning at all. The person who could be the city's lord naturally couldn't be a cutie. The moment he saw this list of materials, he understood what the other party meant. The Shadows sell out money. No wonder Shadow had to send it back himself. But the madder Wu Evil became, the more relieved he was in turn. This time, the Heavenly Ring Furnace Mystic Realm was contested by all the major forces inside and outside the imperial capital. Baby or no baby or whatever, he didn't care. He only cared about his daughter's safety. On the contrary, that niece was an unconscious master, not allowing herself to meddle in her affairs at all. That was why he had sought out Wu Wei, a person who had only arrived in the imperial capital, had no background, and hadn't joined any forces. A little guy who was able to take out abyssal equipment and possessed the strength to kill a level 50 expert over the level. Handing Yenlinger over to him, Yenjin was also relieved. It's just some spirit herbs. If he can accomplish his mission, what's the harm in giving him these things? But if there is the slightest loss to my daughter on this trip, I have the means to make him double up and spit it out. Wu Wicked sat on the bed and laid out the gains he had just made. 2 sets of equipment, the cloth robes of a priest, and the armor of a warrior. They were all level 50 premium equipment, and they were of good quality, at least silver level. If these equipments were taken out and sold, they would be worth at least 30 million green star coins. After all, the grade is here, so how can the price be cheaper? On top of that, there were 2 space rings. Wu Wicked counted, and there were 80 million green star coins alone. Even if we don't add those miscellaneous equipment and materials, just the existing green star coins plus those 2 sets of equipment would already be worth over $100 million. Wu Wicked directly put the things into his spatial ring. As for those trash materials, they waited for him to put them in the ring, and when it was time to sell them, they were thrown to the trading house together. On top of that, there was a second-order spirit elixir. It was the same elixir that old woman had given to Wu Evil earlier. Jasper Pill second-order elixir. Quality: metaphysical. After using it, it can greatly increase the mental attributes. Within 30 seconds, the mental attributes will be plus 1,500. Use level: 30. Recommended use interval: 3 hours. This kind of temporary strength-boosting elixir wouldn't have a bad effect. Even if it was only a Shen-grade spiritual elixir, it could boost 1,500 points of spiritual attributes. If used properly, it can turn the tide of battle. This is a consumable item just like skill scrolls. Only the skill scroll is a direct skill release with a fixed effect. Dan pills, on the other hand, were able to enhance one's strength and make one's battle power stronger. As for the interval between uses, it's a bit long, taking a full 3 hours. After all, it was a medicine that was 3 times poisonous, and the more powerful the effect of the elixir, the longer the interval between uses. But you can also disregard his advice and force it. The consequences of doing so, however, can be as simple as permanently reducing one's attributes, or as serious as dying. The elixir was put away into the backpack space. This thing is considered a treasure by others, but Wu Evil can't look at it. Let's not forget that he himself was a divine alchemist. He was now fully capable of refining elixirs that permanently boosted his attributes. After almost an hour's time, there was a knock on the door of Wu Evil's room. Opening the door, only a package lay in front of his door. The person who delivered the package, on the other hand, had long since disappeared from sight. Worthy of being an imperial city lord, you're really fast. Opening the package and looking at it, Wu Evil nodded in satisfaction. Thunder Yuan Ding Alchemy Furnace. Quality: metaphysical. Using this furnace to make medicine can increase the chance of making pills by 5%. With regards to this alchemy furnace, Wu Wicked was somewhat less than satisfied. He was a god-level alchemist, refining these low-grade pills. This effect was given to him for absolutely nothing. But after all, it was from a prostitute, and thinking about it, Wu Evil instantly had no opinion. What more bike? Chapter 69 Heavenly Elixir that permanently increases attribute value. Specialized set. The 13 types of spirit medicine, Wu Wicked split them into 4 parts. With that, he threw 1,000 green star coins into the Thunder Origin Cauldron, which instantly activated and flared out a flame. Upon closer inspection, one could also see a ray of lightning arc as tiny as a hair flickering in the alchemy furnace. Wu Wicked put all the prepared herbs into the Thunder Origin Cauldron at once. If any other alchemist saw him operate like this, he would definitely be infuriated and spit out blood. Everyone else was refining 1 spirit grass by 1 spirit grass, and even if they failed, they would only lose 1 spirit grass, and the result would be acceptable. Like him, he put all the spirit herbs at once, all into the alchemy furnace. Let's not talk about the fact that if it fails, all the herbs will have to be destroyed. Distraction control alone is no less difficult than eating with your left foot holding a bowl and your right foot holding chopsticks. And the consequences of a slight mistake are not as simple as destroying all the spirit herbs. The reason why spirit grass was called spirit grass was because of the huge amount of medicinal power contained within it. These medicinal forces interact with each other, and if there is any deviation, there is a danger of blowing up the furnace. Of course, the advantage of doing so was that it could greatly save the time of refining pills. After all, what Wu Wicked was going to refine was not the simplest blood restoration pill, where he could refine a large number of them in an hour. Until dark, however, there were no accidents. Wu Wicked rubbed his starving stomach, then raised his eyes to the pills on the side, his eyes gradually curving up. It's a done deal. It's all done. And none of them were heavenly elixirs. Elixir quality is divided into 4 qualities: heaven, earth, basal, and yellow. The higher the quality of the elixir, the better the effect, as well as the lower the cooldown time. The highest quality heavenly elixir was even able to achieve almost no cooling. Power Gathering Elixir, first grade elixir. Quality: heavenly. After using it, it can permanently increase the physical attributes by 300 points, and you can use up to 3 of them. Use level 1. Recommended use interval: 10 seconds. Looking at the usage interval, Wu Evil gently hooked the corner of his mouth. It's only 10 seconds. Isn't that the same as nothing? What shocked Wu Wicked the most was still the effect of the power gathering pill. A single polyjuice pill would raise the physical attribute by 300 points, and 3 would be 900 points. It wasn't that he hadn't seen power gathering pills before, but what he had seen was only yellow grade power gathering pills. One that only added 20 points of physical attributes, not to mention that the interval between uses was even as high as 5 days. Moreover, even a yellow grade power gathering pill was priced at 3 million green star coins, so the average person simply couldn't afford to eat it. In such a comparison, it was not a power gathering elixir, it was clearly a poison. Taking one of these, it would take 5 days to detoxify, and it also took up the position of a heavenly grade polyjuice pill. What was it if not a poison? Let's just say quackery hurts. Beyond that there is Qi Condensation Elixir, first grade elixir. Quality: heavenly. After using it, it can permanently increase 300 points of spiritual attributes, and you can use up to 3 of them. Use level 1. Recommended use interval: 10 seconds. Tong Yuan Dan second order elixir. Quality: heavenly. After using it, it can permanently increase 6,000 points of physical attributes, and you can use up to 3 of them. Use level: 30. Recommended use interval: 30 seconds. Mind Viewing Pill second order elixir. Quality: heavenly. After using it, it can permanently increase 6,000 points of mental attributes, and you can use up to 3 of them. Use level: 30. Recommended use interval: 30 seconds. All of the spirit elixirs, all of them were of heavenly quality, and all of them were in quantities of 3. These spirit pills were all prepared by Wu Evil for himself. It was not in vain that he had wasted an entire day to refine the elixir. Take all of these spirit elixirs in turn. The physical attribute and spiritual attribute have each increased by 18,900 points. Opening the attribute panel to take a look, the various attributes directly skyrocketed. Name: Wu Wicked. Rank: 36. Occupation: second order summoner.
L'IFESPAN 954,000 Aura Shield 4,765,000.
Mana 1251520.
Magic attack power: 62,426. Divine power: 0.1. Physical defense: 6037. Magic resistance: 7,492. Physical: 45,400. Mental: 62,426. Uniformity value: 62,520. The level hadn't changed in any way, but the various attributes had improved by not a single star. This was the benefit of having a divine level pill refining technique. There's money now. With that, Wu Evil reinforced the whiplash skill with another wave. It didn't feel necessary before, after all, his main means of output is summons. Now that we have this free money, it doesn't matter. Each time you lash the target, it will add 150% X spiritual attribute true wound, burn, freeze, poison, bleed, sense electricity, corrosion, curse damage to the target. This effect lasts for 30 seconds and can be stacked for a maximum of 5 layers. Who says summoners don't have strong attack skills? That summoner skill can be really great. With a single attack, 8 types of abnormal damage could be attached, and it could also stack for 5 layers. It's an anomalous damage effect that doesn't eat the summoner's damage boost from Divine Word. But so what? With 5 lashes down and the anomalies stacked, the opponent would receive 6000% spirit attribute anomaly damage every second. Coupled with Wu Evil's terrifying spiritual attribute, if there was no abnormal damage resistance, that's 3.75 million abnormal damage every second, and that's damage that anyone can carry. Calling for the second to send a meal to the room, Wu Evil simply ate some and rested. Don't look at the fact that Wu Wicked didn't do much today, just refining a few pills. But if one wanted to refine a heavenly elixir, one could not make the slightest mistake. Wu Wicked's energy consumption is really not small. It's almost like falling back to sleep. Early the next morning, Wu Wicked woke up choking on ash. Opening his eyes, he saw a moon wolf sitting on the edge of his bed with his tail wagging. There was also a spatial ring in his mouth, surrounded by a level 60 silver ranked suit. And it's a full body set. The various effects of the full body set added up to a quality that spanned at least 2 levels, capable of being comparable to a full body of legendary equipment. Zhenwu Suit Leather Armor Suit. Quality: Silver. Attack power plus 3200. Physical defense plus 50,000 magic resistance plus 30,000 8-piece set effect. Physique plus 32,000 8-piece set effect. Equipment 3 effects. Cooldown reduction plus 40%. Equipped with 5 special effects. Skill Phantom Flash cooldown time increased by an additional 40%. Equipped with 8 special effects. Skill Phantom Flash damage increased by an additional 200%. Displacement distance plus 20 meters. Equipment level 60. Seeing the effect of the equipment, Wu Wicked also got excited. It is a specialization set for the Assassin's Phantom Flash skill. This suit, which discards all other skill strengths, focuses on strengthening the Phantom Flash. The original skill cooldown of Phantom Flash was 15 seconds. After 80% skill cooldown reduction, the actual cooldown is 15 times 0.8 is equal to 3 seconds. Whereas Phantom Flash originally dealt 230% physical damage by making the next attack, after a surprise flash, it now proceeds to boost it by an additional 200%. Its actual physical damage x 230% plus physical damage x 230% x 200%. Assuming 500 points of physical damage, the actual damage is 500 by 230% plus 500 by 230% x 200% equals 3,450. The actual power increase is not a fraction of a second. Chapter 70. Jealousy makes you crazy. Looking at the attributes of the equipment, Wu Evil only regretted that it wasn't his own equipment. It's just a set of equipment that would probably be cheaper on the deity continent. But in the Empire, it's worth at least 3 small goals. Even if they wanted to, no one would sell them. As for the spatial rings, they were all materials and trash pills with not many star coins, adding up to only 3 million green star coins. Maybe the other guy just ran out of money because he bought gear. Putting the equipment and spatial ring away, Wu Evil laughed silently. The order Wu Wicked had given to Moonwolf right before he went to bed. As long as the people around them appeared to have murderous intent towards themselves, no matter who it was, they directly struck out. Or if the other party enters this room without his permission, he also strikes out directly. Wu Evil didn't care who the person who came was that dared to sneak into his room while he was sleeping and expose his killing intent to him. Even if it's a friendly force, die for me, pack up and get up. It wasn't long before a sudden buzz came from outside the imperial capital city. The crowd looked up to that spot. One could only see the shadow of a huge furnace appearing over the mountains and fields. Some people with keen senses, seeing the spectacle, instantly flashed their figures and rushed out. There is no such thing as a newbie copy when you leave the newbie map. Some will only be one-time secret appearances. The secret realm and the hellish copy have similarities. There are treasures and wonders. But unlike the duplicates, the secret worlds have more experience and are more difficult. The final bosses, often with special mechanics, are extremely difficult to deal with. There were even some secret realms that required a pass in order to enter to limit the number of people. This is also to weed out some of the garbage that goes in and mixes up the scores outside the secret boundaries. Such a secret realm was unfriendly and somewhat unfair to those who were not strong enough. But that would be fair. Not a sick sentence, but a fact. Why should others work hard to improve themselves, spend money to build equipment, and then fight other strong opponents to the death, only to end up being picked up by an unheard of piece of trash? Such a plot would only appear in certain novels or movies. Reality far more brutal than the plot. The ones that make it to the top in one step are often just an example. At the same time, a woman in a strong suit, stepping with enchanting catwalks, slowly walked towards Wu Wicked. The woman approached with a stealth effect and did not cause a ruckus around her. She came to Wu Wicked's side with a smile, her voice as spiritual as a gurgling spring, and opened her mouth in a small but seductive voice. Little brother, the heavenly ring's secret realm has appeared. Oh, the lord of the city has asked me to inform you that you are now ready to depart. Eat your heart out, take your hand out. The rewards had all been received partially in advance, and Wu Evil would naturally keep his word. Immediately, he summoned a moon wolf and swept towards that huge furnace silhouette, caused a lot of gasps and screams along the way. What's this? A mount? So cool. A mount? I've never heard of such a thing. It should be a summoner's summon. What a handsome summoner. I should have known that at the beginning. I would have chosen summoner as well. Handsome is handsome, but to dare to ride a gallop within the imperial capital city, I think he doesn't want to live. As he spoke, the man caught sight of the enforcer who had just pierced out of an alleyway and was patrolling the city. Immediately, a sour sneer came out. Oh, what did I say? Watch. That kid is about to have bad luck. However, seeing this, the enforcer directly turned around. There seems to be movement over there. Let's go over there and take a look. Crowd. That seems a little different than what you said? Damn. Something big must have happened over there. Someone robbed the trading house or there's a fire. Either that or there's been a murder, or else how could law enforcement turn a blind eye? Only this time, the eating crowd around him didn't pay any attention to him. Everyone's not a cutie, and eyes can be bright. When you don't know the truth of the matter, people just listen to the fun and forget about it. But that situation just now was clearly a deliberate excuse for the enforcers to avoid the situation. And it is true. As early as yesterday, the law enforcers had been notified that as long as the man in the portrait hadn't gone too far, they had turned a blind eye and tried not to make a big deal out of it. The man gritted his teeth, his eyes looking dead at the direction where Wu Evil had disappeared, and then glanced at the enforcer who had disappeared into the street. Viciously, he spoke. I'm going to write a letter and report to Lord City Lord. I will never allow our imperial capital to have people who are so destructive to the atmosphere. The people around him looked at him like he was an idiot. It's true that jealousy makes people crazy. No one paid any attention to him at all and simply dispersed. That lord was not something they could slander, and the treasures in the distance were not something they could get their hands on. It's like being sober on Earth these days. I'm not even done with my own work yet, and it's better to get my own work done than anything else than to have a good time. And the female assassin, who stood still and took a mouthful of ash, reached up to shield her nose and snapped. What a smelly brother. He can see me and still acts like he can't see me. He's not understanding at all. If you turn your head and look at your sister, you'll know you can tell she's good. Then turned around and came to instantly move behind the one who had spoken. Break your neck. Slender, snow-white hands ended in the man's neck and twisted hard. 21,530. In just an instant, the man's life value was emptied. Both eyes rolled over, and his body fell softly to the ground. The guest of Lord City Master is also something that you, a punk, can discuss? The woman smiled coldly, not caring at all. Lifting his leg, he once again entered a state of concealment and swept in the direction of the Heavenly Ring's mystic realm. Her task was to notify Wu Evil of the opening of the secret realm and to escort the young lady safely into the secret realm. As for Wu Wicked, a notice in place is all that's needed. Whether or not he could enter the secret realm safely depended on his own skills. If he didn't even have this ability, he couldn't really expect him to be able to protect the young lady's safety in the secret realm. Only the backup plan can be activated at that point. It didn't matter even if there was a risk of the lady finding out. The mission was prioritized to keep the lady safe, not for fear of being found out by her. When Wu Wicked arrived at the entrance of the secret realm, it was already filled with people. A portion of the people, all of them, were waiting here in advance. This part of the group, they all possessed the Heaven's Ring order to enter the secret realm, and were able to find this place with the energy fluctuations of the Heaven's Ring order. The other part of the group was already practicing in the vicinity, and when they saw the mutation appearing, they naturally came over as nature intended. After leveling up to level 30, each level up required more than 1 million experience points. Like Wu Wicked's level 36 to level 37, it even required 1.7 million experience points. If you just brush normal monsters, the efficiency is too slow. The monsters within the secret territory not only have higher experience, but also denser monsters, and that's where the best place to upgrade is. Chapter 71. 300,000 plus damage from a whip. Is this kid human? Buzz. Just after stepping into the range of the secret realm, the spatial ring on Wu Wicked's hand instantly vibrated. There was a force tugging at his spatial ring. Wu Evil's eyes retracted, a situation he was also aware of. The credentials to enter the secret realm, the Heavenly Ring Order, was being pulled by the secret realm power at the moment. This is the norm in such secret areas that require a secret key to enter. With a thought, he took out the Heavenly Ring Order, and the spatial ring on his hand instantly returned to peace. However, at this moment, all gazes were directed towards Wu Evil. The Heavenly Ring Order in Wu Wei's hand emitted a faint fluorescent light, and although it was not insignificant, it made countless people's eyes red. Who is this guy and how come I've never seen him before? A group of people's gazes swept over Wu Evil recklessly, looking at the Heavenly Ring Order in his hand with some fire in their eyes. This remained true even for those who already possessed the Order of the Heavenly Rings. Those who don't have a heavenly commandment need one to enter, and those who have one of their own don't mind having an extra one, and then bringing more of their own into the arena. However, for the unfamiliar face of Wu Evil, the crowd only watched and did not directly strike. After all, recklessly striking out without being sure that the other party was from that power was undoubtedly not asking for trouble. But it didn't take long for someone to tell the bottom line about Wu Evil. This guy has only recently shown his face, he's a loose cannon, and his previous experiences can't be held accountable. But yesterday, at the Imperial Capital Vocational Sanctuary, this guy struck one after another, killing 2 level 50 experts in a row, and not only did he get away in one piece, he was even invited over by the city lord. Oh? Meaning he's the city lord's man? Then this kid is not easy to move. However, this statement drew a snicker from one person. What are you laughing at? Did I say something wrong? Or is it that you, Violet Thunderhouse, don't even care about Lord City Lord anymore? Everyone's gazes gathered, looking at the man with a seemingly smiling, obvious look. Although the Purple Thunder building was quite famous in the Imperial capital, if this news were to be true, there would be no need for the City Lord to personally take action. Just that group of people who were chasing after the City Lord would be able to easily demolish the Purple Thunder building. Yet the man laughed in the face of the tub of sewage. Calling you stupid is an insult to the word. Lord City Lord needs to use someone. Why do you have to be sneaky, directly rewarding the title? It doesn't even take an hour. I'm afraid it will spread throughout the entire Imperial capital. At those words, the crowd nodded. You can't spray it. You really can't spray this one. If this kid was really the City Lord's man, with the City Lord's high-profile nature, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have to wait until today for the news of this guy to spread throughout the entire Imperial capital. Words can't be so absolute, can they? In case Lord City Lord is looking at his potential and wants to try him out. Just for example, it's not impossible to first see how he performs in this Heavenly Ring Furnace mystic realm and then finalize his decision. However, this was not echoed by the crowd. Hearing this, everyone else kind of sympathized with the guy from the Purple Thunder building. Being stuck with a dumbass who has grown a brain, but not much of one, is a fly on the back of the foot that doesn't bite, but is purely disgusting. Miss, why do those people have this look on their faces? I think this is quite reasonable. If I were the City Lord, if I want to use people, I definitely have my own considerations. Otherwise, if I want all kinds of garbage, the City Lord's mansion would have long since turned into a garbage recycling station. Yang! The word was instantly knocked out of the air. Miss, why are you hitting me? Am I wrong? The woman cursed with a helpless laugh. Please stop talking. It only makes you look like you have a low IQ. That said, she patiently explained. When have you ever seen Lord City Lord participate in a secret realm competition? So that guy is simply stirring up trouble and throwing dirty water. But anyone with a brain wouldn't believe him. The girl on the side thought about it and realized, oh, I see. That guy has a problem with the Purple Thunder Tower and wants to use the opportunity to discuss the Purple Thunder Tower. Woman, you might as well shut up. It's none of our business anyway. Just watch. It's inevitable that two girls getting together, especially good-looking ones, will attract attention. Hee, I didn't expect that Yen Linger, the 1,000 gold of the Waking Lion Trading House, would also come. This is really a long time coming. Even a young lady of $1,000 comes to this filthy place, not afraid of being contaminated by blood? After all, it was the largest trading house in the Imperial capital, and for Yen Linger, almost everyone present was no stranger. Even though Yen Linger was wearing a veil as a cover at the moment, Some sharp-eyed people were able to determine Yen Linger's identity based on just a little bit of external features. The crowd's attention instantly shifted when these words came out. Why would the Waking Lion Trading House even come to compete with us? She even has money that regular people can't use up in a lifetime. I didn't realize that these 3 melons and 2 jujubes would even look at it. Short eyes. That's right, the most important thing for businessmen is their eyesight. In the future, when this Waking Lion Trading House falls into her hands, sooner or later, she will have to play it out. No, I'm talking about you, your eyes are short. You just said that she has money that regular people can't use up in a generation. Are you insulting the Waking Lion Trading House? Or are you insulting the Waking Lion Trading House? Hearing those unpleasant words around her, Yen Linger's face changed slightly. She had done her best to lower her presence, but she hadn't expected to be recognized by someone with a heart of gold. Miss, what do we do now? Little Orange gently tugged on Yen Linger's sleeve. Yen Linger wasn't the slightest bit annoyed at Little Orange's lack of opinion. After all, it was her choice. She had looked at Little Orange in the first place and chose him to be her personal maid and escort. In addition to Orange's own talent, there were her clear, stupid eyes. From the time she was born, her side was full of calculations, which Yen Linger disliked. So Yen Linger wanted to prove to herself that she could succeed even without relying on the title of Waking Lion Trading House. Because of this, she chose the Little Orange and came here as well. Don't be afraid, big deal, we'll just go back. Yen Linger said in a calm manner. I just don't believe that they really dare to go against the Waking Lion Trading House. After all, this was the first time she'd been truly independent, and hadn't even asked anyone from the Waking Lion Trading House to follow. In the face of this kind of battle, even if the heart was prepared, but inevitably still a little scared, those who guarded the shadows were also always ready to strike. Even if the operation fails, we can't let the lady suffer the slightest loss. Yet the next second, pa! A colorful black long whip was directly thrown out. Just a whip, directly a level 37 guy smoked into hero fragments. The ear-splitting sound of the lashings made the air tremble. Like water ripples, it swept away in all directions. The crowd took a deep breath as they saw this. Hiss! 300,000 plus damage from a whip? Is this kid human? Wu Wei, however, grinned. That's it? That's it. What trash. Still want to rob my heavenly ring order. I don't speak. Really take me as a soft persimmon. Chapter 72. My father, Lu Guangxiong. The sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. How dare you kid kill someone? In the crowd, I don't know who shouted, and in an instant nearly a dozen figures rushed out. Even in broad daylight, you dare to strike out and commit murder. We'll take the place of the enforcers today and capture you. Then hand you over to the enforcers to be sentenced. Heh! Wu Wicked sneered. Isn't it just that you're craving for the heavenly ring order in my hands? Then do it directly. Don't give yourself a ing excuse. Even when they were publicly dismantled by Wu Evil, those people's faces didn't change in the slightest. Looking at each other. Do it. Whoever grabs it is the one who gets it. Good. The order of the heavenly rings should have been given to those who can. In an instant, countless skills, arrows swept towards Wu Wei. However, a black shadow sprang out and blocked all the attacks for Wu Evil. This summon of his has such a high blood level that it has hardened itself against a round of attacks from several of them. The faces of those who made the move also swept through a flash of shock. But before they could make plans, more black shadows swept out from the side. The tall figure of the moon wolf flashed past, its sharp fangs instantly tearing the group into pieces. Wu Wicked wasn't watching the show from the sidelines either. With a movement of his feet, his body swept out. Boom! The crowd only heard a dull sound, only to see the body of the person who was screaming and pulling the others together to strike at Wu Wicked fly out directly backwards. It didn't stop until it hit a large tree. When the crowd saw this, their pupils shrunk, only to see that where that person's chest was, a large chunk of it was deeply concave. No, isn't this guy a summoner? How come he has such a strong power? The man covered his chest and looked at Wu Evil in death. However, in the next second, a tall-sized moon wolf appeared in front of him.
No.
You can't kill me, my father Lu Guangxiong. Without the slightest pause in his movements, the moon wolf took away the last of his life value with a direct swipe of his claws. With his life value emptied, his pupils gradually turned white and his breath dimmed. The sudden scene that occurred left everyone incredibly shocked. It was just a photo shoot, and this group of good players of more than 30 levels, all of them were nothing. This guy is hitting it a little too hard. Wu Wicked had a smile on his face as he swept his gaze around the room. This time, however, none of them dared to meet his eyes. They now understood that this guy was a mad dog. If you dared to show your teeth to him, he would dare to tear off your flesh. At the same time, they were also glad that they had not just struck out with those people and offended Wu Evil. However, Wu Wicked had no intention of stopping. With a thought, Moon Wolf directly struck out, pouncing the 6 people in the crowd to the ground. Brother, we didn't say anything bad about you or take a shot at you. What are you doing? Wu Evil smiled faintly. These 6 people, all of them, were the ones who had just arched their fires and allowed the others to attack Yenlinger. Wu Evil admits that he is not a good person, but he is definitely a responsible person. Since he had taken on someone else's task and taken someone else's favor, he would naturally do something for someone else. It wasn't clear what purpose these people had, but it didn't matter, a bunch of corpses, whatever purpose they had, they couldn't carry it out. After seeing Wu Evil's strength, Yenlinger, who was on the side, hurriedly spoke loudly. Sir, I am Yenlinger, and the Imperial Waking Lion Trading House is my family's business. That's why I want to ask you to be my bodyguard to protect my safety, and I'm willing to pay you 100 million green star coins as payment. At those words, Wu Evil was slightly stunned. It wasn't that he didn't recognize Yenlinger. After all, he had seen Yenlinger's portrait before coming here, and with the gift of the Eye of Insight, even if he didn't need to look, he knew who Yenlinger was. What truly surprised Wu Wicked was what Yenlinger said. This father and daughter, they must be related. When Yenlinger saw Wu Evil hesitate, she thought that it was because she didn't have enough money, so she hurriedly opened her mouth. I can give you 300 million green star coins, and it won't take long until the Heavenly Ring's Molten Law's mystic realm ends, and you send me back to the Imperial capital. I can pay immediately. With that, Yenlinger pulled out 3 golden banknotes. These are the Waking Lion rolls issued by my Waking Lion Trading House. Such a single one is worth 100 million green star coins, and can be exchanged at any branch of the Waking Lion Trading House. She didn't want to rely on her father's power, but in this situation right now, if she was still so rigid, Yenlinger was certain that she wouldn't be able to do anything even to leave this place, not to mention entering the secret realm to prove herself. After seeing the golden Waking Lion roll, everyone was nonplussed. No. Who the hell are all the people using this golden Waking Lion roll? I know that there are green and blue and red Waking Lion rolls, which represent 100,000 green star coins, 500,000 green star coins, and 1 million green star coins respectively, but this golden Waking Lion roll, I've never heard of it. Well. Damn rich people. I got taught another lesson today. Now I realize that the wake-up rolls come in gold. If anyone else had said that there was a gold-colored Waking Lion roll, they would not have believed it. But who is this man? He's the daughter of the Waking Lion Trading House. She owns the entire Waking Lion Trading House. What she took out, there is no fake. That should do it. Wu Evil's gaze unconsciously glanced into the distance to see. There was no indication from the other side. Wu Evil hemmed and hawed. 1 job, 2 paychecks. It's a good deal. Then shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, it was also true that the mission only explained that he could not reveal that he was the person invited by the city lord. But it did not say that he could not accept Yenlinger's money. Only after receiving the golden scroll handed over by Yenlinger did Wu Wicked turn his gaze to those 6 people. Now, they have even less reason to live. Wu Wicked snorted coldly, and the Moon Wolf was instructed to do so in an instant. What a crazy junior. Do you really think that no one can cure you? An angry shout came from the distance, and when the crowd saw it, they turned around. It's the 3rd leader of the Swift Trading House, Meng Zhou. How did he get here? It's hard to believe that those people are not people from the Swift Trading House. Someone in the crowd directly told where the middle-aged man came from, and it's a direct guess as to the connection between them. Kid, still don't let those stop. Meng Zhou shouted in a deep voice as he hurriedly ran over. Wu Evil looked at Meng Zhou indifferently, the corner of his mouth hooked up in a faint smirk. In the next second, several streams of blood splashed, and the life values of those 6 people were cleared on the spot. Asshole! Meng Zhou was practically infuriated. Kid, you're looking for death. The monk's boat arrived late, though. The right hand was like a steel fist, carrying a terrifying aura as it came towards Wu Evil. This Meng Zhou is a level 60 expert. This kid is finished. Talent was no longer strong, but under absolute numerical crushing, any talent was not worth mentioning. The surrounding crowd shook their heads and had already pronounced the death sentence for Wu Evil. On the contrary, Wu Evil stood there without dodging, as if he had already accepted the end of being killed. Some people saw this and spoke faintly, still too young to understand what it means to temporarily hide one's sharpness. A loose person who really dares to go against such a great power is completely seeking death on his own. Chapter 73. The future? Oh, you don't have a future. The other side. Hidden in the shadows was a group of people from the city lord's mansion. Sister Willow, are we going to make a move? After all, this kid is also considered half of our people, and it's also a bit of strength if he's killed by Meng Zhou now, and the secret realm opens up afterwards. What about the safety of the young lady? No, the plan remains the same. The woman called Sister Lu was the same female assassin who had notified Wu Evil of the opening of the secret realm. Sister Lu spoke lightly, without the slightest tension in her words. Instead, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint arc. Don't worry. That kid is not as simple as you think. I'm afraid that Meng Zhou trying to give those people a head start will be the most regrettable decision he's ever made in his life. Her talent was Danger Sense, which was able to passively boost her physique attributes bonus to speed in addition to another function, which was to be able to sense danger. Just now, when she was in contact with Wu Evil, she clearly felt that there was a sleeping giant beast hidden inside that little guy's body. It would be fine if they didn't provoke him, but once they did, the giant beast inside him would awaken and devour the person. This feeling she had only ever had before in the person of one person, and that was the lord of the city. She didn't know exactly what was wrong, but she trusted her senses. It's a good opportunity to see what this kid is really capable of. However, she was doomed to disappointment. Meng Zhou hadn't even come close to Wu Evil's 30-meter distance when he only heard a muffled bang sound. Meng Zhou's entire arm was directly blown to pieces, not even trying to find out where the limit of Wu Evil's strength was. Meng Zhou's body flew directly backwards, his throat emitting a wail of pain. My arm! My arm! The body was destroyed, and only the fifth-order elixir, the muscle and bone-shaping pill, was able to restore it. Otherwise, even if the life value was replenished, it would only heal the wounds, and the broken arm would still not be able to be regenerated. You'll be disabled for the rest of your life. It was just a fifth-order elixir that wouldn't even appear in this small place, and even gathering the materials was a problem. Hiss! Seeing this scene, the crowd's eyes went straight. What about the promised level 60 expert? Where's the promised instant kill of Wu Evil? How is this different from what was promised? The people of the city lord's mansion who were hidden away were also shocked and smacked their lips. What the hell just happened? I totally missed it. Attacks that can shatter limbs can only do real damage. This kid does have some tricks up his sleeve. Sister Lu, it seems that this time it's someone from the Swift Trading House who is deliberately targeting. You see? I see? See what? You've been with His Excellency for so long, would you not know His Excellency's temperament? If the target is the Lord himself, he might not care if he's in a good mood, but if he dares to target the young lady, there's only death in store. When I return, I will naturally report today's events to His Excellency. A few people nodded slightly. They understood that the Swift Trading House, if nothing else, was close to having an accident. Damn little, I will kill you later. Meng Zhou swallowed a blood restoration pill, covered his injured arm with one hand, and bellowed out angrily. The pain of his broken arm made him close his eyes. But when he opened his eyes again, his pupils instantly shrank, only to see Wu Evil sitting on top of Moon Wolf, propping his head up with one hand and looking down on him. Wu Evil smiled faintly. Later? Oh, where do you come up with later? Meng Zhou looked at the suddenly appearing Wu Evil, and although his pupils were incredulous for a moment, he quickly came back to his senses. There wasn't much fear in his eyes, and he said in a cold voice, "Do you know who I am? I am the third leader of the Swift Trading House. If you really dare to kill me, the Swift Trading House will not let you go. Don't underestimate the power of star coins. As long as I speak, no matter how strong you are, countless people will come to take your life. Threaten me?" Wu Evil smiled faintly. Such familiar words hadn't been heard in a long time, and it was a bit hard to get used to the steepness of them. Pa! Wu Wicked snapped his fingers. Instantly, countless figures appeared, buzzing. First of all, there was a black cloud that appeared, blocking the sunlight above the heads of the people. Then there was the Moon Wolf. At the moment, the surrounding crowd was as quiet as chickens, for each of them was surrounded by one or more moon wolves. Even Sister Lu's group, who were in the distance and in a state of concealment, were no exception. These moon wolves, as if they had been here from the beginning. Hiss! Crazy, really crazy. Is this guy really a summoner? How can a proper summoner have so many summoned beasts? Everyone was confused. This was because they had completely failed to notice just now that there were so many summoned beasts by their side. So, I've been watched all along, is that it?
Jan Linger also Froze.
Holy cow milk! What a monster I've invited! Yen Linger's lips slightly parted. This 300 million green star coins was worth spending. It's simply not worth it. Wu Evil stretched out his finger and crossed it in front of himself. And with that, a small bee rested on his finger. Wu Wicked raised his eyes and looked at Meng Zhou with a smile on his face, saying, "Now do you still think that the Swift trading house that you're talking about will help you take revenge?" Meng Zhou swallowed hard and his face was ashen. Still, he tried to squeeze out a smile. "My lord, spare my life and I can give you star coins as well. To give you lots and lots of star coins." Wu Wicked flexed his fingers and the little bee swept directly towards the man's head. 1350561. Blast. Soul strength plus 7.2. A huge damage number floated up on Meng Zhou's body. Took away the rest of his life value. As for the hovering ice bombs and light blades, after not sensing the target of the attack, it gradually evaporated and disappeared into this world. The moon wolf on the side flickered and carried the drops from the death of Meng Zhou and those people to Wu Evil's hand. Looking at the spatial ring in his hand, he also glanced at the Meng Zhou on the ground. Wu Evil smiled faintly. "Joke. It was originally my thing. I still need you to give it." The surrounding people, after seeing Wu Evil's strength, were all honest as well. At this moment, the group of people quietly waited for the Heavenly Ring secret realm to open. No one made a scene and no one spoke up. The atmosphere couldn't have been better. Until 1 hour later. Yang! 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 A low, loud sound suddenly came from the giant tripod silhouette in the sky. The crowd looked up, only to see the giant tripod silhouette directly click with a crack. With that, the mouths on his body became more and more numerous, and finally turned into a pile of debris. The pieces of the giant tripod reassembled and formed a teleportation channel. At the same time, the information of the Heavenly Ring's secret realm appeared in front of Wu Wicked. Celestial Ring Furnace Secret World. Remnants of an ancient civilization, where the wisdom and secrets of the ancient people are sealed. Restricted level. Level 3039. Chapter 74. A way to make a quick buck. The secret world is open. At this moment, everyone's gazes were dead set on the passageway above. But Wu Wei didn't move, and no one present dared to move. Seeing this, Wu Evil smiled indifferently and turned his head to Yen Linger, who was at the side. "Are you planning to go in? Or leave?" Yen Linger sniffed and fiddled her fallen bangs back, carefully speaking. "I can still go in. Of course, since I've taken your money, I'll naturally protect you, but only if you don't make a fool of yourself." Yen Linger nodded. "Then I'm going in." Because the secret realm was too dangerous. She had never entered it before. Now she wanted to go inside, even if it's just to go in and look around. The little orange on the side had long been used to listening to Yen Linger, and she had no opinion at all.
Okowo.
Wu Wicked reached out and called for 2 moon wolves. Then gripping its 2, he leaped and entered the secret realm. Hoo 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 hoo. The crowd only heard gusts of wind whistling in their ears, and countless summoned beasts followed Wu Wicked and jumped into the secret vortex. It wasn't until Wu Wicked and the others disappeared for a long time that the crowd came back to their senses. What now? Is there any point in us going in? Even in stupidity, they were all in deep thought at the moment. Most of them turned around and left, and only a small portion of them hesitated before jumping into the secret vortex. Brace yourself for the bold and starve the timid. If I can also find a chance in the secret realm, I may not be unable to become the next strong person. The other side. Ding! You have successfully entered the secret realm Heavenly Ring Furnace. With a familiar voice ringing in his ears, opening his eyes again, Wu Wicked appeared in a world of fiery red. Gobble! The first thing that caught my eye was the tumbling lava, with only 3 narrow paths leading across. The height of the trail is no more than 2 meters above the lava. Occasionally there were burst bubbles of lava that popped onto the trail. Below are all tumbling magma. Once you fall, the consequences can be imagined. Other than that, there's nothing out of the ordinary here. It's hot. The little orange loosened one of her buttons and kept fanning herself with her right hand. The burning heat was getting to her. Yenlinger ripped off the Hatien jade pendant on her body and replaced it with a blue jade pendant. In an instant, a shroud of icy blue light enveloped her in orange, and the dry redness in Orange's cheeks disappeared in the next second. It's not hot at all, hey. Yenlinger smiled and said to Wu Evil, if you feel uncomfortable, you can get closer to me. The light shield could be unfolded over a maximum distance of 3 meters, and once it exceeded this range, it could not take effect. Wu Evil, no need. After saying that, Wu Wicked directly detonated the 2 small bees. After the passive effect of the Berserker came up, the dryness in Wu Wicked's body also disappeared. Seeing this, Yenlinger didn't hold back a twitch at the corner of her mouth. It was the first time that a boy had rejected her kindness. A familiar word stuck in her throat, but she couldn't remember it for a moment. I think it's called something, big something hooves something. We'll go that way. After a moment of silence, Yenlinger looked at the 3 paths in front of her and asked, W Wicked, wait.
Yanlinger.
No, could you be any more perfunctory? The answer was of course they could, and Wu Evil didn't even give her a second glance. The eyes were unblinking from the beginning to the end, looking at the 3 trails in front of them. Based on his understanding of secret realms, such seemingly safe places were often extremely dangerous. As for the places that look dangerous, they are not safe at all. With a thought, the 30 moon wolves split into 3 teams, each stepping onto 3 narrow paths. It was smooth sailing at first, until 3 teams of moon wolves came to a position in the middle of the trail. Suddenly, the magma directly below churned up. Countless red-skinned monsters rushed out of the lava and lunged towards the moon wolves. Thousands to say the least. Wu Evil's eyes flashed, and the monster's attribute panel floated directly in front of his eyes. Lava Ghost. Rank? 35. Life value? 900,000. Attack power? 5,400. Physical defense? 900. Magic resistance? 550. Talent? Lava body. And that was just the ordinary monsters of the secret realm. There weren't many exceptions to the monster's attributes for Wu Evil. The difficulty of the secret realm far exceeds that of a hellish copy of the same level. It's simply not something that can be coveted by the average person. The number of monsters was high, but the number of Wu Evil's summoned beasts was even higher. With a thought, the moon wolf, which had long been poised to strike, directly jumped out from the shadows, and a giant moon blade swept out. 900,000. 900,000. 900,000. In an instant, densely packed damage floated up, and where the giant moon blade said, the lava evil ghosts were all killed in seconds. With Wu Wicked's current spiritual attribute boost, Moon Wolf's actual damage had reached a staggering 1,010,000 plus. With those defense values and life values of the lava evil ghost, it couldn't even carry a single blow. You have successfully slain a level 35 monster, the Ghost of Lava, with an experience value of plus 345 points, x 2191. Unfortunately, these monsters were level 35 and couldn't eat the enchantment of the Knowledge Divine Ripple, otherwise the experience value would have been boosted by 2 times. But even so, Wu Wicked's experience value had risen by a large margin that was visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Wu Evil took the first step and said, "You can go now." In just a single glance, the lava evil ghosts were all killed. The speed was so fast that Yenlinger was dumbfounded. The small orange on the side was the first to respond. "That, we haven't teamed up yet?" Wu Wicked turned around in confusion. "Team up? What team up? Little orange. If you don't team up, we won't get a share of the experience at all if you kill the monsters. And since we're paying for the monster's experience value, it's rightfully ours to have a share." Wu Wicked gave her a blank look. "You're paying for bodyguards. Huh. With upgrades, that's a different price. Little orange. That's $300 million. When Yenlinger heard this, she only felt that there was a chance. Anyway, the last thing she lacked was star coins, so she hurriedly opened her mouth and said, "How much do you want? Just open your mouth. I promise not to return the favor." Wu Wicked shook his head. "No substitutes for now." Yenlinger, "Then you still say?" "Of course it's to prove that I do have this business. I'm just holding off on opening it." "Then why don't you take it? I can pay you a lot of star coins. How about doubling your previous pay?" The price just opened was 300 million green star dollars. Doubling it would be 600 million. With such a large sum of money, Yen Linger believed that no one would not be moved. Wu Wicked shook his head. No need, because I found a way to make money faster. Yen Linger frowned and looked at Wu Evil with some confusion. Wu Wicked was also generous enough to fish open his clothes, revealing the string of space rings hanging from his waist with a thin string. Inferno, good guy, I call good guy straight up. Can't really argue with that one. It's fast money. Seeing this, Yen Linger was completely convinced. Chapter 75. Level Spike. Wu Evil smiled faintly. Originally, it was thought that one would have to enter the secret realm in order to reap the rewards. As a result, where had he thought that before the secret realm was completely opened, someone had sent him a wave. At this, he naturally accepted it without question. After all, he's doing a head-scratching deal. Someone else taking a shot at him and then having it turned back on him, that's not a head-off deal. However, Wu Wicked was now realizing why those who were truly powerful usually didn't lack money. Because there are just too many people who have a little bit of skill and think they're so good at what they do. He didn't even have to take the initiative to start something. The other side smelled it and came over to deliver the money. Walking across the narrow bridge, Wu Wicked directly had the Moon Wolf pick up Yen Linger and Little Orange and run wildly. Dozens of passages, Wu Wicked casually chose one and led the charge. There were quite a few monsters gathered in these passages, but Wu Wicked had no intention of wasting time here. Straight up, Moon Wolf opens up for seconds. The secret map is so large that it is far from being comparable to a copy. Those people outside, although shocked by his strength, would not come in for the time being. But there will always be some bold ones who will do it. Resources are up for grabs, and if others take one more bite, they take one less. These passages are filled with small fish and shrimp, and there is no value in cleaning them all. So even Wu Wicked was unwilling to have the slightest stop and only cleared the monsters in his own lane. Thus, after traveling forward at full speed for about 10 minutes, the three Wu Evil people rushed out of the passageway. Finally, we see the appetizer for the secret of the heavenly rings. Dozens of passages end up converging here. Below, on the other hand, were densely packed with uncountable monsters. At the sight of these monsters, Yen Linger, who was on the side, only felt her legs go a little numb. So many monsters. Can we kill them all? Even though she had known that it would take a long time to open up the secret realm. Usually it takes 2 or 3 days for a short period of time, or even half a month for a long period of time. But knowing was knowing, and now seeing it with her own eyes was what shocked her. Those monsters at the entrance and in the passageway before are not mentioned. Even if it was a regular elite team that wanted to clear out those monsters and come here, it would take most of a day at least. But even so, those monsters were nothing in front of the group of monsters below. Even if it was a group of 1,000 people working together, it would still take days of effort to clear out the monsters here. And if it's not handled well, the team might even suffer serious losses. To this, Wu Evil just smiled and didn't say anything. Where did they come from? With a thought, the Moon Wolf hiding in the shadows directly rushed out. They all leapt off the high platform and swept towards the monsters below. At the same time, the information of these monsters also appeared in front of Wu Evil. Tungsten Steel Puppet. Rank: 38. Life value: 1,530,000. Attack power: 8,000. Physical defense: 2,200. Magic resistance: 750. Talent: Iron and Steel physical defense increased by 30%. The level of the Tungsten Steel Puppet was only 3 levels higher than the previous Lava Ghost, and the various attributes had been raised by more than 50%. If it were anyone else, just clearing these monsters would be an immense headache. However, facing the siege of tens of thousands of moon wolves, the Tungsten Steel Puppets were still losing ground. You have successfully killed the level 38 monster Tungsten Steel Puppet. Experience value plus 2,280 points. X 1523. You have successfully killed the level 38 monster, Tungsten Steel Puppet. Experience value plus 2,280 points. X 891. However, in a single glance, a flash of escalation flickered on Wu Evil's body. In less than half an hour, all the monsters here were cleared and Wu Evil's level came to level 41. If it wasn't for the fact that these monsters were only level 38, when Wu Wicked's level rose to 39, he wouldn't have been able to eat 200% of the monster's experience, and it would have even decayed. Otherwise, Wu Evil's rank would be higher. Looking at the monster corpses all over the ground, Yen Linger's brain was a bit foggy. From time to time, his eyes looked at Wu Wicked, his eyes filled with an indescribable flavor. The strength of the boy in front of him could simply be described as demonic. In less than half an hour, the tens of thousands of monster armies were cleared. It's just outrageous. His mom gave outrageous drive, outrageous to the core. If such a person had thoughts of the city lord's position, I wonder if the city lord could keep his position. Mentally, he silently observed 3 minutes of silence for the lord of the city. In addition to experience and star coins, Wu Wicked had also obtained 3 soul cores of tungsten and steel puppets used to awaken the talent of steel and iron bones. Tungsten steel puppet soul core. After using it, you can obtain C-grade talent steel bone physical defense increased by 30%. There are also 11 level 30 regular skill books. Level 30 Assassin's Strike Mastery 30% increase in strike rate, 20% increase in strike damage x5. Level 30 Knight's Life Reinforcement shares 50% of the damage taken on behalf of the target, but will take 100% of the damage itself x4. Summoner's Beast Enhancement for level 30 summoners increase summoners growth, x2. Level 30 skill books are all passive skills. It could be said that the level 30 regular skills that boosted each profession the most were not even comparable to some of the rare skills. Wu Wicked looked at it, and his heart instantly had a plan. Rest in place for 10 minutes. With that, he waved his hand and summoned a rock giant to protect himself and Yen Linger in each of them. Wu Evil didn't want to be watched by others when he was fusing skills. Take Assassin's Blast Mastery and fuse it to B. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Regular skills, even if the fusion was repeated 10 times, would only consume 2,952,300 green star coins, a total of less than 3 million. For the current Wu Evil, this amount of star coins, it really didn't matter. What he lacked was a level 30 skill book. Currently available evolutionary routes are Regular, Explosive. Regular. Summoned Beast Little B acquires the Bludgeon Mastery skill, permanently increasing Little B's bludgeon rate by 30% and bludgeon damage by 20%. Burst. Make the summoned B's next attack sure to bludgeon, and increase the damage of the bludgeon by 100%. I have to say, both fusion paths are great. Regular boosts that work not only for B's self-destruct damage, which is, after all, subsequent additional effect damage, are just as useful, such as Light Blade, Ice Bomb, and Blood Bead. But the latter explodes the route and the effect is really strong enough. Just by fusing it once, the bludgeoning damage is increased by 100% and the next attack is bound to bludgeon. After hesitating for a moment, Wu Evil still chose the Outbreak route. The results of choosing the Burst route are absolutely amazing for B, who already stands out for his burst damage. Blitz Mastery got a total of 5 copies, and B Fusion used 1, leaving 4 copies left. After thinking about it, Wu Wicked fused 3 more of the blast proficiencies to Little B. Each subsequent book of Bludgeoning Mastery is capable of boosting bludgeoning damage by an additional 20%. Plus, the bludgeoning damage itself comes with a 100% damage boost. B's actual blast damage will be increased by an additional 260%. Chapter 76 Life Aid. Unexpected Fusion Effect. The last book of Blast Mastery, Wu Wicked gave to Moonwolf. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Currently available evolutionary routes are Regular, Attack. Regular. Summoned Beast Moonwolf acquires the Bludgeon Mastery skill, permanently increasing Moonwolf's bludgeon rate by 30% and bludgeon damage by 20%. Attack. Each attack by Moonwolf boosts bludgeon rate by 1% and bludgeon damage by 5%, resetting after a bludgeon. Wu Wicked looked around and finally chose the regular direction. The attack direction has a high cap, but it's so inconsistent in terms of getting out damage, and you have to stack passives before the fight to get the maximum damage. It's too much trouble. Decidedly abandoned by Wu Evil. The regular route comes with a 30% strike rate and 20% strike damage boost. Maybe the damage cap is not as high as the attack direction, but the damage is definitely not lower than the damage route. When the skill level is given a full pull later on, the damage is 100% bludgeoned and comes with a high amount of bludgeoning damage. The price-performance ratio is definitely higher than watching the luck out of injuries. With that, Wu Wicked dragged the level 30 summoner skill, Summoned Beast Strengthening, towards the Little B. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. The current available evolutionary routes are Strengthening, Evolution. Enhancement. Summoning B's basic qualifications are increased by 10%. Evolution. Little B evolves into Fierce Venomous B, Base qualification is greatly increased. Talent B Venom is changed to Intense Venom. Each attack will deepen the opponent's damage by 1% and can be stacked up to 100 layers. Don't even think about it, just go for the enhanced route. After the evolution, although the basic qualification could be increased substantially, all of the true injuries of the Little B were gone. What's the point of playing when the real injuries are gone? The reason why Little B was strong in his hands was because of the possession of true injury. This is one of the most important things that Wu Wicked values. Otherwise B can't even compare to Moonwolf. There were a total of 2 Summoned Beast enhancement books, and Wu Evil gave them all to Little B. Little B's attack qualification had been raised to 12 points, up from 10 points previously. It's only a 2-point boost, but with the aid of other effects it can be a huge boost. Base qualification, after all, was directly linked to final damage. Looking at the densely packed suffixes behind the summoning bees, Wu Evil frowned. Wu Wicked only felt uncomfortable. Those useful attributes are also even so, but looking at those useless attributes, Wu Evil just look at the heart inexplicably have a share of nameless fire. One had to admit that Wu Evil was a bit of an obsessive-compulsive presence. These useless fusion attributes shouldn't have appeared in his skill list. If only we could do away with these fusion routes. With that thought, the next second, the Summon B skill panel popped back up. Does it shed unwanted evolutionary growth? Each discarded advancement route costs a certain amount of star coins. Seeing this, Wu Evil's eyes instantly lit up. Shed. Decisive surrender. Abandoning the sacrifice advancement route requires the consumption of 1 million green star coins. Do you wish to continue? It's only 1 million green star coins to give up the advancement route. So cheap. Wu Evil rubbed his nose, and without any hesitation at all, decisively clicked the continue button. Watching the sacrificed advancement route completely disappear, Wu Evil's heart delighted. For people with OCD, this is the greatest tonic. Nothing, like a clean and tidy panel, strikes the heart of an OCD person. Phew! Wu Evil exhaled a long breath. One word, cool. If he saw this pile of unwanted attributes every time he opened the skill panel in the future, he would really cry to death. And if you do overrule and start over, all the other skills are fine, but the rare skill Shishin is genuinely hard to get. Rare skills were rarely offered, and even if they were obtained, they were traded with others for the skills they needed. You can only get lucky if you want to get another copy of Sherwood. With that, Wu Wicked discarded all the unwanted advancement routes, leaving only 10. Summon B Fusion. Stealth, Shed Life, Summon Muscle Mosquito, Combo Shot 10, Slow Heal 10, Ice Crystal Storm 10, Phantom Flash 10, Pure White Blade 10, Holy Light Shield 10 Bludgeon Mastery 4. The other skills Wu Wicked didn't let go of, the trashy fusion routes didn't deserve to stay on his skill list. It's really an eyesore. He's not short of that money now anyway. Getting this done didn't improve the damage in the slightest, but it was able to improve his pleasure. Having a good mood is also extremely very important. And the most important point, it is the discovery of the rounding function. If in the future, if he chose the wrong fusion route, he could discard it and refuse it, and it would be excellent to have one more chance to regret it. Finally, there are 4 skill books for level 30 knights left. Life Aid. Level 30 Knights Life Reinforcement. Shares 50% of the damage taken on behalf of the target, but will take 100% of the damage itself. With the previous lesson, Wu Wicked didn't dare to mess around. This book of skills is best suited for summoning rock giants. This operation requires the consumption of 100 green star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. The current available evolutionary routes are Devotion, Self-Sacrifice. Devotion connects to the target. Any damage taken by the target is all transferred to the rock giant, but the damage taken by the rock giant is boosted by 200%. Self-Sacrifice. The rock giant dies outright, restoring 50% of its full status to the designated target and removing all abnormal effects from the target. Seeing this, Wu Evil swallowed a mouthful of saliva. What to do? I want all of these 2 progression routes. With one replacing injuries and one restoring status, Wu Wicked was truly eye-catching. Damn the 2 choices! In the end, Wu Wicked still chose the Devotion advancement route. Nothing else, no way, the temptation is just too great. With this progression route, Wu Evil was like going out with his own blood pack. With Wu Wicked's current spirit attribute, the Rock Giant summoned attribute was Summon Rock Giant. Life value 26.66 million. Physical attack power 240,000. Defense 133,000. Such rock giants, Wu Wicked was able to summon 410 of them at once. Cumulatively, that's 11 billion life points. What's more, the cooldown of this skill was only 4.5 seconds with the Blessing of Divine Word. Then, Wu Wicked gave all 3 remaining life aid books to the rock giant. Each time it is strengthened, the damage boost taken by the rock giant is reduced by 10%. With 3 books fed, the rock giant ends up taking 170% more damage. There's also a small boost to the wave. Chapter 77 The Clown is actually myself. Finally, Wu Wicked took out 3 tungsten and steel puppet soul cores. Directly using a tungsten and steel puppet soul core. Ding! You have used the soul core of the tungsten steel puppet and gained the C rank talent, Steel Bone. Physical defense is increased by 30%. With that, Wu Wicked glanced at his attribute panel. The physical defense attribute has increased from 43.26 to 56.23 points. It's not just the basic physical defense that is boosted, even the physical defense attribute that comes with the equipment can be boosted. Wu Evil's eyes lit up. The attribute of white whoring. Give as much as he liked. After getting this done, Wu Wicked directly let the rock giant return to its original state. Seeing this, Yenlinger had a hint of anxiety in her eyes as she hurriedly said, "Big brother Wu Evil, I just saw through the stone giant's gap that someone had already surpassed us. Let's hurry over there too." Although there were dozens of previous passages, there was always the lucky ones who would pick the same route as Wu Wicked and the others. And those people, without the monsters in their way, managed to overtake him by taking the time to fuse their skills with Wu Evil. Then we'll set off too. Compared to Yenlinger's anxiety, Wu Evil appeared to be much more bashful. This was a secret realm, so even if they moved forward a little bit, they wouldn't be able to gain much of an advantage. Soon, the 3 of them, Wu Wicked, saw a huge square after passing through a valley. There were hundreds of puppets on the square, like statues, standing above the square as if in formation. And there was indeed a small group of people at the edge of the square who had preceded them. They didn't notice the later Wu Evil trio, looking at the teenager in the square with different eyes, each plotting. Only to see that teenager in the square grab a handful of green star coins and sprinkle them onto the side of the golem statue closest to him. It looked like he was sprinkling a bunch of things around, but in reality it was not the case, and Wu Wicked was able to tell that he was setting up some sort of formation. He was trying to take in these puppets. "Big brother Wu Evil, what exactly is that person doing?" Yenlinger asked. Although she couldn't read it, she didn't believe that anyone would be so bored as to have nothing to spill star coins for fun. And even if you're going to spill, you shouldn't choose a place where there aren't many spectators. Go spill it on the street and at least reap a wave of emotional value. The little orange beside him sniffed and turned his head in confusion. This guy is setting up a formation. Wu Evil didn't hide it. Yenlinger, setting up a formation? What does that mean? Wu Evil, this guy is a puppeteer. Looking at his level, he should be a 3rd-rank puppeteer. Like this kind of puppet that no one is controlling. As long as the mark left by the original owner on the puppet is chopped off, it can be taken in for personal use. Yenlinger's eyes flashed. Before Yenlinger could continue to speak, the teenager in the square had a happy face, so he received the puppet beside him into his spatial ring. This scene fell into the eyes of the 5 people who had only just arrived. Those people's eyes instantly flamed. Seeing is believing. This golden puppet, it's mine. They came even later than Wu Wicked and didn't see the teenager set up the formation, only saw the teenager put away a puppet into a spatial ring. Immediately, his eyes got hot. However, that guy had just stepped into the golem's attack range, and the golem's body flowed as if it were mechanical. With that, he blasted out a fist, only to see a golden shadow wrapping his fist, and then ruthlessly blasted into the body of the unsuspecting man. Boo-hoo! With just one punch, the man flew backwards. 525,830. A gray damage number floated up on the man's head, followed by his body falling heavily to the ground. Life and death are unknown. After doing so, the puppet resumed its position. Good. What a strong puppet. The puppets here, are each of them this strong? Yenlinger looked mesmerized, then turned her head to look at the teenager in the square, calculating in her heart to pay to purchase a few from him later. Yenlinger had been raised too well by the Imperial City Lord and had no city manners at all. Looking at that expression on her face, Wu Evil guessed what she wanted to do. Then his lips hooked slightly. Want? With her mind being seen through by Wu Evil, Yenlinger's body stiffened slightly, but she quickly recovered and nodded without any pretense. Well, I do intend to try to buy a couple. Wu Evil, Golden puppet 50 million green star coins apiece, silver puppet 15 million, bronze puppet 5 million. Hearing the offer, Yenlinger nodded. Yes, I'll take as much as you get. Upon hearing this, Wu Evil hemmed and hawed and directly rushed out, leaving behind a bunch of summoned beasts to protect the two Yenlinger. Nothing can happen to the mission target, it's about his mission reward. Seeing Wu Wei rushed out, the teenager in the square who was collecting puppets snorted, "Brother, I admit that you do have some skills, but trying to collect a puppet is not as simple as you think. So be careful of getting into trouble." In terms of strength, he wasn't as good as Wu Wicked, but in terms of puppetry talent, in the entire imperial capital, if he claimed second, no one would dare to claim first. Wu Evil retracted his gaze with a sidelong glance at him, his sight returning to the pile of puppets in front of him. When the teenager saw this, the shade under his eyes flickered, and he sneered in his heart. So what if you're strong? Not weak as just a layman. Greedy for everything, wanting everything, destined to get nothing in the end. However, in the next second, he saw Wu Wei spilling a handful of green star coins, and unlike the teenager who threw them one by one, Wu Wei was spilling them in a direct handful. Seeing this, the smirk underneath the teenager's eyes intensified. What a fool! Really thinking that after stealing 3 points of learning, he can take in puppets. Joke! Although his heart despised Wu Evil, his attention was still honestly looking in the direction of the star coins arrangement. Then, without holding back a snort of laughter, "My friend, that's not the right combination of star coins you're arranging. You can't just scatter a handful of star coins and take in puppets." However, before he could finish his sentence, he only saw the cluttered star coins on the ground instantly echoing each other, followed by a greenish-colored light shooting towards the puppet's brow. Then Wu Wicked removed an empty space ring from his waist and smoothly collected the puppet in it. Eyes to the teenager, "You're talking to me? Junior?" In the time it took him to collect one puppet, Wu Evil had already collected a dozen, and there was no shortage of golden-colored puppets among them. A puppet of that grade, even he was not sure that he could take it in. The Joker! It's me! The teenager's eyes flickered with a cold aura as he roared in his heart. Damn it! I obviously discovered this puppet first. What gives this guy the right to steal it from me? If I hadn't been able to beat him, I would have skinned him. Chapter 78 Heaven and Earth Melting Furnace Tai Yi Jin Jin. In less than 3 minutes, the hundreds of puppets in the square all fell into the spatial rings of Wu Evil and the teenager. 95% of them went into Wu Evil's space ring. The teenager looked at Wu Evil with gloomy eyes. If it weren't for him, the puppets here would all be his own. However, in the next second, Wu Evil turned his head to look at the teenager, the corners of his mouth hooked up in a smirk. The teenager completely didn't expect Wu Evil to look at himself like this, and that sinister look in his eyes didn't even have time to be put away. Then he saw Wu Evil walking towards him. Before the teenager could speak, a long, colorful black whip directly wrapped around his neck. Then, with a long tug of the whip, he violently pulled the teenager towards himself. Wu Evil reached out and directly clamped down on the teenager's neck. Why? Obviously I didn't offend you. With his neck in a strong vice, the teenager's face flushed red and he couldn't utter a complete sentence in half a day. Wu Wei grinned and held the teenager down as he did so. Boom! 722,390. As the damage numbers floated up, the teenager's life value was directly emptied. The neck was held down, triggering an instant death effect. Whether it's a human or a monster, there's always an Achilles heel. Once successfully triggered, all will have an instant death effect. Unless one has auxiliary skills, e.g. Golden Body, Shield, Air Shield, Void, Phantom, use skills to circumvent this damage. Wu Wicked clapped his hands, getting up slowly. With a roll of the long whip, he collected the spatial ring on the teenager's finger, and then returned directly to Yenlinger's side. Wu Evil never underestimated anyone, and perhaps this teenager was not strong right now. But now doesn't mean later. No one can be sure that he won't come to a 30-year-old in his mind. Wu Evil doesn't trust anyone, except the dead. Whoever dared to show their killing intent to him would only have one way out. Handing a spatial ring to Yenlinger, Wu Evil spoke indifferently. There are a total of 116 puppets, of which 16 are gold-level puppets, 30 silver-level puppets, bronze-grade puppets 70. The previously agreed-upon price, totaling 1.6 billion. Seeing the situation, Even Yen Linger, who thought that she had long been accustomed to it, felt her brain foggy at the moment. She hadn't expected at all that Wu Evil had gotten all those puppets back. And not a single one left for anyone else. Not the least bit afraid to offend. Although the surrounding people were hot-eyed, they looked at those rock giants standing beside Wu Evil and instantly lost the desire to make a move. Just kidding. These rock giants were only part of it, and God knows how many giant wolves were hiding in the shadows. When they thought of that scene at the entrance of the secret realm earlier, they felt their scalps tingle. Miss. The little orange behind her reached out and poked Yen Linger's soft flesh with her finger. Compared to the shocked Yen Linger, the heartless little orange didn't have much of a reaction. After being poked by the little orange a few times, Yen Linger came back to her senses. He hurriedly took out 16 golden waking lion scrolls and handed them over to Wu Wicked. He also managed to get the space ring on Wu Evil's hand. Wu Wicked, puppet blood drops can only recognize one puppet at a time. If you want to trade again, you need to find a puppeteer to unbind it. Yen Linger smiled and nodded. With a thought, he took out a golden puppet. Biting his finger, he dripped blood onto the puppet's brow. As the golem shook for a moment, then its eyes opened. Earth Spirit Warrior Gold Level Golem. Rank 40. Life Value 180 million. Attack Power 24,000. Physical Defense 6,400. Magic Resistance 3,000. Talent. Melee Master equipped with melee weapon. Damage increased by 50%. Energy 15,300. Seeing the attributes of the Earth Spirit Warrior, Yen Linger froze. Good. So strong. The attributes of this puppet didn't have to be weak at all for a monster boss of the same level. Only what does this energy mean? Yen Linger scratched his head and looked at Wu Evil in puzzlement. Wu Evil. Driving a puppet naturally requires energy, and it's simple to replenish it. Just give him star coins. Yen Linger nodded in understanding. There is no power in heaven for nothing, and it is not surprising that there is consumption. It's just that she didn't have much star coins with her, only like 300 or 400 million, and she didn't know if it would be enough. The spatial ring on his finger flickered slightly. 100 million green star coins. Don't say it. You don't say it. 100 million green star coins piled up on the ground was truly spectacular. Yen Linger gave a command in her mind, and the Earth Spirit Warrior immediately opened its mouth wide, sending a suction force that swallowed the green-colored star coins on the ground. At the same time, his energy rose at a rate visible to the naked eye. Finally, the energy became 1015300 points. That should be enough. Yen Linger nodded with a smile and said, Wu Evil, it's not bad to have a family that runs a trading house. Money is money. Actually, the puppet isn't as burnt as you think. The ones you just put in, even if you let him fight all the time, I'm afraid that he'll be able to last for 100 or 80 years. Huh? Such a good deal. It was Yen Linger's turn to freeze. Wu Evil. After all, it's only a level 40 gold ranked puppet, so it's normal to consume less. But if it's injured, the amount of energy consumed will intensify. Yen Linger blinked her eyes and listened honestly, nodding from time to time. An injury can still repair itself? It's amazing. Wu Evil. Forget about it, you don't lack the star coins anyway. The entire imperial capital was her family's, so would she care about this consumption? And after waiting for a while, when those players came, the Waking Lion Trading House would have countless more people to help her make money. Buzz, buzz, buzz. However, right at this moment, the entire square trembled violently. Wu Evil watched as the ground of the entire plaza slowly opened up towards the sides, and a huge figure jumped out of it. Gears forever. Civilization. Rebirth. An ear-splitting mechanical sound resounded throughout the secret realm. Wu Wicked looked up to see a mechanical monstrosity with a giant furnace on its back, jumping out of the deep pit below. Tall enough to be 30 meters, a proper mechanical giant. At the same time, the monster's attributes appeared in front of Wu Evil. The Furnace of Heaven and Earth Tai Asian Meteor Class Boss. Rank 40. Life Value 8 billion. Attack Power 230,000. Physical Defense 57,000. Magic Resistance 46,000. Talent. Superheated Molten Casting Continuous Release of Skills will increase the effect of the skill by up to 300%. Looking at the name of the boss, Wu Evil was somewhat familiar. Tai E. I think I've heard that name somewhere. Wu Wicked rubbed his temples. So much time had passed that he couldn't remember much about it, but he was sure he'd seen it before. Suddenly, Wu Wicked thought of something and his frown relieved. I remember. I have indeed seen this name before, in an ancient human city in the east of the deity continent. Interested in a little game? No swearing challenge. Let me see if there are any masters. Be conscious you can't use the input method. SB, CNM, NMD, TMD, CTMD, MDZZ. Hey, isn't it true that you found out that you can't talk? Chapter 79. Without a mechanism, the boss has to die right after it comes out. In that uninhabited ancient city, Wu Wicked had seen this name. Because he had gotten a superb treasure there, Wu Evil remembered it better. Roar! The mechanical giant raised its head to the sky with an ear-shattering sound, pulling Wu Wicked back to reality. I didn't expect to find a boss related to the deity continent in the imperial capital. At that time, Wu Wicked was being chased by Lu Ji's people, and he didn't stay in that ancient city for too long. Now that I think about it, that ancient city should still have secrets that I don't know. Wu Wicked's eyes flickered. Then he looked at the boss and spoke faintly without turning his head back. You guys back away a bit. I may not be able to distract myself from you guys when we start fighting later. Yen Linger nodded and retreated with Little Orange to a small hill in the distance. Standing there, you can also easily see the entire square. Even so, Wu Wicked was still not quite at ease. It was about the completion of his mission, and Yen Linger absolutely couldn't afford to have anything happen to her. Immediately, he had the 10 rock giants follow and tagged Yen Linger and Little Orange respectively. With a thought, the small bees that had long been ready quickly flew towards the boss. Wu Evil's level was raised to level 41. The attributes of today's little bee have also received a considerable boost. Summoner B. Life value 1,280,000. Attack power 160,000. Defense 16,000. Gifted skill Bee Venom. With 160,000 magical attack power, combined with 600% of the bee's self-destruct damage, plus 260% of the bludgeoning damage, a single bee could instantly deal nearly 2.5 million damage value. Counting on the effects of the natural skill Bee Venom, you can still do full damage no matter how high the target's defense is. On top of the 5 ice bombs that appear after death, there are 5 blades of light. A small bee does 4.1 million actual damage. This damage, not counting the subsequent epidemic poison effect of 30% of attack power per second. As long as the number of small bees summoned was high enough, even if it was a meteor star level boss, Wu Evil could still take seconds. Boss heard the buzzing coming from his ears and sensed that these little guys were not to be messed with. There was lava tumbling from the huge furnace behind him, and the boss was not the least bit afraid, and with a grab on his body, he grabbed out a square crystal and slammed it on the ground. In the next second, the crystals shattered, holding up a dark blue shroud of light to protect the boss within. 2.5 million, 2.5 million, 2.5 million, 160,000, 160k, 160,000. 2.5 million is self-explosion damage, 160,000 is damage from ice bombs and light blades. Under the intensive attacks of the small bees, the dark blue light shield on the boss instantly ruptured. The speed was so fast that it didn't even give it a chance to strike a second time. The remaining bees broke through the light shield and crashed directly into the boss. In an instant, the boss's life value dropped to 50%. At this moment, the boss's life value was like a pause button had been pressed, and no matter what attacks were made, they couldn't make the boss's life value drop by the slightest bit. This is out of the mechanism. Wu Evil spoke faintly. Only secret bosses and world bosses have this independent blood-locking mechanism. Wu Wei subconsciously backed away from it, because generally speaking, the boss will put a big move at the end of the first phase of the mechanic. Although Wu Wicked wasn't afraid of its damage, he wasn't in the habit of standing and giving it a beating. Everyone's mouths were open in shock at the damage Wu Evil had done. They had known for a long time that Wu Evil was very powerful, but now it seemed that they still knew too little. This boss has 8 billion life points. Half of them were taken out in seconds straight from the start. And the boss even hitched a shield. Should it be so perverted? If he's not open, I'll cut myself jar on the spot. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes were on Wu Evil. When some people saw Wu Wei retreating towards the back, although they did not know why, they also followed Wu Wei towards the back. There were only a few that stayed put and didn't want to leave. And most of these people are assassin professions. They were in a state of stealth, ready to grab the boss drop at any time. After about 3 breaths, the furnace on Tai Yizhuan's back began to churn, and he got back on his feet. Melt everything. Vaporize everything. All invaders. Be damned. As a roar rang out, Tai Yi directly ripped the furnace off his back and threw it in the middle of the square. The next second, the furnace began to erupt. Hot lava sent up into the sky and then crashed down as a roiling spark. Those who were still stuck in the square instantly felt that something big was not good. Ah! Help! Run, dead leg. Run faster for me. Somebody help me. I don't want to die yet. They screamed quite a bit, but in the end it was just a flash in the pan. The moment the densely packed lava fell, they were just like the words roared out by Tai Yi, being melted and vaporized. In the plaza, only a field of equipment was left behind. Under Wu Wei's watchful eye, only one person escaped Tai Yizhuan's attack. That guy had teleportation skills, and when he felt something was wrong, he directly activated teleportation, which barely saved a small life. Wu Evil smiled indifferently. Since they wanted to grab the boss drop, they had to be prepared to die. With the loss of the furnace, the boss's first phase passes completely. The boss may be more than that, it's just that because of the encounter with Wu Evil, the boss can't even play to its true strength and passes in seconds in one stage. Wu Evil once again greeted the remaining small bees and flew towards the boss. At the same time, the staff flickered slightly, summoning a continuous stream of self-destructing bees. This time, the boss learned to be smart and didn't resist Wu Evil's attacks at all, his huge body running wildly around the square. His target was none other than Wu Evil himself, and dropping the furnace skyrocketed his speed. In response, Wu Evil just smiled lightly. My little bee, it's not so easy to avoid. Almost at the same time, the swarm split in two. One part of the group continued to chase behind, while the other part directly outflanked. The square is round, they can go around and intercept. If it was normal, B would just go around and I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to catch up with the boss. But don't forget that B can do more than just fly, he can space blink. Waiting for enough distance, B launched a direct blink and landed on the boss. Boom, boom, boom. As an explosion rang out, the boss's life value was directly reduced to 10% and entered the final stage. At the same time, the boss entered a berserk state. Pest! Bear! Several streams of steam that erupted from the joints of the boss's body. Tai. Error. Error. Molten casting. Must be completed. Chapter 80 The Soul of Lava. Tai Yizhuan extended his right arm towards Wu Evil. Ka-ching. With the sound of the machine expanding and turning, a large hole appeared in his right palm. In the next second, a strong suction force came towards Wu Wicked. The debris and fallen leaves on the ground were moving towards being sucked over. With the rock giants in the way, although Wu Wicked was able to maintain his form, the situation was not optimistic. His body was driven by this suction, slowly moving in the direction of the boss. Want me to come over there so badly? A little present for you then. The staff flashed, and a swarm of self-destructing bees appeared around Wu Wicked, and with the help of suction, they quickly headed towards the boss. Overload. Strangle. The suction force instantly turned into a spiraling whirlwind, and the small bees were instantly vaporized before they could even get close. Even the ice bombs and moon blades were swallowed by the suction. What high skill damage, worthy of being a secret realm boss. Wu Wei was not annoyed that his attack was broken. He indifferently glanced at the boss and calmly said, "Since you want me to go over there so badly, then I'll fulfill you." With a thought, the rock giant blocking him moved his body out of the way. Wu Wicked, who had lost the rock giant's shelter, had his body fly straight up. Seeing this, boss opened and closed his big mechanical mouth up and down, spitting out a heavy mechanical sound. Overload, strangle. The same attack appeared again, only this time, it landed on Wu Evil's body. Seeing this, Yen Linger, who was far away, couldn't help but grab her heart. Although she believed in Wu Evil's strength, the boss's damage was simply too high. Even Wu Evil summons could be killed in seconds straight away. What to do? How do I help him?
Yen Linger muttert.
With her own strength, not to mention going to help, it was not bad if she didn't mess up. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. That's right. I still have gold-level puppets, Earth Spirit Warriors. As soon as she thought of this, Yen Linger directly summoned the Earth Spirit Warrior. Although the strength of a gold-level Earth Spirit Warrior was far inferior to a secret boss, it would be good to help even a little. With a thought, the Earth Spirit Warrior was immediately about to fly in the direction of Wu Evil, trying to bring Wu Evil out of the boss's suction range. However, the Earth Spirit Warrior only just made a move before being stopped by Wu Evil's rock giant. The rock giant who stopped her shook his head slightly and spat out two broken words. You can't. Please stop.
Yan Ling Er.
Summons, after all, could not possess intelligence. So this can only be what Wu Wicked meant. It was that time of day, and he was as distracted as he could be from observing himself. Hey! Yen Linger let out a long sigh and honestly retreated back, only to gaze deathly in the direction of Wu Evil. The terrifying wind pressure mercilessly crushed Wu Wei, but Wu Wei himself didn't feel much. Anyway, he had the rock giants to carry his injuries. Where no one had noticed, a massive rock giant. A string of damage flew up above his head. 1 million. 1 million. 1 million. Every second, 2 or 3 damage numbers floated up above the rock giant's head. Soon, one died. However, Wu Evil didn't care because he had summoned thousands of such summoned beasts in total. After another moment, Wu Evil grinned. Are you here for a walk? Don't get me wrong. I mean, you walk too. Tai, Heart of Lava. As soon as these words came out, the metal iron ball that was originally spinning rapidly on Tai Yizhen's chest was instantly wrapped in a layer of flame. At that same time, the suction stopped and turned into a hot vortex of flames. Lava storm. Wu Wicked shook his head. It's no fun. It's really no fun. Can't we change the pattern? Pop! Wu Wicked snapped his fingers, and a moon wolf jumped out of the shadows and quickly rushed towards the boss. If his opponent had the skill of being able to see through concealment, he would have been able to see that the body of that moon wolf was crawling with densely packed small bees. Boom! As the moon wolf slammed into the boss's body, a pure white mushroom cloud rose into the air in the next second. The last of the boss's life points disappeared with it. Core! Stop the spin. This, not the end. Ding. You have successfully killed the level 40 secret realm boss, Heaven and Earth Melting Pot Tai Yizhen, and gained experience value plus 990,000. Soul strength plus 239. In just an instant, 2 black rays of light shot up into the sky. When the people waiting around saw this, their eyes directly became hot and their breathing became rapid. A black glow that would represent meteorite star level equipment or props. Any one of such treasures would be worth more than hundreds of millions of green star coins. Although they were afraid of Wu Evil's strength, all of them didn't hesitate at this moment and directly rushed out. People die for money and birds die for food. No one wants to be an underling for the rest of their life. Seeing this, the corners of Wu Evil's mouth hooked slightly. The boss that I worked so hard to kill, a bunch of trash deserved to come and rob it. With a thought, countless moon wolves rushed out, exterminating all those who wanted to grab the equipment. In just an instant, Wu Wicked had harvested 18 spatial rings. Those who reacted a beat slower reacted to the situation. That boss drop hit nest. This kid is too ruthless. Ding. Gained blue star coin plus 101, green star coin plus 2,163 gained equipment. Soul of Lava, energy gathering armor gained props. Key of Space, 2 level 40 meteor grade equipment. It had to be said that this boss was genuinely generous. Soul of Lava Jade Pendant. Quality, Meteorite Star. Magic Resistance, plus 1,550. Spirit, plus 620. Special Effect. When under control, summon a lava doppelganger to attract hate, while itself is randomly transferred to anywhere within 100 meters around. Cooldown 3 minutes. Special Effect. After the summon dies, there is a 20% chance that a lava doppelganger will appear. The lava doppelganger lunges at the target, inflicting fire attribute explosion damage of spiritual power x 500% on the target. Equipment level 40. A level 40 meteorite grade jade pendant had naturally high attributes that could not be described. And the 2 special effects held are incredibly suited to Wu Evil. With this jade pendant, the future self-destructing bees have a 20% chance of having another self-destruct. Another special effect is also immune to strong controls. Any summoner getting this jade pendant was a huge boost. Wu Evil, in particular, had that special effect played out in front of summoners with powerful numbers.
Chapter 81 Divine Beast Bait Egg.
Wu Wicked took out another piece of abyssal crystal and pressed it on top of the lava soul. Primary abyssal crystals grant 550 points of spiritual attributes to lava souls. Swapped out the heart of energy. Spiritual attributes increased to 65,005 points. The mental attributes didn't get much of a boost, and the truly horrifying magic resistance was boosted by a total of 1,447 points. After changing his equipment, Wu Evil's magic resistance was as high as 9,080 points. After the defense exceeds twice the attack, the defense is not broken by the corresponding attack. In other words, magic damage that actually did less than 4,540 points of magic damage would not drop any blood at all when it hit Wu Evil. Players at this stage, even the strongest ones, were still hovering around level 20, and I'm afraid that anyone who could really break through his defense could be counted on two hands. As for the energy-gathering armor, although it was also a meteorite star level equipment, it was armor, so Wu Wicked couldn't equip it and simply threw it directly into the backpack space. The last prop, the space key. Space key secret treasure. Being able to aspire to any place you've been. Cooling time, 1 hour. I'll be damned. It's a secret treasure. Only a very few high-level bosses drop secret treasures. Every secret treasure had unimaginable magical abilities, which could be increasing attacks, assisting in battle, or other abilities. But without exception, these secret treasures possessed very terrifying abilities. Even Wu Wicked had seen quite a few battles where the entire battle situation was changed because of a single secret treasure. Secret treasures are not equipment and can be used without having to equip them on your body. With this secret treasure, in the future, even if you enter the deity continent, you will be able to return to the imperial capital at will. Low-level equipment is cheap in the deity continent. Buy it in the deity continent and sell it in the imperial capital. And it's not just equipment, low-level elixirs, materials are cheap. If utilized properly, it could definitely make a fortune. And the cooldown is only an hour. Who is this looking down on? After the secret boss died, the teleportation channel to leave the secret realm also appeared in the square. Seeing this, the remaining people smiled slightly bitterly, then left the secret realm without looking back. This time in the secret realm, they accompanied the whole process and didn't get a single hair. Forget about it, just think of it as a big, immersive movie. Wu Wicked gazed around the room, his surroundings in full view. Apparently there's nothing left to explore. Okay, let's go too. Wait! At this point, Yen Linger suddenly said, then ignored Wu Evil's strange gaze and came to the other end of the square. I feel like there's something down here. Summoning the Earth Spirit Warrior, he took a swipe at the ground. Boom, boom, boom. Stone chips flew and hammered for a long time. As it turned out, the plaza floor was suffering from a layer of trauma. I don't know what kind of stone was used for the floor of this square.
Yan Ling Er.
W Wicked. What's in here? Yen Linger shook her head. My talent is treasure hunting, and I am able to sense all treasures within a range of 300 meters. But you can only sense the presence of the treasure, you can't see exactly what it is. Oh! Wu Evil's eyes lit up. You can't. Let me do it. Wu Wicked pulled Yen Linger and Little Orange to exit wildly, then greeted the self-destructing bees with a collective dive. True Wound is not only useful against monsters, but destroying the environment is also unbeatably good. Boom! A loud bang directly blew a big hole in the square, revealing a pile of running gear and a collapsed deep pit. Here, this is the place where the Taibei boss appears. Wu Wicked immediately jumped down into the deep pit, and in the corner of the pit, he really saw a treasure chest. A hint of red light seeped out through the cracks of the treasure chest. Secret treasure chest. Hiss! Wu Wicked took a deep breath of cold air. The treasure chest opened, and there was only one item inside. An egg. Divine Beast White Tiger Pet Egg. Of the 4 divine beasts of the past, only one of them remains today, and no one knows why he appeared here or what happened at that time. Feed blood to hatch the Divine Beast White Tiger. Note that if you try to cheat and use someone else's blood to hatch it, the pet will recognize someone else as its master after hatching. God! Divine Beast.
Divine Beast Pet Eggs.
The moment he saw the pet egg's attributes, even with Wu Evil's nature, he was shocked. Unlike humans, a divine beast pet, once he reaches adulthood, he is a divine beast. No upgrades, no equipment, no elixirs, nothing, just enough to make him an adult. As long as one reaches adulthood, the power of rules will be automatically comprehended and one will directly become a god. It's that simple. Moreover, divine beasts were born with superb combat power and were better at fighting than other races. Even for a divine beast with the lowest bloodline power, once it reached adulthood, I'm afraid that even destruction and mercy combined would not be a match for him. Gulp! Wu Wicked gulped a mouthful of saliva, not expecting that he would come across a divine beast pet egg. Without any hesitation, Wu Wicked directly withdrew his chi and blood shield, then took out a short blade and embedded it into his palm. Bright red blood fell like a stream of water onto the snow-white and icy blue striped eggshell. White tiger egg was like a sponge that absorbed water. No matter how much blood, he took it all. Not a drop of blood was allowed to fall to the ground. Pet eggs. Wu Wicked naturally knew that the more powerful and rare a pet egg was, the more blood was needed to hatch it. In the past, Wu Evil had seen that some people had specifically paid a priest to help them hatch their eggs. And he was hatching a divine beast egg, so the amount he needed would definitely not be small. That's why at the beginning Wu Wicked was prepared. The palm of his hand exerted a slight force, and the blade stuck in the flesh sliced through it once more, not giving the wound a chance to heal at all. It's not just blood. As much as you want, it's enough. With super regeneration, the bottom line is just so much better. When these words came out, Wu Wicked seemed to feel the little one inside this egg in front of him, letting out a joyful whirring sound. The whole process, which lasted a full hour. I don't know how many times the blood on Wu Wei's body has been changed. Just a click. The eggshell cracked open a slit, and Wu Evil closed his hand with it. Losing the blockage of the sharp blade, in just the blink of an eye, Wu Evil's wound healed completely. The chakra shield was restored with it. However, Wu Evil's gaze was all over the little beast in front of him at the moment. Click, 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 click. Only to hear the increasingly dense sound of cracking eggshells ringing out. A furry head broke through the eggshells and appeared in front of Wu Wicked. The little guy was obviously curious about everything around him, blinking his big eyes and looking around.
Moo 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 moo.
Throwing his head violently, he shook the eggshell off his head, then leapt into Wu Wei's arms. He was hatched from the blood of Wu Evil and had an innate affinity with him. Wu Wicked could also clearly feel that he and this little guy in front of him had an unseen bond, as if it came from the soul. It's amazing. Cuddles. The little guy clearly didn't open his mouth, but Wu Evil could hear him. Is this what the little guy had in mind? Look at the furry little guy. Wu Evil's eyes were filled with a soft gaze, as if he had returned to a time when he was not yet evil. Chapter 82a Level 1 Pet is as terrifying as this. At the same time, a voice rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired a pet. Please name it. In the past, Wu Evil had also had pets, but divine beasts, it was really the first time he had seen them. No, it should be never heard of a divine beast level pet. Divine beasts, even if they were only young, were extremely intelligent and proud. How could they possibly recognize their masters? And to meet a pet in such an unlikely place, or a divine beast, it would be outrageous. Wu Evil's eyes gently looked at the little tiger in his arms and smiled as he spoke in a thin voice. You're tiny and such a little one. You'll be called Little Tiger from now on. Ding! Naming successful, your pet tiger, quality over gold level, open pet ranking. Is the information hidden? Wu Evil shook his head slightly. Not hidden. World announcement. Wu Wicked has obtained a god-level pet, Little Tiger, and has opened the pet rankings, gaining 100 free attribute points. X10. A god-level pet? What is this? Is it strong? In the future, it will definitely be rotten. I play games. If the opening game does not give away god beasts, dogs do not play. It's been so long since I've heard Big Brother Wu Evil's broadcast that I'm a little out of practice. Big Brother Wu Evil, is this pet able to be given to me? I will repay you properly, sister. Scared me to death. Almost gave the monster a counter kill. Wu Evil, pay for it. Less than 10,000 green star coins. Don't blame me for telling the truth about you opening up. Wu Weiwei turned his gaze to Xiaohu. Wu Wicked's pet Xiaohu origin missing. Rank 1. Life value 4 million. Attack power 24,000. Physical defense 6,400. Magic resistance 6,400. Talent. Killing field. Expand a field with a radius of 100 meters. All enemies within the field will have their 3 speeds reduced by 50% and will receive physical damage of attack power x 300% every second. Bloodline deterrence. Suppresses a target whose life level is lower than your own, reducing its attack power by 50%. The moment he saw Little Tiger's attributes, Wu Evil's entire body was confused. 4 million life, 24,000 attack power, and 6,400 double defense. This is a nifty level 1 pet? Do you really think we've never seen a pet before? And you're treating me like I'm having a bad day? Wu Evil dared to swear that even if it was the strongest extermination class pet, at level 1, the pet's life value would not exceed 10,000 points. But this little guy had a whole 4 million life points. This was the strength of a divine beast. But this is too scary. Looking at the little guy in his arms, Wu Evil desperately wanted to know when Little Tiger leveled up to level 40. Will this little guy's life value break 100 billion? Not out of the question if it grows the way it has so far. But what the hell is that missing origin? It seems that this little guy is also a tiger with a story. Wu Evil rubbed Little Tiger's furry head, and Little Tiger squinted his eyes in enjoyment. Then Wu Wicked jumped out of the deep pit with a single leap. Seeing Wu Wei finally come out, Yen Linger hurriedly walked over. It was quick on its feet, but not at all unmannerly. Wow, that's cute. On the side, Little Orange exclaimed out in shock. Is it the little tiger? Little Orange heard the announcement just now. Originally, she wanted to say something else. But when she saw Yen Linger shaking her head slightly, Little Orange beamed and honestly retreated. Congratulations. Yen Linger glanced at Little Tiger in Wu Evil's arms and sincerely congratulated him. Wu Wicked was also in quite a good mood at the moment and nodded with a smile. This time, it is considered that I owe you a favor if I need help in the future, no matter what the request is, as long as it's not too much, I'll do it for you. Wu Wei rarely said this, he didn't like owing favors, but Yen Linger was worth it. Looks like I earned it. Yen Linger nodded and smiled. A man whose strength was comparable to that of an imperial city lord. His favor must be worth something. Wu Wei smiled faintly. He had to say that this Yen Linger was really good at getting along, and Wu Wei couldn't feel any burden when he got along with her. However, the more such a person, Wu nausea in the more vigilant, the heart has made up its mind, if not necessary, or less to get along with the best. Originally, Wu Evil was all set to leave with his people, but he heard Yen Linger say once again, Big Brother Wu Evil, have you really finished collecting the treasures down there? Why can I still feel the baby's breath? Wu Evil? But this he wasn't really sure about. Just now, when he obtained the divine beast pet Xiaohu, he was so excited that he didn't even examine it carefully. Hearing Yen Linger say that, Wu Wicked immediately jumped down again. Gazing around, he saw an unusual item in a stone crevice. This is the White Moon Phantom Crystal. Wu Wicked reached out and removed the White Moon Illusion Crystal from the stone crack. His heart couldn't help but feel amused that the promised reward for the mission turned out to be in the secret realm. That old fox, Yen Zhen, is actually counting on me. Even though the words were said that way, Wu Evil didn't really get angry. After all, he did get the White Moon Phantom Crystal. It seemed that that old fox had long known that there were White Moon Mirage crystals in the secret realm, and that if he hadn't really had the good sense to protect Yen Linger, he would even rub shoulders with this White Moon Phantom Crystal. After putting away the White Moon Mirage crystal, Wu Wicked took Yen Linger and stepped into the exit of the secret realm. The moment Wu Wicked's trio appeared outside the secret boundary, a purple lightning arc descended from the sky and struck towards Wu Evil's brain. At the same time, an old man, shaped like a withered man, walked out from behind the tree. With a grim smile on his face, he said, Kid, this is what you get for offending Lord Orlando. However, the purple lightning arc came to a sharp stop as it neared Wu Evil's head, then turned 90 degrees and blasted straight towards the old man. Old man? What kind of sorcery is this? The old man was shocked in his heart, and when he saw that the lightning arc was about to strike, he hurriedly shouted, Stop it! If you kill me, Lord Orlando won't let you go. Seeing that Wu Evil did not have the slightest intention of stopping, the old man spoke again. Spare me and I can tell you more about Lord Orlando. Before the old man could finish his words, the purple lightning arc directly struck his head. 370 million. Soul strength plus 31. Raging electric currents wildly coursed through his body, and in the blink of an eye, it electrocuted the old man into charcoal. With a wave of his hand, the formation patterns hidden in every corner of the surroundings appeared in Wu Wei's hand. 4th rank formation, Purple Thunder Formation. Every puppet master was a master of formations, and for the other party to attack him with a formation in front of him, a god-level puppet master, was simply out of his depth. With a gentle crushing of Wu Wei's fingers, he crushed those formation patterns into flying dust. Someone who could lay down a formation of this level could never be from the imperial capital. The opponent should be from the deity continent. The old guy just mentioned a name out of his mouth, Orlando. If Wu Evil guessed correctly, that guy should be the person behind the ant cave. He didn't offend many people. Amount. It should be said that not many people are still alive after he has offended. Nothing but mercy and destruction for that guy. As for mercy and destruction, one shouldn't send this kind of trash to brush up on their experience. They are not so kind. Chapter 83 Secret Treasure, Beast Sack. Yen Linger, who was on the side, was shocked. 370 million damage in one hit. She had never seen such a terrifying attack before. I'm afraid that even the city lord can't deal such damage. Big brother Wu Evil, what is he?
Yen Linger asked.
Wu Wicked shook his head. No one, just a poor guy who can't think straight and seeks his own death. Although he had gotten along quite well with Yen Linger during this period of time, the relationship between the two of them could not yet be called friends. Wu Wicked didn't have the habit of making himself known to the whole world without moving. With a flick of a black leather whip, the old man's spatial ring was removed. Seeing that Wu Wicked didn't want to say anything, Yen Linger didn't continue to pursue the matter. A swift wind swept past, and Sister Lu and the others, who had been standing guard in the distance, waiting for Yen Linger's return, quickly ran over. Miss, are you okay? It's all our fault for not doing our job well, and almost causing Miss to get hurt. Sister Lu's face didn't look too good. Her group had been guarding the place from the beginning to the end. However, none of them even realized that there were any clues, allowing the other party to lay down killing moves under their noses. Almost caused something to happen to the lady. Upon hearing this, Yen Linger glanced at the old man who had been electrocuted into a charcoal, and slightly shook her head. Aunt Lu, I know this matter in my heart. I don't blame you. Wu Wicked didn't have the heart to listen to their bull, and hooked his lips at Sister Lu. Since someone has come to pick you up, my mission is considered complete, so I won't bother you guys to get together, so I'll see you again. Wu Evil's words caused Yen Linger to be slightly stunned, wanting to stay but not knowing what excuse to find. She had a deep understanding of Wu Wei's strength, and if she could befriend him, it would definitely be beneficial to the Waking Lion Trading House. On the side, Sister Lu covered her face with a smile and said, Why is little brother Wu Wicked in such a hurry? How about going to the Waking Lion Trading House to have a seat? Sister Lu appeared to be reaching out to caress her face, but in a direction Yen Linger couldn't see. She opened her mouth at Wu Wei. Lord City Lord invites you to a gathering. Yen Linger on the side didn't notice Sister Lu's small movements. She just hurriedly smiled and nodded. Yes, Big brother Wu Wicked. If you're not busy, then go and sit down. If it wasn't for you protecting me during this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to enter the secret realm. Wu Evil glanced at the two men and finally nodded. Imperial capital, in front of the city gates. A middle-aged man with a group of people greeted him with a smiling face. Daddy. Seeing this, Yen Linger directly jumped into the middle-aged man's arms. Wu Wicked raised his eyes, comparing it to that time in the city lord's mansion. At the moment, Yen Jun was not wearing a mask, and his body had a lot more unnecessary and ornate decorations. His eyes were completely different from the last time they met, full of businessman's calculations. If it wasn't for the fact that Wu Wei was able to see his attribute panel, it would really be hard to connect those two. After exchanging simple pleasantries with Yen Linger, only then did Yen Zhen turn his gaze toward Wu Evil, feigning a first-time meeting and smiling. This is little friend Wu Evil, right? I heard about Linger's matter. Thank you so much. No, it was supposed to be a trade. She paid me enough to protect her. Wu Evil opened his mouth indifferently and did not deliberately tear down Yen Zhen's matter. Yen Zhen smiled and shook his head. One size fits all. This thank you is what you deserve. Wu Evil? Actually, there's no need to say thank you. Wu Wicked took out a bunch of Waking Lion scrolls. Just help me exchange these for star coins, preferably blue star coins. Hee hee. Yen Zhen's eyelids jumped with a smile and smiled meaningfully. This is naturally possible. Then thanks a lot. Wu Wicked took the initiative to hand over an empty spatial ring. Just help me fit it in here. The Waking Lion scrolls were the currency issued by the Waking Lion Trading House. Although with Yen Zhen, the Imperial City Lord, as its backing, it was rather unlikely that it would go out of business. But then again, to put it bluntly, a wake-up roll is just a piece of paper with a special meaning that serves no other purpose at all. In comparison, Wu Wicked still preferred real star coins. The group returned to the Waking Lion Trading House with great vigor. At least within the Imperial capital city, no one had dared to explicitly find trouble with the Waking Lion Trading House. Of course, Yen Zhen wasn't afraid. In the parlor of the Waking Lion Trading House, Little Orange added fuel to the fire and told him all about what happened in the secret realm, especially when he heard the part where Little Orange depicted Wu Evil killing the boss. Yen Zhen's gaze drifted over Wu Evil incredulously. Little Orange. You guys are not seeing it. That boss doesn't have any power to fight back at all in Wu Evil's hands. Wu Evil took the boss in 3 seconds. It's not that the boss is weak, but Wu Evil is just too strong. I think if we are talking about strength, even our Lord City Lord, I'm afraid he's not as good as Wu Evil. Little Orange once pleased up. The mouth cannot hold the words. A brain will be what they think. All said out. Wu Evil smiled at his words and didn't answer, reaching out and stroking Little Tiger's soft, fine fur. The little guy lay comfortably in Wu Evil's arms, sleeping on all fours. But the person who said it had no intention of hearing it. Yen Linger did hear a slight tremor in her heart. Little Orange, no nonsense. How can you compare Lord City Lord? Yen Linger said in a pretense of anger. If today's words were to be spread, not to mention Little Orange, even the Waking Lion Trading House would be in trouble. Just those fanatics of the City Lord alone. A mouthful of spittle from each of them could drown the Little Orange. But this girl, she didn't even notice the seriousness of the matter. Little Orange also knew that he had said too much and was too proud. And with a hefty smile, he hurried back to Yen Linger's side. Yen Jun's eyes flickered, but he pretended to be unconcerned and shook his head with a smile. It wasn't until the subordinate came over with something that he smiled and got up. Little friend Wu Wicked, this is the star coins you want to exchange. A total of 15 million blue star coins, plus 400 million green star coins. So count them. Blue star coin output was not high. Only bosses and elite monsters had a small amount of output, 15 million blue star coins, almost emptying Yen Jin's home base. The remaining 400 million can only be filled with green star coins as well. Wu Wicked accepted the spatial ring, glanced at it, and nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, old brother. Wu Wicked smiled generously. 19 golden Waking Lion scrolls, worth 1.9 billion green star coins. Although the ratio of blue star coins to green star coins was 1 to 100, 100 million green star coins could not be exchanged for 1 million blue star coins. The more conscientious ones will charge you a 5% to 10% processing fee. The black-hearted ones will be even more so. Yen Jun, however, did not charge any handling fee, indicating that he intended to make friends. A bargain for nothing, not to take advantage of. Wu Evil naturally did not polite. This is the Imperial Beast pouch. Thank you, little friend, for bringing my daughter back safely. This is a little token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse it. Yen Jin smiled as he handed Wu Evil another item on the tray. The moment he saw the attributes of the Imperial Beast pouch, Wu Evil's heart beat wildly. Still, he pushed back. No need. I've already received benefits from Miss Yen. I can't take this Imperial Beast bag. Yen Jun, however, smiled faintly. Take it. The district is just something outside of the body. There is nothing that can be compared to the safety of me and my precious daughter. Chapter 84 shocked Yen Jin. Having said that, Wu Evil didn't refuse anymore. Holding the Imperial Beast pouch, his eyelids fluttered slightly. Beast pouch secret treasure. With a huge space of 1,000 meters x 1,000 meters x 1,000 meters, you can access the summons at any time. With this secret treasure, Wu Wicked would be able to carry the summons on his body at all times. Other than that, if you summoned 10,000 rock giants, put them in the Royal Beast pouch and had them all mark themselves, it would be like going out with over 200 billion life points with you. His current unity value was 65,100 points. Even if he summoned 10,000 rock giants, it would only take up 30,000 unity points, and the remaining unity points would be perfectly sufficient. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, Wu Wicked got up to take his leave. And this time, Yen Jin didn't hold back. It was only until Wu Evil disappeared into the hall that Yen Jin looked at Little Orange and Yen Linger before he opened his mouth and asked, "Is this Wu Evil really as strong as you guys make him out to be? Don't hide anything from me. I want to hear the truth," Yen Jin said solemnly. Yen Linger had never seen her father look so serious, and although she didn't know what was going on, she still nodded heavily. At this time, there were no outsiders in the entire reception hall, and Yen Linger no longer had any inhibitions. What Orange just said was exaggerated, but it wasn't adulterated. Saying that, Yen Linger turned the space ring on her hand. In the next second, a bunch of puppets filled up almost the entire reception hall. "This is?" Yen Jin said with some confusion. Yen Linger pointed at a golden puppet and said, "Father, try dropping blood on this puppet's brow." Yen Jin sniffed and immediately did as he was told. However, the moment he saw the attributes of the golem, he didn't hold back a deep breath. Hiss! This puppet! So strong! It wasn't that he hadn't seen puppets before, on the contrary, He knew quite a few puppet masters. But the puppets those people make can only be described as toys. Not only were the materials used extremely precious, making a puppet was also particularly time-consuming and labor-intensive. The point is that the stuff that is produced is all crap. The things that were crafted, most of them, did not have the same attributes as an ordinary monster of the same level, so it was really tasteless to eat and discard. However, the attributes of the puppet in front of him had a life value of hundreds of millions and an attack power of 24,000. And there were a total of 15 such puppets, not counting the one Yenlinger took in. As for the other levels of puppets, although their attributes weren't as good as the gold-level puppets, they were better in numbers. So many puppets. Where did you get them from? Yenjin said in shock. All of these were sold to me by Big Brother Wu Evil for a total of 16 golden waking lion scrolls. Yenlinger said. At those words, Yenjin's eyes went straight. No wonder Wu Evil was able to take out so many golden awakening lion rolls at once. Originally he thought that it was Wu Evil taking the opportunity to extort. Only now do I realize that's what happened. This wave, earn hempa. Thinking of this, Yenjun couldn't help but look at Little Orange with some blame. Such an important matter. Why didn't you say so in the beginning? Little Orange also didn't expect Yenjun to be so agitated. Master, you know me. When I get nervous, it's easy for me to find the point. Yenjin didn't really bother with the Little Orange either. Eyes on fire, he looked at the pile of puppets. With these puppets, it was entirely possible to create a powerful team of 100 people. Hundreds of puppets striking at the same time. He didn't even dare to imagine how powerful it would be. Yenlinger continued to speak at the right time. These puppets? Big Brother Wu Evil didn't even think about it at the time and sold them to me. And it was also very easy for him to take in these puppets. So I guess he should be a powerful puppeteer as well. At those words, Yenjin nodded. This point was indeed possible. He knew very well how to take in and use these puppets, and he also knew that these puppets were of extraordinary value. But he was not heartened. There were only two possibilities. Either he was already so strong that he looked down on these puppets. Either that or he was a powerful puppeteer himself, capable of refining stronger puppets. For these two guesses, Yenjin preferred the latter. After all, the golden puppet's attributes were something that even he didn't dare to take lightly, but Wu Wicked couldn't look at it. That, right there, speaks volumes after all. Who wouldn't want to get stronger? Also, Yenlinger thought for a moment, but she still told what happened when she exited the secret realm. Are you saying that a formation that can instantly inflict 370 million damage was directly crushed by Wu Evil without the slightest hesitation? Yenjin's eyes widened incredulously. Although the arrangement of the formation was tedious, once it was formed, the damage was extremely considerable. What had he missed all this time? Yenlinger nodded. I saw it with my own eyes, and even Aunt Lu and the girls were beside me. They should have seen it as well. And although that strike dealt 370 million damage, I don't think it's the fact that that formation only dealt that much damage, but rather the fact that that mysterious old man only had 370 million life points. At those words, Yenjin nodded heavily. I know. Then he looked seriously at Yenlinger. The imperial capital is not peaceful during this period of time. It would be best for you not to leave the imperial capital. As for these puppets, for the gold level ones, you and Little Orange have one each, and for the others, I'll take them. Originally, Yenjun was still struggling with some things, but now he had already made up his mind. He knew what to choose. Coming to an empty space where no one was, Yenjun pulled out a small paper scroll and handed it out. In the next second, the small paper scroll unexpectedly disappeared into thin air. Yenjun, be sure to personally hand it over to Wu Evil. Yes, my lord. The other side. Before Wu Wicked left the Waking Lion trading house, he found Old Huang. All of those low-grade spatial rings in his hand, as well as low-grade materials, were offered. Old Huang was fast and efficient as a heavenly appraiser. But in half an hour, Wu Wicked had another 300 million green star coins in his pocket. Those things are worthless, but they are better in quantity. It also made Wu Wicked a small fortune. Wu Wicked folded his hands. Thank you for the gift of nature. Just after walking out of the Waking Lion trading house, Wu Wicked had a small paper scroll in his hand. Wu Wicked unfolded curiously. During the time you've been gone, 2 waves of people have investigated you, and they're very strong. But don't worry, my people didn't say anything. After reading the contents of the note, Wu Wicked's fingers slightly exerted force, and in the next second, the note was kneaded into a pile of broken pieces by him. A coldness flashed under Wu Evil's eyes, He didn't need to think about it to know who the person investigating him was. Mercy and destruction. Because of the Scarlet Destiny card, they didn't dare to come down and trouble Wu Wicked personally, so they arranged for someone else to step in, very much in keeping with their vindictive nature. What about God? Don't look at those guys who call themselves gods as crowned on the surface, but behind their backs they don't know how shady they are. After all, the very existence that had killed its way out of billions of people would not really be stupid. They were merely sparing their lives and afraid of the rules of the deity continent. But as long as they didn't come in person, no matter who they sent, Wu Evil wasn't afraid. Wu Evil's eyes sank slightly. When my puppet is refined and the little one's level rises at that time, think of a way to trick mercy and destruction into coming down and pull them into the life and death ring to do away with them. Chapter 85 False God Level Puppet. Wu Wicked took out the space key. With a burst of light wrapping him up, in the next second, he had left the Imperial City. With a single step forward, Wu Wicked entered a state of concealment and plunged headlong into the dense forest. Let's find a place to refine the puppet first, and Little Tiger's level should be raised as soon as possible. What Wu Wicked doesn't know is this. The moment he left the Imperial capital, a figure appeared at the place where Wu Evil had disappeared. The man appeared clad in a white robe, but did not attract a single person's attention. Huh? What's going on? How did people suddenly disappear? I can't feel that brat's presence at all within the range of my senses. The white-robed man frowned slightly. It should be a long-distance displacement ability, and the displacement distance exceeds 3 kilometers. Truly worthy of being the kid who made even Lord Mercy feel a headache. He's really tough to deal with. The white-robed man stretched out his finger and made a point in the air. In the next second, the scraps of paper that had been rubbed into pieces by Wu Evil regrouped and changed back to their original form. Seeing the contents of the note, the white-robed man's expression turned cold. I still underestimated this trashy place. The white-robed man's face was cloudy. A level 60 trash that he hadn't even put in his eyes had accomplished this series of small actions right under his nose. Immediately, the white-robed man let out a cold snort. A piece of trash. To even presume to sabotage Lord Mercy's plan, truly damned. As soon as the words fell, the white-robed man transformed into a clear wind and disappeared in place. At the same time, 3 black-robed men appeared with them. The black-robed man at the head of the group made a seal with his hands, and his thin lips lightly opened. Time folding. In the next second, the image of when the white-robed man appeared just now was reflected above the 3 people's pupils. A moment later, the black-robed man at the head laughed out coldly. It's really that group of scum from the Mercy camp. Isn't this just right? With them out there, all we need to do is sit back and enjoy it. Another black-robed man said. Yeah, I don't think so. We can't do everything, but we can't do nothing either. The last black-robed man said with a cold smile. Oh, what do you mean by that? Mercy's group of lickspittles want to kill the Imperial City Lord. We can't pretend we don't know about it. This is the best opportunity to deepen the hatred between Wu Evil and Mercy. You mean we step in and save him? The man grinned and sold the idea, saved or not. Seeing that he didn't intend to say it explicitly, in an instant, killing intent was displayed on the other 2 black-robed men. Baka! I hate Riddlers. Me too. Ahem, the black-robed man coughed twice and said in a hurry. We stepped in to save him from the mercy of the people, leaving him to take his last breath, so that if he wants to die for a while, he can't die, and if he wants to live, he can't live. What would you do if you were Wu Evil and knew that someone had become this way because they passed a message to you? At those words, the other 2 brightened up. Shaga, wonderful. That's a wonderful idea. Let Wu Evil and Mercy dogfight. I'm sure Lord Destruction would love to see the show. After saying that, the 3 black-robed men disappeared into thin air. The other side, Wu Wicked found a cave. Summon a rock giant to block the entrance. And he took out the white moon mirage crystals and space stones, as well as Hodge's corpse, plus a whole bunch of auxiliary materials. Wu Evil. The materials have finally been collected. I hope you won't let me down. Countless blue star coins were thrown out by Wu Wicked in a seemingly haphazard manner. But if a formation master saw it, he would definitely be shocked out of his mind. Nima. This is a spirit formation diagram. Someone actually dared to set up a spirit formation like this. Aren't you afraid that the spirit formation diagram will collapse and blow yourself up? Time flew by, and it was dark in the blink of an eye. As the last array pattern was struck into Hodge's body, a golden filament of light, like human tendons, flashed from head to toe. and the light goes down from 1 filament of light into 10,000. The next second, Hodge got up from the ground.
Fraudulent Pseudo-God Golem.
Rank 30. Life value 90 billion. Magic attack power 780,000. Physical defense 170,000. Magic resistance 150,000. Divine power fraud energy 30,000. A pseudo-god level puppet, finally refined. Looking at the puppet in front of him, Wu Evil was satisfied. After using so many spirit materials, it didn't make the puppet's attributes enhanced though, but it was good enough to keep his original attributes. Don't look at his low level, only level 30, but after all, he was a pseudo-god level puppet. The difficulty of refining was so high that it far exceeded even those high-grade extreme puppets. Wu Wicked got up and moved his muscles. Tiger, on the other hand, slept through the night. In response, Wu Evil favored him with a smile. It's normal for a tiger cub that's only just been born to sleep a little more. However, it was already very late in the day, and Wu Wicked had no intention of going out. Settled for a night in a cave, until just after dawn the next day. Wu Wei and Xiaohu opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Woken up by hunger. Hungry. The little tiger stretched out his furry little paw and pointed to his stomach. Wu Evil smiled faintly. I'll take you out to find something delicious in no time. Putting away the rock giants blocking the door, he then scooped up little tiger and rushed out. Pet upgrades are not the same as human upgrades. Just give them food. Spirit plants, spirit fruits, or monster corpses can be converted into their experience. But the stuff is different, and the experience of digesting it all into one is different. Wu Wicked casually slaughtered a level 43 rock snake, and little tiger stepped forward and swallowed it in one gulp. Chewy, chewy. At the same time, Wu Wicked also heard Xiaohu's heartfelt words. So hard to eat chili. It's the same as eating rocks. Wu Evil. After eating a level 43 rock snake, Xiaohu's experience bar didn't even move a bit. It seemed that even the corpses of high-level monsters still had no way to be converted into the energy needed for pet upgrades. It still had to be the corpses of boss monsters, and only the corpses of boss-level monsters had enough sufficient energy. If I had known, I would have saved some pieces of boss meat before. As he looked around, he was surrounded by messy rocks, and the most common monster in this rocky ridge was the rock snake. The commotion just now had attracted the attention of many rock snakes. There were spitting cores approaching towards Wu Evil. Wu Wicked patted the Imperial Beast pouch on his waist, and in a flash, thousands of moon wolves rushed out. A blade of light flashed by, directly cutting the rock snake into 2 sections. I have to say, this thing is just easy to use. It's just that Xiaohu looked at the rock snake corpse on the ground and this time said he wouldn't eat anything. Tough to eat. No food. Wu Evil helplessly held his forehead and smiled bitterly, rubbing little tiger's head. All right, if you don't eat, don't eat. I'll get you something delicious later. Xiaohu nodded like garlic. As Wu Wicked led a group of moon wolves deeper, 1 Kunar hour later, Wu Wicked sensed a powerful aura slowly approaching. Little tiger, who had originally squinted his eyes, also poked his head out at this moment. Hiss! A large gray snake covered in spikes appeared in front of Wu Evil. Spiked rock serpent silver level boss. Rank 43. Life value 12 million. Magic attack power 16,000. Physical defense 4480. Magic resistance 3,400. Talent. Thorns and Thorns physical attacks rebound 30% of the physical damage dealt. Chapter 86 Little Tiger's Terrifying Attributes. A level 43 silver boss. Wu Wicked raised an eyebrow. Such a monster, now he really didn't put it in his eyes. Turning the space ring in his hand, he threw out the pseudo-god level puppet Hodge. Self-exploding bees are even. This is Little Tiger's food. You can't make it too crumbly or you won't be able to eat it. It's the perfect time to try out the puppet's strength. With a thought, the golem charged straight out. Raising his hand was a hand slash. Hiss! The spiked rock snake was able to sense that this fellow rushing towards him had a very unusual strength. But it didn't sit back and wait for death, and took the initiative to strike. Its huge snake tail with spikes quickly flung out, like a meteor hammer, and fiercely lashed at the puppet's body. However, the spiked rock serpent's all-out strike didn't even break through the puppet's defense. 0. A pitiful amount of damage floated up above the golem's head. No defense breaking at all. At the same time, The golem also came to the side of the spiked rock serpent, and the hand blade with a bit of green light slashed at the spiked rock serpent's snake body. 10.61 million. With the skills boost, the golem dealt tens of millions of damage in a single strike, barely missing the spiked rock serpent with one hand. Hiss! The spiked rock snake's throat let out a shrill whine of pain, yet the golem didn't give it the slightest chance. As soon as he grabbed the spiked rock snake's 7 inches, he twisted with force, and the last bit of the spiked rock snake's life value drained away. Ding! You have slain the level 43 silver class boss, Spiked Rock Serpent, and gained plus 910,000 experience points. Gained blue star coin plus 76, green star coin plus 1,512 gained equipment. Venomous tooth dagger, thorn armor, gained props. Spiked Rock Serpent soul core, soul strength plus 8, enhanced by the divine pattern of knowledge. As long as you kill monsters whose level is not lower than your own level, the experience value gained is increased by an additional 200%. So a level 43 silver boss gave Wu Evil 910,000 experience points. Upgrading from 41 to 42 itself only requires 2.7 million experience points. Together with the experience given by killing the secret boss before, Wu Evil's body lit up with the light of upgrading, and his level successfully rose to level 42. At that moment, the golem dragged the body of the boss and placed it in front of Wu Wei. Little Tiger's eyes lit up at the sight and he jumped straight to the ground. His mouth opened and a suction force rushed out of his mouth. In just a few moments of work, a spiked rock snake that was far more than 100 times his size was swallowed into Xiao Hu's mouth in one piece. It was really hard for Wu Evil to imagine how such a small mouth could eat such a large piece of meat. Tiger. Chew chew chew. There's something weird about the taste of this chili. Wu Evil reached out and rubbed Little Tiger's furry ears. What's wrong? Still not appetizing. At the same time, Tiger's heartbeat resounded again. Weirdly delicious. The movement in Wu Wei's hand froze. Where did you learn all this? Don't learn everything. Learning everything will only harm you. Gulp, as Xiao Hu swallowed the meat in his mouth. In the next second, his body flickered with upgrades in succession. It was only a matter of moments before his level rose to 24. Opening the pet panel and looking at Little Tiger's attributes after upgrading, he was directly dumbstruck. Wu Wicked's pet Xiao Hu origin missing. Rank? 24. Life value? 26.8 billion. Attack power? 8,060,000. Physical defense? 2.15 million. Magic resistance? 2.15 million. Talent? Killing field. Expand a field with a radius of 100 meters. All enemies within the field will have their 3 speeds reduced by 50% and will receive physical damage of attack power x 300% every second. Bloodline deterrence. Suppresses a target whose life level is lower than your own, reducing its attack power by 50%. Holy! Although Wu Wicked had prepared himself mentally, he realized it when he saw Little Tiger's attributes. He was still less prepared. Tiger is only level 24 now. 26.8 billion lifesteal, 8.06 million attack power, and a whopping 2.15 million double defense. Wu Evil thought of a famous saying, simply horrible as hell. Is this the strength of a divine beast? Look at the words inside that bracket at the end of Tiger's name. The corners of Wu Evil's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Even with a missing origin, it's so strong. If Little Tiger in its complete state, how terrifying would it be? But Wu Nausea Lane is content. If there really wasn't any problem at all, such a strong divine beast, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be able to be taken in as a pet by him. After a simple breakfast, Little Tiger licked his fleshy paws. His hind legs gave out, and he pounced directly into Wu Wicked's arms. Stretching his limbs, he yawned and squinted into sleep once more. Seeing this, Wu Wicked held his forehead and laughed bitterly. It's true that when you eat and sleep, you don't have any worries at all. It's so boring. Why don't we just find him a class? Perhaps hearing Wu Evil's words, the sleeping little guy's tiger body shook as if he was having a nightmare and moaned in pain. Ah! Now Wu is comfortable in his nausea. Only then did Wu Wei flip open his backpack space to check the boss's drop from earlier. The 2 pieces of equipment, the tooth dagger was bronze grade and the thorn armor was silver grade. The special effect of the thorn armor was not bad. Every time he was attacked, he fixedly rebounded 15,000 points of damage. For meat suit knights, this effect can go a long way to make up for their lack of damage. Unfortunately, this damage could not be seen by Wu Wei, and it was armor which Wu Wei could not equip. The last prop, the soul core of the spiked rock serpent. Spiked rock snake's soul core. After using it, you gain AB rank talent Thorns and Thorns body when you receive a physical attack. It bounces back 30% of the physical damage you receive. The results are not bad either. Looking at his talent panel, Wu Evil's eyes lit up. It directly swallowed the spiked rock snake soul core. Then steal the C rank talent and drag it towards the Thorn Stinger. This operation requires the consumption of 500,000 blue star coins. Do you wish to continue? Go on. Unlike skills, talents have no options. After Wu Wicked clicked the continue button on the panel, the talent panel directly changed. A rank talent Thorns and Thorns when subjected to physical attack power, rebound 300% x your own physical defense damage. After the fusion, the talent level was raised from B rank to A rank. The effect also changes from 30% of the opponent's attack damage to 300% of its own physical defense damage. With the changed talent, you won't be afraid of being rounded up in the future. And the damage becomes a fixed counter so that just taking a physical attack will counter 3 times the damage of physical defense. For those guys whose attacks couldn't even break their own defenses, this damage was absolutely fatal. Especially assassins and archers who specialize in multiple attacks, this counter damage is an absolute nightmare for them. For the changed talent, Wu Evil was still relatively satisfied. At least it wasn't any cat or dog that thought they could sneak up on him in the future. After the fusion, the steel bone talent disappeared, and Wu Wicked took out a tungsten steel puppet's core to use. And once again, he dragged the steel towards the thorny stabbing body. However, it didn't work. It seems that talent can only be raised by fusion and cannot be fused repeatedly. Chapter 87 Regional Boss Stygian Abyssal Spiny Scale. Carrying Little Tiger in his arms, he continued forward, and the rock snakes he encountered along the way were directly killed by the moon wolf who rushed at the front. Normal level 43 monsters in the wild didn't have a high experience value. Even with the extra double experience bonus, a monster gave a pitiful less than 1,000 experience points. Out of the novice protection period, the monster's experience plummeted. Wu Wicked somewhat missed the feeling of brushing the monsters in the secret realm. The monsters there had strong attributes, but they did give more experience. Most of all, the number of monsters is high. It was 3 hours later that Wu Wicked stopped. Gaze into the gully in front of you. The 3 feet wide gully was densely filled with rock snakes. Young and adult snakes are available. They were intertwined with each other, and it was a sight to behold. Wu Evil? These monsters, looking at them made him dense with phobia. A slap woke Tiger up. Go! Now it's your turn to behave. The talent that Little Tiger possessed, the killing domain, was definitely the nemesis of these monsters. Combined with his super strong attack power, ordinary monsters were directly seconded, and boss monsters didn't even last 3 seconds. Forced on, the tiger reached out a paw and scratched his ear, then lifted his nose and sniffed. There's a weird, yummy smell. Its furry tiger face showed a look of surprise that was visible to the naked eye, then took a leap of faith and jumped right into the gully. Wu Evil. It's a foodie, no doubt. Killing domain open. As Xiaohu's heart rang out, a dense stream of kill beeps came to Wu Evil's ears. The information on the number of kills in the upper left corner of the site was also scrolling rapidly. But in just 10 seconds or so, Wu Evil's experience value had increased by more than 50%. 42 upgrade 43 requires 3 million experience points, half of which is 1.5 million. This efficiency can only be described as horrific. And Tiger's killing didn't stop there. His tiny body, stepping over the rock serpent, looked up and sniffed. Continue running towards the distance. Not long after, a system alert sounded in Wu Wicked's ears. Ding! You have slain the level 43 silver class boss, Black Striped Rock Serpent, and gained plus 910,000 experience points. Soul Strength plus 8. Ding! You have slain the level 44 silver class boss, Red Armored Rock Serpent, and gained plus 950,000 experience points. Soul Strength plus 8. Ding! You have slain the level 44 silver class boss, Shadow Rock Serpent, and gained plus 950,000 experience points. Soul Strength plus 8. A series of beeps caused Wu Evil's level to rise by another level. He didn't even get to see the face of the boss before the boss was killed by Tiger. Sensing Little Tiger's pleasant mood, Wu Evil smiled helplessly. It's still the experience value of bosses that's high. The experience value of 3 bosses is worth several thousand normal monsters. Meanwhile, in the distance, dark clouds were gathering above Little Tiger's head. A voice that sounded like thunder rang out in the sky above. Due to the fact that you have slaughtered all the rock snakes in Chaos Ridge, you have attracted the attention of the area boss, the Rock Snake King Stygian Abyssal Spine Scale, which will descend in 10 minutes, and at that time, if you're still in the Rock Snake territory, it will hunt you down and kill you without end. The area boss of the Chaos Ridge. Wu Wicket's eyes lit up. The refresh time for area bosses is around 10 days, and the difficulty is enormous. And it couldn't be killed by a sea of people because the area boss also possessed the characteristics of a lord boss. The more people that appeared within the boss's range, the stronger its attributes became. But this kind of boss was able to drop good things, rare talents, skills, props, even high-quality equipment, everything. Upon hearing this, Wu Evil quickly swept towards Little Tiger's direction. At the moment, Little Tiger stood at the edge of the gully, picking the remnants of snake meat from his teeth with his sharp claws. Those bright eyes smelled of contentment. 10 minutes went by in a flash. Next, the dark clouds overhead spread like a whirlpool toward the ground. It wasn't until the dark clouds dissipated that the boss was revealed. Stygian Spiny Scales Regional Boss. Rank: 45. Life value: 1.8 billion. Magic attack power: 250,000. Physical defense: 66,000. Magic resistance: 35,000. Talent: Stygian Gaze pulls the target into the Stygian illusion, rendering them completely incapacitated and unable to awaken, even if attacked. The moment he saw the boss, Wu Evil subconsciously looked around. However, there was no second person present in the entire chaotic rock ridge besides him. Wu Evil? Scare yourself. If it were before and an area boss appeared, I'm afraid that in less than 3 minutes, the place where the boss appeared would be surrounded by people. Something like this exclusive access to resources now was something you wouldn't have dared to think about before. Not a single person argued with him, making Wu Evil a little less comfortable. I have to say, that's something NPCs still can't do. The number of people was too small, except for some major secret realms, where they might still be present. With sudden area bosses like this one, there's not a single NPC to be seen around. With his eyes once again on the boss's attribute panel, Wu Evil shook his head slightly. Weak. Just too weak. This attribute is completely incomparable to Little Tiger. On the other side, Little Tiger looked at the Snake King Pluto Abyssal Spine Scale, and his little round eyes glowed straight up. Good. Good smell. What a great smell. His mouth was half open, drool dripping to the ground along his slightly spat-out tongue. Stygian Spine Scale? As an area boss, it already possessed an extremely high level of divine intelligence. Stygian Spine Scale gazed around the room. There was only one man and one beast underneath him. It's obviously just 2 little guys. But why do I have a bad feeling? Especially at the sight of Tiger's drooling eyes, Stygian Spine Scale's heart just jutted out. He quickly adjusted his mind, and his eyes became cloudy as a Moro death aura erupted from its eyes. Get in there and repent, all of you. Stygian Gaze. A black light enveloped Wu Wicked and Little Tiger, and it did not enter the bodies of one person and one beast. However, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Tiger. Smells good. Wu Evil. What is this guy twisting? It's clear that everything happened, but it's like it didn't. Stygian Spine Scale was outright dumbfounded. What's going on? How are these 2 guys completely unaffected? Little Tiger was a divine beast white tiger. His life level was far higher than that of an area boss, and this attack was ineffective against him. As for Wu Wicked, the strength of his soul left behind the Stygian Abyssal Spine Scale by hundreds of streets. Much less could it take effect on him. Wu Wicked reached out and wiped his hand on the Imperial Beast pouch at his waist, and in the next second, countless moonwolves and small bees swarmed out. Small bees were hidden in Moonwolf's fur, following his figure as he traveled quickly through the shadows on the ground. It soon came to Stygian Spine Scale. Little Tiger was also not willing to show weakness. His limbs gave out and leapt. His body transformed into a flash of residual shadow, directly rushing over. Chapter 88 SS Grade Talent Boundary Breakthrough. Seek Death. Seeing the Moon Wolf approaching, Stygian Abyssal Spine Scale directly opened its mouth for it to swallow. Then, boom! The Moon Wolf was just the bait. The real killing move was the self-destructing bees hiding inside the Moon Wolf's fur. The explosion coming from his body blew right through the belly of the Stygian Abyssal Spiny Scale. A sudden movement came. Stygian Spine Scales looked down slightly, incredulously at his tattered belly. Why is this happening? However, it was not given any time to react at all. Little Tiger followed closely behind, his sharp tiger claws slapping fiercely on Stygian spiny scale's body. Several bone-deep bloody marks were drawn. One by one, huge damage floated up on Stygian abyssal spine scale's head. In less than a kunosecond, Stygian abyssal spiny scale's body went limp, and he fell heavily to the ground. Boo! The huge body fell to the ground, splashing a smoke as high as 10 meters. Until it died, its mouth was slightly open, its eyes full of disbelief. Ding! You have killed the level 45 area boss, Stygian abyssal spine scale, and gained experience value of plus 154 million. Gained blue star coin plus 1,341. Green star coin plus 3,412. Gained equipment. Stygian Aria robe, spiny scale demon sword. Gained props. SS grade talent awakening stone. Soul strength plus 51. It wasn't that the area bosses weren't strong, but the entire chaotic rock ridge only had the presence of Wu evil. The attributes of the Stygian spine scale didn't raise up at all. The Stygian abyssal spine scale that didn't enjoy the number of people attribute bonus was simply not enough in front of Wu evil. Wu Wicked checked the equipment dropped by the monster, a cloth armor robe and a long sword. The long knife. Wu Wicked didn't even look at it and directly threw it into the backpack space. Then dropped his gaze to the top of his cloth armor.
Stygianaria robe cloth armor tunic.
Quality. Mythical. Physical defense. Plus 2,600. Spirit. Plus 1,250. Feature. When taking magic damage, there is a 15% chance that the damage will be swallowed and converted into mana. Effects. When fatal damage is inflicted, automatically trigger Void Fold Leap, instantly teleport to a random location within 1 kilometer, and immunize from damage for 1 second, cooldown time 1 hour. Equipment level 45. Level 45 mythic equipment that comes with an immunity to life skill is not bad overall. Above gold is legendary, then mythic, then meteor. This outfit, overall, is good. It's just that the level is quite high, and Wu Wicked's current level is only 43, 2 levels short of being able to equip it. Last prop. SS grade talent awakening stone. After using it, you can obtain a random SS grade talent. Wu Wicked then hit the ground running for a minute. Yeah, that's the good stuff. With a forceful movement of his palm, the SS grade talent awakening stone was instantly crushed by him. Boo-hoo! The shattered talent awakening petrified into roiling points of light, wrapping Wu Wicked's entire body. Next. Ding! You have used the SS grade talent awakening stone to obtain the SS grade talent boundary break. SS level talent. Boundary breaking. The ability to equip equipment that exceeds one's own level by up to 5 levels. When he saw this talent effect, Wu Evil obviously froze for a moment. Ability to wear equipment that exceeds your level by 5 levels. This talent might look like a cockamamie, but Wu Wicked was clear that this talent in the mid and late stages was definitely considered terrifying. For every 10 levels of equipment, the effect of the additional basic attributes will be raised by 1 notch. As for the equipment in the middle and late stages, even if it is only a difference of 1 level, the basic attributes attached to the equipment may differ by hundreds of thousands. At level 99, equipped with level 104 equipment with a group of people whose level does not exceed level 99, entering the secret realm together, the lead is absolutely huge. In the face of absolute numerical values, all operations and skills are floating clouds. This talent is also moderately good among the supporting SS rank talents. Perhaps this talent couldn't be seen as much of an effect on other people, but it was definitely practical when it came to Wu Wicked. One more thing with this talent, the equipment you just got, the Stygian Aria robe, can be equipped. Wu Wicked still had one last primary abyssal crystal, which he used directly on this equipment to add abyssal attributes to it. A purple light flashed, and the Stygian Aria robe added an attribute. Abyssal attribute, Spirit plus 660. After changing into the equipment, Wu Evil's spiritual attribute increased from 65,705 points to 66,965 points, more or less an entry. On the other hand, Little Tiger opened his mouth and swallowed the corpse of Stygian abyssal spine scale in 1 bite. His mouth was like a black hole, and the huge snake that was more than 30 meters long was swallowed by him in 1 bite, and even in the end, his belly was not enlarged at all. If it wasn't for the crazy flashing light of leveling up on his body, Wu Wicked would have suspected that he was faking eating. Xiaohu's level soared until it stopped at level 43. The energy of the corpse of the Stygian spine scale boss was much more than that. This is because the level of the pet cannot exceed the level of the owner. Pet upgrades weren't difficult, something Wu Evil had known for a long time. But to Xiaohu this fast, Wu Evil is really the first time to see. Other pets eat a piece of boss beast meat, and after digesting it, they gain so much experience. Tiger, on the other hand, directly omitted the process of digestion. The straight-up meat, give experience, meat, give experience. Wu Wicked bitterly laughed this and shook his head. If not for the presence of himself as a procrastinator, he was afraid that he would be able to eat his way to full level within 10 days. Noticing that Wu Evil was looking at him, Xiaohu hemmed and hawed, and with a movement of his feet, he appeared in Wu Evil's arms. The speed was so fast that Wu Evil's eyes could not follow it at all. Wu Wei's gaze went to the little tiger in his arms, who grunted and rubbed his head against Wu Wei as if he was looking for a comfortable position. At the same time, little tiger's attribute panel then appeared in front of Wu Wei. Wu Wicked's pet Xiaohu origin missing. Rank 43. Life value 739.6 billion. Attack power 130 million. Physical defense 27,520,000. Magic resistance 27,520,000. Talent. Killing field expand a field with a radius of 100 meters. All enemies within the field will have their 3 speeds reduced by 50% and will receive physical damage of attack power x 300% every second. Bloodline deterrence. Suppresses a target whose life level is lower than your own, reducing its attack power by 50%. Wu Evil looked at the attribute panel in front of him, his eyes glazed over, though this time he was ready again early on. However, it was found that there was still less preparation. Oh, that life value. Oh, that attack. Oh, that defense. I just want to know who the hell can break through his defense. In the past, they used to eat chaff, now occasionally eat a good meal. Wu Evil himself is not accustomed to it. Little Tiger was asleep at the moment, sleeping with a whimper. Luckily, the boy is a very peaceful sleeper and doesn't kick his dream feet or anything. Otherwise, with his attack power, Wu Evil would definitely not dare to hold him. Looking at the little white tiger in his arms, Wu Evil was inexplicably relieved. It's a good thing it's my pet, or it would be a real pain in the ass to play with. Chapter 89. I'm sorry, but a large number is marvelous. The Pseudo-God level puppet had been successfully refined, and Little Tiger's level had risen. There was no need for Wu Wei to stay here now. The refresh time for the monsters of the Rambling Ridge hadn't arrived yet, and the refresh time for the bosses was even longer. Wu Wicked glanced at the already sleeping little white tiger and smiled faintly. Let's go. We should also go back to the Imperial capital and see what gifts those two have prepared for us. If Wu Evil had used the Scarlet Destiny card before, Wu Evil still had a bit of a bluff. Now then, with Little Tiger's help in the battle, he had a great certainty that he would be able to get them killed. However, Wu Wicked had just opened the spatial ring. A beam of blood-red light shot straight at his brow. At this same time, an indifferent voice came from Wu Wei's ears. Ding! Yale has used the Scarlet Destiny card on you and is about to enter the ring of life and death. Before Wu Wicked could get a good look at the person's face, he felt his body sink. When his sight returned again, Wu Wei had already appeared in a huge ring that was entangled with ropes in all directions. It was said to be a ring, but in reality the life and death ring was as big as an entire soccer field. There was a curtain of light in the middle of the ring, separating Wu Evil and Yale on either side. On the light screen in the center, a scarlet countdown flashed, and the battle wouldn't begin until the countdown ended. Now it's just a matter of each preparing and putting in a hard word. And beyond the ring, it was all endless darkness. Wu Wei raised his eyebrows, and there was no panic in his eyes. Just kidding, he's got Tiger in his arms, what's he panicking about? Little Tiger was his pet and naturally followed Wu Evil to the life and death ring. Wu Wicked gazed across the room. The man's body was wrapped in a white robe. It was impossible to see what he looked like, nor could he distinguish between a man and a woman. Level 43, what a weakling. Among the white robes, a cold but nice voice came from the middle of the white robes, and even if one couldn't see the other party's face, and could only hear the voice, it could make people think of it. So seductive, now Wu Wicked knew whether the other party was male or female. Underneath that white robe, it was definitely a man, because only men know best. Who are you with? Wu Evil opened his mouth indifferently, while a staff with an ancient shape slowly appeared in his hand. Even if the opponent's level was lowered to the same level as his, Wu Wei was not the slightest bit careless. Since the other party dared to give up his advantages in level and equipment to pull himself into this life and death ring, he must have prepared in advance. Yale laughed. Wu Evil is it, I can give you an option, cut yourself and suffer a little less skin. Wu Evil suddenly snorted out a laugh, stroked Little Tiger's ear, and said, I'll return this sentence to you as is. If you cut yourself now, I can still make you suffer less. Arrogant, the white-robed man snorted coldly. Since you are so ungrateful, don't blame me for not being polite. As the white-robed man reached out and slapped his hand on his waist, thousands of snow leopard-like summons appeared in the ring. Surprisingly, it's also a summoner. Wu Wei raised his eyebrows slightly. In the later stages of the summoner, one person can make an army. Although this guy's level had been suppressed to level 43, the basic attributes of the equipment on his body had also been suppressed to the level of level 43. But in some ways, the other side still has a natural advantage. For example, base attribute growth, this guy is a 6th rank summoner. 6th level summoners get up to 50x base growth. If his summoner profession fit was 80% or higher, he would get 400 free attribute points per level. There are also attributes boosted by encounters that are retained. When Wu Evil's gaze landed on Yale, Yale also looked at Wu Evil and laughed coldly. Bumpkin, haven't seen it before. This is a secret treasure, the Imperial Beast Pouch, capable of storing summoned objects. Against me who can summon thousands of summons in an instant, do you think you still have a chance of winning? Wu Wei gave him a blank look. Idiot. With that, Yale's attribute panel appeared in front of him. Name, Yale. Rank, 43. Profession, 6th Order Summoner. Life value, 52.92 million. Mana, 130 million. Magic attack power, 240,000. Physical defense, 72,000. Magic resistance, 195,000. Physical, 51,000. Mental, 160,000. Uniformity value, 1853. Yale's Summon Raging Tooth Snow Leopard. Life value, 5.71 million. Attack power, 271,000. Defense, 149,000. Talent, Ice Wizard unaffected by the cold attribute. Each attack carries 80% ice damage, and each attack has a 15% chance of freezing the target. Wu Wicked looked a little odd. How? Yale's base attributes were completely capable of crushing Wu Evil. But with the addition of those natural abilities and hidden skills of Wu Evil, Yale's panel attributes were somewhat worthless. Especially his unity value, which was only a pitiful 1,853 points. Not even a fraction of your own. It was important to realize that Wu Evil's unity value was as high as 66,960. The unity value was the most important attribute of a summoner, and when compared like this, there was absolutely no comparison between the two. Wu Wicked couldn't really hold back a snort. But Wu Wicked's appearance, which fell in Yale's eyes, caused an unconscious and nameless fire to rise in his heart. Are you looking down on me? Wu Evil smiled and waved his hand. You're overthinking it. I'm crushing you. Yale? Good boy. Crazy enough. I haven't encountered someone as arrogant as you in a long time. I hope you'll still be able to laugh when the battle starts later. Underneath the robe, Yale's mouth grinned in a cruel arc. Wu Wei smiled noncommittally and reached out his hand. And in the next second, countless moon wolves appeared on Wu Wei's side of the preparation ground. There were so many of them that they took up almost the entire space of the venue. Yale could barely even see Wu Wicked as he glanced around. This? How is this possible? What makes you able to summon so many summons? And how could you, a low-world bumpkin, also have a secret treasure Imperial Beast bag? Secret treasure. That was a treasure that was not even common in the deity continent. This secret treasure of his was still obtained after he made a great contribution to Lord Mercy. Yale's eyes were dead set on the moon wolf behind the curtain of light. A look that wanted to stare them through. Unfortunately, he didn't have the eye of insight and couldn't see the moon wolf's attributes. Wu Evil smiled noncommittally. What I just said still stands. You'll suffer less if you cut yourself now. Arrogant. Yale gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Don't think you're great just because you're outnumbered. Summons are not compared to numbers, but strength. In the face of absolute strength, numbers are worthless. Yale drank in a cold voice. He didn't believe that the other party's summons could still be as strong as his own. because he had a natural advantage over his opponent when it came to attributes. Don't forget that the strength of a summon is tied to its own spiritual attributes. Wu Wicked shrugged his shoulders and said in a single word, "But I think that a large number is marvelous." Then once again, he reached out and slapped his hand to the Imperial Beast pouch. In a flash, the crowds of self-destructing bees flew out. Like a black cloud, it shrouded the entire sky above the ring. Chapter 90. Destroying Hitomi and Preventing Resurrection. Crazy. This world is crazy. What makes you still able to summon, and just how much unity value do you have? Yale stared up at the swarm of bees above him with wide, dead eyes. Originally, he had thought that it was a beautiful job for Lord Mercy to send him to kill a low-world brat. It's only now that I realize that this errand, it's really killing me. No wonder Lord Mercy took it so seriously. Suddenly, an image flashed through Yale's mind. Just the other day, Lord Mercy left her chambers and came back again covered in a wretched appearance. Earlier the crowd was discussing whether or not Destruction and Mercy had a sneaky date. After all, Destruction was also closed after that day. Looking back on the incident now, a bold guess suddenly came to his mind. Wasn't it then that Lord Mercy crossed the border to come here and then suffered a great loss at the hands of this boy? Hiss! It's just a guess, though, and an unwarranted one at that. I don't know what's going on. Yale thinks it's likely. The 30-second lead time is soon over. Wu Evil had been impatient for a long time, and immediately raised his finger to Yale and coldly grunted, "Together, tear him apart." Looking at the summons as dense as a tidal wave, Yale gulped. Immediately, he ordered his snow leopard to go up top. At the same time, with a big wave of his hand, a light enveloped all the snow leopards. Blood chi increase. One moment, the summon that was originally the size of a lion instantly grew a circle in size. Also enhanced was the strength of the summons, which had increased their overall strength by 30%. However, these summons did not make a single wave in front of the tens of thousands of moon wolves. A turn ends and it all comes to nothing. The moment before the moon wolf rushed to Yale and was about to tear him apart, Yale gritted his teeth and opened his mouth with a sneer. "Wu Evil, don't think you've won. We'll meet again in the future." Yale's face was hard, but his eyes showed little fear. Wu Wei raised his eyebrows slightly. This was a life and death ring. One side would not die until the other side was out. It's hard not to see how he can come back to life. However, Yale seemed to have seen clearly what Wu Evil was thinking, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile as he said, "I lost this time, but Lord Orlando will not let you go." Wu Evil? Orlando? What Orlando? Isn't this guy a mercy guy? Yale had no intention of explaining, and simply gave up struggling, allowing the moon wolf to tear him apart, until the last moon slash cut through Yale's body and his life value was completely emptied, bursting with a load of equipment. At the same time, a red aura gradually floated up from Yale's body. The red on was like smoke, and the moon wolf couldn't touch it. Slowly, he drifted toward the dark world outside the ring. However, in the next second, a black aura like a silver needle swept away from Wu Evil's pupils, directly shattering the red aura. "Kill the pupil." Within the red on, Yale's shocked voice came out. "No! How can you break the blessing of the Lord? I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die." Ahaheh. Vaguely, Wu Wicked seemed to hear Yale's trembling from his soul. Soul strength plus 31. So many. Wu Evil bared his teeth lightly. Don't look at the fact that it was only 31 points, but it was the residue left after the soul was churned up by the extermination pupil. Even if Wu Evil's reaction was slow, he guessed what had just happened. That guy had the ability to resurrect, and the extermination pupil ended his chances of resurrection. This could be seen from the dropped Imperial Beast bag. After Yale died just now, a lot of equipment was dropped on the ground, but the Imperial Beast pouch didn't appear. It wasn't until the red aura was worn out that the Imperial Beast bag fell to the ground. It seems that the extermination pupil can not only kill a target whose soul strength is inferior to mine in seconds, but it can also end the opponent's chances of resurrection. Wu Evil's eyes flashed with a strange color. The news was certainly not good news for him. He didn't want to see the target he'd worked so hard to get killed come back to life, hiding behind his back, secretly tripping him up. That's what pisses people off. Soon enough, the moon wolf came to Wu Wicked with Yale's drop in his mouth. The equipment dropped by Yale is all high-level 180+ equipment. Inside the spatial ring, there were some high-level rare materials which could not be seen in the Imperial capital. On top of that, there was a royal beast pouch. Beast pouch secret treasure. With a huge space of 1000 meters x 1000 meters x 1000 meters, you can access the summons at any time. The attributes were rather the same as that Imperial Beast pouch he was carrying. But it's not like the Imperial Beast pouch takes up an equipment grid, so you can use it by hanging it on your body. When he leveled up, one Imperial Beast pouch would definitely not be enough. Palm-sized pocket for so much space. The price-performance ratio should not be too high. Just in time. Keep this one for backup. Putting the equipment on the ground away, Wu Wicked turned around and stepped into the teleportation channel that left the ring. Wu Wicked's figure had just appeared in the chaotic rock ridge when a terrifying explosion sounded. A scorching fire that directly engulfed him. At the same time, two white-robed men walked out from behind a huge rock. Eyes to the center of the fire. One of the white-robed men shook his head slightly. Brother, do you think Lord Mercy is being too careful? Isn't it just a level 43 little guy? Why do you need this kind of battle? The other didn't even blink an eye as he spoke faintly. Lord Mercy has a good heart, but that doesn't mean he's good to be bullied. And anyone who dares to show disrespect to Lord Mercy deserves to die. I don't think that boy can survive in Yale's hands. What we prepared, most of them are pitched to Yale. It seems that I can't keep my good wine. Hey, think about it, how to make amends to him when the time comes. After all, it was Mercy-sama's arrangement. I think Yale can understand. In order to deal with Wu evil, Mercy had sent out a total of 3 waves of people. One stayed in the Imperial capital looking for an opportunity, and the other was Yale, who used the Scarlet Destiny card to pull Wu evil directly into the life and death ring when he found him. The last 2 were quietly following behind Yale, and after Yale pulled Wu Wei into the life and death ring, they grabbed the time to set up the formation. At that time, no matter who came out, as long as the figure appeared, it would immediately be triggered and directly blow them up. Mercy's plan was unknown even to Yale himself. A 5th-order formation was capable of instantly erupting nearly 100 billion damage, and even if they were hit, they wouldn't want to get out alive. Time was running out, and being able to set up a 5th-order formation in such a short period of time was already the limit for the 2 of them 6th-order formation masters. And even the formation runes were prepared in advance. Otherwise, even if 2 6th-ranked formation masters joined forces, there was no way for them to set up a 5th-ranked formation of notable power in just a minute's time. But fortunately, the mission was successfully accomplished. To be honest, the 2 were still slightly relieved. Anyway, Yale had received the blessing of the God of Mercy before crossing the border and could be resurrected from the dead. Now the mission can be successfully accomplished, and there is also a part of his credit. However, in the next second, a figure appeared amidst the firelight. Chapter 91 Mercy's Backhand. Seeing this, the 2 white-robed men smiled faintly. Yale, this kid can do it, to be able to walk out of the angry, amazing formation alive. No wonder he's in the good graces of Lord Mercy. Although the Furious Amazing formation is only a 5th-order formation, its power among the 5th-order formations is top-notch, and this didn't even blow him up, so it seems that all of us have underestimated his strength. Yeah, I didn't expect this kid to dress up as a pig and eat a tiger, fooling all of us. Though they could only see a dark shadow and couldn't see the face of the person inside at all. But the 2 had decided that he was Yale. After all, no matter how powerful a level 43 little guy was, how much life value could he have? 3 million was already tops. It was impossible for such a person to survive the 5th-order formation Raging Amazement formation. Nearly $100 billion in damage is no joke. And not to mention the explosion damage, the continuous burning damage after that explosion alone was enough to kill him hundreds of times. The next second, however, a tiger's whistle came from Naruto. Roar! An ear-shattering whistling sound resounded throughout the entire chaotic rock ridge. The 2 men looked at each other, both seeing doubt in the other's eyes. Before they could react, a white tiger rushed straight out of the fire and pounced the 2 to the ground. Without saying a word, he took a bite at the neck of one of them. Sharp teeth tore off a chunk of flesh. The armored equipment under the white robe was as good as nothing, completely unable to defend against the white tiger's attack. 1.2 billion. A terrifying damage floated up from that white-robed man's body. Ah! While wailing in pain, he subconsciously blasted the white tiger out with a punch. Looking at the bloody wound, the other man hurriedly pulled out an elixir and fed it into his mouth. The elixir instantly turned into pure medicinal power, causing his wounds to heal rapidly. That's when the teenager from Naruto stepped out of the flames. No, he's not Yale. That kid is surprisingly still alive. The 2 men's eyes were filled with shock. It's really him. I can't believe the raging flame formation didn't explode and kill him. How is this possible? But soon the two of them came back to their senses. Kid, it's your fault for offending Lord Orlando, so you're bound to die today. After saying that, the two of them rushed towards Wu Evil. Wu Evil looked at the two coldly. Kill the pupil. D. As a black ray of light shot out from Wu Evil's eyes. In an instant, the two men's pupils lost their luster. Without a single word being spoken, the life value was completely emptied. The forward body flew directly to Wu Evil's feet due to inertia. Soul strength plus 0.3. Soul strength plus 0.6. Both of them were experts with ranks as high as 180 or more, but such an expert was still killed in seconds directly by exterminating Hitomi. This extermination pupil is so powerful. How could it appear in the hands of a tiny level 30 gold level boss? And how come I've never heard of anyone having such an unbelievable ability before? Wu Evil was a little confused. Only what he didn't know was that the last drop of soul liquid in the soul bottle required the power of the godhead to condense. Boo! Looking at the two who rolled to his feet, Wu Evil kicked the two who lunged at him away. Really take me for an idiot, Orlando, who is he? Can be so capable of getting so many experts to cross the border 3 times, to come to trouble me. Wu Wicked's face was grim. In that instant just now, more than half of the 10,000 rock giants he had prepared in the Imperial Beast pouch dissolved. Luckily, though, it ended up being a scare. Tiger wasn't so lucky, his beard was curled. It was supposed to be just a nap, and somehow it got blown up. On the spot, he was enraged. Luckily, his level had risen to 43, otherwise the tiger's life would have been in danger. Collect the equipment and spatial rings dropped by the two. Wu Wicked grabbed Xiaohu, who was still venting his frustration at the corpse, and said, Let's go. Let's go back and take a look. I also want to know what kind of surprise Mercy has prepared for me. At the time of Yale's death, Wu Wicked had not dared to assert who the person behind the scenes who had struck against him was. But then these two guys come back, and Wu Wicked is sure it's Mercy who did it. Because only Mercy has that power. As for destruction, with her personality, she's not bold enough to do it. Her crazy personality couldn't wait for the whole world to know about it. So that person can only be compassionate. As the spatial key emitted light, Wu Wicked's figure appeared within the imperial capital city. Wu Wei's eyes looked around. The surrounding stores were all closed. Either the stalls were still there, but the people watching the stalls had disappeared. Wu Evil frowned suspiciously. I wonder what other backhanders Mercy has prepared, or if it's destruction's hand this time. She killed all the people in the imperial capital? Suddenly, in the center square of the imperial capital in the distance, a fire rose to the sky. Vaguely, Wu Wicked seemed to hear a cheer. No, I didn't mishear. Wu Evil's eyes flickered. He did hear it. I can hear it from this distance. What the hell is going on over there? Wu Wicked looked at it and ran directly towards the center square. At this moment, in the center of the central square, a huge cross was erected. Yan Zhan, who was covered in wounds, was tied up in the center of the square, surrounded by applauding crowds. Old Wang. Isn't that Old Wang? Who's calling me? Wu Evil Elementary School, we are a class. I still remember now. In the past there was a test time. I also borrowed you to copy the answer. Oh, so it's you, Old Wu. Old Wang's eyes gradually shifted from confusion to surprise, and then directly pounced on him and gave Wu Wicked a bear hug. Old Wu, we really haven't seen each other for a long time. Where have you been getting rich lately? Wu Wicked shook his head and said helplessly, Don't talk about it. I invested in a project, and as a result, the market is not good, and I lost it all. Really? That's too bad. But don't worry about it too much. With your skills, if you keep at it, you'll make it sooner or later. Old Wang spoke comforting words, but the smile on his face came from the heart. Wu Wicked didn't care, and with a lift of his chin, he pointed at Yan Zhan in the crowd. What's going on here? Isn't he the lord of the city? Shoo! Not even waiting for Wu Wei to finish his sentence, Old Wang directly stopped Wu Wei's shoulder and dragged him out of the crowd. Keep your voice down. He's not the city lord of our imperial capital now. If you keep calling out like that, you'll bring trouble to yourself. Wu Wei, what the hell happened? Old King. You've only just returned to the imperial capital, haven't you? Wu Wicked nodded. Old King, that's no wonder. Yen Dog was disrespectful to Lord Divine. So no, Lord Divine Envoy came down to the realm and directly cleaned him up. You are the one who didn't see how powerful Lord God Emperor was. Just one move and he subdued Yen Dog. Inferno dog? The God Emperor. Wu Evil looked at the other party curiously. Chapter 92 The Imperial Capital Changes. When it comes to this old Wang is angry. You don't know yet, do you, that the Waking Lion Trading House is actually Yen Dog's property? This guy enjoys the love of the crowd while secretly soliciting wealth and enjoying himself alone. That's the Waking Lion Trading House. The daily flow of water is measured in billions. In all my life, I've never seen so much money. In the meantime, the cheers of the crowd once again rang in his ears. Kill the Yen Dogs and return peace to my imperial capital. Kill the Yen Dogs and return peace to my imperial capital. Old Wang followed suit. Wu Wei grinned and slowly withdrew from the crowd. At the same time, a white figure came through the corner and jumped into his arms. Inflammable dogs? Heh! What a bunch of poorly bred white-eyed wolves. Wu Evil smiled faintly. As far as he knew, the NPCs and stores in the imperial capital didn't have to pay taxes. And where does the money come from to maintain the empire? Didn't you earn it from the Waking Lion Trading House? A bunch of idiots, thinking that without Yenjin, they could reap the benefits as if they had nothing to gain. So stupid. It wasn't until Wu Evil left completely that Old Wang reacted. Eh? Where is Old Wu? No, who's Old Wu and do I really know such a person? Old Wu? Old what? Did I just talk to someone? Meanwhile, a new murmur of slogans erupted from those around them. He hurriedly joined in. Kill the Yen Dogs and return peace to my imperial capital. The other side, the elegant room on the second floor of a certain restaurant. Yen Linger clutched the window frame with her hands in a death grip, her gaze looking towards the figure in the middle of the crowd. Father! Father! Sister Lu stopped Yen Linger's shoulders. Don't get too excited. Miss, you'll be discovered. Yen Linger broke down. Why are people doing this to him? Clearly he did nothing wrong. Can't the city lord have his own business? We didn't steal or rob. Why should we be treated like this by them? Sister Lu shook her head helplessly. Lord City Lord is right. What's wrong is the world and the dirty hearts of those people. Yen Linger cried even more fiercely. Let's go save him. Okay, let's go save him. This time, however, Yen Linger did not receive an answer from Sister Lu. On the side, Little Orange grabbed Yen Linger's hand, and at this moment, she was also crying with tears streaming down her face. No, miss, no, we can't. We're no match for that guy, and the Lord has already. The three words hopeless came to his lips, but the Little Orange never had the courage to say them. At this moment, Yen Jun was tied up in the center of the square, with more air coming out and less air coming in. If the black-robed man hadn't used a high-level elixir to keep his breath hanging, he would have died long ago. Yen Linger shook her head. All of you can say that he's hopeless, but I can't, because he's my father. He's the person who loves me the most in this world. Little Orange, Sister Willow, you know what? I'm about to be fatherless. I'm about to be fatherless. Yen Linger cried feebly over and over again. However, her eyes grew brighter. I can't lose him. I have to save him. Even if I die, I'll die by my father's side. No way, miss. Little Orange hurriedly hugged Yen Linger tightly, fearing that she would really do something stupid. Miss, I think the last thing his lordship would want is to see you appear in front of him before he dies. Miss, you mustn't do anything foolish. For a moment, Yen Linger seemed to have lost all her strength and means. The whole person was like a mess of rotten meat, paralyzed in the arms of the Little Orange. The atmosphere in the room became unusually heavy. Suddenly, the figure of a person surfaced in Yen Linger's mind. Yen Linger didn't know where the strength came from, and directly broke away from Little Orange's encircling embrace. I'm going to look for him. If it's him, he'll definitely be able to help me get my father back. Stop him. Seeing this, Sister Lu directly coldly shouted at the people on the side. In her eyes, there was also a sense of helplessness. The world is so big. Trying to find someone is harder than climbing up to heaven. In fact, what Sister Lu really wanted to say was that after such a big thing happened in the imperial capital, if the other party really had the heart, they would have come back long ago, and there was no need to go looking for them at all. And yet he hadn't shown up until now, and wasn't that already telling? After all, the enemy this time was a divine ambassador from the upper realm. But that's something that Sister Willow didn't say explicitly. When one lives, one always has to have hope. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and a dead fish? However, as soon as she said this, the corner of her eye glanced through the window and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure. Doesn't seem too hard. At the moment the man, with a small white cat in his arms, appeared just below the small building. Wu Wicked looked up as well and met Sister Ryu's eyes. The moment the four eyes met, the latter revealed 2 rows of white teeth and smiled slightly. Sister Willow? The window opened, and Wu Wicked jumped straight up to the 2nd floor. In the distance, the corners of their mouths rose slightly when the 3 black-robed men saw this. Let's go, we've done what we need to do. The rest depends on the main character of our scene, whether he will be in the scene or not. Yuan Mingjun, are you sure your method really works? Yuan Ming smiled faintly with a confident look. That Yenjin died for him after all. I don't believe he will be indifferent. And no matter what the outcome is, it won't cost us anything anyway after all. We didn't even put up a fight from start to finish. The big deal is to go back and tell Lord Destruction that the operation was a failure. However, the other black-robed man shook his head. Let's not even talk about whether or not he would walk into the script we wrote for a stranger. I was just going to say, are you sure he knows what to do? After all, this kid is just a level 43 rookie. As strong as he is, but his eyes are here. Yuan Ming, however, was confident. No, I'm sure he knows. If I'm right, then he's 100 times more interesting than I thought he would be. The words had been said, and the other side had nothing more to say. With a flash of their figures, the 3 of them appeared directly outside the imperial capital city. The 3 of them stood in the air, looking down on every move below. The other side, Wu Evil had just entered the room when Yen Linger directly flung herself onto the floor. And when the little orange beside her saw this, she followed suit and knelt with her. Seeing this, Sister Lu, who was on the side, eventually just sighed deeply and didn't say anything. Yen Linger, Brother Wu, please save my father, please. Little Orange also kowtowed in a hurry. Please save Lord City Lord, he was a good person. He shouldn't have died like this, and he shouldn't have ended up like this. Come on, it's no use even if you beg me. Wu Wei frowned slightly, having the eye of insight. He knew Yen Zhen's situation better than anyone else. Yen Jin is hopeless. Even if there was a trace of skin and blood in him now, hopeless was hopeless. It's not a game. It's not like you're going to survive if your blood bar isn't empty. After all, Yen Zhen's vitality was destroyed, and his situation could be 100 times worse than the Razor Clam monster at that time. 10,000 times. Chapter 93 Dark Erosion Abyss. No, if it's you, there must be a way. Yen Linger shook her head, still kneeling on the ground, unwilling to get up. Seeing that Wu Evil remained indifferent, Yen Linger bit her lips in death, as if she had made a huge determination. Big brother Wu Evil, do you still remember what you said to me that day? In the Heavenly Ring secret realm? You owe me a favor, and I need it now. Wu Evil raised an eyebrow. Are you threatening me? Yen Linger nodded seriously. For my father, I'm willing to give everything. The atmosphere of the room grew cold. If you want you to say so, then I'm not sleepy. Suddenly, Wu Wicked grinned, crossing his legs and sitting in a side chair. This sudden change in Wu Evil's attitude caused everyone in the room to be stunned. Wu Evil, I do have a way. Not only can I help you save your father, but I can also bring him back to life, and I can even make your father win back the respect of everyone in the imperial capital. Willow asked rhetorically, does it cost us anything? Pop! Wu Wicked snapped his fingers and pointed at Sister Ryu. Brilliant. You're kind of asking the right question. Wu Evil's eyelids lifted, and his eyes took on a more bloodthirsty flavor. I need the entire imperial capital, the lives of all NPCs. If it was someone else who was in this state of Yenjin, there was really nothing Wu Evil could do. But not so with NPCs who are inherently a product of the rules. In the event of a major change, the rules take it upon themselves to fix the bug. Once the NPCs are all dead and the rules restart, Yenjin will naturally be resurrected in full condition. That's the way of Wu Wicked. Little Orange, what does NPC mean? Sister Willow, NPCs as in us people? Wu Evil ignored all the questions they asked, just smilingly looking towards Yen Linger who was kneeling on the ground. Her eyelids lifted. How about it? Do you still want to continue? Yen Linger sucked in her breath. Then will we really die? Or is it just a fake death? Wu Evil, really dead, but will be resurrected. Sister Lu on the side immediately looked at Wu Evil angrily. She never dreamed that it would be such a solution. Well. You boys are trying to get to the root of the problem, aren't you? Killing the person who went wrong is the same as not having a problem. With a flash of his figure, He appeared directly in front of Yenlinger while pulling her up. Get up. Don't listen to his nonsense. Nothing is left when people die. Do you really believe his nonsense? Sister Lu turned around, angrily woo evil. Originally, I thought you were a person who was sentimental and righteous, but now it seems that I was wrong about you. Don't you just want the lady's life to take credit from the God Emperor, speaking in such a grandiose manner? Bah! And come back from the dead. Don't flatter yourself, you're a total mess. Yenlinger looked into Wu Evil's eyes. You didn't lie to me? Wu Evil, there's no need. Yenlinger, good. Then I trust you. Upon hearing this, Wu Evil smiled and got up, ignoring the unkind gazes of the others as he slowly spoke. I can afford this kneeling of yours, but I won't take your threat as nothing either. The favor is returned to you, and we will not meet again. Meet and greet. Yenlinger repeated these 4 words, as if she had lost something important in her heart. But the next second, a killing intent unfolded. Everyone present had hundreds of millions of damage floating above their heads. Everyone's bodies went limp and they fell straight to the ground. Soul strength plus 21. Soul strength plus 16. Wu Wicked collected the equipment and spatial rings they dropped and smiled faintly. These things, consider them as compensation for me. Then he reached out and patted Little Tiger's round head and laughed. Go! Leave no one behind. Ow! Little Tiger nodded obediently and rushed towards the center square. It was also really hard for those people to gather all these NPCs together, otherwise it would have been really troublesome. Little Tiger unfolded his killing field, and wherever he went, large swathes of damage floated up. He was like the god of death descending, madly harvesting the lives of the NPCs gathered here. Some NPCs who sensed something was wrong wanted to escape from here, but realized that they couldn't escape at all. A transparent shroud of light enveloped them all in this place. Wu Evil looked at all this in front of him indifferently. Suddenly, against the direction of the sun, a ray of light shot toward his position. Boom! The light hit the restaurant, and the entire restaurant was directly blasted into a pile of pieces. Fortunately, Wu Evil reacted quickly enough and left directly when he sensed something was wrong, which avoided this crisis. A holy figure clad in white robes descended from the sky. His gaze fell on Wu Evil's body below and he spoke faintly. I know that you possess the divine power of fraud, so stop pretending and let me see just how powerful you are, worthy of making Lord Mercy so serious. That's pretty tough. Wu Wicked glanced at the restaurant that was reduced to rubble and turned his head to look at him coldly. I'm going to show you if you want to. You're nothing. White-robed man. Arrogant. Do you even know who I am? I am the 13th seat believer under Lord Mercy. Ryu. Wu Evil didn't bother to listen to his nonsense. His eyes directly became dark. Kill the pupil. A huge damage value floated up above the white-robed man's head. Only hearing a flopping sound, he was directly like a dead dog, helplessly paralyzed on the ground. Equipment exploded all over the place. In a blink of an eye, countless figures of moon wolves rushed out, carrying back all the space rings dropped by those NPCs in the distance. Far up in the sky, the 3 black-robed men looked at the scene enviously. That's a city's worth of resources. It's really cheap for this kid. Resources, huh? That's only if you have the life to take them. Yuan Mingjun. It's still you who's smart enough to clean up this kid without spending a single soldier. Yuan Ming laughed and arched his hand into the distant air. It's still up to your peers to help you. Let's go. We should also go back now and report this news to Lord Destruction. I think she'll be pleased. Divine Realm. 2 maids were waiting for Mercy to freshen up. Suddenly a figure appeared on the other side of the screen. Reporting to Lord Mercy, news has come back from there. At those words, Mercy's eyes lit up. Oh, is that kid dead yet?
No.
Bang! Mercy slammed her palm on the table. The good image she was rarely maintaining instantly shattered. Not dead, you report a ball. That kid isn't dead, but he's no different than dead now. He killed all the NPCs in the Imperial capital. The expression on Mercy's face was the same as a Sichuan opera face change, going from red to green and then from green to red. Then the Psychiatriarch smiled and said, Is the news reliable? Reliable, and the matter is known even to destruction. Mercy couldn't help but want to applaud and celebrate. The Imperial capital, but the city of rules for newbies. The strength of those NPCs wasn't high, but if you dared to lay hands on those NPCs, you would definitely be disciplined by the rules. Mercy's eyes flashed. Indeed, just letting him die would not relieve me of my heart's hatred. Let him go to the dark eclipse abyss and properly repent for what he has done. Mercy couldn't help but laugh at the thought that Wu Evil would be banished by the rules to the dark eclipse abyss. I hope that the next time we meet, you'll still be this arrogant. But only if you make it out alive. Whether the abyss is in chaos or not, Wu Evil has the final say. The old cat insists on 3 shifts a day, so all you righteous fathers out there, can you reward the old cat with a gift? Just free for the love of power. Chapter 94 Family of the Dark Eclipse Abyss. Stop immediately, or you will be severely punished. Stop now. From the very beginning, the voice ringing in Wu Wicked's ears didn't stop. Regarding the system's punishment, Wu Evil knew it from the beginning of the fight. Breaking the rules will result in banishment to the Dark Eclipse Abyss. He'd heard about it before. Exile from the Dark Eclipse Abyss, 9 deaths. But this time, Wu Wicked went on his own initiative. The thought didn't just rise out of the blue, but the idea had been there for a long time. When he was in the Forgotten Land, Wu Wicked had this idea, just never found the opportunity. It had to be said that no, Mercy did give him a good reason. Is the abyss really that scary? If it's so horrible, why is it that even Fraud and the others are attracted to the abyss? And just a small wisp of the energy that was left out gave the ocean, who was a god, the greed to have it all to himself. Another thing was that Wu Wicked didn't think that banishment to the Dark Eclipse Abyss was a certain death. Why else would the rules banish rather than just obliterate? With the ability of the rules, not to mention obliterating a single Wu Evil, even if it was to obliterate the entire deity continent, it would be a breeze. If the rules were really about killing those who have made mistakes, there would be no need to go to such trouble. Besides, he still had the bottom card, the secret treasure, the key of space. If you can't, just stroll back. However, not waiting for Wu Wicked to continue thinking. The finished little tiger directly pounced on him, and his terrifying power slammed into Wu Evil with a jolt. Looking at little tiger who was pampering and rolling around in his arms, Wu Wicked solemnly said, I know you understand me. I'm going to a scary place later. The little guy didn't even have the patience to listen to Wu Wicked finish his sentence. So anxious that he sputtered, going. Seeing that Wu Evil did not intend to bring himself, Xiaohu was so anxious that he opened his mouth wide and spat out a not-so-fluent accent. But his little eyes were full of determination. Is that so? Well then, let's go together to see just how terrifying that terrifying Dark Eclipse Abyss is. Wu Evil smiled faintly. Ding! A serious violation of the rules has been detected, and you will be banished from the Dark Eclipse Abyss immediately. Wow! The space around Wu Wei directly cracked open a mouth, transforming into a black maw that swallowed him in. At the same time, announcements rang out globally. Ding! Global announcement. Wu Wicked has wreaked havoc in the imperial capital, seriously violating the rules, and has now been banished to the Dark Eclipse Abyss. So please be warned. X10. This news was greeted with joy and sadness. But the people who were watching the show were undoubtedly in the majority. What's going on? What the hell happened? How did you get banished? Haha. I bet 100 green star coins that Wu Evil must have been punished because he was discovered for hanging. That's a reason I can't spray because I truly believe it. May I ask how many levels everyone is at, so concerned about other people's business? Now that the hordes have come to level 23, are you sure you still want to chat leisurely? Solid, branding iron. In the past, they were always pushed headlong by Wu Evil, and people didn't have much desire to rush the level. The resources are gone anyway, so you might as well make it easy on yourself. But now, Wu Wicked was in the small dark room, which meant that their chance had come. Each and every one of them was riveted to killing monsters and upgrading. Ding! You've entered the dark abyss. A cool breeze. From head to toe, Wu Wicked only felt a jolt. Gazing around, the surroundings were pitch black, and Wu Wicked could only see things within 2 or 3 meters of his side. This is the Dark Eclipse Abyss? Wu Evil's voice was a bit hoarse. For here, even the air seemed to harbor knives that followed his breath and kept cutting his throat. This place was completely different from the scene Wu Wicked had seen in the Forgotten Land before. Wu Wei closed his eyes and rubbed them hard, and it took a long time before he gradually adjusted to the darkness of the place. It wasn't actually lightless, there were some stars of plankton floating around in the space. Suddenly, little tiger jumped out of Wu Wicked's arms. Ow! He opened his mouth and howled, and because of the soul connection, Wu Wicked could feel the urgency in his heart. In the next second, Little Tiger recognized a direction and hurriedly swept towards the distance. Tiger's heartfelt words. It's like I smell like family. Wu Evil. Your family? Adult divine beasts. Seeing this, Wu Evil hurriedly followed. After adapting to the light here, although his sight couldn't see as far as before, he still had no problem following Tiger. Although Xiaohu was anxious in his heart, he still consciously slowed down his pace and waited for Wu Evil. Wu Wei didn't care and directly summoned the Moon Wolf. Let Moon Wolf take him. Perhaps the Moon Wolf was not as fast as Wu Evil with a full tier of Berserker bonuses. But in this dim environment, Moon Wolf's vision was not affected in the slightest, and with a full sprint, his speed was more than twice as fast as Wu Wicked, who was a bit wary because he couldn't see the route. About 10 minutes later, a fire appeared in the distance. With a wail, the little tiger accelerated violently, rushing towards the fire. Roar! A tiger's whistle resounded through the heavens and earth. Behind the hurriedly running little tiger, a huge golden-white tiger silhouette appeared. The moment the white tiger silhouette appeared, both parties that were fighting were confused. One side was thrilled, the other was dismayed. White Tiger. This is Lord White Tiger. I'm not dreaming, am I? Or how else could I see something so unrealistic? Or in this never-ending dark eclipse abyss? It must be the ancestors manifesting their spirits, sending Lord Divine Beast to help us through the crisis. Little Tiger charged all the way, not stopping at all, and directly pounced on the giant snake in the middle of the battlefield. Seeing this, the crowd's morale skyrocketed. Families. Let's charge after Lord White Tiger and get these people killed. On the other side of the battlefield, everyone's faces were ugly at this moment. But after they got a good look at Little Tiger's true appearance, this eased up. Shiver GA, gay, gay, gay. But it's just a tiger cub, not enough to fear at all. Kill. Today, the 317 mouths of Bishui village, plus this little tiger cub, no one will be left behind. Little Tiger had dragged down that big snake in the battlefield, and the pressure on the people of Bishui village was sharply reduced. The little tiger, even if it was only a cub that had only been born, was only level 43. Against that level 78 serpent, it was an instant upper hand. However, in just a single glance, several more bloody scratches appeared on the body of the great snake. Hiss! Eating the pain, the big snake gulped its snake letters and threw Little Tiger out with a tail, opening its mouth and spraying out a green light. Seeing this, the hearts of the people of Bishui village were shocked. Quickly dodge. That is the soul-devouring underworld serpent's natural poison. The bone-penetrating poison. If you get a little bit of it on you, your flesh and blood will rot immediately. Chapter 95. Pressed and beaten, powerless to fight back. Roar! Yet for the size of the others, Little Tiger was not the least bit intimidated. With an angry roar, his hind legs fired, stepping out cracks in the ground. The body directly met the green light, not hiding at all. Baka, really a stupid tiger. Think you're invincible just because you have the bloodline of a divine beast. Having been hit by the soul-devouring underworld serpent lord's bone-penetrating poison, let's see how you'll die. However, Little Tiger shattered the green light with a single claw and ruthlessly stomped the big snake under its feet under its stunned gaze. Wu Wicked, who had managed to get close, felt the hundreds of rock giants in the royal beast pouch, which had instantly turned into starlight, and didn't hold back his laughter and curses. What a stupid tiger! Doesn't know how to avoid it. The rock giant's devotion connection does more than just ward off damage. It is also immune to the ongoing effects of special effects damage such as poison and burn. It's not really an immunity, it's that these effects are redirected to the rock giants. However, a rock giant dies and the effect is naturally interrupted. However, Wu Wicked's imperial beast pouch was not just filled with hundreds of rock giants. Baka! How is this possible? The white tiger was clearly hit by the soul-devouring underworld serpent lord's bone-penetrating poison. So why was he unharmed? The soul-devouring Stygian serpent comes from the abyss, and its poison can corrode even the armor of a god. Roar! However, Little Tiger didn't spoil them at all and opened his mouth to tear at the giant snake. The soul-devouring underworld serpent instantly splattered blood and flesh. It was clearly just a small figure, but it had crushed a giant snake hundreds of meters long to the point where it couldn't get up. It wasn't until Wu Wicked got closer that he saw the attributes of that giant snake. Soul-devouring serpent abyssal creature. Rank: 78. Lifespan: 1.36 million. Attack power: 105 million. Physical defense: 26 million. Magic resistance. 21 million. Talent. Bone-penetrating poison. Wu Evil's eyes flickered. Worthy of being an abyssal creature. What a strong attribute. The life value. It's even higher than Xiaohu. However, Xiaohu's attack power and double defense press soul-devouring Stygian serpent head-to-head. And there was one more thing about Xiaohu that the soul-devouring Stygian snake couldn't compare to. Because behind Xiaohu, there are countless aides. Not as much life as soul-devouring Stygian serpent, it doesn't matter, there's rock giant's devotion anyway. Since the last time he was pitted once by those two Calamity uncles using a fifth-order formation, Wu Wicked would also put a shield on Xiaohu. Anyway, he had a whopping 66,960 unity points, and even if he took 60,000 unity points out and summoned the rock giants, he still had 6,960 unity points. It's perfectly adequate. With Wu Wicked, the old sixth, assisting remotely from the side, this led to the soul-devouring underworld serpent being completely suppressed by Little Tiger. There's no point in doing anything at all. Baka. How could Lord Soul-devouring Stygian serpent let a tiger cub ride on top of him? Tanaka-kun. Take a group of archers over there and assist Lord Soul-devouring Stygian serpent from a distance. Tanaka. No, it's enough for me to go alone. My archery skills are unmatched. I'll make sure he regrets showing up here. A cold glint flashed under Tanaka's eyes, and his figure sped, circling right in front of Little Tiger. Immediately, he drew his bow and strung an arrow. It's a pity that this tiger cub is so proud that it can't be tamed at all, otherwise it could still be snatched and given to me as a pet. Before the arrow in his hand could be shot, however, Tanaka suddenly froze in place. No, what's with the buzzing around? Is it my tinnitus? The buzzing caused him to never be able to focus and aim at his target at all. In sparring, distraction is a big no-no. Especially in a sparring match of this level, if he didn't hit his opponent's weaknesses, it was likely that his attacks wouldn't even be able to break through that white tiger's defenses. Instead of striking out haphazardly and exposing his whereabouts, it would be better to solve the trouble at hand first. Tanaka reached up and pulled out his ears, only to find that it didn't work at all. The buzzing around them louder. An instant alarm went off in Tanaka's mind. Since it's not me, something is approaching me. His reaction was swift, and he directly raised his hand and took an arrow towards the sky above his head. Illuminating arrows. A bright light exploded like fireworks, reflecting out the surrounding figures. It was a myriad of tiny bees, dense and overwhelming. Tanaka gulped, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. On the other side, the people from the 10 Jedi walled city also noticed the movement on Tanaka's side. The point was that in this pitch-black environment, Tanaka was using illuminated arrows, and it would be hard for other people not to notice. Baka! Who the hell do those be-like summons belong to? Bishui village hasn't heard of this number one summoner. Could it be that those forces around us who are watching the scene have already stood in line and can't help but take a shot at us? Ready to pick up the pieces? At that moment, he shouted, I don't know which friend made the move. Do you really want to make an enemy of my 10 extinct walled city? 10 Jedi walled city. Never heard of it, what kind of thing is it? Wu Evil slowly walked out of the darkness in front of the people of Bishui village. He didn't recognize these people, but Wu Evil could tell that they were the people that Little Tiger wanted to guard. Wu Evil didn't know what the reason was, but he didn't need to know, as long as Xiaohu was happy. The moment Wu Wei appeared out of the darkness, the old village head of Bishui village instantly widened his eyes. Without saying a word, he took off his own white-washed clothes and covered Wu Evil. Wu Wei frowned and looked at the other party in disbelief, while the old village chief had no time to explain and took a step forward, shielding Wu Wei behind him. The speed was so fast that everyone didn't react. The old man, who was originally stooped, had his back straight at the moment. The old village chief dimmed the light of the soul lamp in his hand a bit, then stared angrily right in front of him. Junzo Higashima, this battle was originally a fight between my Bishui village and the 10 Jedi walled city. There's no need to involve innocent outsiders. Junzo Dongdao looked at Wu Evil behind the old village chief. The greed in his eyes flickered. Suddenly he grinned, and instantly bellowed out, Retreat! His actions instantly drew the displeasure of the people from the 10 extinct walled city. Why, Lord Tashima? Bishui village is already at the end of its strength. If we continue fighting, in less than 2.5 hours, Bishui village will be completely taken by US, so why retreat now? That's right. Please give us an explanation, Lord Tashima. Black shrouded, only Junzo Higashima, who was closest, sensed that Wu Evil was different. No one else noticed. But Junzo Higashima didn't explain. Then his face turned cold. The retreat is my decision. Are you going to disobey me? When these words came out, the surrounding area was instantly as quiet as a chicken. It was true that they were unwilling in their hearts, but they likewise did not dare to disobey Junzo Higashima. If they lost the blessing of Junzo Higashima, they wouldn't survive for more than a week in this dark eclipse abyss. Wu Wicket's eyes flickered slightly, although he wasn't sure what was happening. But there was one thing he was sure of. Whether it was the old village head of Bisui village or Junzo Higashima, neither of them wanted others to discover them. In that case, the corners of Wu Wicket's mouth grinned slightly. Pop! The crisp sound of ringing fingers stung in the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. Under B's rounds of bombardment, Tanaka, who was on the sidelines, was directly reduced to slag in seconds. Chapter 96 Level 150 Starburst Class Golem. Soul Strength plus 46. Kid you. Seeing this, Junzo Higashima looked at Wu Wicked with a gaze that wanted to eat him. However, Wu Wicked was smiling back. Let the world do what it will to him, he responds with a smile. Nanakushu. Junzo Higashima shouted angrily through gritted teeth. Wu evil. All words that cannot be understood are treated as dog barks. Junzo Higashima almost didn't die in place. Lord Tashima. This is a naked provocation. Give the order and let us avenge Lord Tanaka. Kusho. 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 I just can't stand watching this. Even if I die today, I'm going to kill this bastard. Junzo Higashima clenched his fists, turned his head and forced himself not to look at Wu Wicked and Tanaka, and said viciously, I said, retreat immediately. Hearing such a strong tone from Junzo Higashima, those impulsive young men could only return to the group unwillingly. Seeing this, Wu Evil became even more curious. What in the world would cause the other party to endure to such an extent, even when their companions were killed? Turtle? But Wu Wicked didn't mess around. He was able to clearly feel that this old man in front of him had his body tense at the moment, as if they were afraid of something. On the other side, the battle between Little Tiger and the soul-devouring underworld serpent was nearing its end. With a claw, Little Tiger tore open the soul-devouring underworld snake's 7 inches and took out a purple orb the size of a baby's fist, then quickly returned to Wu Evil. His expression was one of carnal delight. With furry paws on all 4 limbs, he bounced and ran at a jaunty pace. However, the soul-devouring underworld serpent died, but Wu Wicked didn't get a bit of experience. Wu Wicked thought about it and was relieved. After all, being sent to the Dark Eclipse Abyss was supposed to be a rule punishment. If you get experience out of jail, then everyone will want to go to jail. Lord Tashima. The people of the 10 extinct walled city roared again and again and again with unwillingness. However, as if he was determined, Junzo Higashima quickly retreated back, this time directly ignoring those who were talking. The others could only leave even if they were unwilling in their hearts. Seeing this, Wu Wicked's face turned vicious, and he immediately had Littleby chase after him. The old village chief reached out and put his hand on Wu Wicked's shoulder, shaking his head slightly. The more you do now, the more wrong you are, and you must not let others see that a little brother in front of you has only just come to the abyss. Otherwise, the people hiding in the shadows and watching the battle would definitely attack in groups. At the same time, the crowd in Bisui village erupted in amazing cheers. It's a win! It's a win for us! Ooh-hoo, we won! However, the tension of the old village head of Bisui village did not diminish by half. With a movement of his eyes, the surrounding crowd instantly stepped out and wrapped Wu Evil and Little Tiger in 3 layers. Seeing Wu Wicked's incomprehension, the old village chief hurriedly explained, Little brother, I have no malice in doing this. I just want to protect you. Protect me? Yeah. The old village chief's eyes quickly looked around and nodded solemnly before continuing. This is not the place to talk. Let's go back to Bisui village. Xiaohu looked to Wu Evil and nodded. Wu Evil then let it go. On the way back, the old village chief glanced at Little Tiger in Wu Evil's arms with those already cloudy eyes. Gulped. But he knew that now was not the time. The danger was not over. Everything would wait until he got back. Although this was a battle between the Bisui village and the 10 extinct walled city, the dark surroundings concealed countless forces. They were only waiting for Bisui village and 10 extinct walled city to fight to the death before coming out to pick up the pieces. But the battle ended abruptly, and with a big win for Bisui village, which was something those people had never expected. But now that the main protagonists of the battle were gone, there was naturally no need for them to stay. Certain people in the shadows, their gazes went to the figure that was embraced by the crowd. Unfortunately, the old village chief had intentionally dimmed the soul lamps, and coupled with being surrounded by people, they simply couldn't see what was wrong with Wu Evil. Although the battle ended in a cloud, they were sure that something had happened. And most likely it had something to do with that white tiger, or with the teenager who had suddenly appeared. Bishop's Village. Just after arriving at Bisui Village, a warm breath filled Wu Wicked's entire body. A banyan tree grows in the center of the village, which bears a dozen fruits. These fruits emit a warm light. Wu Wicked could feel the warmth that came from these fruits. Phew! Wu Evil exhaled a long breath, and a wisp of black smoke expelled out of his body with his exhale. The first thing the old village chief did when he returned to the village was to turn off the soul lamps, then took out a few green star coins and carefully buried them under the banyan tree. By the time the old village chief was done with this, Wu Wicked could feel that the light emanating from the banyan tree fruit had gotten a little brighter. Leading the people of Bisui village, they paid respectful obeisance to the banyan tree. It was only then that he came to Wu Wicked.
Flop.
Turning to Wu Evil, he directly knelt down. Wu Evil? Wu Evil was certainly not so narcissistic, and naturally knew full well that it wasn't himself they were kneeling to. Immediately, he put Tiger down, then walked to the side himself. Tiger? The little guy followed closely behind Wu Evil's butt. Wherever Wu Wei goes, Xiaohu follows. And the men kneeled wherever they could. Wu Evil? Tiger? Old village chief. Bisui village people. Stop playing, brother, we are our own people. Don't straighten out our own people as if they were from the 10 extinct walled city. Old village chief. Ahem. Little brother. Please don't move yet, haha. Good. It would be rude to walk on when others have said so. Soon, the old village chief led a group of villagers through the worship process. Getting up, he came to Wu Wicked and said, Little brother, I know you have a lot of doubts, so please come with me. Xiaohu nodded, a less than standard enunciation coming from his throat, and gesticulated. These people can be trusted. Wu Wicked looked around the room and nodded softly. These people around them, don't look at them all dressed in plain clothes, but even the weakest women and children in the crowd had terrifying strength. Hundreds of millions of life value, hundreds of thousands of attack power. If this group of people showed up in the imperial capital, they could take it in minutes. Wu Wicked quietly followed behind the old village chief, where the buildings of the houses were all built around the banyan tree in the center of the village. The old village chief's house, on the contrary, was farthest away from the banyan tree, and could only barely receive the illumination of the fruit's light. Just behind his house, a huge figure stood quietly erect. Because it barely shone the light, Wu Wicked didn't realize it until he got closer, but at the same time he was taken aback. Level 150 Starburst Level Golem. The puppet had 3 heads and 6 arms, holding various weapons such as circular lances, and by the looks of it, it was extremely well preserved. Turning the River Naja Starburst Grade Puppet. Rank 150. Life Value 5.85 Kyo. Attack Power 1.44 million. Physical Defense 384 billion. Magic Resistance 313 billion. Talent 3 Flavors of Fire. Energy 000. Wu Evil. Above the meteor class is Starburst. Wu Wei frowned, looking at the puppet in front of him, his mind filled with doubts. You obviously have such strong puppets. Why are you still being bullied like this by those people? Once the level 150 Starburst class golem comes out, it'll be able to up that group in one shot, right? And this golem, it doesn't look like it's broken, so as long as he's energized, he should be able to move. With that, Wu Evil even reached out and touched it. As a god-level puppeteer, he was able to clearly feel that the puppet's performance was intact. Just charge it up and it will work fine straight away. At those words, the corners of the old village chief's mouth twitched slightly. Is it that he doesn't want to use it? Is it because he can't afford to use it? Neither. He can't afford it. A level 150 Starburst level puppet, let alone attacking, even taking a step would consume dozens of green star coins of energy. Where could he get so many green star coins out? In response, the old village chief only smiled helplessly, his cloudy eyes seeming to see through everything. Little brother, you've only just come to the dark eclipse abyss, right? Wu Evil nodded, not hiding anything. After all, it's not like it's anything to hide. Seeing this, The old village chief revealed a resolute look and then said solemnly, "It's best not to let other people know about this matter of you only coming to the dark erosion abyss. Because in the midst of the dark eclipse abyss, you who have only just come to the dark eclipse abyss are the fat. More tantalizing than the nymphs bathing in the Yao Qi." Chapter 97 Green Dragon Origin. What kind of metaphor are you two? Wu Evil frowned at the old village chief. The old village chief smiled and said, "Because the people who only come here tend to be low in their own strength and rich." Wu Wicked recalled the old village chief's actions in front of the banyan tree earlier. "You mean star coins?" The old village chief nodded, then jerked his tongue. "What do you think of the environment here? If you don't have the little lamp in your hand, or if you're not in the range of the banyan tree's light shield, you won't be able to stay anywhere else for long before you die," Wu Evil said. The old village chief nodded faintly. "Yes, indeed. The environment of the dark eclipse abyss is simply incapable of allowing humans to survive, and by staying in the darkness for a long period of time, one's own attributes will permanently fall off, and once it starts, it will be like a flood breaking through the dike, and it will be uncontrollable until one's death. Only the soul lamp and the soul tree can dispel the dark matter in the air." Wu Wicked's eyes flickered slightly. No wonder when he first arrived at Bisui village, he had a feeling of expelling toxins. The old village chief turned around and opened the door, then gestured for Wu Wicked to follow. The old village chief, on the other hand, pulled out a spatial ring from under his pillow, and in front of Wu Evil poured out the contents carefully, all of them. Wu Wicked's eyes flickered. A small pile of star coins, not more than 10,000 of them at a glance. The old village chief sighed and said, "What's here is the entire property of Bisui village. In order to live, one must rely on the soul tree, but for the soul tree to live, it must be supplied with energy from star coins. Like the size of Bisui village, the minimum consumption for one day, at least 300 pieces. Actually, even if the people from the 10 extinct walled city don't come to trouble us, Bisui village won't survive for a month." Wu Evil frowned. "Isn't there a way to obtain star coins? When Xiaohu killed the soul-devouring underworld serpent before, he didn't drop any star coins or even experience. The only other thing is a purple orb." Hearing Wu Wicked's words, the old village chief couldn't help but clench his fists, his cloudy eyes carrying 3 parts sadness and 7 parts anger. "There is, but our path is blocked by the people of the 10 extinct walled city. They victimized my Bisui village's hunting party. If we hadn't found them in time and taken everyone out to look for them, I'm afraid all the young people in our village would have died. But even so, they were seriously injured, and their bodies won't be able to recover without a few months of work. But the village simply won't last that long." Wu Wicked raised an eyebrow. Just now the peers came back. There were indeed quite a few people who were injured. He now understood what the old village chief was trying to say. Someone like himself, who had only just come in, must be carrying a large amount of star coins on him. Star coins were a necessity to survive in this dark eclipse abyss, and I'm afraid it wasn't that easy to obtain them. After all, it certainly wouldn't be simple to make an old village chief with an attack power of over 100,000 shake his head. Wu Evil, "That's why Junzo Higashima was looking at me with that greedy gaze at that time. The reason he was told to retreat for a while was because he wanted to monopolize the star coins on me. Otherwise, he won't be able to possess me alone if the other forces around him find out." "Heir. How weird is that to say?" The old village headman laughed. "The words are not coarse, that's the reasoning. Although your rank isn't too high, your strength isn't weak, strength equals financial power. I guess you have at least nearly 10 million green star coins on you." Wu Evil just smiled and didn't say anything. "Good guess. Next time, don't guess. 10 million green star dollars. Who are you looking down on, old man?" Wu Wei was carrying, on his body, the resources of a city. However, the old village chief just smiled. "Those star coins, keep them to yourself. When you come to this dark eclipse abyss, even more star coins will run out at some point. I'm only telling you this to tell you the importance of star coins and your current situation. As for me, Bisui village, I've survived even more suffering over the years. A little setback is just a setback, it can't defeat us." Only when he moved the bed and pulled open a door panel, an underground passage appeared in front of Wu Wei. The old village chief carried the soul lamp and led the way. At this moment, Little Tiger, who had been drooping his head, also raised his head. "I feel the aura of a brother." Wu Wei raised an eyebrow and followed suit. The basement wasn't big, only about 10 square meters. There was only one thing stored inside, just a glass vial with a green-colored crystal sealed inside. The old village chief took it out and handed it to Wu Evil. This is a portion of the origin energy left behind by Lord Qinglong, one of the 4 divine beast lords of my clan, during his lifetime, which is also the meaning of the existence of my Bishui village. Originally, I thought that this origin energy would stay with us and exist in this dark eclipse abyss forever, but I never thought that it would allow me to meet Lord White Tiger. Seeing this, little Tiger raked his head with his little paw. I seem to have remembered something. In the old days, we did do things like that, in order to one day find the opportunity to rise again. He nonchalantly took the glass vial. Good work, guys. Hearing little Tiger say that he remembered something from before, the old village chief was moved to tears. It's not hard to be able to help Lord White Tiger. Giving everything is worth it. Wu Evil, get out of the basement. The old village chief smiled faintly to himself. Now you should know why that puppet was abandoned here. Although the puppet was strong, it was a gold-swallowing beast. Now that everyone in Bishui village had to scrimp and save, how could they dare to activate it? And with 10,000 green star coins, even if they were all charged up for the puppet, how many punches could it swing? If we did give it, would the whole village still be alive? This golem might be a treasure in other places, but here it's large-scale trash. Since you guys don't want it, how about selling it to me? Wu Evil said. Upon hearing this, the old village chief shook his head and smiled. Since you are Lord White Tiger's friend, you are the most respected guest of my Bishui village. If you like it, just take it. But little friend, I have to remind you that it's best not to activate this puppet. I know you've only just come here and have quite a lot of star coins on you. But star coins are something that's less with each one. Wu Wei didn't treat him politely and threw over a space ring before storing the puppet in his own space ring. Seeing this, the old village chief just shook his head helplessly. He knew that Wu Evil must not have taken his words into consideration. He wouldn't turn back until he hit the south wall, and when he realized the importance of the star coins, he would know what a stupid decision it was to energize the golem. However, with his strength that could kill Tanaka in seconds, and the assistance of Lord White Tiger, in this dark eclipse abyss, he could no longer do any better than Bishui village. At that moment, a girl of about 7 or 8 years old ran over with a bounce. Grandpa village chief, Amma told me to tell you that the rooms for the guests have been packed. He looked up, but didn't see the mechanical golem. Huh? Where did that big guy go? The old village chief rubbed the girl's head and said with a smile. Since that's the case, then please trouble Irma to bring the guests over. Wu Wicked had only just arrived at the dark eclipse abyss and definitely had a lot of questions and unanswered questions, all of which needed time to be digested, and it wasn't good for him to keep pestering the other party. Thanks then. Wu Wicked directly bid farewell to the old village chief. Until they walked away, the old village chief then looked to the space ring and laughed out softly. All said free to take it is, why so guest? Why be so polite? However, after the old village chief saw the star coins inside, he immediately scared out of his turn, sitting on his ass. I won 100 million green star dollars. Chapter 98 Inheritor of Divine Power. Big brother, what place are you from? Irma walked backwards, raising her big, beautiful eyes and looking at Wu Evil with a smile. The Imperial Capital. Wu Evil said. Titus? What an odd name. Irma said to herself. But Irma, I've never left Bishui village. It's pitch black outside, not fun at all. For a little girl, Wu Wicked's defenses were naturally not so strong, so he smiled and said, the Imperial Capital can be not dark at all. There are flowers of all colors and lots of tall trees and green hills, and in the creeks, and if you're bored you can go fishing or something. Hearing Wu Evil's description, Irma directly froze, raised her head, and looked at Wu Evil suspiciously. What's a flower? Wu Evil? Sure enough, sincerity is the only surefire way. Wu Evil was still really confused by this question. Flowers were a commonplace thing for Wu Wicked, but for Arya, who was born in the dark eclipse abyss, it was unimaginable in an exhaustive lifetime. She had been in the dark eclipse abyss since she was born, and had never seen the outside world at all. Having no idea about colorful flowers is like showing an elephant to a blind man. But the blind man can at least hear the elephants, smell them, and imagine through that. So Wu Wicked squatted down on the ground and pressed out the nails in the little tiger's meaty paws and drew the shape of a flower on the ground. These are flowers, red and white, and they smell good. Irma looked at the shapes of the flowers on the ground and looked a little surprised. Although I don't know what these flowers you're talking about, big brother, look like. I can feel that the flowers must be something very beautiful. Wu Evil's eyes flashed. Irma, do you know a way to be able to leave the dark erosion abyss? Irma nodded. I know. Originally, Wu Wei was just asking casually, but he didn't expect her to really know. Irma smiled and said, as long as you can save up 100,000 abyssal points, you can leave. When I grow up, I'm going to work hard to earn points. And when I do, I'm going to pick everyone up and live in a room with flowers everywhere. Wu Wicked smiled at his words and silently kept the abyssal points in his heart. 100,000 abyssal points would be able to leave, which wasn't a large number. But after all, it was only information from a small child, and its credibility has yet to be verified. Either points are hard to come by, or this whole thing is just adults lying to children. What child, after all, doesn't grow up in a dream world woven by adults? Irma brought Wu Wei to her place, and after chatting with Irma's parents for a while, Wu Wei closed the door and sat on the bed. I learned from Irma's parents that what Irma said was indeed true. It was just that the points were hard to obtain, and the only way to exchange them for abyssal points was to hunt and kill abyssal creatures. The thing that was exchanged for abyssal points was the purple spirit bead that Xiaohu had dug out of the soul-devouring underworld serpent's body earlier. Wu Wicked played with the purple spirit bead in his hand. As for Little Tiger, he had just swallowed the origin energy left behind by the green dragon and was still sleeping at the moment. According to Irma's parents, this purple spirit bead contains the abyssal purple chi inside, and after absorbing it, it can strengthen and enhance one's attributes. Wu Wicked took the spirit bead and slowly fired his fingers. Kating. As a crack appeared on the surface of the spirit bead, a wisp of purple-violet aura floated out through the crack. At that moment, Wu Evil's eyes widened. This violet aura is exactly the same as the violet aura I saw Fraud and the others take out of the rift in the Forgotten Lands. If one had to say that there was a difference, it would be that the color of this wisp of violet chi was on the lighter side, unlike the wisp of violet chi obtained by the Fraud that was so pure. But even then, Wu Wicked was surprised. After all, this was a power that even the gods coveted. Wu Wicked hurriedly guided the wisp of purple chi and came to his side. Suck! After about 2 Kuner minutes, Wu Wicked slowly opened his eyes. The bottom of his eyes were filled with a surprise that he couldn't hide. Sure enough, this dark erosion abyss is just like what I thought. It's also capable of obtaining the purple chi that allows one to drastically increase their strength. It was during that time just now that his physical attribute and spiritual attribute had each increased by 500 points. Then he looked at the purple spirit bead in his hand, which could still squeeze out at least a dozen strands of purple aura. With one purple spirit bead, the physical attribute and spiritual attribute could each be raised by a large few thousand. With such a terrifying boost, even Wu Wicked couldn't stop his eyebrows from jumping wildly. Looking at the purple spirit bead in his hand, Wu Wicked's mood was agitated. Time passed until the last strand of violet energy was absorbed cleanly by Wu Evil, and the spirit bead in his hand turned into a handful of pieces. After a long period of sitting for a long time, Wu Wicked only felt his neck stiffen and got up to move around. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he saw that Little Tiger, who was originally slumbering beside him, had left at an unknown time. Wu Wei raised an eyebrow and pushed the door open to walk out. But he saw that the entire Bishui village was empty. Something's not right. It's too quiet around here. Wu Evil's eyes were slightly cold, and the fraud staff instantly appeared in his hand. A tap to his belt and Moon Wolf and self-exploding bee swarmed out. Wu Wicked spoke in a deep voice to the empty front. Since we're all here, why should we hide? What a resourceful boy. A disdainful snort resounded in all directions. But don't provoke me. This is my home turf. If I don't come out, what can you do to me? If you don't come out, it's up to you. Wu Wicked snorted coldly. Then with a wave of his hand, the self-destructing bees that originally surrounded him instantly flew out, being able to silently avoid the crowds of Bishui village, and also shielding the Xiaohu beside him so that he was unaware of it. Then it can only be divine power. There is only one person who can do that and have thoughts about him. That was Junzo Higashima, who had previously sensed the absence of an abyssal aura within Wu Wicked and knew that he had only just entered the dark eclipse abyss. Wu Evil had long guessed that Junzo Dongshima wouldn't really die, but he just didn't expect that he would move so quickly. It's just as well that he's not coming over, so he doesn't have to take the initiative to seek him out. Wu Evil's eyes rolled and he kept scanning the surroundings. The opponent was just a person with a divine power inheritance, and his level, which Wu Evil had seen before, was 57. The illusion space created was definitely limited in scope even if it simulated the entire Bishui village. While it was a dumb way to have the self-destructing bees fly out and actively explore the boundaries of the illusionary realm, it definitely worked well. However, there were quite a few divine power inheritances capable of creating illusionary spaces, so it was unknown whether the divine power he had obtained was a maze, an illusion, or something else. However, Junzo Higashima waited for this opportunity. He had seen the power of those self-destructing bees with his own eyes, and even Tanaka was able to instantly second them. Although he was stronger than Tanaka, he didn't want to put his life on the line. A breeze brushed by, and Junzo Higashima's figure appeared behind Wu Wei. The right palm covered with snake scales swung out a residual shadow and violently slapped at Wu Evil's back. "Kid, you're still too young. So die for me." Chapter 99 Tough Starburst Level Puppet. 9.82 million. Boo-hoo. With this slap, Wu Evil received a solid hit. With just one palm, it knocked out nearly 10 million life points of Wu Evil. A huge damage number floated up above Wu Evil's head. Only this damage was taken by the rock giant in the royal beast bag. Wu Wei raised his eyebrows and smiled disdainfully. "Is this all you have? It doesn't seem to work either." Saying that, Wu Evil pointed to the blood bar that was revealed on the top of his head because of the damage he had taken. "Look, it's still full. It feels like calling you a vegetable dog is an insult to the word." When Tashimataro heard Wu Evil's words, he nearly didn't die of anger. "How is it possible? How could you have such a high life value?" At the same time, he had a huge shock in his heart that a piece of trash that hadn't yet been transformed by the abyssal purple chi would have such a terrifying life value. No wonder he dares to be so emboldened. Wu Evil raised his eyebrows and looked at Junzo Higashima, who had a wonderful face, and smiled indifferently. In the meantime, the moon wolf that had been standing beside Wu Evil instantly made a move, countless huge moon blades, heading towards Junzo Higashima, instantly cutting him into pieces. Bull isn't for the living, and as for the dead, there's even less need to bull him. However, after Junzo Higashima was blasted into slag, the surroundings did not change, the illusion was still there. Once again, Junzo Tashima's voice rang out from all around. "Don't think you've won, what you've killed is just my mirror image doppelganger. And such a bilocation. I possess countless of them. Can you kill them all?" As soon as the voice fell, countless Junzo Higashima appeared in various places around them, either standing on the roof or riding on Irma's wooden horse, or leaning against the door. Hundreds of Tashima Junzo, snickering, looked at Wu Evil. "Like I said, this is my home turf, where I have countless chances to fail and start over, and you only have one life to live. In the mirror world, I am an invincible existence." Junzo Higashima smiled wildly. "It's been so long. I can't even count how long it's been since I've given it my all. That crap isn't even worth it. I have to say, you do make a good opponent. But..." Speaking of which, all of Junzo Higashima's eyes turned grim. "I don't need tough opponents. I'll surround myself with only lowly people who wag their tails at me and beg." Words. Wu Wicked all laughed. To think that someone would actually be stupid enough to blow their own trump card. It's the unknown that's the most difficult. Once it comes to light, there are countless ways in which it can be countered. It seems that Junzo Higashima is really confident in his own strength. "What are you laughing at?" Junzo Dongdao's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared dead at Wu Evil. "Is it hard to believe that you think you have that ability to break through my mirror space?" Without waiting for Wu Wicked to reply, Junzo Higashima continued, "Don't kid yourself. Even someone a dozen times more powerful than me wouldn't be able to break through. And as for you, you're simply delusional. I can give you a chance to live, hand over your space ring to me, then sign a master-slave contract with me and be my slave, and perhaps I can still spare your life." At this moment, Wu Evil was no longer in the mood to continue playing with him. The eyes changed from indifference to teasing. "If a dozen times won't work, what about 10,000 times?" Junzo Higashima acted as if he had heard an incredibly funny joke. 10,000 times? Just you. Ha ha ha. Are you planning to laugh me to death, so you can inherit the green star coins inside my space ring? However, the next second he couldn't stop laughing. A huge mechanical golem that appeared in front of him. The golem had 3 heads and 6 arms and was oppressive. "Wait! Isn't this the rag from Bishui village? Really think I'm scared?" Junzo Higashima shook his head dismissively. "If this is your bottom card, then you will definitely die today." Click, 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 click. During the period when Junzo Higashima was speaking, the mechanical puppet, Neza, slowly stretched out from his 6-armed, knee-hugging, curled up in a ball appearance. Even after not functioning for a long time, his body remains flexible. Wu Evil looked at Dong Shimataro as if he were a dead man. Without looking back, "Go! Kill him! Gulp!" Junzo Higashima didn't hold back a gulp. "Damn! How is this possible? Isn't this puppet broken? How can it still move? It's not scientific." Neza, however, didn't pay any attention to Junzo Higashima's yelling. The red damask in his hand danced, and in an instant, all of Junzo Higashima's bilocations were all slapped to pieces. With that, the red damask rose straight up, touching the mirror space boundary and snapping. With a crunching sound, the entire mirror space, like a ruptured mirror, shattered. When the people of Bishui village heard the sound, they opened their doors and walked out from their respective rooms, only to see that figure that they couldn't be more familiar with, currently standing in the open space of Bishui village. Kusho, Kusho, Kusho. Obviously, it hasn't been touched for decades, so what makes him still able to use it now? In the distance, Junzo Higashima was growling at the top of his lungs. Everyone looked at Wu Evil and then at Junzo Tashima, instantly understanding everything. "Damn it! How dare you play dirty? I told you we can't let them off the hook. How can a dog change his eating ways? We should have fought them to the end. He's alone now. Let's all strike together and kill him to avenge our dead family members." Looking at the crowd of Bishui village that had come back up, Junzo Higashima's expression changed. His divine power was cracked and temporarily unavailable, and he had sneaked in alone so as not to spook anyone. In his current state, he had no chance of winning against this group of people plus a strong puppet. Junzo Higashima's fists clenched and he turned and ran the next second. "Kid, I admit that I have underestimated you this time, but don't be complacent. We will meet again. Shoo!" Before Junzo Higashima's words could fall, an arrow directly overtook the people of Bishui village who had chased them out of the village. "Boo-hoo!" As a muffled grunt rang out, it shot straight through Tashimataro's body. Soul strength plus 59. Wu Wei grinned coldly. "Goodbye. That will have to wait for at least 18 years. Letting the tiger return to the mountain is not Wu Evil's style. It's better to be dead if you're an enemy." "Huh. No, that's Junzo Higashima? Just like that? Honey, am I still dreaming? How about you slap me? Pop. No, you're a real fan. Don't you hesitate at all? I'm sorry. Mostly because I'm also curious if this is a dream I'm having." The crowd was still wondering if it was now a dream or real. A team of moon wolves had rushed back from the darkness and ran straight to Wu Wicked's side. They were also carrying various equipment and a space ring in their mouths. Hiss! The crowd took a deep breath as they looked at the lightly traveled moon wolf. The proficiency was as if it had been done countless times. We seem to have a real bandit in Bishui village. Chapter 100 Taking the Initiative, Targeting the 10 Extinct Walled City. Gift Plus. Hearing the prompt in his ears, Wu Evil raised an eyebrow. Junzo Higashima was only level 57, which wasn't too high of a level. But after he died, he actually provided 59 points of soul strength, far more than the gang of NPCs in the Imperial capital. In fact, if it wasn't for this bit of soul strength with Wu Evil's nature, when Junzo Tashima appeared, he would have been directly seconded by him. Just as a rich person wouldn't mind having a lot of money, Wu Evil wouldn't mind having a strong enough soul. Now, when he had the opportunity to upgrade, he had to work harder to upgrade. He didn't want to wait until a certain day to regret it. Putting away the equipment that the Moon Wolf had brought back, Wu Evil then looked at Junzo Tashima's spatial ring. His ring was leveled at 57, and there was no way for Wu Evil to equip it. But there is no level restriction on opening the ring space and accessing items. It's just simply not being able to enjoy the base attributes that the ring provides and the special effect abilities. Looking at the panel that popped up in front of him, it clearly recorded the contents of the ring. In addition to those trash materials, among them, there were 7 Abyssal Spirit Beads and more than 30 million Green Star coins. Compared to Bishui Village, whose total assets added up to less than 10,000, it was considered truly rich. I just don't know how many of those star coins were robbed. Only all of these things are now cheaper for Wu Wicked. At that moment, a middle-aged man in the crowd walked out and slowly came before Neza. The middle-aged man was in tears, his palm resting on Neza's body, carefully stroking the metal patterns on Neza's body. Seeing this, Wu Evil frowned slightly. "Hey!" The old village chief suddenly appeared behind Wu Evil, and after a long sigh he faintly spoke. "Don't worry, little friend Wu Evil, since I've already promised to give it to you. no one will be able to take it back. Just. After a moment's pause, the old village chief continued to speak. Just can you not take it back for now, so that little Lee can take a good look at it? Okay. Upon hearing this, Wu Evil didn't say anything and gently nodded his head. The old village chief looked at little Li Zi, who was crying into tears, sighed once again and said to himself, this golem was built by little Li's grandfather. Old Li had a lifelong love of forging, and always loved to figure out contraptions that none of us could understand. Old Li is quite stubborn, can be said to be all anti-bone. At that time we all advised him to give up, but he just wouldn't listen and had to say that he would definitely succeed. And this golem is the golem he made based on the likeness of the gods of our previous civilizations, and named it after the god's golem. It's just that Old Li unfortunately passed away 3 years ago during a fight with the group from the 10 extinct walled city. Little Li has been repressed for a long time, and today it's only because he's seen his grandfather's best work in his life get back on its feet that it's a bit of a human being. Speaking of this, the old village chief's mouth curled up in relief. Crying isn't always a bad thing. There are times when being able to cry is, in turn, proof positive that he's letting go. Since Senior Li went, Junior has shut himself up inside the house all day. In those days, not seeing him for 6 months was the norm. Now that he was able to walk out, the happiest people were the people of Bisui village who cared about him. After hearing the old village chief's explanation, Wu Evil's heart froze for a moment. He really didn't expect that this puppet was actually made by the villagers of Bisui village themselves. A level 150 Starburst class mechanical puppet, even Wu Evil, who was a god class puppeteer, couldn't be enough to craft it. To make a mechanical puppet, one needed a powerful forging technique, a top-level understanding of formations and puppet attainments. One of the 3 is missing. If all of these are in place, there is only one final step to take, and it is the most critical of them all. It's just superb patience. Unlike flesh and blood puppets, mechanical puppets needed countless mechanical parts to form their bodies if they wanted to operate flexibly. Neza is such a large body in which precise mechanical parts, less than 10 million. Such a huge amount of work was done by Lao Li alone. And at that time, he also endured the disapproval of other villagers. Wu Evil cannot believe how much pressure Lao Li at that time. And under such pressure, year after year, this golem was made. Good thing he made it in the end and fought a good turnaround. Wu Wicked could imagine how excited he was. It was just a pity that such a capable person had died in the dark eclipse abyss. A mechanical puppet of the same level and rank was worth far more than a flesh and blood puppet. The last thing the world lacks are those who are mechanically inclined. They were even willing to use hundreds, thousands, or even more times the price of the same quality to buy a good quality mechanical puppet. If this mechanical puppet was placed in the deity continent, even if it was sold indiscriminately with its eyes closed, it could be sold for hundreds of millions. And it's still purple star coins. Being able to trade 100 million green star coins for it, Wu Wicked was already earning hemp. Thinking of this, Wu Wicked slowly came behind the middle-aged man. Little, Old Li, are you interested in accompanying me and destroying the 10 extinct walled city? With that, Wu Wei pointed at Neza. Use it. At those words, all the people of Bisui village were stunned. The middle-aged man also turned his head incredulously. Energy enough. Wu Evil smiled faintly. Don't worry. The energy is high, at least to exterminate a 10 Jedi walled city. More than enough. When these words came out, the entire Bisui village cheered. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. If I'm dreaming, I hope I never wake up. The gods bless my Bisui village, and Lord White Tiger blesses my Bisui village. Wu Evil. The feud between Bisui village and 10 extinct walled city was not a day or 2 old. The villagers of Bisui village didn't like to fight, and if it wasn't for the people of the 10 extinct walled city making things difficult again and again, they wouldn't have fallen into such a state. After all these years of dealing with the people of the 10 Jedi walled city, they knew very well that there was no peace in exchange for concessions. But all these years of retreat after retreat have pushed them to the breaking point. When he came back to his senses and wanted to counterattack, he already didn't have the strength to face the 10 extinct walled city head-on. Until today, there was no variation. Wu Wicked returned to the house and took the 4-legged tiger in his arms. Leaving the little guy a tiger in Bisui village, Wu Wicked was not at ease. Sensing the strange movements around him, little tiger's eyelids twitched. But after smelling that familiar odor, it fell into a deep sleep once again. According to the old village chief, after little tiger absorbed the power of the green dragon's origin, Little Tiger would successfully metamorphose, and by then, his strength would be drastically increased. Such origin power at that time, the 4 great divine beasts had each retained 3 copies of it without jeopardizing their own strength, and had given them to various forces. For the day when it will come in handy. So no matter which one of the 4 divine beasts encountered the origin power left behind by whomever, it could be absorbed perfectly. Hold on to Tiger. The group of people set off in a grand manner in the direction of the 10 extinct walled city. Only this time, the expressions on everyone's faces were not heavy. Looking closely, it wasn't even hard to find a hint of impatience in the bottom of their eyes. Chapter 101 Can't Spray, this is the real Yen Wang. Those in front of you stand still, you've reached the boundary of the 10 extinct walled city. If it continues forward, we will consider it a provocation. Several figures stood inside the 10 extinct walled city, on the high towers on both sides. Several people pulled back their bowstrings, aiming at Wu Evil and the others, and led. If only 1 or 2 other people had come by, mistakenly or not, they would have attacked long ago. But as archers whose strength far exceeded that of other professions, they were able to clearly perceive who was coming before them at the moment. In their perception, the group before them was at least in the hundreds. Such a big battle made them a little nervous as well. In a flash, a killing intent spread over the people of Bishui village. Son thief, open your doggy eyes and see clearly who your grandfather is. What's all this nonsense? Just kill them. That's right, just kill them straight in. Isn't that what they did to us before? Yet their words were not yet finished. An explosion came directly from the distant archery tower.
Boom, boom, boom.
The few people who had just been clamoring were now falling from the arrow tower, falling helplessly to the ground. Old village chief. Bishop's village crowd. Little friend, it's still you. Compared to Wu Wicked, this group of people from Bishui village were like fledglings who had never seen the world. Yet in response to the old village chief, there was still an explosion. After an explosion, the gate of the 10 extinct walled city was directly blasted open. In the darkness, several figures scurried about. They then transformed into majestic moon wolves, only to appear in front of Wu Evil with equipment and space rings in their mouths. Bishop's village crowd. I can't spray it. This one is the real Yen Wang. Wu Wei gave them a blank look. What are you guys talking nonsense with him for? We're not here to visit our relatives. Revenge is all about being fast and accurate. People like you who have to nag before they fight usually don't survive more than 3 chapters. The crowd nodded like garlic. There was no underestimation at all because of Wu Wicked's young age. Live and learn. And this time they are really learning something. Watch my eyes later. Wu Evil also just said a couple of words and then released Naja, then direct orders to attack. Phew, Naja is on fire. There was nothing bulky about the huge body, and white smoke erupted from the joints of the body as it swished in. The crowd could only feel a gale blowing by, a gale that messed up the expressions of everyone present. However, in the next second, a burst of fire came from within the 10 extinct walled city. Wu Evil's eyes twitched. All right, it's your turn now. Remember, don't let anyone go. If you come across a child hiding in a cupboard or under a bed, remember, the sharp blades must pierce his right and left chests in case his heart grows on the other side. A cut to the throat too, in case he gets his heart in his throat. And then another cut in the stomach, in case he swallows back his hanging heart. The last of the last, the butt cheeks, the soles of the feet can't be spared. Got it. Damn, I've met the Real King of Hell. Can there be a good piece of meat on the other side after this set of operations? Although shocked, the people of Bishui village nodded their heads. In the next second, the entire village, men, women, and children, grabbed their respective weapons and rushed in. As for Wu Wicked, the beeps of soul strength arriving kept ringing in his ears. Although it wasn't comparable to Junzo Higashima, it was far superior to boss monsters of the same level. Don't take a mosquito's leg for meat. After accumulating a small amount, the quantity is also considerable. It was only after half a Kunar hour that Wu Evil strutted in. He didn't interfere too much. The Bishui village and the 10 Jedi walled city had a long history of grudges, and there were some blood feuds that they still had to avenge themselves. At this moment, the people of Bishui village were more or less stained with blood, but in their eyes was the elation of having their revenge avenged. Many people have already pulled out the paper money they had prepared long ago and returned the wish in place. Wu Evil said with a cold frown, "Stupid! Wu Wicked wasn't polite in the slightest. The sudden sound of outrage scared the crowd. The old village chief hurriedly walked over and spoke cautiously. "My lord, I've already checked indeed, and didn't leave a single living soul." The old village chief himself didn't even notice that his address to Wu Wicked had changed from the previous little friend to the current adult. In the world of gods, the strongest are honored. They came to this world before Wu Wei, so they were also more adapted to the rules here than Wu Wei. Wu Evil's gaze was unpleasant as he pointed at the several people burning paper money in place and said in a cold voice, "Are you sure you've finished checking? Has the battlefield been cleaned? The rules of the jungle, fight and run, never stay. Even if you want to celebrate, wait until you get back. If you guys do that, won't you be caught off guard by the other side in case you encounter enemy support?" In terms of age, many of these people could be Wu Evil's grandparents. But at the moment, each of them was as quiet as a chicken. Obviously, they also knew that they were at a disadvantage and didn't dare to argue with Wu Evil. Wu Wicked snorted coldly. It was only because he saw these people as more agreeable that he said a few more words. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't even bother to look at them. The others didn't say anything. Only the old village chief with a smile came to Wu Wicked's side. An old face, trying to squeeze out a smile. "Don't worry, my lord. We've already checked and cleaned up the battlefield." "Humph." Wu Evil didn't reply, but only snorted coldly. At the same time, he reached out and slapped his hand to the imperial beast pouch at his waist. In the next second, countless black shadows surged out like a tidal wave. Wherever the black shadow went, smoke and dust rolled out. Not an inch of grass was left. Even the nooks and crannies of the graveyard gave way. The people of Bishui village raised their eyes, only to see that where those moon wolves had left, the ground had all been lifted off, and the originally hard soil was so breathable that it could be sown directly at this moment. As for those houses and buildings, they were directly destroyed. Wooden or earthen walls can't carry a moon wolf's trashing. In less than 3 minutes, the entire 10 extinct walled city completely ceased to exist. As far as the crowd's eyes could see, it was all barren. Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared at Wu Evil in a daze. They finally understand now. Why would Lord White Tiger recognize this teenager in front of him as his master? This teenager is horrible. If he was the enemy, the entire village of Bishui would not even be able to sleep in the future due to fear. In a short while, a group of moon wolves appeared in front of the crowd with equipment and spatial rings in their mouths, and even green star coins. Equipment and space rings aside, there were a ton of green star coins alone. Visually, the pile of green star coins amounted to no less than a whopping 3 million. At that same time, a group of moon wolves made way. The crowd looked over, and before the people arrived, they heard unpleasant angry curses. 5 moon wolves, carrying 3 males and 2 females, a total of 5 children appeared in front of the crowd. "Bastard! Kill me if you can. Otherwise, when I grow up, I will kill you all by 1,000 cuts and make you beg for your lives." It was from the mouths of these children that those unpleasant words rang out. Wu Evil looked at the old village chief with a smirk and said, "That's what you said. It's been checked." Gulp. The old village chief was like a child who had done something wrong at the moment, slightly hanging his head down and standing honestly in front of Wu Evil. The same goes for the rest of them. Everyone, at this moment, did not dare to breathe a single breath. Chapter 102 Eightfold Underworld Illumination Body. At the moment there is nothing but the ungodly yelling and cursing of children. There was silence all around. It was the old village chief, who couldn't stand it first, who took the lead and broke the silence. "My lord, we did scrutinize it just now. Perhaps it was because these little ones were too good at hiding that they escaped our clearances." Upon hearing this, the others also took advantage of the situation and hastily chimed in. "Yes, my lord, we were careless." Wu Wicked glanced at the crowd. "Your carelessness today, in 10 or 20 years' time, what you will get in return could be the extermination of your entire family. There are some mistakes that can be made just once, and when things come up to teach people, that has consequences that I don't think any of you want to see." Upon hearing this, all of them nodded solemnly. "Don't worry, my lord. We promise we won't do it again in the future." In fact, they did follow Wu Evil's explanation to do so, and carefully checked inside and out. "I just didn't realize that these brats could hide so well." But with Wu Wicked sampling this time, they were sure that the same problem would never be repeated in the future. Upon hearing this, Wu Evil nodded and turned his gaze to the side. When the people of Bishui village saw this, all of them let out a long breath. Wu Evil's oppression was too strong. Seeing Wu Evil turn his head to look at himself, the three brats who had been screaming and cursing incessantly had their hearts shaken and hurriedly shut their mouths. However, Wu Evil just grinned. In the next second, the moon wolf that held the three little kids that had been screaming and cursing jumped into the darkness. At the same time, the screams and pleas for mercy of the three brats resounded in the distance. But soon there was no movement, and Wu Wicked's gaze went to the other two children. A boy and a girl, from beginning to end. These two children were always as quiet as chickens. Wu Wicked took out a dagger and a loaf of bread and handed it to the two children. Choose for yourself. At those words, the two children instantly understood what was going on, and their little faces went white for a moment. Combined with everything that had just happened, they all knew in their hearts that this plain-looking big brother in front of them was definitely not someone with a soft heart. Bread and daggers, there is only one way to live. Choose the dagger and die for sure. Seeing that the two children were slow to move, Wu Evil's patience faded, and he said in a cold voice, "Speed!" Ah! Wu Evil suddenly made a sound, and the two children were startled. "Brother, I'm afraid," the little girl next to him cried out in pain. Soon the little boy had made up his mind. Slightly closing his eyes, he gritted his teeth and chose the dagger. "Little sister, you will take my share from now on and live well." The next second, however, he was dragged down by Moonwolf. As a scream rang out, a scream was heard in the distance. The last remaining little girl smiled a smile that did not belong to her age. The sadness disappeared in an instant as his face changed. She happily took the bread from Wu Evil's hand. "Thanks. I choose bread, and you will keep your word and spare me." "Wu Wei." "What promise?" In the next second, the moon wolf disappeared in front of the crowd with the little girl in its mouth. Then a scream of pain rang out, interspersed with the little girl's question, "Why? What's this for?" The old village chief and the rest of Bisui village also looked at Wu Wicked in puzzlement. Wu Evil swept his gaze around the crowd with a look of hatred. "The fact that the little boy chose the dagger shows that he has murderous intentions towards me. Then this son must not be kept." "What about the little girl?" "Wu Evil, that the choice of bread shows that this son has a deep heart and must not be kept." "Nice guy. I'm calling nice guy straight up. So both options are ghost cards, and you're pressing for them to live. People see a lot of people, good and bad. But the king of living hell, they really saw it for the first time. Really uncomfortable." The crowd returned to Bisui village. Wu Wicked just took away the abyssal spirit bead and didn't move the other points. At the huge sum of money that fell from the sky, the entire Bisui village, more than 300 people, all cheered out loud. The old village chief, who had always been petty, also made an exception today and buried 3 more green star coins under the soul tree. Today, the light emanating from the soul tree fruit was 1 point brighter. Only what they didn't know was that the old village chief was still carrying a huge sum of $100 million in his hand. The old village chief told no one about this. As the mayor of Bisui village, he knows that it takes a little water to make a lot of water. No more money, no more squandering. In the meantime, the news of the 10 jaded walled city being destroyed quickly spread throughout the dark eclipse abyss. After all, the 10 extinct walled city was considered a medium-sized force in the dark eclipse abyss, and its strength was visible. Now that the news of the extermination is out, the news naturally rides on the wind. It soon became the main topic of conversation after dinner and tea. Everyone was speculating about who had such a great skill to be able to instantly exterminate the 10 extinct walled city. And even the house buildings of the 10 Jedi walled city were destroyed, so it could be said that nothing was left but a patch of chicken feathers. Some people guess it's Bishop's village. However, this speculation was met with a flurry of ridicule from others.
Im lauging Malasias off.
"Brother, you really dare to say it? Bisui village is just a bunch of piglets gathering place. The people of Bisui village are all rabbits. They don't know what resistance means. I say those people from the 10 extinct walled city are also stupid. They don't know how to utilize such a good resource. They have to think about destroying Bisui village." "That's right, I've been meaning to say that for a long time now. If it were up to me, I'd just go and harvest a wave every couple of months. A full meal and a full meal. It's amazing that you can pick the wrong person for such a simple multiple choice question. It's all over talking about this now. The 10 Jedi walled city is gone." "Yeah. The 10 Jedi walled city is all gone." The speaker has no intention of listening. Several people's eyes lit up. "Yeah, with the 10 Jedi walled city gone, they'll get a piece of Bisui village." In an instant, several figures lit up their soul lamps and disappeared into the darkness. With the support of the 10 Jedi walled city, there was no shortage of abyssal spirit beads in Wu Evil's hands for the time being. For 2 days in a row, he didn't go out. Sitting with his legs crossed on the bed, he refined the abyssal spirit bead. Suddenly, a crunching sound rang out within Wu Wicked's body. At the same time, a purple light flowed along his tendons and veins throughout his body. Wu Wicked felt as if his body had broken through some kind of shackles. Then he opened his eyes steeply. This is the 8-fold underworld illumination body that the old village chief was talking about, isn't it? Wu Wicked glanced at his physical attributes. The physique attribute increased from 45,400 points to 95,400 points. As for the life value, it was raised from 954,000 to 1,908,000 points. And the first layer of the 8-fold underworld illumination body was the one that required both attributes of the refined abyssal spirit bead to be raised by 50,000. After a breakthrough, gain an additional 110 to life growth boost. That is, originally Wu Evil's life value growth was 110. Now it was raised to 120. Wu Wicked opened the attribute panel and took a look. Although the level hadn't changed, every other attribute, however, had received a huge boost. And it's the life value that has changed the most. Name: Wu Wicked. Rank: 43. Occupation: Second Order Summoner. Lifespan: 1908000. Blood and Chi Shield: 9540000. Mana: 2339300. Magic Attack Power: 116,965. Divine Power: 0.1. Physical Defense: 17333. Magic Resistance: 14,276. Physical: 95,400. Mental: 116,965. Uniformity Value: 116,960. Wu Wicked shook his head. Almost, just a little bit. The Chi Blood Shield will break through the 10 million mark. Chapter 103 Ling Yun Set. Customized equipment. With 116,960 points of unity value, you will never have to worry about not having enough unity value again. Wu Wicked smiled and stretched. For 2 days in a row, he lived at a snail's pace in this tiny room, and the man was getting moldy. Just in time to get out and move around. Taking a glance at the still sleeping little tiger, Wu Evil smiled and picked him up, pushed the door open and walked out. Perhaps it was the brightness of the soul tree that had increased. Or perhaps it was the great revenge that had been avenged. Everyone in Bisui village was in a much better state of mind. When they saw Wu Wicked walk out, the crowd smiled at him and greeted him. Wu Evil nodded back. Shoo! The Neza puppet on the side suddenly rushed out. Only a bang was heard. In the darkness, a figure was slapped to the ground by Neza. At the same time, the moon wolf in the dark shadow flashed and brought back the corpse's equipment and spatial ring. The crowd was not surprised by this. After all, counting today's one, it was the 131st person to come in the past 2 days. On the day they exterminated the 10 extinct walled city and returned to Bisui village. Wu Wei then had given Neza his orders. As long as there were strangers that dared to enter the boundaries of Bisui village, no matter who they were, they would be slapped to death. Neza is also quite obedient, which is already 131 individuals. As the crowd looked at the spatial rings piled up into a small mountain in front of Wu Wicked, the eyes of the people of Bisui village were filled with envy. In addition to the star coins and props inside, these space rings are treasures in themselves. The monsters in the Dark Eclipse Abyss don't drop items of equipment, only abyssal spirit beads. These spatial rings were either made by the forger or they had brought them before. The number is predictably small. The old village chief who had just buried the star coins for the soul tree took a deep breath. No wonder those people like to snatch them from other people's hands. Yes. Robbing people can be much faster than killing abyssal creatures. The villagers on the side also chimed in. It wasn't as if there wasn't a way out of the Dark Eclipse Abyss. Just need to raise 100,000 abyss points to leave. But why is it that from ancient times, why is it that I have not heard of a single person leaving this place? Are they not strong enough? No, it's greed. I'm afraid most of the people here would have left a long time ago if everyone was at peace with themselves and not fooling around. But there are always people who are not satisfied. After all, abyssal spirit beads could not only be exchanged for abyssal points, but could also enhance strength. Killing monsters is nowhere as fast as killing people. With the first person doing such a thing, the others were forced to prioritize improving their strength in order to survive. The days leading up to the departure from the land of the abyss were pushed back indefinitely. Seeing Wu Wei go out, old Li, who had been watching Wu Wei's side, quickly came to Wu Wei's front. He took out a set of equipment that glowed with a silver-white light and handed it to Wu Wicked. "My lord, this is the equipment I built with the materials I collected in the 10 extinct walled city. Can you see if it can be used?" Old Li scratched his head, a goofy smile filling his face. Seeing this, the others came over curiously. "My lord, send out the attributes of the equipment for us to see." Although Little Li didn't inherit all of his grandfather's skills, he's still quite good at forging equipment. At those words, the crowd nodded in recognition. "Not as good as you guys make it out to be, and I haven't done this in so long my hands are raw." After coming here, he hadn't forged equipment for quite some time because of material restrictions. This time it was just the right amount of material, and Old Li he really wanted to thank Wu Evil properly. If it wasn't for Wu Evil, his grandfather's revenge, and the hatred of the entire Bishui village, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to avenge it in this lifetime. Wu Wicked nodded and smiled, but did not refuse. However, when he saw the effect of the equipment he still had was taken aback. Surprisingly, it's a silver-level set. Wu Wei raised his eyebrows slightly. Wu Wicked also directly shared the set's attributes. Ling Yun set cloth armor set. Quality: silver. Physical defense: plus 3,405 piece set effect. Spirit: plus 4,255 piece set effect. Equipment 3 effects. Cooldown reduction is able to break through the cap for 50% cooldown reduction. Equipped with 5 special effects. Summoner final growth increased by 30%. Unity value plus 300. Equipment level 43. I'll go, Little Li Z, you're no worse than your grandfather in this craft. Haha. Still calling someone Little Li. Now he's an Old Li too. This equipment is pretty good. It's heartwarming to see me as a mage. It's just casually made. It's not considered much better. But it's a pity that the materials we got were all average, otherwise it could have been better. Little Li Z laughed nervously and waved his hand. Again modestly and not so modestly. Wu Evil's eyes flashed. A 5-piece set that did not include jewelry. The cooldown time and the unity value, both of which were necessary attributes for a summoner, and the level of the equipment was just right at level 43, so it was obvious that the other party had been very attentive. But, to be honest, this set of equipment, it genuinely didn't have much use for him. The only special effect of the set, the only thing that worked for him, was a 30% increase in the final growth of the summons. And the final growth of the summons, Wu Evil, comes with 500%, so another 30% boost doesn't really have too much of an effect. The same attribute boost, once it exceeds 100%, will have a dilution effect, and the extra 30% is actually only a 5.67% boost. Assuming the summon has a base attribute of 100 points and comes with 500% of its own final growth plus 30%. 100 by 5 100 times 5.3 is equal to 0.0567. As for other effects, they were even more useless to him. The cooldown reduction cap boost is of no use to him at all. This attribute cannot be added up if the equipment on the body or one's natural skill has a special effect with the same effect. Compare the two and take the largest. With the 90% skill cooldown reduction given by the Divine Word skill, it's possible to completely ignore this attribute. Because Wu Wicked really didn't believe that there were any other skills or equipment effects that could achieve 90% of this effect. As for the plus 300 points in unity value, it was even more useless. To Wu Evil, 300 points of unity value, it didn't make a difference if he had it or not. And once he changed the original equipment on his body, his unity value dropped by at least 5,000 points. However, out of politeness, Wu Wicked still smiled and took it in. Smiling, he looked at Old Li. "You just said that if you had higher materials, you would be able to forge better equipment? Is that true?" Old Li froze and did not expect Wu Evil to ask this. Although he had an element of modesty, the attributes of this piece of equipment were still very good. The quality of equipment of the same level is raised by 2 levels if it is a set. The effect of this set of equipment was not at all inferior to that of a legendary grade equipment. And the set attributes of this equipment are also very suitable for summoners. Although Old Li had doubts in his heart, he thought about it and nodded seriously. If there are better materials, I'll be able to forge better equipment. It's been a long time since he's done this, but he's confident. Upon hearing this, Wu's disgusted head rejoiced. Is that able to customize the level and equipment attributes? Old Lee thought for a moment and nodded again. Yes, but if it's a rare attribute, it might not work all at once. It's not too rare. I want special effects that can boost the life qualification of stone giants. Chapter 104. Did you get the cut? Just start screaming. If that's not possible, one that raises the level of the summoned stone giant is fine. I'm not picky. Lao Li. It's still not rare. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was his benefactor, he would have wanted to lash out. Do you want to hear what you're saying? The rarest attribute for a summoner is the final growth boost of the summon. Next, there is the summoned beast qualification improvement, and then the summoned beast level. After all, these were the strongest special effects that were real and could directly affect the strength of summoned beasts. But in terms of rarity, the summoned beast qualification enhancement actually trumps the eventual growth of the summon. After all, there are just 3 common summons: the moon wolf, the bee, and the stone giant. Each in turn has life, defense, and attack power. 3 times 3 is equal to 9. It was already not easy to forge equipment with this kind of special effect, and it was even harder if it happened to be the effect that was needed. The unlucky forger, even if he forged for the rest of his life, I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to come across such a special effect. Old Lee gritted his teeth, his eyes gradually becoming serious. Yes, but I need 50 materials. And I still need materials to make a forge. This kind of big job, if you don't have a forging table that suits you, you're afraid you'll tire yourself out. Good point. Wu Wicked agreed quickly. Joke, the materials of a city are in his hands. Would he be worse off with this? Removing the 3 spatial rings, he handed them to Old Lee. Take whatever you need yourself and find me again if you don't have enough. Taking the ring, Old Lee examined it. After all, not all materials could be used, and he needed to use discretion. However, this look directly scared him to the point where his legs went limp. If it wasn't for the quick eyes and hands of the person beside him, holding him up, he was afraid that he would have already knelt on the ground. Old Lee, what's wrong with you? That's right. Isn't it just a bit of material? Why get excited like this? Old Lee gulped, and it took him a long time to come back to his dry throat, letting out an excited trill. No, not a bit. It's 1 billion points. Under the puzzled gaze of the crowd, he said excitedly, it's the entire material for 3 whole space rings. I've never seen so many rare materials in my life. 3 whole space rings? The crowd looked at Old Lee, who looked like he was about to mutate in place, and then at Wu Wicked, who looked bland. Gulped. BR. Storing so much material, my lord, you're preparing for a revolt. Wu Evil laughed. If it's not enough, give me another word. Enough. Enough. Old Lee nodded his head in a hurry. With these materials, I promise to build you a top-notch outfit. After saying that, Lao Li hugged the ring and ran to his house. His sledgehammer long ago was hungry for more. However, Wu Wicked pulled him to a halt. Old Lee, ? Wu Evil, don't want level 43 equipment. Want level 48. Old Lee gave Wu Evil a puzzled look and finally nodded. Looking at the Old Lee who left in a hurry, the crowd said in a good-natured manner, really, such an old man, no characterization at all, still like a child. I think it's still because there's no daughter-in-law. Wu Evil laughed along with him. He had to say that he recognized Old Lee's strength. There were quite a few forgers who could forge silver-level equipment, but there were definitely not many who could forge silver-level sets. And by the sound of his tone, a silver-level set was not his limit. It's just that there's no usable material around. Although those materials were worth a lot, it was definitely cost-effective to be able to make good friends with a forge master. It's always better to give something in the snow than to put icing on the cake. Suddenly, Wu Wicked looked up and into the distance. It wasn't just Wu Evil. Everyone sensed a not-so-unusual aura. A depressing aura gradually enveloped the entire Bishui village. Get the hell out of Bishui village. The voice was like rolling thunder, instantly spreading throughout Bishui village. The old village chief's eyes signaled, and everyone took out their weapons. The old village chief, on the other hand, came to the soul tree and buried a small bag of soul coins once again. Instantly, the tree fruit emitted a bright light like the sun, illuminating the surrounding darkness. They look like humans, but some are covered in scales, while others have skin as smooth as sharks. It was fundamentally different from the appearance of the people in Bishui Village and 10 extinct walled city. Red Moon Valley, Crazy Demon Hall, Flying Snake House, and Green Sun Mountain. What are you doing in my Bishui Village? The old village chief hunched over and walked slowly to the crowd. Don't look at him like a droopy old man, but he holds his own when it comes to the temperament piece. Seeing this, Wu Wei followed suit, this time not letting Neja make a move. After sitting in a disc for 2 days, it's the right time to move your muscles. When the 4 forces saw that the people from Bishui village really dared to come out, they couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. The woman leading the Red Moon Valley nodded and smiled. It's a bit surprising to me that you actually dared to stand and appear in front of us. When the other 3 forces saw this, they also snorted. Do you hear me? Kneel down for me. A blade chi swept in from the direction of the crazy demon hall, aiming precisely at the old village chief's legs. The people of Bishui village had ugly faces, looking for trouble as soon as they arrived. Say nothing and let them kneel. Not bad for the crazy bunch of lunatics at the Hall of Madness. With a pestle of the walking stick in the old village chief's hand, a ring of fire directly surrounded him, engulfing the blade chi. The old village chief was not angry. There is something to say directly, or is it that you, crazy demon hall, are planning to declare war with my Bishui village? Wu Wicked in the crowd sighed. Isn't it obvious that they are here to find trouble? What else is there to say to them? Hit it. But Wu Wicked could understand. Those who have been kneeling on the ground for a long time will inevitably have sore legs even after they have stood up. I'm just teaching you how to behave. Don't thank me even if you don't. And dare to misunderstand me, old man. I think you've really lived long enough. The leader of the Mad Demon Temple laughed out coldly. But when he was about to strike again, he only felt a coldness on the back of his neck. Turned back in a hurry, only to see that at some point, a pair of eyes appeared behind them, blocking their retreat. This is Moon Wolf. To have the nerve to summon such a low-grade summon, I see that you guys are really out of tricks as well. The next second, however, more and more eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, the number of moon wolves had exceeded tens of thousands. The leader of the Mad Demon Hall looked at the moon wolf in the rear with a deadly gaze, forced down the discomfort in his heart, and said morosely, "Playing tricks? Let me slice these summons of yours with a single slash." As the red-colored greatsword in his hand erupted with a humming sound, he then slashed out. The crimson blade chi was filled with oppressive force, far from the blade that swept towards the old village chief just now. One slash passed, and the back of the room was really quiet. The leader of the crazy demon hall also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and then snorted, "Don't make these vain things in the future, and it's also because I have a good heart. If it were anyone else, this knife would have directly taken your life. Woo, evil. Did you cut in? Just start screaming." Chapter 105 I don't eat beef. Wu Wicked stepped out of the crowd. Seeing this, the old village chief hastily arrived at his side. "Your Honor. They've come to the door looking for trouble. Why are you still polite with them?" Wu Evil directly interrupted the old village chief. With that, he shook his head slightly and continued, "This nature of yours really needs to be changed. Being kind is one thing, but when people are bullying you and you still think about reasoning with them, that's just stupid. This kind of stupidity harms people and themselves." Wu Wicked turned his head to look at the Hall of Madness. "I don't eat beef." In an instant, countless moon wolves surged out like waves. The number is more than tens of thousands. Straight away, they devoured dozens of people from the crazy demon hall. Damn! How could there be so many moon wolves? It hurts. My second brother was bitten. Ah! All sorts of screams, unceasingly. The crowds of the remaining 3 forces unconsciously opened their mouths wide. Moon wolves weren't a rare summon, but this many of them, and this powerful, were rare. All gazes fell on Wu Wicked, unconsciously taking dozens of steps back. Originally they came to look for trouble. Their own people died in the boundaries of Bishui village. The people sent out to spy on the news have sent several sets of people, froze, one of them went back. Originally, they felt that it couldn't have been someone from Bishui village who did it, it must have been someone else. But come all the way. What's the point of going back without a few favors? But now they realized that they were wrong, and so wrong. It's a high-ranking person from Bishui village. Eyeballing the number of this group of moon wolves, he was afraid that there were 40,000 to 50,000 of them. Converted into attribute points, less 4 million spiritual attributes. 100 attribute points equals 1 unity value for an average person. People are numb, an expert of the 5th bright illumination body. And the other party was a summoner, or a summoner who had been ambushed long ago. How can this be fun when everyone else is open and hanging? A summoner wasn't scary. But a summoner that was prepared long in advance was absolutely terrifying. You're good enough to fight 100 with one. But can you fight 10,000 with one? You're exhausted. Did I let you guys go? Wu Evil was not angry. The crowd rushed back again. There was nothing to it, because the way of retreat had long been cut off by countless moon wolves. 2D. This nigga is not a fifth heavy bright shining body. It's at least a sixth heavy one. Wu Wicked smiled coldly and looked in the direction of Red Moon Valley. Don't you guys like to kneel and talk? Then why haven't you knelt yet? Your Honor. The Red Moon Valley's leading woman was just about to open her mouth when a black leather whip directly and fiercely smacked her cold white face. The skin is open. Aha! Under everyone's horrified gaze, she brought the people of Red Moon Valley to their knees. What about you guys? Wu Wicked's gaze went back to the direction of the Flying Snake Mansion and Qingyang Mountain. Kid, don't you bully me too much, With a movement of Wu Wei's finger, the Moon Wolf army directly engulfed the Flying Snake houses. Wasn't it you who started the trouble when I bullied you? Wu Evil snorted coldly and looked in the direction of Qingyang Mountain. This time, before the leader of Qingyang Mountain could speak, the others took the initiative to kneel down. The old man likes to talk on his knees. That's right, whoever dares not want me to kneel, I'll his whole family to death. The leader of Qingyang Mountain, the man was numb. Both fists clenched, gritting his teeth, he still knelt down. Since Qingyang Mountain had ranked among the medium forces that had entered the Dark Eclipse Abyss, when had he ever suffered this kind of aggravation? He vowed that after today, he would repay it someday. A summoner was just a summoner. He didn't believe that the other party carried these summoned beasts at all times. As soon as he dares to fall alone, it's his time to die. Wu Wei turned his head to look at the people of Bishui Village. Got it. The people of Bishui Village. Your Excellency? We have to kneel too. Wu Evil. Wu Wicked now finally knew why even the passing dogs had to pee in the direction of Bishui Village. The words people are good, they are deceived began to materialize at this moment. Wu Evil shook his head helplessly. I don't eat beef. Get it? The people of Bishui Village shook their heads. This situation now, does it have anything to do with whether you eat beef or not? The old village chief opened his mouth with a trembling heart. Phew! The moment Wu Wei turned his head, a poisonous needle at a tricky angle shot towards the back of Wu Evil's head. 280 million. Ha ha ha, little. Let you be complacent. Hit my ice spirit divine needle. Now let's see if you die. The woman from Red Moon Valley stared at the top of Wu Wicked's head with wide eyes, looking at the blood bar that appeared due to the damage she had received in horror. And it's still full of blood. No. How much life value do you really have? That's 280 million damage and the blood bar doesn't even drive a bit? Just after saying this, she immediately regretted it and honestly knelt back down. My lord, listen to my sophistry. Wu Wei grinned. I don't eat beef. The Moon Wolf army directly engulfed the Red Moon Valley crowd. Red Moon Valley crowd? Ling Mei Yu, you're killing us. Obviously we don't have to die. It's all your fault. Ling Mei, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Only after greeting all of Ling Mei's ancestors did the voice fade away. The leader of Qingyang Mountain swallowed a mouthful of saliva and spoke cautiously. My lord, then can we leave now? Wu Evil nodded. It's better for me to send you guys off. How is that good? No, it's what I'm supposed to do. In less than 10 breaths of time, Wu Evil sent the crowd from Qingyang Mountain away. Only instead of sending them away, they go to hell. If he is able to hold back so much, he must not be kept. Retrieve the moon wolves and those who dropped them. Quite good, there were abyssal spirit beads again, so I could continue to close the door and refine them. My lord, thank you for saving Bishui Village once again. Watching Wu Wicked walk away, the old village chief hurriedly followed. Wu Evil spoke faintly. It doesn't matter. It's just smooth anyway. Seeing Wu Wicked about to leave, the old village chief quickened his pace again. I think I understand what your lordship said. The old village chief repeated Wu Evil's previous words. I don't eat beef. This is supposed to be the rule of Dark Eclipse Abyss. It's a pity that I only realized this after so many years, and even nearly buried the entire Bishui village for it. It's good to know. Wu Evil didn't listen to his continued chatter and turned around before walking into his room. To be honest, Wu Wicked still enjoyed spending time with them. After all, who doesn't like kind people? But kindness must also have a bottom line that cannot be lowered. otherwise it will only be harmful to others and themselves. As long as he gets it, it's not too late. It wasn't like I got that shot for nothing. Wu Evil Rua the small ears of the white tiger in his arms. Na and said to himself, after helping so many times, I can also be considered to have returned the favor of you guys for helping the little guy guard the Green Dragon origin. Perhaps they didn't consider guarding the Green Dragon origin to be a favor to Wu Evil. But one size fits all. Wu Wicked did benefit as well. Chapter 106 Dual Underworld Illumination Body. First, Hunt. The old village chief stood in front of the door of Wu Evil's room. Looking at the closed door of the room, there was some inward hesitation. Is the Lord disappointed in us? Even if His Excellency is disappointed, it's still reasonable. He still helped our Bishui village enough. It's my fault that I didn't understand your lordship's good intentions until now. It is better to teach a man to fish than to teach him to fish. His Excellency is trying to get us to stand up for ourselves. The next second, however, the door to the closed room suddenly opened. Wu Evil, who had changed into a set of clothes, walked out from inside. Follow me, crowd. Where are we going now? Wu Evil. Nonsense, of course we are going to end the nest of those 4 forces. You guys lead the way. Either you don't do it or you do it all. Or keep it for them to retaliate later. Some people may not seem to have much strength, but they have a lot of dirty tricks up their sleeves. On TV, are there fewer mighty men who have lost their lives because of backstabbing? Wu Wicked didn't have that kind of leisure to go around them. Might as well do it all together and get it over with. Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Wu Evil. You can get in if you like, but I'm not getting in anyway. At those words, the people of Bishui village were confused. But this time they accepted it quickly. Anyway, those 4 forces, none of them are good people. In the past, this was the 10 Jedi walled city's sphere of influence, and they were afraid of offending the 10 Jedi walled city. Thus they didn't dare to approach. But as soon as he heard that the 10 Jedi walled city was gone, he immediately brought people over. Such a bullying force, it is good to destroy it. The old village chief also picked a fresh soul fruit, newly made soul lamp, and rushed forward to lead the way. Now that there are green star coins, the bottom line is better. As the saying goes, once born, twice cooked. Having survived the practicing period of the last 10 Jedi walled city, the people of Bishui village were now very nimble-handed. Wu Wei only needed to let Naja go and make trouble in the sea, and for the others, he left it to the people of Bishui village to clean up after themselves. Everywhere a group of people go. Even the cesspools were raised for them, and the graves were not spared. They were all lifted, and the coffin lids were opened and inspected several times. Wherever they go, even the elderly scavengers come and give a thumbs up to praise the professionalism. Seeing this, Wu Evil was satisfied. Although they are a bit dumb, they still have a good attitude towards learning. With this thirst for knowledge, they will surely succeed. Took a full day for the crowd to return to Bishui village. Wu Wicked got 3 top-grade Abyssal Spirit Beads, 18 middle-grade Abyssal Spirit Beads, and 221 lower-grade Abyssal Spirit Beads. The quality of Abyssal Spirit Beads is judged by size. Like at the beginning, the baby-sized Abyssal Spirit Bead that Wu Wicked had obtained was the top grade. The top-grade Abyssal Spirit Bead also possessed the most Abyssal Spirit Chi inside it. Medium-quality Spirit Beads were the size of a thumb, while lower-quality ones were only the size of a small thumb. The Abyssal Aura contained within was only a pitiful 1 or 2 strands. As for Bishui village, it received a number of green star coins and a number of various materials. For adult soul trees, a number of fresh soul fruits. All of these could be sold for quite a few green star coins if they were taken to trade. For the people of Bishop's Village, who have had enough of austerity, there is no difference between now and New Year's Eve. For a week in a row, Wu Wicked was nestled in his room, behind closed doors. It was only until all of the Abyssal Spirit Beads had been refined that he opened his eyes reluctantly. The 8-fold meditative illumination body is divided into a total of 8. One weight was able to raise the physical and mental attributes by 50,000 points each. The second level is able to raise the physical and mental attributes by 150,000 points each. Triple is able to raise physical and mental attributes by 300,000 points each. Quadruple is able to raise the physical and mental attributes by 500,000 points each. The fifth weight was able to raise the physical and mental attributes by 1,000,000 points each. The sixth weight was able to raise the physical and mental attributes by 2,000,000 points each. The seventh weight was able to raise the physical and mental attributes by 3,000,000 points each. The eighth weight was able to raise the physical and mental attributes by 5,000,000 points each. Not a cumulative boost, but a stacked boost of up to 12 million physical and mental attribute points. And with each level up, the life value growth of the physique could also be increased significantly. If one cultivates to the 8th level of perfection, 1 point of the physique attribute is able to boost your life value by 1,000 points. It was also true that because of the powerful effect of the 8-fold underworld illumination body, here it didn't matter about the rank. The little bit of attributes added to equipment can be considered optional here. A higher heavy underworld illumination body was able to absolutely crush a lower heavy underworld illumination body. In the face of absolute attributes, all talent is nothing. If you can't beat it, you're not trying hard enough. Looking at the bed full of abyssal spirit bead fragments, Wu Wicked smashed his mouth. I really don't know why these people from Bisui village want to leave so badly and call this place an underground prison. What a blessing. This is not a prison. It's a paradise. Anyway, until he had cultivated the 8-fold underworld illumination body to its full value, Wu Wicked absolutely did not intend to leave. Putting his thoughts aside, other things aside, the abyssal spirit pearls in his hand were now all gone. The only way to continue to improve is to hunt yourself. Glancing at the still sleeping little tiger, Wu Evil helplessly picked him up. It's been too long since your breakthrough too. It's been almost 10 days it seems. Wu Evil rubbed the furry little ears and said bitterly, but there is no way. The child is growing his body. You cannot let him grow. My lord. Seeing Wu Wicked walking out, the old village chief, who had just finished making offerings to the soul tree, hurriedly jogged all the way over with a smile on his face. Wu Wicked went straight to the point. I'm out of abyssal spirit pearls and looking for someone to take me hunting. Those spirit beads from before had allowed him to raise his 8-fold underworld illumination body to the 2nd level with great difficulty. He had come to the dark eclipse abyss for almost 10 days before he managed to break through to the 2nd level. He didn't want to stay here forever. Upon hearing this, the old village chief said, I don't think your lordship has hunted yet. Wu Evil nodded. Indeed not. Hunting, as far as killing abyssal creatures is concerned, is also something that those of us who are trapped in the dark eclipse abyss must do. Those abyssal creatures are extremely strong. Even if it's just the weakest abyssal creature, it would require several of us to cooperate with each other in order to combine our efforts to catch and kill them. But with your lordship's strength, there should be no need to form a team. Wu Wicked gave him a blank look. Cut the crap and don't pat me on the back. Just get to the point. The corners of the old village chief's mouth twitched slightly. The adults really can't listen to any nonsense. With this thought in his heart, however, the old village chief still hurriedly smiled and said, the entrance to the hunting grounds is in the extremely cold bone forest. I'll ask Qin Xian to take you there. It's just that the abyssal creatures there are extremely ferocious, and there are times when they gather in groups, so we usually only dare to hunt on the periphery. So my lord, once you encounter that kind of swarm of abyssal creatures, don't hesitate and just leave. Chapter 107 If you have a bad brain, don't come out and hang around. Also, at the entrance to the extremely cold bone forest, there is a stone tablet. There it is possible to exchange abyssal spirit beads for abyssal points, and as for abyssal points, they are even more useful and can be exchanged for. Stop, stop, stop. Say it 3 times if it's important. Who is Qin Xian? Wu Evil shouted. The old mayor was good at everything, but he was full of crap. If I listen to him any longer, Wu Wicked will go crazy. My lord, I am Qin Xian. Out of the crowd, a girl stepped forward with her hand raised. The girl looked to be about the same age as Wu Wicked, with a tall figure, delicate features, and thin lips that were slightly pursed. Even if it was just plain clothes, they couldn't block her stunning face. When Wu Evil turned his head to look at her, Qin Xian's expression stiffened slightly, and her eyes dodged as she turned aside. Seeing this, Wu Wicked frowned slightly and said to the old village chief with some displeasure, Change it. I don't like this one. Better get me a male lead. The old village chief was a little less understanding, but still said, Our village's hunting squad has already set off, but don't worry, my lord, don't look at Qin like this. In fact, this girl is just a little bit afraid of being a stranger. Get along with her for a while more, and you'll know that she's good. Wu Evil is also enough, it's not a blind date, and get along for a while longer. Qin Xian also didn't expect Wu Evil to reject himself. Did adults have that kind of pedantic patriarchal thinking? At that thought, Qin Xian looked squarely at Wu Evil, even if it was just for the sake of a breath. Then he said seriously, My lord, I know the way to the extremely cold bone forest, I can do it. Seeing this, the old village chief on the side found another topic and was just about to open his mouth when Wu Wicked hastily waved his hand to interrupt. Forget it. Just you. Wu Evil swept his gaze over the old village chief and Qin Xian's body and nodded helplessly. It wasn't that he was patriarchal, it was just that Qin Xian did look too pretty. Taking a beautiful woman out, even if he didn't actively provoke it, he would definitely get himself into trouble. It's a truth for all time. That's why he said change when he saw Qin Xian's looks. The reason for choosing Qin Xian was even simpler. If he let the old village head continue to talk, it would be time for dinner. However, the old village chief had no idea what Wu Naja was thinking, and when he saw Wu Naja nodding, he said with a smile, "That's right, my lord, you mustn't have any prejudice against women. When you've been together for a while longer, you'll be fine in the future." Wu Evil? Just shut up, you. Wu Wicked reached out and slapped his hand on the imperial beast pouch at his waist, and the two moon wolves appeared directly in front of the crowd. Wu Evil was the first to mount a horse, and when he saw that Qin Xian didn't move, his mind moved. The moon wolf directly picked up Qin Xian and flung him onto his back. Scared Qin Xian lost her color. Wu Evil, sit tight, we're leaving now. As soon as the words fell, the two moon wolves rushed out. And when the old village chief saw this, he hurriedly shouted from behind, "My lord, you must be careful na. Remember, when you encounter a swarm of abyssal creatures, you must not engage in battle, as well as the soul lamp must not be extinguished, and in a maximum of 3 hours you will have to exchange a new star coin for it. The last of 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 the last." Holy! It's just never ending. Immediately, Wu Wicked ordered Moon Wolf to take out full speed and decisively burrowed into the darkness. Seeing this, Qin Xian nodded and smiled. "My lord, Grandpa Village Chief, he actually doesn't have bad intentions, he's just worried about us." Speaking here, Qin Xian's eyes also slightly darkened. "In the past, our village went out hunting team. Every time they went out hunting, they would be targeted, not to mention how much harvest they can bring back. They can all come back safely even if it's good. And that's exactly why Grandpa Village Chief is so talkative." Wu Evil nodded. "Of course I know, otherwise he would have died long ago." Qin, it's the truth, but the sky's the limit for conversation. However, Qin Xian was also someone who had seen great storms. She was present during the previous extermination of the strangling 10 extinct walled city, as well as the 4 major forces. She also knew that Wu Evil only had a poisonous mouth, but to her own people she was still very good. A smile tugged at the corners of her mouth at the thought. "My lord, is this how you used to talk to girls?" When Wu Evil heard this, he immediately became upset. "What's wrong with girls? Girls are not human. Little girl, your patriarchal thinking is not acceptable. What's wrong with girls? Girls can hold up half the sky." Sin. "Not. How come I'm still the bad guy? Forget it, I'll just shut up." These days, the entire atmosphere of the Dark Eclipse Abyss was unusually grave. 5 medium-sized forces were destroyed in a row, and the entire Dark Eclipse Abyss was on edge. The rest area outside the extreme cold bone forest. Have you guys heard about this? The other day, Red Moon Valley, Crazy Demon Hall, Flying Snake House, and Green Sun Mountain. These 4 medium-sized forces were all exterminated. Isn't that nonsense? Who doesn't know when something this big happens? And I've also heard that the person who did it even lifted the grave bag without leaving a single hair on it. I don't know whether it's the moral degeneration or the distortion of human nature. TSK. The graves are raised. How much hatred and how much resentment there should be. The gleaners went and came out crying and slapping their thighs straight. Clean, just too clean. Hey, now that times are bad. No business is good. As they spoke, 2 figures, a man and a woman, arrived at the extremely cold bone forest. Wu Evil, who was walking ahead, was directly ignored by the crowd. Because Qin Xian appeared, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone around him. Wu Wicked's eyelids lifted, his entire body was bad, and he muttered in a good-natured manner, "I knew it would be like this." Immediately, he took out a straw hat and handed it to Qin Xian. "Bring it on." "Aha!" Qin Xian smiled sweetly. Hastily, he put his straw hat on his head. Just a simple smile instantly elicited a few teasing whistles. A person with an unclean heart feels like he is being seduced no matter what others do. Immediately, a person who couldn't sit still walked out, bypassing Wu Evil and smiling in front of Qin Xian. Before the man could open his mouth, an icy voice came from behind him. Kid, you only have one chance. Think before you speak. The man lost his patience when his long simmering thoughts were interrupted. Viciously looking at Wu Evil. Who the hell are you? Can't you see I'm chatting with this beauty? Oh, I see, you're not her lickspittle, are you? Ha ha ha. Ha. The laughter came to an abrupt end. The man covered his neck and looked at Wu Evil with wide, unbelievable eyes. Wanting to say something, he ended up saying nothing, and his body went limp, falling directly to the ground with a thud, and above his head, a huge damage of up to $100 million floated up. Wu Evil glanced at the man and withdrew his gaze. Silly boy Chi, I've told you that you only get one chance to talk and you still don't listen. Don't come out and hang around if you don't have a good head on your shoulders. Chapter 108 Abyssal Stone Tablet. Shock Chin Exian. This is Red Moon Valley's Ice Spirit Divine Needle. Someone in the crowd instantly recognized something on the fallen man's neck. A tiny silver needle, and the skin around it, already slightly frosty from being frozen by the toxin. The crowd took a deep breath. How did this kid get the Red Moon Valley's Ice Spirit Divine Needle? Could it be that he's the mysterious powerhouse who exterminated Red Moon Valley? The crowd speculated. But one thing the crowd agreed on was that this guy was not to be messed with. After all, who knew if he still had the Ice Spirit Divine Needle in his hand anymore? However, Wu Wicked was not in the mood to pay attention to them. He just looked at them and withdrew his gaze. Clutching 3 silver needles in his palm, the corner of his mouth hooked slightly. This play is quite useful. Ice Spirit Needle Expendable Secret Treasure. Throws a secret treasure, dealing 280 million icy damage to the target. Wu Wei took Chin Exian's hand and placed it in her palm. Then he spoke faintly. If anyone ever treats you badly again, just shoot him with this. Wu Evil didn't deliberately lower his voice, and everyone present could hear him clearly. Hiss! That's the Ice Spirit Divine Needle. Just give it away. The group of women from Red Moon Valley only squeezed into the medium power because of this Ice Spirit Divine Needle, and this guy even said he'd give it. Good brother, I want one too. Give me one too. Seeing this, a girl with some good looks twisted her waist and walked over. People will repay you well. Wu Wei, get lost. Girls. Chin Exian was also stunned and reacted before he spoke in a hurry. My lord, this thing is too valuable. I can't accept it. Take what you're given, and as long as you don't give me any more trouble, it's better than nothing. Wu Evil's gaze was drawn to a stone tablet. This should be the stone monument that the old village chief said was capable of exchanging abyssal points. And Chin Exian hurriedly followed. But before moving his feet, he took out a handkerchief and removed the Ice Spirit Divine Needle from the man's neck on the ground. This baby can be reused many times unless the energy runs out. Can't go to waste. As for the man's state of death, Chin Exian wasn't afraid at all. She had seen more horrors some days ago, and now the scene was complete child's play to her, and she could think with her big toe about what these guys would do to her if there weren't adults around. There won't be any sympathy at all. Feeling the Ice Spirit Divine Needle wrapped in the handkerchief, it emitted a slight chill. The corners of Chin Exian's mouth rose slightly. Raising his eyes, he looked at Wu Evil's back, his eyes full of unraveling emotions. What a nice guy, but unfortunately, a long mouth. Feeling the gaze from his back, Wu Wicked frowned and looked over, and in a split second, he was eye to eye with Chin Exian. What are you staring at me for? Something on my back? Nope. Chin Exian hastily averted her eyes. Upon hearing this, Wu Wicked turned back and his gaze once again fell on the stone tablet. Chin Exian smacked his lips in his heart. See, I told you. When adults open their mouths, they can talk the sky to death. Wu Wicked's gaze fell on the stone tablet. At the same time, a system panel then appeared in front of him. Your current abyss points are 0. Wu Wicked's gaze traveled downwards and landed on the exchange interface. The first thing that caught his eye was the redemption scroll worth 100,000 points. Scroll of Atonement. 100,000 points cleansing sins, leaving the dark eclipse abyss. Good guys, I call good guys straight up. And redemption scrolls, really treating this place like a prison. Green star coin. 1 point for 50. Wu Wicked shook his head. One-way exchange. You can only exchange points for green star coins. You can't exchange green star coins for points. It's simply too pitiful. But yeah, if it was possible to reverse the exchange, Dark Eclipse Abyss was afraid that it would have been stomped on a long time ago. Then underneath it's some bread, vegetables, snacks and candies, fondue base and whatnot. Even Wu Evil saw various brands of cigarettes. It's just that each one isn't cheap. It could easily start with a few points, and the most expensive hot pot base cost 3,000 abyssal points a bag. It's comparable to a robbery. Wu Evil? Am I in the wrong place? Is this the supermarket in the downstairs neighborhood or the Dark Eclipse Abyss? This earns points too? In fact, it really can. And also there are quite a few people who redeem these things every day. Life is too bitter. It always takes courage to live. These are the very things that provide a great deal of psychological comfort. Closing the panel, Wu Wicked turned his head to look at Qin Xian. Do you want a lollipop? Qin Xian looked at Wu Evil with some confusion. If she remembered correctly, Wu Evil should have only just come to the Dark Eclipse Abyss. Moreover, the abyssal spirit beads that he obtained were all refined and absorbed by him, so it was only right that there were no abyssal points at all. How can you trade for a top-notch treat like a lollipop? Still, the thought of lollipops made her a little greedy. She hadn't eaten it but had watched others do so. And the village elders also said that the lollipops are sweet and tasty. Qin Xian herself didn't even notice that she had unconsciously nodded her head. Seeing this, Wu Evil directly pulled out a rainbow wave plate lollipop. A lollipop as big as your head. Here, have a good meal. Qin Xian's eyes went straight the moment she saw the lollipop, and she didn't even hear what Wu Evil said. All that was known was Wu Wei's hand holding the lollipop and handing it to her. It was the first time she had ever seen one of these. Purchased with points, there was only one tiny one, not as big as her fist. But this one, it's bigger than her face. But even a fist-sized lollipop costs a total of 150 abyssal points. Such a big. She couldn't even think about how expensive it had to be. Gulp! Qin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva and ghosted out his hand. When she looked back, the lollipop was already in her mouth. Is this the sweet and tasty flavor that the old man in the village said? It sure is delicious. Well, took 2 licks before Qin Xian came back to her senses. Hurriedly, he handed the lollipop back. My lord, this is just too expensive. How do I deserve to eat such high-class stuff? You'd better put it away, such a big piece. I'm afraid it can be exchanged for at least 500 points. Wu Evil was all amused. You've licked them all. Qin Xian's pretty face reddened with a brush. Wu Evil smiled faintly. Don't worry. Just eat as much as you want. Not to mention one. A cart will do. By the way, chocolate to eat? Wu Wicked took out another piece of Dev's chocolate. And so on. What did she just say? Exchange points. Suddenly, a bold idea came to Wu Nausea. Chapter 109. Eating broadcasting with goods, wildly earning abyssal spirit pearls. These things can sell for so many abyss points. And that's the last thing he needs. After all, the resources of an entire city were almost all in his hands. There's no shortage of space rings for fruit and vegetable store owners inside, snack bars, supermarkets. Whatever it is, he has it here. Even the variety is much richer than this broken stone tablet. If this tablet can sell something, why can't he? With this in mind, Wu Wicked directly took out a large picnic cloth. Then, rummaging through a few rings, he removed some of their contents and arranged them in sections on a picnic cloth. The commotion over here instantly drew the attention of the people around. What does he mean by that? Even if you're showing off, you don't have to be like this. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning from heaven? What's that red one? How come I've never seen it before? That one's an apple. TSK, TSK, TSK. Haven't seen one in decades. Still miss its flavor. Qin Xian, who was on the side, immediately changed her face when she saw this. My lord, wealth doesn't reveal itself. If you take out so many things at once, be careful of being missed by someone with a heart of gold. Just by roughly scanning around, these things that Wu Wicked had taken out were worth at least 30,000 abyssal points. And she can only estimate the value if she's seen it. But she hadn't seen most of these before and had no idea how to value them. Upon hearing this, Wu Evil waved his hand and smiled. It's just business. Where can you not put your goods out? Saying that, Wu Evil's eyes gradually turned grim as he grinned. If there's really an ungrateful one, I don't mind giving him a ride. With a thought, Wu Wei directly summoned Ne Zhao. A stop next to the general is a soldier. Seeing this, Qin Xian didn't say anything else. After all, Nez's strength was evident to her. Wu Wicked put his hands in front of his mouth and made a sound-amplifying gesture, then shouted, selling all kinds of goods at low prices. In addition to selling green star coins, 1 point of Abyssal points can be exchanged for 60 green star coins. The moment these words came out, the people who were watching around them instantly gathered. 1 Abyssal point for 60 green star coins. Is this true? Wu Wicked nodded. Of course, child and man. But only Abyssal Spirit Bead transactions are accepted. I want to exchange 6,000 green star coins. Okay. How do you sell that red fruit? Apple? 1 Abyssal Spirit Bead for 30 Abyssal points. What? 30 points? That's too cheap. I want it. Give me a bag of fondue base. 2,000 Abyssal points for the Abyssal Spirit Bead. Selling so cheap, don't want to die. In just 2.5 hours, Wu Wicked had obtained 639 lower-grade Abyssal Spirit Beads, 109 medium-grade Abyssal Spirit Beads, and 42 upper-grade Abyssal Spirit Beads. Looking at the Abyssal Spirit Pearls that were rapidly coming in, Wu Evil's eyes lit up. No wonder so many people lose money and go bankrupt every year, yet countless people still start their own businesses. The speed at which this came to the Abyssal Spirit Bead was simply too fast. Qin Xian, who was on the side, was both happy and felt pity. Happy to have sold so much, sad to have sold it too cheap. What's the word? It's almost like being charitable. Business was huge, and Wu Evil was busy for another 3 hours before the crowd around him dispersed quite a bit. Glancing at the Abyssal Spirit Bead in his spatial ring, Wu Evil was overjoyed. Some Abyssal Spirit Beads would, I'm afraid, allow him to refine his 8-fold underworld illumination body to the 4th level. And even if there is a difference, it's not much. Wu Wicked gazed around. Although there was still some business now, the number of people had plummeted. After all, not everyone was willing to spend that many Abyssal points in exchange for food. In this dark eclipse abyss where it was difficult to live, those who could spare to still eat were only in the minority after all. Wu Wicked glanced at Qin Xian next to him and heatedly smiled. Please do me a favor, Qin Xian. Before I came out, Grandpa Village Chief said that I should listen to you all. So your honor doesn't have to be so polite. Wu Evil took out a bag of potato chips, then opened it and handed it to Qin Xian. Take it and eat it. Sit here and eat it. Ha! Qin Xian looked at Wu Evil with some confusion. What kind of help was this? Instead of explaining, Wu Wicked just called Qin Xian to the stall to which he had arrived. Qin's face value was beyond words, and with that contented expression she had when she was eating the lollipop just now, even a movie star acting would not be as good as her. This was simply a natural-born pod-eating saint body. Wouldn't it be too much of a waste if it wasn't utilized properly? Only Wu Evil didn't explain. Explaining the meaning of the word eatcast to someone who had never heard the word eatcast before, Wu Evil didn't have confidence that he could make the other party understand. One cannot make money outside of perception. Anyway, she'll get it as she does it. Qin Xian said he didn't understand, but respected. Honestly, he came to the direction specified by Wu Evil, looked at Wu Evil, picked up a chip and brought it to his mouth. In the next second, her eyes instantly lit up. Wow, this is really delicious. Qin Xian couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Her gasp of surprise, however, drew the attention of the others. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Qin Xian's cheeks instantly flushed a blush. Somewhat helpfully, she looked at Wu Evil, only to see him sneakily give her a thumbs up. Nice job. That's it. But can you go on? Qin Xian only felt puzzled, but somehow, it seemed as if what she had just done had indeed helped Wu Evil. Thinking of this, she didn't care about the gazes of the people around her and continued to eat. Then there was a little boom. Harvested 427 lower-grade Abyssal Spirit Beads, 85 middle-grade Abyssal Spirit Beads, and 34 upper-grade Abyssal Spirit Beads. Qin Xian herself was not stupid, and understood something in her heart, immediately putting down the chips and picking up the other dev chocolate. Taking a small bite, wow! Indulgently silky and tastes better than a lollipop. This is a superlative treat. Wu Evil was very pleased to see this. 2 store clerks were brought in from the crowd. 5 lower-grade Abyssal Spirit Pearls for a day's wages. Countless people snatched them up. Wu Evil, I'll leave this place to you. I'm going to check out the extremely cold bone forest. The Abyssal Spirit Bead was one thing, but Wu Wicked hadn't forgotten that killing those abyssal creatures was a way to gain a high amount of soul strength. Wu Wicked has wanted to visit for a long time. Seeing Wu Evil about to leave, Qin Xian also panicked a bit. It was fine to have Wu Evil in command, but if she was really left alone, she really didn't have the confidence. My lord, can I really do it alone? Wu Wei gave her an affirmative look. I won't take Nezar away. He'll be responsible for keeping you safe. Just go ahead and be bold. I believe in you. Qin Exine was touched to the core, and with tears in her eyes, she nodded her head vigorously. Don't worry, my lord. I'll work well and won't let you down. Wu Evil returned the smile. It's all a no-cost deal anyway, so as long as the deal works out, you're making money no matter how much it is. With that, another 1,000 rock giants were thrown in the distance, and they all brushed Qin Exine with the devotion buff. After the eightfold underworld illumination body reached the second level, Wu Evil's spiritual attribute also increased to 266,965 points. With this attribute, a rock giant is summoned. Each one has a whopping 114 million life points. 1,000 rock giants is 114 billion life points. With these rock giants and Nezar guarding them, even if there were really some ungrateful ones that came looking for trouble, Qin Exine would be able to deal with them easily. Chapter 110 Ghost-Faced Phantom Demon. Passing through a grayish-white curtain of light, Wu Wicked finally entered the extremely cold bone forest. Just as he stepped into the place, a cold wind blew in his face. The cold wind howled as if it could freeze the soul. Wu Wicked's gaze looked around. The environment of the extreme cold bone forest was no different from the outside. There was still an endless blackness all around as well, and there was no snow on the ground. It's just that the cold wind that's blowing does make it a bit unbearable. Even Wu Evil, whose physical attribute was as high as 245,400 points, had a single 10,000 damage value floating above his head at the moment. Obviously, it's only divided by a curtain of light, but it's heaven on one side and hell on the other. Wu Evil's eyes flashed. Compared to the extremely cold bone forest, the dark erosion abyss outside could indeed be called a paradise. Not much farther, there was a sizzling movement from the right front. In the next second, a monster about the size of a Shiba Inu grinned, a large mouth with fangs growing haphazardly, and lunged towards Wu Wicked. Whiplash! The long black whip was thrown out, and with one whip, the monster was sent flying. 3.73 million. 400,000. 400,000. 400,000. 400,000. The former is the base damage of the lash, and the latter is the additional special effect damage of the lash. Every second, there are 8 different colors of special effect damage floating above the monster's head. Not only gorgeous, but deadly. At the same time, Wu Wicked's gaze went to the monster that was sent flying. Its attribute panel then surfaced in front of Wu Evil. Ghost-Faced Phantom Demon Abyssal Creature. Rank: 56. Life value: 29.1 billion. Attack power: 3,120,000. Physical defense: 830,000. Magic resistance: 420,000. Talent: Dark Cloudwalker 180% speed boost if no one sees him. The ghost-faced fantasy demon that received a whip just shook its head before lunging towards Wu Evil once again. A few $1 million of damage in the area would not hurt it. However, Wu Evil's actions also greatly inspired its ferocity. The legs stomped, leaving a deep claw mark on the hard ground. At the same time, with a fierce leap, he lunged towards Wu Wicked. Wu Wicked reached out and slapped his hand on the royal beast pouch on his waist, and all of a sudden, small bees as dense as clouds of smoke flew out. Boom, boom, boom. 10.74 million. Blast. 860,000. 860,000. 860,000. A small bee, self-detonation plus death-present counter effects. Ice bombs and light blades could take away 19,340,000 life points from the ghost-faced phantom demon. A swarm of small bees exploded at the same time, and in an instant, the ghost-faced phantom demon's life value, which was as high as 29.1 billion, was directly emptied. Soul strength plus 41. Hearing the voice in his ear, Wu Evil raised his eyebrows slightly. 41 points of soul strength, quite a lot indeed. At the same time, a small bee grabbed a small thumb-sized abyssal spirit bead and flew to Wu Wicked's side. Wu Wicked spread out his palm, and the abyssal spirit bead fell into his palm. Surprisingly, it's only an inferior abyssal spirit bead. Wu Wei frowned slightly. The strength of this ghost-faced phantom demon could definitely be described as powerful. Don't look at Wu Wicked's easy solo kill. If it were anyone else, even if they formed a 5-man squad, they wouldn't even think of taking it down without 10 minutes of work. And the other people we're talking about here are no ordinary people. One must at least have the strength of a 3-fold underworld illumination body or more, otherwise the odds are that they won't even be able to break through the opponent's defenses. Even the strong winds here can't carry it. Wu Evil was really curious as to how the first people who came here actually managed to get these abyssal creatures killed. However, in the next second, a strand of abyssal purple chi floated out from the ground, and Wu Wicked easily intercepted it. After 15 breaths or so, Wu Wicked slowly opened his eyes. Although this strand of abyssal violet chi is several times less effective than the abyssal violet chi obtained in the abyssal spirit bead, it does enhance attributes as well. Now Wu Wicked could sort of understand why the people here, on average, had such high attributes. Turns out there's a way to do that. Only this abyssal violet chi wasn't easy to obtain. From just now to obtaining the second strand of abyssal violet chi, there was almost half an hour in between. It's capable of whoring, but it's really not very efficient. Maybe it doesn't show results in the short term, but what about a year, 2 years? Wu Wicked didn't dwell on it and continued to hunt the ghost-faced phantom demon. The other side. Business was still booming on Qin Xian's side. Although there was no crowded scene like the one at the beginning, Qin Xian's hand, which was collecting money, did not stop at all. Most of the people, however, were here to exchange green star coins. For the same price, one could exchange 10 more green star coins, a bargain not to be taken. Looking busy, Qin Xian also recruited 2 more temporary workers to come and help. However, just as the business was getting on track, a group of guys with a unicorn horn on their foreheads approached straight towards Qin Xian's direction. A group of people with eyes full of mischief. Get out! Get thee out of here! Who the hell allowed you guys to set up on my property? The group violently crashed through the crowd and appeared in front of Qin Xian. The man at the head of the group's eyes clearly lit up when he saw Qin Xian's looks. His right hand rubbed his chin and he looked at Qin Xian with an aggressive gaze. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Not bad, what a beauty, and so watery looking. Lean, such important news. Why didn't you say so just now? What if it scares my beauty? The man in the lead slapped the little brother beside him, and the little brother's life value was instantly emptied by a third. But the man didn't care and turned his head to look at Qin Xian with a smirk. Hehehe. Letting such a good-looking beauty come out and show her face. Brother's heart really aches when he sees it. Why don't you go back with brother and let him love you well? When someone in the surroundings saw this, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Actually, I had already guessed that someone would come looking for trouble. I just didn't expect the person who came to be Pigu. AI, that girl is afraid that it's over. That person behind him is even stronger. Is it possible that he can still win over Pigu? The people on the sidelines looked at him with idiotic eyes. Great, it's Brother Knowles again. We're saved. Although the crowd had mocking eyes, they did not question his words. Pigu was the leader of one of the 5 top forces in the Dark Eclipse Abyss. There were countless strong men under his hands, so let's leave this matter aside for now. Pigu himself alone was a top-notch powerhouse with a perfect 8-fold underworld illumination body. He had stood at the top of the pyramid of Dark Eclipse Abyss. As long as he wanted to leave the Dark Eclipse Abyss, he would be able to do so at any time. It's not big talk, he's got it, and Pigu has a little perverted hobby. There is no precedent for a woman in Pigu's sights to leave his bed alive. The crowd looked at Qin Xian and shook their heads slightly. Although this girl was plainly dressed, her looks were excellent, belonging to the top beauty of the scourge level. Someone like that would definitely get the focus of Pigu's attention. I'm afraid that cutting herself now is her best option, because Pigu has a strange quirk. He likes being green. But it is for this reason that he is surrounded by minions that are extremely loyal. Among the 5 top-tier forces, this group of people was one of the strongest. Chapter 111 Pigu's Natural Skill Sludge Remodeling. Listening to the whispers coming from the surroundings, Qin Xian's face did not change. After all, she was also born and raised in the Dark Eclipse Abyss. She knew more or less about Pigu. If it were before, she would have been scared to death. But now, her mind instantly went back to the man's appearance. With that, he took a step back, while stretching out his white jade-like fingers and pointing them at Pigu. Not a single one. Perhaps she had been influenced by Wu Evil's influence. At this moment, she even had a 3-part Wu Evil look on her. No reason to argue 3 times, not to mention that she has reason now, so what is she afraid of? Besides, she had such a powerful puppet by her side. Ha! Pikudu was amused. Turns out people really do laugh a little when they're extremely speechless. Beauty? What the hell are you talking about? Why can't I understand? At the same time, Pigu looked at the minions he brought with him angrily. It must be because you guys are so ugly. You all scared my beauty silly. The people watching from afar couldn't help but shake their heads slightly at this moment. But the expression on his face wasn't much of a surprise. After all, when you meet a real pervert, where is there not to go crazy? Yet the next second, shrinking into a ball, Neza, who was originally in standby mode, instantly stood up. The whole process took less than a second. Raising his eyes, he followed Chin Xian's finger to Piku's group. The gold brick in his hand instantly came off. Mechanical puppets, so this is your bottom line. Pigu pursed his lips, a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his mouth, and didn't blink at the oncoming gold brick. Sure, a palm. Piku raised his hand and a huge palm print came out of his hand. A gold-level rare skill, combined with his strength of 8-fold underworld illumination body perfection. His aura pulled full. The bottom of his eyes were 3 parts thin, 3 parts sneer, and 4 parts rambling. If that's the bottom line in your heart, then I'll shatter your hopes completely. Resign yourself to your fate, little beauty, and surrender early, and you'll suffer a little less pain in the flesh. Chin Xian gave him a blank look. I wanted to kick him to death, but I was afraid to give him a good kick. The little brother next to him also had a sneer on his face. However, the moment the golden brick and the palm print came into contact, the palm print was instantly blown away by the golden brick. It was like a balloon meeting a bullet, unable to resist in the slightest. The smile on Piku's face instantly froze, and without even waiting for him to have any reaction, the golden brick fell, directly smashing him into a mess of flesh. When the crowd saw this scene, their mouths opened wide as if they had seen a ghost. No, you actors? Or is this an act? This was also acting too fake, and Piku, who had perfected his 8-fold underworld illumination body, was directly seconded. Is that possible? Everyone in the room had a hell of a look on their faces. However, Chin Xian didn't even look at them, his gaze always on Neza. Eyes full of flesh. Just now, that one hit consumed 53 points of energy. When converted into green star coins, that's 5,300 green star coins. It's all enough for the whole village of Bishui to live for a little over half a month. Chin Xian was really heartbroken. Turning his head to look at Pigu's group, he smacked his lips and said, I can only hope that this group's family is as strong as they are, or else it will be too much of a loss. Gulp. Everyone felt a chill on their backs when they were given such a look by Chin Xian. Why do I feel like this is looking at me like I'm looking at green star coins? It's too damn weird. Ah, nobody, you felt it too? I thought it was just me. 10 meters away from where the gold brick fell, a sludge quickly converged and eventually took the form of Pigu once again. At this moment, Pigu no longer had the contempt he had before. A pair of not-so-large eyes looked at the puppet behind Chin with a deadpan look. 15 billion of my life value. Directly killed in seconds. What kind of monster is this? But soon, his eyes transformed from shock to surprise. If I can obtain this puppet, doesn't it mean that unifying the Dark Eclipse Abyss is not a dream? The puppet was strong, but the person using it was too weak. Besides, he didn't come alone. After killing the person controlling the puppet, wouldn't the puppet be his? Piku waved his hand. Brothers, I'll stall this puppet. You guys do it and kill this woman. No matter how good a woman is, no matter how pretty she looks, to him, she's just a plaything. If he obtained this puppet, the situation of the 5 major forces equally dividing the world would be directly destroyed, and the women of the entire Dark Erosion Abyss would not be at his disposal. A full meal, and a full meal, that's something to think about. Yes, boss. GGG. Little, originally you could have had a nice quickie before you died. Blame yourself for not listening. Almost simultaneously, a group of people rushed towards Chin Xian. Neza flicked the lance in his hand and charged straight out. Piku stared at Neza, and the moment it made a move, he sneered and jumped lengthwise, his body swiftly sweeping out. At the moment, he was like a tsunami giant wave, except that behind him, like a tsunami giant wave, was all sludge. Big guy, you're up against me. Pigu sneered out. Countless amounts of sludge wrapped around Neza in a matter of moments, and as a burst of water rose, the sparse sludge instantly transformed into a hard sculpture. Even the powerful Neza lost his ability to move. This is Piku's natural skill, sludge remodeling, an SSS-ranked natural skill. Piku is already strong in his own right, and with the sludge remodeling, even an enemy several times stronger than him would feel a headache. Although that puppet is strong, Piku isn't a vegetarian. Even if he can't win, trapping the puppet for a moment isn't a problem. AI, still too young. At this time you simply can't let the puppet take the initiative. Staying by your side to protect yourself is the only chance to turn the tide.
krævt sejt.
If that's all this little lady has to save her life, then she's bound to die. But sighs are sighs. They are also just watching the fun. It's not a matter of concern, and even if you feel sorry for it, after all, it's someone else's business. They were also completely unfamiliar with Chin Exian. To offend Piku, one of the 5 major powers, for the sake of an unfamiliar person, unless they were crazy. The Neza sculpture was still shaking slightly, and with each shake, a crack was created in the sculpture. Standing on the statue, Pigu clenched his fists, his nails sinking deep into his flesh. What a strong puppet! Even in my full state, I can only trap it for a maximum of 10 breaths at most. Every second, Pigu felt his mana value pouring out as fast as a flood. His forehead was covered with dense beads of sweat. Yelling loudly and angrily to the little brother at the side, "Do it! Don't ing play. If we keep playing, all the old men will die." Hearing Pigu's voice, his little brother laughed disdainfully. "Don't worry, boss. 10 seconds? That's enough. Damn it!" Chin Exian's eyes stared deathly at the group of people in front of her, holding the ice spirit divine needle tightly in her hand. It was only slightly whitened from too much force. There are only 4 divine needles. I can only kill 4 people in seconds at most. What the hell am I supposed to do? If only the adults were here. In a trance, Chin Exian saw those disgusting guys rushing towards him, and their shadows imprinted on the ground moved irregularly. Instantly, he spoke out in joy. "Lord Wu Evil." Chapter 112. It's not that he knows it's wrong, he just knows he's dying. Haha. Little beauty. Scared silly? How long has it been since I've seen such a superb product? It's just a pity that you must die now. Playing is fun. Fooling around is fun. Don't joke with your life. For a while, skills of various colors poured out towards Chin Exian. The aura of death enveloped Chin Exian. Yet her face didn't change much. She sank her heart completely as she caught the movement in the other's shadow. Moon chop! The shadows beneath the feet of the crowd squirmed, and a huge figure leaped out of them. Immediately, there was a 2-meter large arc of curved moonlight that whistled towards the crowd. Skill versus moon slash, part of it canceled each other out, but the vast majority of it was still there, pouring out. The first to react saw that the situation was not right and instantly took a big step back, shielding his good brother in front of him. "Good brother, help me hold on for a while. I'll rub a big move and second that little." "Your mom." One slow step. In just a breath of time or so, 1/3 of the minions that Piku had brought with him had been lost. The remaining people tried to escape, but realized that their way of retreat had been cut off. They had been surrounded by countless moon wolves. The rock golem Wu Evil had left behind 1,000 of them, so how could he not leave behind some others? Chin Exian was brought out by him. He must bring the person back alive. Besides, Chin Exian was now doing him a favor. For his own people, Wu Evil has always been generous. 10,000 moon wolves swarmed up, moon wolves full of menace. For the attack does not flash not to avoid. With all the kill the enemy 800 self-loss of 1,000. With the injury for the killing of the fighting method. In a matter of moments, the men that Pigu had brought with him were massacred. Looking at the broken limbs on the ground, Pigu's heart dripped blood. To develop these cronies, he spent huge resources not to mention. And they themselves, too, were handpicked by Pigu as fellow enthusiasts who shared similar hobbies with him. But now it's all gone. Stinking. Dare to kill my brother. I want you dead. Piku's fists clenched and clacked, his muscles twitching with anger. In response to Piku's threat, Chin Exian's eyes stared straight at him. Chin Exian stretched out his finger to point at Neza, who was about to break the seal, and let out a faint smile. "It's just a dog barking." Pigu's face at the moment was worse than eating that. Click, 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 click. The cracks in the clay figure's body grew more and more, and as a flaming lance stabbed out, Neza completely regained his freedom. Piku pulled out a jade bottle and poured all the pills inside into his mouth. The originally emptied mana value had also recovered a bit due to the elixir's nourishment. "I said you shall die." Piku's body twisted for a moment, and at the same time, his body split into clumps of sludge, and those sludges became Piku's appearance again. A total of 5 Piku, all with sinister faces, swept towards Chin Exian from all directions. Neza flicked the lance in his hand. A little cold aura arrived first, followed by the gun coming out like a dragon. Extinguish! Pop! 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 Snap! With the fire-tipped spear in his hand, picking and chopping and stabbing and sweeping, The 5 Piku were like clay statues, shattering into pieces. It's all fake. Chin Exion's gaze swept over the 5 Piku that had shattered into tiles, and then he looked into the distance, at the figure that was fleeing at great speed. The people watching around were shocked by Pigu's tawdry maneuver. What happened to the promise to avenge your brother? And just run away watery? Chin Exion gritted her teeth and looked toward Neza, who was not far away. We can't let him escape. If he were to let him run away, an enemy with a perfected 8-fold underworld illumination body would be doomed for Bisui village. In fact, there was no need for Chin Exion to say anything at all. Neza had already rushed out. The order given by Wu Evil before he left was that once someone showed his killing intent towards Chin Exion, he would not rest until he was dead. As for Chin Exion's safety, he naturally had the moon wolves and rock giants guarding him. Neza goes after Piku, and the moon wolf once again transforms into a shadow, not caring about the people around him, burrowing into shadows as he sees them. The people watching, at the moment, are looking down, at the shadows writhing under their feet. You really don't care about us ordinary people at all? The red damask in Neza's hand was like a spirit snake, wrapping around Piku's body with such speed that Piku was unable to avoid it. The red damask contracted and once again exploded Pigul. 100 meters away, a clay sculpture once again took on the appearance of Piku. Dark Eclipse Abyss. How could there be such a strong puppet? Why have I never heard of this before? Piku's face grimaced. Yet in the next second, the lance swept across, once again blasting his body. Recover again and blast off again. Pigu's face shifted from one of anger to one of horror. Rushing at the distant Chin Exen, he yelled, "Goddess, please let me go. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again." Chin Exien didn't even look at him. Where he knows it's wrong, he just knows he's dying. With Pigu's last bit of mana drained, the lance slammed down heavily. Piku, one of the 5 most powerful people in the Dark Eclipse Abyss, was completely destroyed. Neza picked up the space ring on the ground and rejoined Chin Exien. Handing the spatial ring to Chin Exien, he waited for her to give the order. Chin Exien glanced at the spatial ring in his hand and then at Neza's remaining energy. A smile suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Neza still had a lot of remaining energy, and there were quite a few star coins inside the spatial rings dropped by those people. His lordship said it's all or nothing. With that, he put away his stall and saluted the crowd around him. Sorry, guys. The little store is closed for half a day. After saying that, Chin Exien brought Neza with him and walked towards the darkness without looking back. For 3 days in a row, Wu Wicked wandered around in the extremely cold bone forest. Although he had also harvested some abyssal spirit beads, they were not worth mentioning at all compared to the ones he had sold at the stall before. If it wasn't for the fact that there was still soul strength to be gained from killing these abyssal creatures, Wu Wicked would have turned around and gone back a long time ago. To say that these 3 days his biggest gain. It's the same guys who met some ungrateful ones who saw he was only one person and tried to rob him, only to have him kill them back. Don't look at their strength, but they were real, contributing an extremely valuable amount of abyssal spirit pearls to Wu Evil. Suddenly, Wu Wicked's eyes twitched slightly and he violently inclined his head. Countless chaotic footsteps came from there, and immediately afterward, Wu Wicked saw the bright light of countless soul lamps, sweeping towards the front. In the darkness, the large line of soul lights is very bright. At the same time that Wu Wei saw the other party, they naturally detected Wu Wei's presence. The person in the lead, when he saw Wu Evil, his body visibly lurched. A look of surprise swept across his eyes. A person who dared to enter the extremely cold bone forest, and also reached such a deep place, and the key is that, surprisingly, he didn't die yet. The mind was puzzled, but that was all. Deflecting his head, he didn't stop at all, moving quickly in the direction he recognized. What's going on with all these people? Sixth Sense told Wu Wicked that there must be something hilarious to do. Wu Wicked summoned a moon wolf and followed not far behind the group. Chapter 113 Eating Alone. Deep in the extreme cold bone forest, a field of purple flowers in bud, with purple-black flower bones that glowed gloriously. The 5 strongest forces of the Dark Eclipse Abyss were almost all together at this moment. They occupy the best spot here. As for the periphery, it was even more black and crowded. Everyone, at the moment, was quietly waiting for the flower field to bloom. When Wu Wicked came to arrive with the crowd, there were no good seats left at all. What is this? Flower viewing? Wu Evil asked as he pulled a random person. Fatty originally didn't intend to pay any attention to Wu Evil, but it turned out to be like tugging on a chicken. Off the top of my head. Wu Evil smiled faintly and stuffed a lower-grade Abyssal Spirit Pearl into the other party's hand. Hey, buddy, what do you say? Seeing this, Fatty instantly changed into a smiling face. Brother, how dare you come here without knowing anything? How many guts do you have in you? Wu Evil just smiled and didn't say anything. For the sake of the Abyssal Spirit Bead, the other party didn't hide it. After all, it wasn't a secret. When the cold wind blows, the underworld flowers bloom, and when these underworld flowers are in full bloom, an abyssal aura will be produced, along with a large number of underworld beasts appearing. Those underworld beasts aren't very strong, and killing those underworld beasts will give you a chance to obtain the key to go into the next level. Wu Wei. The next level? There's a next level in the extremely cold bone forest. No dude. You're new here? You don't know this? If he hadn't seen the other party exuding the aura of the second Stygian illumination body, he would have suspected that this guy was a newcomer. Wu Wicked stuffed another lower-grade Abyssal Spirit Pearl into the other party's hand. Fatty smashed his mouth. You're generous. The extremely cold bone forest does have a next level, and with the key, you can stay inside for a month. Not only does the second level have more and more powerful abyssal creatures, but there's abyssal aura floating in the air everywhere, making it a great place to cultivate the underlight body. Wu Evil. These are all running to get into the next level? How can it be? Even if there's more abyssal chi there, you still have to have a life to live. A whole month. You think anyone has the life to stay in there for a month? When the time comes, if we randomly encounter a powerful abyssal creature, we won't even know how to die. Wu Evil. Then why are so many people still coming? They all have nothing to do but play? Most of the people here are here for the underworld beasts. Killing an underworld beast is bound to drop an abyssal spirit bead of medium grade or higher, and if a key does come out, selling it to an acquirer will make another big profit. And even if we can't snatch the underworld beast to kill it, absorbing a few strands of abyssal aura is still good. Wu Wicked gazed at the leading waves of people. Then they're still strangely nice. Surprisingly, they don't have the intention of hogging the map. You think they don't want to? They wouldn't dare. The 5 forces are strong, but the other forces aren't vegetarians either. If they really dare to do this, even if they don't die, they'll have to shed layers of skin. But it seems like the 5 major powers have shrunk now, and now there's one less of the 5 major powers. I heard from my friend that a mysterious expert came out 2 days ago and wiped out the undefeated Hall, one of the 5 major forces. Having gotten the 2 abyssal spirit pearls, Fatty was in quite a good mood and was willing to talk to Wu Wicked more. Even if it was just an inferior abyssal spirit bead, it would take a good deal of effort if one were to go hunting. Oh, I can't believe there's such an awesome person. Wu Wicked replied with some words. The eyes looked out over the field of purple flowers and thought, all fear comes from a lack of firepower. Why should I share with these guys when I can eat alone? Know them well? And with such a large field of flowers, it should be able to attract a lot of medusas. At least 1 medium-grade abyssal spirit bead per Stygian beast. TSK, TSK, TSK. How lucrative the harvest would have to be by then. Wu Wicked couldn't even think about it. Wu Wicked secretly smacked his lips. It's a bit difficult to eat alone, but it's not impossible. Most of the guys here are only at the strength of a 3rd-degree underworld illumination body. And the triple underworld illumination body, with a life value of roughly 25 million and an attack power in the early 500,000. My Moon Wolf, on the other hand, has a life value of 17,220,000, and although its life value is not as good as theirs, the Moon Wolf's attack power is far superior to theirs. Using the strongest skill, Moon Slash, Moon Wolf is able to deal a high damage of 5,160,000 if the opponent has 0 physical defense. 5 Moon Choppers, no more than 6 at most, would be enough to kill one in seconds. Gazing around, those who are here at the moment should be around 20,000 people. And my Moon Wolf army is 150,000. The wave advantage is mine. 14,000 to be exact, because 10,000 was divided to Qin Xian. Beyond that, he still had 19,000 rock giants, and this one was Wu Evil's life pack, which he wasn't going to move. In the end, it came down to 280,000 self-exploding bees. Self-exploding bees do even more damage, with one doing nearly 20 million damage. He'd used some of it earlier when he'd killed the abyssal creatures, but at the same time he'd been summoning it, so it was also roughly the same number. When you think about it like that, it's totally feasible to have a solo meal or something. The corners of Wu Wei's mouth rose slightly. Anyway, my summoned beasts can be resummoned when they die. They have to be filled with lives. Unless they really don't want to live. Seeing Wu Wei's silence, the corner of the fat man's eyes glanced behind Wu Wei inadvertently. It's empty. The eyelids were slightly raised, and in his heart he faintly said, "A person still dare to come here?" Sure enough, a newcomer who doesn't know what he's doing. This kid is generous, yet he knows nothing, and he's still alone. Proper fat. Thinking of this, the corners of Fatty's mouth involuntarily hooked up slightly. Bro, you're alone, right? Why don't you go sit in the team that's going to be there, and I'll introduce you to a couple of friends and get to know you? Thoughts returning, Wu Evil looked at the man in front of him with a smirk. Oh, great. Seeing that Wu Wicked agreed, Fatty was even happier. Originally, he had reached out to take Wu Wei's shoulder, but he had not expected to be sidestepped and dodged by Wu Wei. Dude, you're... Wu Wicked laughed and shook his head. No, I just don't naturally like to get too close to men. Yeah. Fatty didn't think much of it and walked ahead to lead the way with Wu Evil, only looking back from time to see if Wu Evil had followed him. Fatty wasn't far from the rest of his team, just a few dozen meters away. This distance was as good as nothing to Wu Wicked and the others. Pocky, Bald, Unicorn, Roundhill, look, I've brought a friend over. Come and welcome him. Fatty's voice was full of smugness, and he purposely emphasized the pronunciation of the word friend. The five of them, they were all from one power. Another long time hunting together. The other four knew what was happening when they heard the tone of the fat man's voice. Haha, you kid can This time you will be credited. A bald man came over with a smile, until he got a good look at Wu Evil who was following the fat man. The smile on the bald man's face instantly disappeared. Chapter 114 Robbery to a Most Perverted One. At this moment, Fatty was still scowling with the other three, discussing how to distribute the Wu Evil after eating it later. The fat man said he found this prey and he wants 50% of it all to himself. Pocky, however, disagreed, saying that 50% was too much, 30% at most. Unicorn chimed in, saying that after all, they had to do it together, and that the remaining 70% would be split equally between the four of them, as their hard-earned money. Don't look like none of them spoke up at the moment, but in reality, they had already discussed everything. Until there was a thump in the ears of several people. The bald guy fell straight to his knees. In a flash, the exchange of expressions between the four ended there. Several gazes, all of them fell on the bald man in unison at this moment. Baldhead, what's wrong with you? Even if you see a new friend, you're not so happy. The fat man was unimpressed and was still laughing and snickering. But then he saw that the bald head had gone to the ground in 5 pieces. The oily and shiny brain, thumping on the ground, kept knocking. My lord, I don't know these fools well. I'm just passing through. I can pass the sword for your lordship if he looks at them with displeasure. The 4 people, Fatty, Pocky, Roundhill, and Unicorn, were currently looking at Baldhead with a confused face. No, Baldhead. What are you posting upside down? Oh, what do you care to call him lord? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Could this be the new whole show? When Wu Evil didn't say anything for a moment, the bald head never dared to look up. His back had long been wet with sweat the moment he saw Wu Evil's face. Before the group entered the extremely cold bone forest, he was the first to come here. It was because of this that he had seen the spectacle of Wu Evil's hands. And the girl beside this guy, she's even the ruthless one who destroyed the undefeated Hall. That was the undefeated Hall, one of the 5 strongest forces in the Dark Eclipse Abyss. Although it was only a few glances from a distance at the time, the bald man was sure that he hadn't been mistaken. Even if there was a discrepancy in looks, there could never be a mistake with the white cat he was holding in his arms. This Dark Eclipse Abyss, who would be so bored as to hug a cat all day long. At the moment, the bald head wanted to get the fat man killed. In his heart, he turned over all of Fatty's ancestors and cursed them. Obviously, he's talked about this before, only he never dreamed of it. This dead fatso had brought this bogeyman over, and even ING tried to hijack and kill the other party. Polite bald? You. Don't take me with you if you want to die. The thought of it made the bald man furious. Unicorn looked at Wu Evil and then at the bald man on the ground, frowning slightly. Didn't react just now. Now that I think about it so carefully, there really is a lot wrong with it. This was the depths of the extremely cold bone forest, and it would have been unreasonable for a lone disperser to appear here. The key was that this guy was still just a second heavy meditation illumination body. Under normal circumstances, a second heavy meditation illumination body would not even be realistic to enter the extreme coldbone forest, let alone walk here. After all, it's not like it used to be. When conditions get better, no one wants to really fight for their lives. After combining the series of manifestations of the bald head, Doctor's heart shook. The expression that looked at Wu Wicked instantly became odd. Can't it be that this guy is really an expert? The commotion over here also managed to attract the attention of the people around. In a flash, hundreds of gazes were cast. Among them, not a few were present at the time. The white cat, the twofold underworld illumination body, it's actually him. Who? This guy. He's in league with the woman who destroyed the undefeated Hall. He's the owner of that small store at the entrance of the extremely cold bone forest. Hiss. So it's this pervert. A moment later, there was a sound of an intake of breath. The undefeated Hall was exterminated and the small store at the entrance of the extremely cold bone forest. These two things have reached the point where almost no one knows about them in just 3 days. The undefeated Hall was, after all, one of the 5 strongest forces, and now the 5 forces had been hardened and had a corner broken off. How could the crowd not be shocked? As for the small store at the entrance of the extremely cold bone forest, countless unknown people had looked for trouble with her, only to be killed altogether. And it's still being killed in seconds. Not a single survivor. There were even a few times when the woman closed the store temporarily and chased and killed with that iron lump. It causes a lot of people to get chills now when they talk about that little store. Can't be. Gulp. The fat man gulped. My luck can't be that good. Can it? Just a random person I met? It can't be that monster. For eyes with Wu Wicked. However, he saw Wu Wicked grinning. All of a sudden, Fatty only felt his heart stop. He was just about to kneel down and apologize like the bald guy when there was a buzzing sound in his ears. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions rang out, and the 5 were directly seconded. Soon, several small bees grabbed 5 space rings and landed in Wu Wicked's palm. Putting the things away, Wu Evil looked at the crowd with a smirk on his face. He hadn't wanted to hide anything, and now it was the right time to take the opportunity to shine. My friend, since you're here, why don't you come over and get together? At this moment, from the closest and best location to the sea of flowers came a nonchalant voice. Wu Wicked laughed. Then I'll be respectful. With that, Wu Evil headed that way. Wherever they went, the crowd squeezed out a wide path. The distance of 1,000 meters was but a few breaths of time before they walked beside them. 3 men and 1 woman. A middle-aged man with a smile on his face all the time, giving off an extremely cordial feeling. A young man who was skinny as a bone, his eyes even deeper into their sockets, and although alive, looked more like he had been dead for a while. And a little kid who's less than 1.3 tall. The last one, on the other hand, was an old woman with a squinty smile. Friend is also here to enter the next level of the extremely cold bone forest? Sorry for being abrupt. I should have introduced myself. My name is Laughing Redcoat. The skeleton is Yunda, and the little kid's name is Quan Yen Yen. Old man, who are you calling a brat? Quan Yen clenched his fists and looked at Laughing Redcoat with a ferocious gaze. There was a big sense that I would you if you dared to talk out of your ass. Laughing Red Riding Hood always had a smile on her face and didn't answer, her eyes looking towards the squinting old woman. Just call me Granny Ling Hua. Without the need for Laughing Redcoat to introduce herself, Granny Ling Hua took the initiative to speak. Che, old woman, trying to take advantage of others as soon as we meet. How shameless. On the side, Quan Yen was not accustomed to her at all, holding her head with both hands and resting her palm on her head, with a look of displeasure at anyone. At those words, Granny Linghua's eyelids moved slightly without leaving any traces, but she did not open her mouth. Wu Evil. Wu Wicked shrugged. He didn't care in the slightest what conflicts these guys had. Are you also here for the next level of the extremely cold bone forest? Yunda's voice was as lifeless as his looks. It's just as well that Pigu is dead. Our team is short 1 person, I think you're good. Quan Yen said. Upon hearing this, the gazes of the other 3 also looked at Wu Evil without any trace. Yes and no. Wu Evil smiled faintly. Chapter 115. Please leave. What do you mean yes and no? If you're going, you're going. If you're not, you're not. It's a ing pain in the ass. All of the people in the village had a face full of joy and anger. Just now, I thought this Wu Evil guy was pretty good, but now it's a bit annoying. Wu Wei wasn't really angry at the unceremonious entrance. After all, compared to other guys whose hearts are hidden in their stomachs, Wu Wei is more favorable to the straightforward Kuan Yin. Of course, this good feeling is only at the level of non-disgust. He didn't know him well at all, so it was impossible for him to drop his guard and become friends with him after just one meeting. The other three didn't say anything. They just quietly looked at Wu Evil and listened to what he continued to say. The corners of Wu Evil's mouth hooked slightly, his smile not reaching his eyes. I would like to ask you all for a favor. Little friend is straightforward. Laughing Red Clothes laughed. Wu Evil's smile did not reach his eyes. I also ask everyone here to take your people and leave this place. Here, it's wrapped up by me. Hiss. Wu Evil's voice was not loud, but the people present could hear it clearly. Immediately, there was an expression of disbelief. On what grounds? Even the 5 major forces of the Dark Erosion Abyss don't dare to say this. So what makes you, a newcomer, dare to pack the place? That's right, so what if you're strong alone? Can it be that you dare to make an enemy of the entire Dark Eclipse Abyss? Regarding the clamor in their ears, the 4 people in laughing red clothes did not pay attention to it. Granny Ling Hua's expression didn't change at all either, still smiling and narrowing her eyes. Wifey, I personally have no problem with that. I just need a reason. Facing the 4 top-tier powerhouses of the 8-fold underworld illumination body completion, Wu Wicked only spoke indifferently, because you guys can't beat me. At the same time, Wu Wicked raised his head and looked around the people present. You still have 30 seconds to leave. Those who are still here by then will be regarded by me as enemies. Arrogant. The killing intent in Kuan Yan's eyes was not hidden at all. So what if you killed that idiot Pigu? Now there are 4 of us. Without even finishing his sentence, he only saw Smiling Redcoat and the 3 of them turn around and leave. Seeing this scene, the entire population was confused. Eh? No, what are you guys doing? Laughing Redcoat turned his head and laughed. Didn't the reason little friend Wu Evil already say it? Granny Linghua followed suit. Listen to the advice of others and eat your fill. Besides old me, I originally had no use for the Abyssal Spirit Bead, and going into the 2nd floor of the extremely cold bone forest was only because I was somewhat interested in that place inside, but that's about it. What about you? Kuan Yin grimaced and looked at Yuanta dead in the face. Upon hearing this, Yuantua's eyes skipped over the entire harbor and turned to look at Wu Evil. Him. I'm convinced. As the 3 left, the 3 strongest forces present followed into the darkness. Only before Laughing Redcoat's figure completely disappeared, his unsavory voice came from the distance. Little friend Wu Evil, listen to my advice. If you enter the next layer of the extremely cold bone forest, don't go to the valley at the southern end. After saying that, he led the people into complete darkness. In response, Wu cursed the old thief in his disgust. If it's really a concern, just don't say anything. But he favored to even say the place so clearly, as if he was afraid that Wu Evil wouldn't be able to find it. Sima Zhao's heart is known to all. However, the roar of the entire village forcefully pulled back Wu Evil's sight. Hey, dumbass with a white cat in his arms. They're afraid of you, I'm not. Don't try to make me give up until you fight me. Kuan Yin slightly raised his head. A pair of gloomy eyes looked at Wu Evil dead on, killing intent surging. And don't think I don't know that the one who killed Pigu was that powerful puppet, but right now that puppet is not by your side. With a flick of his right hand, a ruby staff appeared in Quan Huan's hand, and behind him, the people from the Blast Wind Palace also pulled out their weapons. Idiot! Wu Evil's eyes were obscure. To put it nicely, the little man had a straight character. To put it bluntly, he was looking for death. Seeing that someone had stepped up, the people around them took out their weapons. A flash of excitement flashed under the group's eyes. The present situation is full of opportunities for them. Only one of the 5 major powers of the past is left today. And there's a piece of who doesn't know what he's doing and is actively looking for death. If this guy can fight the Blast Palace to the death, this field of flowers and the beasts of the underworld will be all theirs. Riches and riches. And this time, the benefits clearly far outweigh the dangers. Not to mention that there was a Blast Palace up front. The very thought of it energized the crowd. He became more and more pleased. Wu Evil, don't think you're a big deal just because you're strong. With Lord Kuan Yin here, even a dragon has to be coiled up. We're with you, Mr. Quan Hai. Let's kill this bastard. Kill Wu Evil and sacrifice to heaven. The entire population is invincible. Upon hearing this, the smirk at the corner of his mouth couldn't be suppressed. Do you hear me? Wu evil. I'm standing on the side of justice. W wicked. So, all justice will prevail. Wu evil was all amused by him. Originally, Wu evil just thought that the body of the whole turtle was a midget, but he didn't expect the brain to be as well. Moon wolf out. 3 words had just been spat out when a squirm came from his arms. For the first time in so many days, this was the first time Tiger had rolled over. Looking down, Tiger opened his bright, beady little eyes as well. The advancement was successful? Wu evil spoke with some excitement. Aha! The little tiger stretched out his little paws and shaved his ears, then stretched his back, then leapt to the ground with a single leap. Xiaohu blocked in front of Wu evil, frowning and looking around with a wary gaze. These are enemies? Wu evil nodded gently. Yes. At those words, Xiaohu's eyes were gradually covered in frost. The tiger's paw lifted, then slammed down. In a flash, the ground shook. Roar! Immediately following that, an ear-splitting tiger's roar resounded throughout the world. The entire population was staring at the tiger on the ground, and the expression on their faces was full of disbelief. This white cat? No. What kind of monster is this? Why is it so strong too? Why did I use the word also? At this moment, the whole village even felt the breath of death on a small white cat. And just a palm landing could cause the earth to tremble. That's something even he can't do. Since they are enemies, they all deserve to die. Little Tiger droned out coldly. Roar! It doesn't give the entire population a chance to react. The killing field unfolded at the same time. Xiaohu leaped forward and directly pounced towards the whole village. He could feel that the guy in front of him was the strongest. As soon as the field unfolded, a huge amount of damage floated above everyone's heads. 700 million. 700 million. 700 million. The entire population, standing in front of the crowd, was the first to suffer. Looking at the damage numbers above his head, as well as the crazily decreasing life value, his heart went right out of his chest. Before the fight was even official, he had already predicted his own demise. He who had perfected his 8-fold bright illumination body was only 12 billion life values out. But now he was losing 700 million life points per second. There was no need to fight at all. Even standing in place, it would take less than 20 seconds for him to die. Chapter 116. You're not worthy to fight me to the death? Wu evil's gaze also landed on Xiaohu's body. Don't look at the fact that his size hadn't grown much, but that kingly aura had indeed increased countless times. Wu Wicked's pet Xiaohu origin missing progress 13%. Rank 43. Life value 1.02 million. Attack power 140 million. Physical defense 38.01 million. Magic resistance 38.01 million. Talent. Killing field. Expand a field with a radius of 200 meters. All enemies within the field will have their 3 speeds reduced by 50% and receive physical damage of attack power X 500% per second. Bloodline deterrence. Suppresses a target whose life level is lower than your own, reducing its attack power by 50%. The current Xiaohu, although his origin was still in the butt state, there was an additional progress behind it. Although this progress is not high, only 13%. But all of his attributes have improved. The biggest boost has to be the life value. The units have changed. It went from billions to megabytes, a boost of almost a third. The attack power, on the other hand, did not increase much, only by 10 million. The defense doesn't improve much either. However, the range of the talented killing domain had been raised from a radius of 100 meters to a radius of 200 meters. The damage was also increased from 300% to 500%. If the others present had heard Wu Evil's thoughts, they might have been infuriated. Listen to this. Is this ING human language? It's only a $10 million boost. Who in the room can do 10 million in damage? I'm afraid that even the number 1 damage dealer, Quan Yen, didn't even make it to 10 million. Wah! Boss, help! The entire village was shocked by Tiger's damage and froze in place. Originally, I thought that this guy was already invincible with a powerful puppet. I didn't realize he had such a strong pet. It wasn't until a cry for help came from behind him that woke him up. Asshole! Stop it now! The quickness of Xiaohu's movements was beyond everyone's expectations. No one had expected that this guy had such a strong ranged group attack skill. Thus, by the time they reacted, they had already entered Little Tiger's killing field. Even though the experts brought by Kuan Yin were all experts of the Blast Wind Palace, they couldn't afford to be hurt by 700 million damage per second. In just 2 short breaths of time, a large portion of the Blast Wind Palace's people had fallen. A furious shout rang out, and the staff in Kuan Yin's hand emitted a dazzling light. God bless the boundary! A huge array of light descended from the sky. While enveloping himself and everyone in the Blast Palace, he also forced the fast-running Xiaohu to a halt. Once the knot was out, the damage on everyone's heads came to an abrupt end. However, not only did the entire population not relax, but they became even more alarmed in their hearts. Because his divine blessing boundary had more than just a range invincibility of up to 8 seconds. There's also a high amount of divine attribute damage attached to it. It also knocks out flying targets. But the little white tiger in front of him just had a footstep. That's all. As for the damage, looking at the lifeblood bar showing on the head of the little tiger, it didn't even move to drive a bit. The entire tribe immediately turned ashen. Wu Evil, I know I'm wrong. I'll take the people away now. Looking at the tiger cub that kept stretching out its claws to slap the boundary, Kuan Yin's heart jumped and he quickly spoke. Quickly tell your pet to stop attacking, or I will die. Wu Evil just shrugged and didn't answer. It's not that he knows it's wrong, he just knows he's dying. Seeing this, Kuan Yin clenched his teeth and said loudly, I promise, as long as you are willing to let me go once, I, Blast Wind Palace, will pretend that this matter has never happened, and we will still be friends when we meet in the future. And definitely won't come after you in the fall for this. Instead, Wu Wicked turned his gaze to the field of flowers that were about to bloom, and faintly voiced out, Little tiger, stop playing around. It's time to get down to business soon. Roar! The little tiger roared angrily, raised its sharp claws covered in cold light, and heavily slapped on the boundary. Yang! Just a single palm caused the boundary to tremble. Wu Evil, do you have to take things so far? Aren't you afraid that my Blast Wind Palace will die with you? Seeing that Wu Wei still didn't want to stop, the entire population laughed miserably. Okay. 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 Kuan Yin raised the staff in his hand and shouted angrily with wide scarlet eyes. Holy infusion, the wrath of faith, life resonance, immortal barrier, blood pact. As a light like ripples rippled out, the auras of the thousands of people who still remained here soared. But at the same time, the entire crowd looked like a deflated ball. Suspicion was drained of all strength. Kuan Yin clenched his fists with a touch of viciousness on his face, almost fighting for his breath, and growled out, Wu Evil, I am not good at fighting, but a high-caliber priest can be more useful in the middle of a group battle than you can even imagine. At this moment, everyone present had a touch of unspeakable excitement on their faces. Haha! My life value actually broke through to 1 billion. Hiss! 8 million attack power? Is this still me? And this shield and double defense, I'm going to be invincible. Listening to the sounds of surprise coming from all around, Kuan Yin smiled and took a deep breath. Such a wide range of group gains had squeezed all of his mana, and it went into a weakened state itself. Doesn't matter though. Ha! He raised his eyes to look at Wu Evil. I admit that I did underestimate you, but can you survive in the face of these people's attacks? Looking at the almost crazy entire population, Wu Evil was a bit stunned. I didn't realize this guy was a priest. Because of this kind of trash, Wu Evil wasn't even in the mood to look at his panel. A priest? No wonder he's so grumpy. A strong priest is naturally useful to the team, but priests are naturally bad at attacking, and it's hard to get a boost without trusted teammates. And there weren't that many good people in this world who would kindly help him improve his strength with a drag queen who might leave at any time. But once molded, the priest is again very popular with the team. This leads to a very awkward career. It's hard to promote priests without power. As for those with power, don't kid yourself how many more priests will be able to grow when it's so hard to boost up front. If it's a casual, excluding all contingencies, 1 out of 100 will be thankful to grow. Emphasis added, provided all contingencies are ruled out. Looking at the almost crazy Kuan Yin, Wu Wei smiled faintly. What will happen to me? I don't know. Wu Evil stretched out his hand, pointed at the gradually dimming boundary, and smiled faintly. but you're not going to have a good time today. Either you don't do it or you do it all. Haters, they deserve to be in their coffins. Pa! As the light curtain of the boundary disappeared, Xiaohu slapped his hand on the face of Kuan Yin. The face of the entire tribe swelled up instantly. With that, Xiaohu leapt forward and stomped heavily on his body. The crowd around them took a deep breath. One of the 4 strongest people in Dark Eclipse Abyss was now being rubbed on the ground. Soon, though, they came back to their senses. The eyes were dead set on Wu Evil. The lips are dead and the teeth are cold. Once Kuan Yin was really killed, then it would be their turn next. That being said, no one came forward to save the entire herd. Are you kidding? Saving him and then stealing resources from yourself? Letting him pester that terrifying white tiger would be considered a death in its own right. In a split second, the whole world resounded with roars of anger. Let's all join hands and kill Wu Evil to avenge Lord Kuan Yin. Chapter 117 Great Harvest. Tens of thousands of abyssal spirit beads. Stupid. Wu Wicked looked askance at these people. Group beating. He had never been afraid of anyone in his life. Pop! The shadows beneath everyone's feet began to wriggle as the ringing fingers sounded. Next, 140,000 moon wolves rushed out. Instantly, this side of the world was buzzing. At the same time, there was an ear-shattering buzzing sound over everyone. The increase in the full range did surprise Wu Evil a bit. But that's about it. 140,000 versus 5,000, plus 280,000 self-destructing bees. Who gave you the courage to say that with confidence? As the incessant sound of explosions rang out, the surroundings gradually returned to calm. In the distance, the 3 men standing on some high ground watched this with flat gazes. The skeleton Abyssal looked at the entire village, which was being rubbed on the ground, and faintly spoke. Do we really not care about him? After all, this kid is the one you've worked so hard to raise. Isn't he? Laughing Red Clothes smiled. Yes, it took me a lot of effort to cultivate him. Laughing Red Clothes closed his eyes slightly, as if he had thought of something, and his gloomy expression became more and more ominous. I had thought the boy was a peaceful one, but in fact, until he grew up, he was. It's just that the hunter spends his days chasing eagles, only to be pecked blind by them. It is the old man who is blind in eyes and heart and has cultivated such a white-eyed one. Isn't this just the right time? Someone's cleaning up after me, and I don't even have to be afraid of getting my hands dirty. A man he brought up not only betrayed him to make his own way, and never give him face outside. If it wasn't for Wu Evil's intervention, entering the 2nd level of the extremely cold bone forest this time would have been his death. Skeleton Yunda. But the 2nd floor of the extreme cold land, what about that place? With Piku dead, there would have been no way to proceed. Laughing Red Clothes explained relentlessly, the smirk on her face unabated. Granny Linghua, however, put away a rare smile. What a good meat shield. It's a pity that it's just gone, AI. Skeleton Yunda. Then you still tell Wu Evil about what happened there? Aren't you afraid that he'll get there first? This is the thing that Yunda understands the least. Laughing Redcoat was not a reckless person. Laughing Red Riding Hood's smile did not diminish. What we have been plotting for so many years and have not succeeded in, do you think a little doll like him could possibly succeed? Speaking of this, Laughing Redcoat's eyes flashed with a touch of viciousness before he smirked and looked at Skeleton Profound Buddha. Tell me, what makes him successful? That place, after all, isn't accessible by sheer numbers. But just for a moment, Laughing Redcoat's expression returned to normal. But I'm curious to see if this kid can come out alive from the 2nd floor of the extreme cold bone forest. Geniuses were proud of themselves, and he was certain that if Wu Evil entered the 2nd level of the extremely cold bone forest, he would definitely head to that place. As the flower fields returned to calm, Laughing Red Clothes' eyelids moved slightly, then she turned directly around, her cloaked hair following the dance. The good show is over, we should also disperse. As for that place, don't worry, I've made other arrangements. If you'll cooperate with me and practice for 2.5 years at the most, we'll have both meat shields and priests. Skeleton Abyssal and Ling Hua Granny's faces returned to their normal expressions when they heard this. Decades have waited. It's only 2.5 years in the district. What's the harm in waiting a little longer? Dense little bees lined up to deliver a bunch of space rings to Wu Wicked. The pile in front of them, the number is at least 2,000. For the first time, I was annoyed by the number of space rings. Wu Evil sighed. If only I knew the split skill. At this point, ring ring. As a cold wind blew, a crisp wind chime rang throughout the field of flowers. Whole fields of purple flower bones bloom one after the other like dominoes. The purple abyssal aura also rose with the blooming flower bones. As the flower bloomed completely, the medieval beast lying in the center of the stamen came to life. The Stygian beast was but the size of a palm, its life value had just broken 100 million, and its damage wasn't that high, only 100,000 plus. Looking at the fantastical scene in front of him, Wu Evil was smiling to himself. Originally, I thought that the underworld beasts were abyssal creatures attracted by the scent of flowers. I didn't realize it's been living in these flower bones. Xiaohu on the side had been impatient for a long time, and when he saw Wu Evil nodding his head, he directly rushed out. The killing field. As little tiger ran through the field of flowers, these plutonic beasts fell like dumplings. There wasn't a single underbeast that could resist for a second. The self-exploding bees weren't idle either, buzzing over and picking up the abyssal spirit beads left behind by the dead Stygian beasts. Not a few of them showed up with a purple token. Wu Wicked also walked into the flower field. These abyssal auras are even more refined than those obtained from the abyssal spirit beads. Try to absorb as much as possible before the abyssal aura drifts away and leaves. Seeing this, Wu Wicked didn't hesitate in the slightest and immediately sat down cross-legged. On the side, Little Tiger didn't seem to be too keen on the abyssal aura and didn't want to touch it. After destroying the underworld beast, he quietly lay down beside Wu Evil without making any noise. In the blink of an eye, a Kuno hour had passed. The original purple flower field had completely withered, and the thick abyssal aura had all drifted away. Wu Wicked slowly opened his eyes and shook his head. It's a pity, such a rich abyssal aura. I only refined at most 1,000th of it, the rest all drifted away. Time was too tight, and it was simply impossible for him alone to keep all of these abyssal auras for himself in this limited amount of time. In such a little bit of time, Wu Wicked's progress in the third weight of the underworld illumination body was barely halfway through. The abyssal aura was insoluble in air, but it would actively avoid places where there were people, so now it would just be cheap for other people. But it can't be helped. With that, Wu Wicked counted the harvest. The underworld beasts that appeared in the flower fields alone gave 8,516 medium-grade abyssal spirit beads. The number of top-grade abyssal spirit beads was also quite a lot, amounting to 2,816 of them. As for the inside of those spatial rings harvested earlier, they were almost all lower-grade abyssal spirit beads. But the good thing was that there were a lot of them that pile at least tens of thousands of them. After all of these people were participating in the hunt, and before they could use them, they were all cheaper than Wu Wicked. Looking at the harvest from this trip, Wu Evil smiled faintly. On top of that, there were 15 purple tokens. After crushing it, it would be able to teleport into the second level of the extreme cold bone forest. Use is for 5 days with no limit on usage. Wu Wicked took one look at it, then put away the item and activated the space key. In the blink of an eye, he was out appearing at the entrance of the extremely cold bone forest. My lord! Seeing the sudden appearance of Wu Evil, Qin Xian was also stunned. Looking at the small store that was doing brisk business, Wu Evil just smiled. After exchanging a wave of resources with Qin Xian, who had been setting up a stall in the extremely cold bone forest, Wu Evil then crushed the purple token. In the next second, the space cracked open like a giant beast opening its mouth and swallowed Wu Wicked in one bite. Chapter 118 Illusion in the Valley. This is the second level of the extremely cold bone forest. So cold. Wu Evil shivered his body and smacked his lips in a trembling manner. The cold here far exceeded the extreme cold bone forest tenfold. Even with Wu Wicked's 200,000 plus physical strength and the high resistance bonus provided by the talented berserker, he was still unable to immunize himself. Then he looked to Tiger, who hadn't had a single fart. Reach out and grab it. Bring it to you. Wu Wicked was much better when he grabbed the little tiger by his feet and tucked it in his arms. From start to finish, Tiger was as emotionally stable as an inspired mushroom. His body instantly warmed up, and Wu Wicked hemmed and hawed. Worthy of being a tiger, yang energy is sufficient. Wu Evil's gaze swept around. This place is indeed just like what that guy described from his mouth, with abyssal aura floating in the air everywhere. And this coldness can also intensify the absorption of the abyssal aura. Wu Wicked took a strand and quickly absorbed it. It saves more than tens of times compared to outside. Wu Evil took out a blanket and spread it on the cold floor. Then sit directly on the spot. in his current state, let alone exploring the place. If it wasn't for little tiger, he'd be afraid he'd all freeze to death here. In the end, it's still not enough physical strength. Taking a look at the abyssal aura floating in the air, and then at the spatial ring full of abyssal spirit beads, Wu Wicked was confident. Time flies, Kunchi. 1 day, 10 days. It wasn't until half a month later that Wu Wicked opened his eyes. At the moment, his surroundings were filled with abyssal spirit beads that had been reduced to pieces. And at this moment, he had successfully stepped into the realm of eightfold underworld illumination body perfection. A whole 12 million bonus to the physical and mental attributes. At this moment, he was no longer afraid of the cold wind. It's also thanks to being here, or else if you want to reach the perfection of the eightfold underworld illumination body, even if you're like me with the abyssal spirit beads piled on top of each other, you'd need at least 2 years and half a year to hit the bottom. Master, you're finally awake. It's been a long time and I'm dying of boredom. Seeing Wu Wicked get up, Xiaohu also stretched his body and jumped to the ground. Wu Wicked smiled. Go. If my senses are correct, you won't be bored in a minute. Wu Evil's gaze looked into the distance, in the exact direction that laughing red dust had pointed to. Originally, he was not going to go, after all, little cute. It was also evident that laughing red dust didn't have a good heart. But the moment he entered this place, Wu Evil changed his mind. This was because the Fraud God tattoo on his shoulder, as well as the Knowledge God tattoo on the back of his left hand, had been in an activated state from the moment he stepped into this place. Wu Wei was able to clearly feel that these two divine lines were sending him a hateful, unwilling feeling. Coupled with the fact that Wu Wicked possessed a strong soul strength, he was able to detect that a gaze had been peering at him since he had entered this place. If the other party didn't show up, Wu Evil would just pretend he didn't know. His right hand rested gently on his left shoulder, touching the fraudulent divine tattoo through his clothes. Anyway, what he's good at is acting. There was a flicker of teasing under his eyes. Come on, let's go over there. Wu Wicked's chin lifted slightly, a hint of curious inquiry on his face. It didn't matter to Xiaohu anyway, as long as he followed Wu Evil, he could go anywhere. He was soul-bound to Wu Evil and was able to clearly feel Wu Evil's mood. Being affected by Wu Evil's mood, he could become excited and curious. Along the way, one did encounter quite a few abyssal creatures. The abyssal creatures of the second layer were far from the strength of the first layer. It was comparable to the soul-devouring underworld serpent encountered at the beginning. Previously, Wu Wicked hadn't put the soul-devouring underworld serpent in his eyes, and even less so now. 2 Kunar hours later, Wu Wicked and Little Tiger arrived at the valley that Laughing Redcoat had spoken of. Little Tiger, who had been excitedly walking in front from the beginning to the end, stopped in his tracks at this moment. Vigilantly, he looked ahead at the empty space. Master, there's something odd here. I feel a powerful fluctuation of spiritual power. Little Tiger raised his tiger paw and pointed in the air. Wu Wicked also stopped walking and pressed his right hand on his left arm. The Fraud God pattern on his left shoulder grew hotter and hotter. Wu Wicked's face tightened. Only divine powers of the same origin have all the attraction when they are near each other, but obviously Fraud is dead. There was absolutely no room for error on this point. After all, even Fraud's corpse had been refined into a puppet by him and was now in his spatial ring. What it means to be of the same origin is to be a force stripped from a force. Even if 2 different people comprehending the same kind of power, the final result orientation would change because of the different nature of the 2 people. Is Fraud really dead? Wu Wicked voiced out in confusion. The image from that time, he saw Void being killed and Fraud closing the rift even if he burned his godhead. If that's all it was, the image would be absolutely positive. But in Wu's disgust, there had been a few doubts. Why did the ocean suddenly go crazy? Where did Oblivion go? And that last smile from Fraud. Don't forget, the ocean is a god. What great storms had he not seen before? And to suddenly go mad with recklessness would be quite irrational. And that smile at the end of the Fraud. In Wu Wicked's opinion, that was not a relieved self-deprecation before death, but had an ulterior motive. Because there is light in his eyes. How can a dying man appear to glow? With this in mind, Wu Wicked directly took the puppet Hodge out of the spatial ring. The puppet Hodge's eyes were lifeless as he stood silently beside Wu Wei, not the slightest bit attracted by the fraudulent divine power in the valley. Sure enough, there's a problem. Wu Wicked just took a look and put the puppet back in. Wu Evil had a feeling that once he stepped into the valley, he would understand everything, but must be involved in a strife. And it's still about God's strife. Suddenly, Wu Wicked looked at little tiger. Are you afraid of fighting? Xiao Hu looked at Wu Evil with some confusion, but he was able to sense that Wu Evil was excited at the moment. Not afraid. I'm only afraid that life is too boring, Xiao Hu said seriously after thinking about it. Yes. Haha. We're really on the same page. In this world, there are too many gods who are so bored that they have nothing better to do. The rules gave them divine power, not to be fed. Since we don't do what God should do, let these high and mighty gods all die a death. After saying that, Wu Wicked lifted his leg without hesitation and stepped into the valley. For just a moment, the scene around him turned. Ryu sincerely appeared in front of him. With one hand, he grabbed Wu Evil's neck and held him down hard against the wall. Boom! The terrifyingly huge force smashed a deep pit out of the walls. Humph! Kid, you're quite good at escaping, try escaping one more yet. Break his arms and legs first. Let's see if he's still tough-mouthed. Behind her, Lu Ruyan cotised a smile. The gaze towards Wu Evil was as if he was looking at a wretch. In the face of the vicious Lu Ji and the frenzied Lu Ruyan, Wu Evil was smiling but not laughing as he opened his mouth. Illusion can't be effective against me. Lu Ji, shut up. What the hell are you talking about? I don't understand. If you can't understand it, then you're going to die. Kill the pupil. Ryu Sincerely's body collapsed helplessly to the ground. Brother! Lu Ruyan ran over in horror and picked up Lu Ji, her scarlet eyes glaring angrily at Wu Evil. You murderer, why don't you go die? Kill the pupil. In the next second, Ruyan Lu was speechless, collapsed directly next to Lu Ji. For that matter, they don't deserve to be my demons. The corner of Wu Evil's mouth hooked up. This illusion of yours is fine. How about a little heavy lifting? Big Ant. Wu Evil, why don't you get your ass over there and wash the dishes? Kill the pupil. Mom. Brother, are you crazy? Kill the pupil. Come here, son. Mommy and daddy are home. Kill the pupil. No one helped me to aspire to the green clouds. I tread on my own blood to the top of the mountain. Chapter 119, The Peach Blossom of the Darkly Eroded Abyss, Phantom Whisper. The illusion shattered and the surroundings reverted to a valley. Wu Evil bared his teeth lightly. You can't do this either. I haven't even had enough fun. At first, Illusion was willing to coax Wu Evil, or at least knew to change the scene. But in the back, not even acted, always a scene. See Wu Evil are jumping out of the theater. It's really too perfunctory. On the other hand, Tiger on the sidelines wasn't so relaxed. Beads of sweat dripped down his beard to the ground. It was as if he was experiencing something really horrible, and his whole body muscles were trembling slightly. Hey! Seeing this, Wu Evil had a bad smile on his face. Quietly, he crouched down, lifted his drooping ears, and whispered, Your mom doesn't want you. Xiao Hu's ears twitched violently, shaking Wu Evil's hand away. Wu Wicked lifted back up again. Yikes. This big chicken leg smells so good, but just not for you. And steamed lambs, steamed bear's paws, steamed deer's tails, roasted flower ducks, roasted chicks, roasted sub-geese. Xiao Hu's ears buckled like sifting chaff, and uncontested tears flowed from the corners of his mouth. 10 minutes later, Tiger lurched up from the ground. Mine, it's all mine. I'll bite anyone who dares to take it from me. See, the child is craving for food. The one who started it all, Wu Evil, was acting as if nothing had happened. With a worried look on her face, the fur child said, What's wrong? Is it some kind of nightmare? As soon as Wu Evil grabbed the fur child and carried it into his arms, gently stroking the fur to soothe it. Good boy. Not afraid. Not afraid. I'm always there. A little piece of cloud, Slowly walk over. Little Tiger opened those big eyes and dripped around Wu Wicked. No, my master is so kind to me and sings to me. That must have been an illusion just now. It must have been an illusion. What a horrible illusion, though. It's as terrifying as it is. Inside Wu Evil, heh, forcing down the upturned corners of his mouth. It would be no fun to raise a furry child if it wasn't for fun. Tough to overcome the illusion. One man and one tiger soon crossed the valley. What then came into view was an open world. There are birds and flowers, no abyssal creatures, no harsh winds. For a moment, it made Wu Wicked think that he had left the dark eclipse abyss. The sunlight fell on Wu Wicked's body and felt warm all over. The air around them flowed with abyssal aura. The originally inscrutable abyssal aura was like a well-behaved sheep here. They are neatly arranged. But it was as if something was attracting these abyssal auras, slowly flying towards the sky. Below, on the other hand, there were all sorts of red flowers and green trees, as well as extravagant and eye-catching castles. It was as if someone had crafted a peach blossom. Wu Evil looked at this scene with some shock. There is no telling how much effort would have been expended if everything here was man-made. This is the dark eclipse abyss. Coming. Why so fast this time? An unsavory voice resounded through the castle. No, you're not him. That nice voice trembled slightly, as if it was unduly irritated. In the meantime, wow, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out from far away. In just a breath of time, a perfect woman appeared in front of Wu Wei. Broken hair lightly swept over the alabaster cheeks. Stinging almond eyes flashing good-looking light. The smear lip color is like the first bloom of the rose, slightly upward. Ripples open the three parts of the soul-stirring flavor. As if only existed in the picture scrolls of the goddess, a smile can turn the world upside down. It was the first time that Wu Wei had seen such a beautiful woman. Naturally beautiful and beautiful, all of these words used in her case seemed trite to the extreme. If I had to describe her in one word, it would be perfect.
No.
Wu Wicked bit the tip of his tongue, and the stinging pain and rusty flavor that came from it instantly calmed his breathing. Wu Evil looked at the woman with a grim expression and spoke in a deep voice. Mei Shu, you seek death. Wu Wicked reached out and slapped his hand on the royal beast pouch, and in a flash, a great number of self-exploding bees swept out and flew towards the woman. The woman didn't even look at the bees, and with a casual wave of her hand, she made them stop where they were. It's him. Yet it's not him. Who are you really? The woman had an incredulous look on her face as she looked back and forth at Wu Wicked. As for Wu Evil's question, the woman just nodded and smiled. Little brother, you have wronged me in this. You see, I don't have any spirit fluctuations on me, so where's the winks coming from? As the woman approached, a nice floral scent drilled into Wu Wicked's brain. Wu Evil did not say anything, but just sneered. Just now, it was only because he was careless, and after knowing his opponent's ability, this move was no longer useful to him. Glancing at the self-destructing bee hovering in mid-air, Wu Evil spoke indifferently. Which god are you again? The eyes glanced over the girls, but this time, the eye of insight didn't take effect. The woman also looked at Wu Wicked curiously. This was the first time she had seen indifference and detachment in a man's eyes. With that, he extended his right hand towards Wu Evil. Phantom language. But I prefer to be called Lin Shui. Wu Wicked looked behind Phantom Whisper, a silver steel chain linking her to the castle underneath her pale blue gown. The crisp ringing sound just now was from this steel chain. Seeing Wu Evil's sight, Phantom Whisper didn't have any panic, boldly pulling up the hem of her skirt to reveal the steel locks on her ankles. One end of the steel chain, tethered to her foot. Phantom Whisper smiled to herself. So what if I'm good-looking? So what if it's a god? Still not like a watchdog, chained to this place. Phantom Language's good-looking eyes were permeated with a murderous intent. But then they turned away in an instant and looked at Wu Evil with a curious expression. On the contrary, little brother you, the questions you asked, sister has answered. Oh, should you not help sister to answer the doubts in her heart? Phantom Whisper's knitted brows and smiles were tantalizing the heartstrings. His eyes looked at Wu Evil, but he saw that Wu Evil's attention was all on the wandering abyssal violet chi. In her heart, she secretly cursed Wu Evilly, while at the same time arousing her desire to win. It was the first time she had ever been on the receiving end of a man. Even those high and mighty gods, no matter how well they hid it, would reveal extreme possessiveness when they saw themselves. Achieving godhood with charm, no one under the sky knew men better than she did. As a phantom sky goddess, her condescension would never allow her to be defeated on a man. With a single movement of his figure, he appeared in front of Wu Evil, his snow-white fingers picking up Wu Evil's chin. Little brother, will you just look at your sister? Or are you too scared to look at me? Wu Evil directly slapped her hand away and looked at Phantom Language with a cold smile. Land of Oblivion, Abyssal Rift. You were there, weren't you? Chapter 120 Shadows in the Sun. Who the hell are you? Upon hearing these words, the playfulness in the bottom of Phantom Whisper's eyes passed in a flash, but her expression could no longer remain calm. Eyes burned at Wu Evil. Looks like there really is a you. Wu Wicked spilled a smile. A squad of 5 with a 6th person. That would be interesting. What kind of role is this extra person playing? Phantom Whisper turned around magnificently with a bit of smugness in her eyes. Then her gaze turned to Wu Evil and said, I dare to say it, but do you dare to listen? Why don't you dare? Haha. What a cocky little brother. Phantom Whisper spilled out a smile. But what's the point of just listening to me? Why don't you go and see for yourself? After saying that, Phantom Whisper waved her jade hand. Wu Wicked only felt his body sink violently, and when he opened his eyes again, he was once again back in the land of oblivion, before the rift. Two people who looked exactly the same appeared in front of Wu Evil. One of the frauds, pointing at the other fraud, smiled and spoke. Mimic, can you tell who's real and who's fake? Sight shook. I can't tell. It does manage to reach the point of being fake. Wu Evil. This time it's Phantom's perspective. Of course, with the divine power of my fraud as a guide, no one will be able to tell the difference. With the aid of the 5 divine powers of ocean, void, oblivion, knowledge, and charmed word, and finally tempered by the breath of the abyss, I will succeed. With that, Fraud grabbed Charming's shoulder with an excited look on his face. We'll be able to override the rules and make our own when the time comes. Don't you want to free yourself from the fate that has been set for you and shed your own charming bones? As long as we succeed, you can do whatever you want at that time. Phantom. But will Ocean and the others really agree? Fraud. Why should they agree? I'll find a way to get their divine power, if you'll cooperate with me. Phantom Whisper. If you take away their divine power, will they die? Fraud. Those who achieve great things naturally have to make sacrifices, and as long as we can succeed, won't it be okay to resurrect them when the time comes? The picture nodded. Appearing again, it had been time to defraud the 5 of them for coming to oblivion. Because of Phantom Whisper's tactics, the ocean goes mad and snatches the breath of the abyss. Everything is in order. It was just like what Wu Wicked had seen that day, until the fraud died and smiled at Wu Evil. A smile at Charming, to be precise, because the place where Phantom Whisper was located was exactly behind Wu Evil at that time. He didn't notice Phantom Whisper, who was in a state of concealment and happened to be standing right behind him at the time. Fraud succeeded in acquiring the godheads of the 4 gods and achieving the supreme godhood. Instead, he imprisoned Phantom Whisper in the dark eclipse abyss. At this point, the picture ends. Clearness returned to Wu Wicked's eyes. The sight, once again, returned to that original peach blossom. A flash of complexity surfaced in Mimic's eyes. I know what I did was wrong, but I also have my own hardships. Wu Evil nodded with a faint smile and grabbed little Tiger, placing him in his arms. Tiger was so emotionally stable that he was like a doll, letting Wu Evil grab him. With that, Wu Wicked made a backward jump and retreated back into the valley. Mimic? What are you doing, little brother? Pop, pop, pop. Wu Wei applauded with both hands and said with a smile, It's very well made up. I like it a lot. You don't believe me? The Miko was a little hurt. This was the first time she had ever delivered her heart to someone. But it's amazing that the other guy doesn't believe in himself. If it weren't for the fact that it takes a bit of time to prepare certain things, I wouldn't really be interested in playing with you. With that, Wu Evil smiled faintly. Manipulating memories and creating illusions. Do you think I should call you Phantom Whisper or? Wu Evil's gaze suddenly became teasing. What about oblivion? People are only careless when they are most pleased with themselves. All this time, Wu Wicked had been acting with him. I don't know what you're talking about. The Chimera's expression became less normal, and she smiled awkwardly. Brother, you have a horrible smile that scares me. At the same time, millions of moon choppers swept out from the shadows underground and chopped at the sun high in the sky. When? Wu Evil smiled faintly. Under the sun, there will be shadows. Phantom Language looked at those attacks unbelievably, her red lips tightly biting, and then she waved her jade hand. No! Stop it! Kill the pupil! In an instant, Phantom Whisper only felt her brain go foggy, and her body was dead set in place. A pair of good-looking almond eyes stared at the attacks in horror. Boo! The sun blasted to pieces and the illusion disappeared. Red flowers, green trees, castles, dissolve like bubbles, and Phantom Whisper had turned into his original form, an unkempt middle-aged man. Since the introduction of beauty, who knows whether there is a beauty standing in front of you or a stingy man? If one were to carefully identify it, it would not be difficult to see that this middle-aged uncle was 3 times similar to the oblivion that he had seen at the beginning. Everything here is fake except for the chains that imprison oblivion here. A black shadow swept by Wu Wei's side, and at the same time, a gray fragment, as well as a purple spirit bead, quietly and unobtrusively landed in Wu Wei's hands. With a flip of his wrist, Wu Evil collected it into his spatial ring. A faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. Regaining his freedom, Oblivion slowly turned around, watching the disappearing world. At this moment, Oblivion's eyes that looked at Wu Evil gradually became sinister. In the depths of his eyes, anger surged, the kind of anger that arose when status and dignity were provoked. Why, obviously, in the beginning, weren't you convinced? And said something about fraud is not dead, and asked this white hair harm not afraid or something. That's when he reacted, his eyes glowing with sinister intent. Brat, from the very beginning, you've been playing me. Wu Evil just smiled and didn't say anything. Yet Oblivion was even angrier. A mere mortal. What makes you able to see through my illusion? Tell me what makes you tick. In the face of Oblivion's man-eating gaze, Wu Evil was raising his head angrily, and his collar was tugged, revealing the fraudulent divine tattoo on his left shoulder. With just a weak divine stripe? I'm not convinced. Oblivion's face was cold, gritted his teeth, and said viciously. Wu Wicked crossed his arms and placed them in front of him in a prayer-like gesture. The vine of deception will eventually wrap around the neck of the liar, and the dawn of truth has torn through the night in snickers. Pretend you are a pussy. Seek death. Oblivion's face was twisted with anger, and he pounced on Wu Evil regardless. Wu Wicked stood right in front of him, quietly watching his opponent's performance. Until the steel chain was tensed, his attack was only a foot away from Wu Wicked. But it's that 1 foot distance that's like the Milky Way. Wu Evil, however, smiled faintly. Lying in front of a fraud, I really admire your courage. You're a bull fraud. Oblivion's teeth clenched as he roared in madness. Even the true frauds died in my hands, and you're nothing but an ant. Wu Wicked stopped paying attention, snorted, and turned to leave. Stop! I order you to stop! Behind him, Oblivion stormed out. Kid, I'll remember you. The day I go out will be the day you live and die. Wu Evil slowly stopped and shook his head at Xiaohu, who was already furious beside him. A god who had won a great victory before was now imprisoned here, and the only one Wu Evil could think of who had the strength to accomplish this was only one. That's the rule. No one can defy the rules, not even God. Wu Evil slightly inclined his head and faintly smiled. I'll wait for you to come out. Heh, if you can get out. Chapter 121 Gold Level Specialized Set. Wu Wicked picked up Little Tiger and took out the space key. In the next second, one person and one tiger disappeared into thin air. If you really want to say that Wu Wicked had left something behind, it would be the 1 million self-destructing bees hidden in the valley. These self-exploding bees, while they couldn't kill Oblivion, they could nauseate him. As soon as he dared to close his eyes or go slack, a self-destructing bee would fly out and explode on him. It won't kill him, but it will sap his spirit for all eternity. Even a god would go crazy under both mental and emotional stimulation, right? Boo-hoo. Throughout the world, the roar of Oblivion echoed. Wu Evil, I won't let you go. Xiaohu looked at Wu Evil with a face of adoration. Master, when exactly did you discover this? A touch of teasing filled the bottom of Wu Evil's eyes. Where in the world is there a perfect woman? If there really is, it's definitely the other party whose segment far exceeds their own, willingly lowering their own segment and teasing the little cutie. Play. If he hadn't been born again, Wu Wicked would have known that about God very well. Plus, Wu Wicked had the reminder of the 2 divine lines of fraud and knowledge at the same time. Otherwise, there's a real possibility of falling for his tricks. The anger that was transmitted from the divine ripple made Wu Wicked guess that what happened at that time, I'm afraid it wasn't that simple. So Wu Wicked made a bold guess that what caused that accident to happen was not an accident, I'm afraid, but someone else. The oceans are pawns, the void is killed directly by the abyssal monsters in seconds, the fraud sacrifices itself, and the knowledge leaves the temple. Could be said that these 4 were too dead to die. For the rest, what's the point of guessing? But there were some things that Wu Wicked couldn't explain. Even if the other party was a tiger with whom he had a great relationship. With the flickering of their figures, Wu Wicked and Little Tiger appeared at the entrance of the extremely cold bone forest. My lord! The moment she saw Wu Evil, Qin Exian, who was still setting up her stall, was both surprised and puzzled. Didn't you enter the second level of the extremely cold bone forest? Why? Only halfway through her words did Qin Exine come back to her senses and hurriedly covered her mouth. Wu Wicked smiled and waved his hand in a carefree manner. If you want to come out, you come out naturally. Taking Neza back into his spatial ring, Wu Evil pointed at the moon wolf beside him and spoke with a faint smile. Let's go. No more selling. Let's go back to the village. With everyone watching, the two disappeared into the darkness. The people who were always keeping an eye on Qin Exine immediately passed back what had happened here. Laughing Red Clothes' eyes filled with horror when she heard the news that was delivered. What? What did you say? That guy Wu Evil came out from the second floor of the extremely cold bone forest. Yes, boss. I saw him clearly, and it was indeed him. Impossible. No one can come out of it unless the 1-month duration is over. I've seen it with my own eyes, and there's absolutely no mistaking it. Laughing Redcoat. And my lord, I feel that boy has gotten stronger again. I can't feel his realm anymore. Boom! Laughing Red Clothes directly crushed the tea light in her hand. For an expert of the 6th heavy underworld illumination body to be unable to perceive the realm, there was only one possibility that the other party's strength had already reached the 7th or even the 8th heavy. Half a month's time to surpass the 6th heavy underworld illumination body. And it was clear that the time just hadn't run out before he came out of that place. Couldn't he have entered the valley? Thinking of this, Laughing Redcoat could no longer remain calm. He hurriedly contacted Granny Linghua and also Skeleton Abyssal. Wu Evil is suspected to have obtained the treasures in the valley. Granny Linghua. I already know the exact news. No need to talk nonsense. Laughing Redcoat. What are your plans? Granny Linghua. No one can take what's mine. Laughing Redcoat. What about you, Yunda? Skeleton Yunda. I'll listen to the two seniors. Laughing Red Clothes. Good. Now immediately gather people and head to Bishui village. His battle power isn't weak, but we aren't to be messed with either. To be able to become the veteran strength of this dark erosion abyss. How could it be without any cards? When the time comes, Yunda and I will hold off Wu Evil, and you, Granny Linghua, will capture those villagers of Bishui village. So there's no fear that Wu Evil won't cooperate when the time comes. Granny Linghua. Okay, let's do it. The other side. Wu Wicked has just returned to Bishui village. The old village chief then led a group of people to shush them. Nothing, I'm fine. Wu Evil responded with a smile. In the beginning, they were approached only because of Tiger. But after a period of contact, Wu Wicked felt that this group of people from Bishui village were really good. It's rare to not forget the beginning even when you're all hard at work living on your own. Hearing the commotion outside, the original clanking and banging came to a screeching halt. Old Lee opened the window and saw Wu Evil afterward, hurriedly clutching a bunch of equipment. He rushed all the way out of his hut. Look at this equipment, my lord. Do you still like it? Old Lee held a set of cloth armor equipment in his hands. It looked golden in the light of the soul tree's glow. Wu Wicked nodded and took it, fixing his eyes on it. Earth Dominator Suit Cloth Armor Suit. Quality: Gold. Physical Defense: plus 13,505 piece set effect. Spirit: plus 9,005 piece set effect. Equipped with 3 special effects. Summoned Rock Giants level plus 10. Equip 5 special effects. Summoned Rock Giant's life qualification is increased to 5,000, and it restores 3% of its maximum life value every second, and this effect is doubled when it is out of combat. Equipment level: 48. Looking at the equipment in his hand, Wu Evil's eyes glowed. Rock Giant's specialization equipment, and it's a gold level set. I can't believe you actually built it. Old Lee scratched his head in embarrassment. Hey, just lucky. Wu Evil gazed at Old Lee. He never believed in any luck. Luck is the most unreliable thing in this world. To be able to create a gold-grade specialization set, Old Lee's forging prowess would be sought after by countless people even if he were to be placed on the deity continent. Wu Wicked backhandedly put the equipment on his body and nodded at Old Lee. I like the equipment. Thank you. It's good to be able to help your lordship. Old Lee revealed a naive smile. After exchanging a few simple pleasantries, Wu Evil returned to his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he took out the things he had gotten earlier within the valley. Void Divine Tattoo: consume a certain amount of mana or divine power to transform yourself into a state of nothingness. This state is immune to all damage and control effects, and is able to be used in any state. Wu Wicked didn't even think about it and used it directly. At the same time, on the index finger of his right hand, a grayish-white light emerged, which passed away in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Wu's body began to become transparent as soon as he moved his mind. Reaching out, he grabbed for the quilt on the side, but his hand passed over it. Master, what happened to your body? The little tiger lying on its side instantly came to life. Stretching out his furry claws, he wandered over Wu Wicked's body. Obviously I can see it, but I just can't touch it. It's the effect of nothingness, you can't touch it naturally. Wu Wicked smiled while checking the consumption in the void state. It consumes 10,000 mana per second for 5 seconds, and then the consumption stacks at 10,000. Wu Wicked experimented for a while longer. Exit and re-enter, the consumption of the stack is already there. Unless you wait for the cooldown to completely end, it will return to its initial consumption. The cooldown is equal to the time it takes to enter the void. Rather acceptable. After all, right now, Wu Evil's mana value was as high as 80 million plus. Don't care at all about that consumption. Then Wu Wicked took out the purple spirit bead again. This thing is comparable to the abyssal spirit bead. But this spirit bead, it was as if it could devour everything. Demon Master Core. After using it, you will receive an abyssal aura infusion. Chapter 122 Aura Infusion. Tenfold Underworld Illumination Body. Holding the Demon Lord Core in his hand, he felt a longing from his body. Wu Wicked threw it directly into his mouth. Chew chew chew. I can't say it was good, but it wasn't bad either. It's kind of like Batangas, but without the flavor. Buzz. Suddenly, a crack opened in the top of Wu Wicked's head. An abyssal aura with a terrifying aura gushed out from it, then poured straight into Wu Wicked's body. Wu Nauseally was slightly startled, but he didn't even wait for him to react as the raging abyssal aura gushed out like a water column. The imagined pain, though, didn't appear, and instead, there was a sense of relief. Every minute, every second, Wu Wei could clearly feel that his physical strength and mental attributes were rapidly improving. The rich abyssal aura churned in Wu Wicked's room. Boo-hoo! The excess abyssal aura rushed through the door of the house like a sea wave and tumbled in all directions. Sensing the abnormality, the villagers of Bishui village also came out of their houses. In just an instant, a wave of shock passed over the faces of the crowd. What in the world is happening? My underlight body progress is increasing rapidly. Mine too. The source is coming from Lord Wu Evil's room. The old village chief immediately stepped forward. Everyone is not allowed to approach Lord Wu Evil's room, nor can they appear within Lord Wu Evil's line of sight. The old village chief's expression was unprecedentedly serious. No one must interfere with Lord Wu Evil. In fact, there was no need for the old village chief to say anything at all. Everyone had already settled in place. The thick abyssal aura wrapped the entire Bishui village. It's the same everywhere anyway, so why should they ask for trouble? At this moment, the 3 strongest forces of the Dark Eclipse Abyss had already managed to gather. Laughing Red Clothes, Profound Buddha, and Granny Ling Hua glanced at each other, each seeing a touch of gloom in the other's eyes. Laughing Red Dust smiled and spoke. If Wu Evil is willing to share the treasure with us, then it's fine. But if he wants it all for himself, Granny Ling Hua sneered and picked up. I promise I'll make him regret coming into this world. Yet just then, a small stone on the ground bounced slightly. Although the movement was slight, the Laughing Red Dust trio still sensed it. In an instant, everyone turned around at the same time. Only in the distance, countless pairs of deep eyes flickered in the darkness. The movement was created by the owner of those eyes. The smile on Laughing Red Dust's face froze. This is Abyssal Beast Tide. How can there be so many abyssal creatures? Granny Ling Hua's silky white hair spread quickly and dragged to the ground. 3 seconds later, she opened her eyes abruptly. What a terrifying number. The number of beast tides this time, 10 million to start. And Laughing Red Dust had a serious expression and said eagerly, it's this time you're still selling out, and what you tell me instead? The corner of Granny Ling Hua's mouth jerked. And I realized that these abyssal creatures, they are charging with a purpose. If I guess correctly, their target is Bishui village. Laughing Redcoat. Yunda, what's the difference? We're on our way to Bishui village right now. With such a huge number of abyssal creatures, it's too late to make a detour. I didn't read the calendar when I went out, but I encountered a beast tide. Boss, what now? The people behind Laughing Redcoat found Laughing Redcoat, but in so many seconds, the distance between those abyssal creatures and them had been halved. Laughing Red Clothes gritted her teeth. With that, he flung his long sleeves and protected the crowd in front of him. Crowd? The remaining Granny Ling Hua and Profound Buddha were one flying in the sky and the other reclining in the earth, leaving a group of people in place in a daze. It's all this time who still has the heart to care about others. Running slow, they all have to die. Those people also instantly understood what the Laughing Redcoat trio was thinking. A furious scolding sound rose and fell. Laughing Red Clothes, who had already vanished far away, then turned around and spoke in a deep voice. Brothers, you first stopped for me for a while. Don't worry, I will definitely avenge your deaths and won't let you die in vain. Inside the valley, Oblivion laughed madly. Kid, even if you have treasures to get out of here. So what? After being stuck in this hellhole for thousands of years, no one knows this place better than me. As long as you're still in the dark eclipse abyss, I'll have ways to get you killed. And the rules, you can trap me here for a moment, but don't think you can trap me for the rest of my life. You can't trap me, and you can't stop those lords of the abyss. We will return sooner or later. Achoo! Wu Wei felt his nose tickling. Who's thinking about me? At this moment, the abyssal aura infusion was nearing its end. As the crack above his head disappeared, the aura infusion ended completely, and the surface of his body was flickering with a purple light at the moment. It's like it's made of steel. Master, you won't be like this from now on. On the side, Little Tiger's tiger face twitched slightly. Though being covered in purple Wu Evil is kind of cool and more charming. But he was still more accustomed to the yellow-skinned one from before. Wu evilly laughed and gave him a pop. Of course not. As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Evil returned to his original skin color. With that, he opened the attribute panel. Name: Wu Wicked. Rank: 43. Occupation: Second Order Summoner. Life value: 90.1 billion. Air shield: 450.6 billion. Mana: 600 million. Magic attack power: 3,070,000. Divine power: 0.1. Physical defense: 3.9 million. Magic resistance: 3 million. Physical: 30.04 million. Mental: 30.07 million. Uniformity value: 3,070,000. Looking at today's attribute panel, Wu Evil's eyes glowed. After receiving the Abyssal Aura infusion, the Underworld Illumination body has actually broken through to the 10th layer. The physical attribute and spiritual attribute have been raised by a total of 30 million, and even the life value growth has been raised to 1:3000. Far beyond the 8-fold Underworld Illumination body. Wu Evil laughed out faintly. Although the current attributes were not as good as the previous life, Wu Evil was very satisfied. The key right now, he was only level 43 after all. At level 43, he had an attribute panel comparable to level 160, which he wouldn't have dared to think about before he came here. In one word, awesome. As the abyssal aura dissipated, the Bishui village villagers surrounding Wu Evil's room slowly rose. Everyone meaningfully smacked their lips. What a pure abyssal aura. In just half an hour, my underlight body has broken through a large realm. Me too. I was only at the 3rd weight of the meditation illumination body, but now I'm at the 4th weight, and I've made 20% more progress. In just half an hour. It's worth 2.5 years of my hard training. After all, the person chosen by the White Tiger Grand Master, can he be an ordinary person? Just as he walked out of the room, he heard these people's compliments, and Wu Evil himself froze. No, what did I do? Xiao, who didn't say anything, but just covered her mouth and snickered. At the same time, 3 figures quickly approached in the direction of Bishui village. Wu Evil, come out and die. Chapter 123. Granny Ling Hua. How did I become a front row? Wu Evil. Laughing Redcoat's angry voice resounded throughout Bishui village. In other words, before, he still had the patience to calmly reason with Wu Evil. As long as the other party was willing to take out the treasures he had gotten inside the valley, he would not care about this matter. But just 10 minutes ago, because I didn't read the calendar when I went out, I encountered a wave of beasts. The brothers he brought out all dead. Facing tens of millions of abyssal beast-tide armies, those brothers he brought with him didn't even make a single wave and were directly devoured by the beast tide. Years of hard work had been ruined, and now he was left alone. Now he can't even cry. W wicked. Go to the hospital if you're sick in the head. Come to me and scream. Laughing Red Clothes indifferently looked at Wu Evil, a dark aura silently flowing through her fingertips. Anyway, you're going to die today, without a doubt. Although the skeleton Yunda on the side didn't make a sound, he had already taken out a bone bow and was ready to attack at any time. Wu Wicked. Rabies attack? Wu Wicked was a bit puzzled. Although he had only met with Laughing Redcoat once, Laughing Redcoat gave him the impression that he was mentally normal. And possessing an unusual calmness, Wu Wicked was all curious as to what, exactly, drove him mad. But, curious as it was, it didn't delay Wu Evil's hands at all. Turning the ring in his hand slightly, Neza appeared in front of him. Go on, kill that guy, Wu Evil said as he pointed to the side of Granny Linghua, who was sneaking around and approaching the villagers of Bishui village. Granny Linghua thought she had hidden herself well, but she had never thought that she would be seen through by Wu Evil before she could launch her attack. As soon as Wu Wei's words fell, Neja directly charged out with his spear. The fire-tipped gun swept across the room, and hot flames erupted from the muzzle, burning the hair that spread into the Bishui village to a crisp. Granny Reika with burnt hair, that's not what was promised. Didn't you say I'd sneak up on you? Why am I in the front row now? Wu Wicked gazed into the distance, for there was a rolling rumble in the darkness in the distance. There's something approaching, and there's a lot of it. Seeing that her whereabouts were exposed, Granny Linghua instantly stopped pretending. Don't watch the show. Do it together. Your opponent is me. Seeing the puppet Neza heading straight for Granny Linghua, Laughing Redcoat instantly collapsed into a batch face. How in the world did this Wu Evil see through Granny Linghua's disguise? However, just as Laughing Hongi was about to strike, a residual shadow flashed, and a broad tiger's palm fiercely slapped towards Laughing Hongi. Laughing Red Clothes couldn't dodge in time and hastily unfolded her magic shield. To the side, the skeleton Yunda also drew his longbow. You're not going anywhere with me. Wu Evil looked at the skeleton Abyssal with a cold gaze, and with a flick of his wrist, a long black whip was like a poisonous snake, heading towards the skeleton Abyssal. Looking at the long whip that swung rapidly, skeleton Profound Buddha didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. The perception of danger is inherently higher in archers than in other professions. The body vanished into the ground and retreated to a safe distance. The second you emerge, draw your bow and arrow. Break! The arrow was like a shooting star, trailing a long tail and shooting towards Wu Evil's head. Kite me right. With a flick of his wrist, Wu Evil directly withdrew his long whip. Then he reached out and slapped his hand on the Imperial Beast pouch at his waist, and countless summoned beasts swarmed out. It directly swallowed the attack of the skeleton Yunda. Skeleton Yunda's face was grim. Damn, what kind of equipment is that? And why is it able to fit so many summons? Although he had seen this tactic of Wu Evil before, when he personally faced it himself, he realized how great the pressure was. The skeleton Yunda cursed angrily, and then his bow was drawn to a full moon. Phew! The moment the bowstring came off, a red aura swept out like lightning. Sharp arrows that instantly divided into hundreds as they flew, shooting towards the moon wolves in front of him. 120 million, 270 million blitz, 130 million. A dense mass of damage numbers floated up above Moon Wolf's head. However, the Moon Wolf that was hit by the arrow only dropped a symbolic amount of blood. Skeleton Yunda, I'm a legendary rare skill, and this doesn't even kill me. The self-attack broke 10 million, plus the legendary rare skills. But yet, it couldn't even kill the other party's summoned beasts in seconds. It wasn't scientific. The naturally non-verbal skeleton Yunda, in just a few seconds, broke defense frequently. Accidentally struck by a moon chop. Then one wrong step led to another dozen or so moon chopping chops on his body. An outrageous amount of damage instantly floated above skeleton Abyssal's head. 580 million. 590 million. 1.3 billion blitz. The life blood bar on skeleton Abyssal's head instantly grayed out in half. Damn! How did it get so much stronger? 10 days ago, these moon wolves only dealt a few million damage. Now it became 500 million plus. Don't be so outrageous. Skeleton Profound Buddha's heart was shaken. He could no longer care about anything else, and shouted, a quick battle, if we drag on. It will only be more and more unfavorable for us. Laughing Hongi, who had been slapped away by Little Tiger's tiger claw and was now lying on the ground with only his last breath left, had a face. Do you want to hear what you're talking about? Skeleton Yunda was just facing a bunch of summons though. But in addition to the summons he was facing, there was also a white tiger that was dead set on biting him. If it wasn't for a lot of life-saving skills, I'm afraid I would have died long ago. As for Granny Linghua on the other side, her head had already been picked off by a gunshot and she was too dead to die. Skeleton Yunda, how did this happen? Facing the attacks of the many moon wolves, it was difficult to resist the Skeleton Yunda, and in the end, with a cry of resignation, he died with hatred. Soul strength plus 138. However, Wu Wicked didn't slacken off in the slightest, and his gaze was deadpan as he looked at the rapidly running tide of abyssal beasts. What now, my lord? With the 10 seconds or so of delay, they also got a good look at those things in the distance. Looking at the rapidly approaching tide of beasts, everyone couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Why don't we run away, stay green, not afraid of no firewood? The others chimed in. Escape? Why run away? Wu Wicked narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the beast tide in front of him with some excitement. Licked the corners of his dry, cracked mouth. These. But it's all about the strength of the soul that comes to you on your own. This laughing red clothes is also really strange and polite. Even if he sends himself to the door, he also brings such an expensive gift. Indeed, how could we possibly escape the beast tide? The old village chief didn't understand what Wu Evil meant at all. Gripping the cane in his hand tightly, he let out a long sigh and slowly spoke. Let's fight, or at worst, die. Wu Wicked was instantly a flying kick, kicking the old village chief into the fortress piled up by the rock giants. Bastard! You're damned if you want to rob me of my soul strength. All of you, get in there. Those guys over there, what do you want? I said everyone. Wu Evil roared nonchalantly. My lord, we want to help you. Wu Evil kicked the smug young men in. After changing into the Earth Dominator set, the rock giant now had a life value of 39.8 billion plus. Almost had 40 billion life points. And there's also a special effect that restores 3% of your maximum lifesteal every second. This is the most reassuring fortress of all. Chapter 124. Summoner Strengthening Pull Full, 10,000 life qualification points. Listening to the commotion outside, the people of Bishui village were all in tears. This world, how can there be such nice people? My lord only teaches us to be cruel to others, but when there is danger, he is always the first to go, and I just hate that I can't be of any help. My lord, I'm really not a coward. Let me out and I'll fight alongside you. Knock knock. The cane struck the ground with an ear-splitting sound in the small, enclosed area. You think I don't want to? We don't have cowards in Bishui village. But with your strength, don't you dare say going out there won't help. Since this is His Excellency's decision, all we have to do is abide by it, is listen. I believe that God would never take the life of such a good man as your lordship. The old village chief's words quieted the crowd's emotions. Seeing this, he then held down his back and carefully sat on the ground. Grandpa village chief, let me rub you. Chin Xian hurriedly walked over to the village chief. Only then did the crowd notice the village head. Your waist is just now. Before they could finish speaking, the old village chief directly opened his mouth to cut them off. Shut up! Facts aside, am I not at fault at all? I don't want to hear anything that has anything bad to say about your lordship from anyone. Not even just one word. I'm only going to say this once, so if anyone doesn't listen, get your own ass out of here. I, Bishui village, will pretend that I have never produced this person. Looking at the rapidly approaching tide of beasts, Wu Evil's eyes glowed. Reaching out, he slapped his hand on his waist, and in a flash, countless summons swept out like locusts. The moment they were exposed to the air, these summons also returned to their original size. Give it to me. In an instant, millions of summons swarmed out. It was a pity that he had only just completed his abyssal aura infusion and had absolutely no time to prepare. Otherwise, with his army of summons, he would definitely be able to crush the abyssal beast tide. But Wu Wicked wasn't without a chance to win. On his side, he also had the level 150 Starburst level puppet Neza. After killing Granny Linghua, Neza didn't stop at all and charged straight into the beast tide. Each attack could take away dozens or hundreds of abyssal creatures. 1.44 megs of attack power is no joke. The sound of gaining soul strength ringing in Wu Wei's ears didn't stop. On top of that, Wu Wicked was constantly expanding the number of his army of summons. On the side, Xiaohu was rubbing his fists and had been impatient for a long time. With a leap of his body, he jumped out. But just as he leapt out, he was swept back by a long black whip. Tiger? Wu Wicked slapped little Tiger's head in an unkind manner. What's your monkey rush? Wait until the summons have stabilized the beast tide's hatred. Oh, I know. Xiaohu nodded aggressively. The number of monsters in the abyssal beast tide was terrifying. Little Tiger's strength was indeed far beyond that of ordinary abyssal creatures, but if he was surrounded by a sea of abyssal creatures, he would have to hiccup as well. After all, Xiaohu's level was too low. Wu Wicked took one look at him and withdrew his gaze. Then he thought of something and made the rock giant crack a hole for a moon wolf to get in. What are your orders, my lord? Hearing the commotion outside, the old village chief, who already had a worried look on his face, saw the commotion at this moment and hurriedly looked up. Wu Evil hemmed and hawed. It's not a big deal. It's just that I've got some things in my hands that I'd like you to sort for me, please. The old village chief smiled and spoke. Just leave it to us. A touch of joy surfaced in the bottom of Wu Wei's eyes. Then I'll trouble you guys. The next second, a moon wolf jumped out of the shadows. And that moon wolf was radiant, with several ropes tied all over its body, and the top of the ropes were densely filled with space rings of various shapes and sizes. There are so many of them, so many that it's dizzying to watch. Even the massive moon wolf didn't have nearly enough on him to hang on. Hiss! Huh? Is this your lordship robbing the entire dark eclipse abyss? Hey, micro hits and just 40%. Throwing the job out the window, Wu Nausea Lane breathed a sigh of relief. Those spatial rings, however, contained all the harvests of all the NPCs in the imperial capital, as well as several major forces in the dark eclipse abyss. Because there were so many of them, Wu Wicked never had time to count them. These things were given to them because Wu Wicked was more trustworthy, and secondly, this was a job he really wasn't confident that he could accomplish alone. With that, Wu Wicked gazed ahead at the presence. Summoners and abyssal beast-tied monsters fought together. Because of the disparity in numbers, Wu Evil's summons were, vaguely, being suppressed. However, as subsequent summons continued to appear, coupled with the invincible Neza, the tide of abyssal beasts stopped in its tracks. Soul Strength plus 62. Soul Strength plus 41. Hit the beginning. The beeping in Wu Wei's ears never stopped. Xiaohu had also rushed out a long time ago, and the cleanup was helped by the crowd from Bisui village. Fights have summons. Wu Wicked was happy to be free. All he had to do was to wait for the skill cooldown time to come up and just use the skill. The number of abyssal monsters was more than expected. The battle lasted 2 whole days and nights. Until the last abyssal monster was killed, Wu Evil had just retrieved the rock giant, and the inventory on the Bisui village side was over. At this moment, everyone up and down the Bisui village, almost all of them were wearing dark circles under their eyes, with a sense of shiftiness. The old village chief with 2 black circles under his eyes quickly stepped forward. My lord, these space rings are all sorted. Star coins, various pills, and materials. Wu Wicked smiled and nodded. Tough luck, everyone. Picking up a spatial ring containing star coins, he handed it to the old village chief. Take it and distribute it to everyone. The old mayor clapped his hands and refused. Wu Evil gazed around the room. For the kid, old village chief. Then I will thank you, my lord, for the children. After being so busy for so long, Wu Wicked almost fell into bed. Early the next morning, Wu Evil was directly resurrected with full blood. Take out the ring that specializes in skill books. The mind probed into the ring, in which skill books of this kind of level and various categories were neatly arranged in separate categories. Wu Evil looked soothed. Regular skill books. Warrior level 30 Bloodlust. Mage level 30 Meditation. Priest level 30 Gift of Holy Light. Archer level 30 Accuracy. Assassin's level 30 Bludgeoning Proficiency. Knight level 30 Life Support. Summoner level 30 Summoner Enhancement. It's all there. And there are quite a few of them, thousands of copies of each. After all, it was the collection of the entire imperial capital, and Wu Wicked had probably looked for it before, but he just didn't know which ring it was in. In the end, I had no choice but to give up, but now it's good. After the help of all the friends in Bisui village, now Wu Wicked can take it as much as he wants. Take out the skill books and use Summon Beast Enhancement first to pull up the growth of all the Summon Beast skills. Moon Wolf, Little Bee, and Rock Giant, the qualifications of the 3 summons are increased by 100%. One of the biggest boosts is the Rock Giant. Because of the set, the Rock Giant's life qualification was raised to 5,000 points, and then it ate the effect of the qualification increase perfectly. The rock giant's life qualification reached a staggering 10,000 points. This also bugged that he stuck with it.